The London Mercury. Val I know 1 November 1919. Editorial notes. With these notes, we introduce the first number of the London Mercury. It might beyond denial appear in more tranquil and comfortable days. We have just been through a crisis, which has brought us within sight of the basic realities of life, food, clothing, housing, security against violence. As soon as the paper was projected, we were forced to visualize the likelihood of a time in which paper would be almost unprocurable, printing impossible save in an amateur way at home, and the distribution of literature, a matter of passing sheets from hand to hand. We have had a glimpse into the abyss of disorganization. And for the time being, at all events, we have managed to keep on the solid ground, but having conceived this journal, its conductors would have been reluctant to abandon their plans. Whatever confusion might have supervened, they may fairly claim to have formulated a scheme which, when it is perfectly executed, will meet all the demands of the public, which reads old or new books, and of that other and smaller public which is chiefly concerned with the production of new works of the imagination, the more intense the troubles of society, the more uncertain and dark the future, the more obvious is the necessity for periodicals which hand on the torch of culture and creative activity. Literature is of the spirit, and by the spirit man lives. Our traditions are never more jealously to be cherished than when they are threatened, and our literature is the repository of all our traditions. Decorative break. We think that with our list of contents before us, we may reasonably say that there has never been in this country a paper with the scope of the London Mercury. We have had periodicals which have exercised a great critical influence, such as the Edinburgh Review of Jeffreys and Macaulay's day. We have had periodicals which have published an unusual amount of fine creative work, such as Thackeray's Cornhill. We have at this day the Times Literary Supplement, which reviews, with the utmost possible approximation to completeness, the literary output of the time. We have weekly papers, which review the principal books, and publish original verse too, and prose, and monthly papers, which diversify their tables of contents with articles on Molière or Chateaubriand, Byron or Mr. Alfred Noyes. But we have had no paper which has combined, as the London Mercury will do, all those various kinds of matter which are required by the lover of books and the practicing writer. In our pages will be found original verse and prose in a volume not possible to the weekly paper, full-length literary essays, such as have been found only in the Politica literary monthlies, a critical survey of books of all kinds recently published, and other features analogues to some of which may be found one by one here and there, but which have never before been brought together within a single cover. The London Mercury save, in so far as it will publish reasoned criticisms of political as of other books, will avoid politics. It will concern itself with none of those issues which are the field of political controversy, save only such teaching of English, the fostering of the arts, the preservation of ancient monuments, are exemplaces impinge directly upon the main sphere of its interests. But within the field that it has chosen, it will endeavor to be as exhaustive as is humanly possible. The present number is an earnest of its intentions. In early future numbers, other sections will be added, which will steadily bring it nearer to the ideal that it has set out to reach. Decorative break. That ideal comprehends the satisfaction of the current needs of all those who are intelligently interested in literature, in the drama, in the arts, and in music. We shall attempt to make known the best that is being done, and so far as literature is concerned, to assist the process by the publication of original work. But thus far we have mentioned no more than the London Mercury's functions as what may be called newspaper, an organ for the recording and dissemination of things that have already happened or been done. Its functions, as its conductors conceive them, will, including this, will be the chief of them, examination of those conditions which in the past have favored, and in the future are likely to favor, the production of artistic work of the first order, and the formulation and application of sound critical standards. Decorative break. It is not a matter of attempting to make universal the shibboleths of some coterie or school, or of carrying some technical stunt through the country as though it were a fiery cross. We do not propose to maintain, to give concrete examples, that literature should be didactic, or that it should be amoral. We are not interested in urging that the couplet is exhausted, that the sonnet should be revived, that plays should have 4 or 3 acts, that rhyme is essential. or that it is. Outworn that lines should or should not be of regular lengths, we are tied to no system of harmony, we have no dogmas. As to the dominance of representation in painting, we three would make no hard and fast rule about the desirability of drawing a vertical wall as sloping at 45 degrees, or of painting a man's face magenta and sage green as convenient descriptions. We do not object, save sometimes on grounds of euphony, to the terms futurist, vorticist, expressionist, post-impressionist, cubist, unanimist, imagist, but we suspect them as banners and battle cries, for where they are used as such it is probable that fundamentals are being forgotten. Our aim will be as critics to state and to reiterate what are the motives and what must be the dominant elements of all good art, whatever the medium and whatever the idiosyncrasies of the artist, even if he find it convenient to draw on papier-mâché with a red-hot poker, and even if his natural genius impels him to write in lines of one syllable the profoundest truths about art, whether literary or pictorial, are crystallized in maxims which may have been more often reiterated than understood, but which have undeniably been so often repeated that people now find them tiresome. Of such, a fundamental brainwork emotion, recollected in tranquility, the rhythmical creation of beauty, and the eye on the object, each of these embodies truths, and there is indisputable truth also in the statements that a poet should have an ear, and that a painter should paint what he sees. These things are platitudes, but a thing does not cease to be true merely because it is trite, and it is disastrous to throw over the obvious merely because it was obvious to one's grandfather. Yet men and even women do such things. We have had in the last few years art so-called which sprang from every sort of impulse, but the right one, and was governed by every sort of conceptions, but the right ones. We have had styles which were mere protests and revulsions against other styles which were no more than flamboyant attempts at advertisement, akin to the shifting lights of the electric night signs. Authors who have forgotten their true selves in the desperate search for remarkable selves, artists who have refused to keep their eyes upon the object, because it has been seen before, musicians who have made for novelty's sake noises, and painters who have made for effect's sake spectacles, which invited the attention of those who make it their business to suppress public nuisances. We have had also theories in vogue, the effects of which on mind and heart were such, and were foredoomed to be such as to wither many talents in the bud. A single positive trend in English literature we do not ask, and it is not necessarily desirable. We have heard the complaint from critics of the Gallic school that even in the days of the marvelously fertile English Romantic generation, there was no one movement, no 10 commandments, and everybody was at sixes and sevens. That is the national way, and it probably accounts for our possession of the greatest and most varied imaginative literature that exists. Nevertheless, anarchy is not desirable, nor that worthy frame of mind which extends toleration not merely to the good of all kinds, but to the good and the bad, the intelligent and the foolish indifferently, and surely this toleration has been too commonly in evidence in this country in our time. For is the contention disputed? Is the fact other than self-evident? Is it necessary to explain and to accentuate the confusion which for the last 10 years has been evident in the creative and in the critical literature of this country? There have been, as there always are, writers who have cheerfully continued writing, as their predecessors have written, serious parodists of Milton, of Tennyson, and of George Eliot. These least of all can be said to be in the tradition of English letters, for that tradition has been a tradition of constant experiment and renovation. There has been a central body of writers from Mr. Hardy, Mr. Bridges, and Mr. Conrad to the best of the younger poets who have gone steadily along the sound path, traditional, yet experimental, personal, yet sane. But there has been also a large number of young writers who have strayed and lost themselves amongst experiments, many of them foredoomed to sterility, young men ignoring the fundamental truth expressed in the maxim, look in thy heart and write, have attempted to make up poems and pictures out of their heads. Others, defying the obvious postulate that all good writing will carry at least a superficial meaning to the intelligent reader, have invited us to admire strings of disconnected words and images, meaningless and even verbless. Others, turning their backs on those natural affections and primary interests, the repudiation of which means and must always mean the death of the highest forms of literature, have concentrated upon the subversion of every belief by which man lives. They have sapped at the bases of every loyalty and sneered at every code, oblivious to both social welfare and social experience. They have been such of them as profess the moralistic preoccupation, very contemptuous of clean living and no thinking, The dirty living and muddled thinking that they have offered as a substitute have been no great improvement. They have been such of them as have the preoccupation of the artist so anxious to look at the abnormal, and the recondite that they have forgotten what are and must be the main elements of man's life, and what the most conspicuous features in man's landscape. We have had an orgy of undirected abnormality. The old object of art was what oft was said, but near so well expressed the object of many of the new artists has been what was never said before, and could not possibly be expressed worse. The tricks of abnormality have been learnt young simpletons, who 20 years ago would have been writing vapid magazine verses about moonrise and roses, have discovered that they have only to become incoherent, incomprehensible, and unmetrical to be taken seriously. Bad writers will, without intellectual or aesthetic impulse, pretend to burrow into psychological or physical obscurities, which are no more beyond the artist's purview than anything else provided he responds to them, but which have the advantage for an insincere writer that they enable him to talk nonsense that honest, unsophisticated readers are unable to diagnose as nonsense. Year after year, we have new fungoid growths of feeble, pretentious impostors, who after a while are superseded by their younger kindred, and year by year we see writers who actually have some intelligence and capacity for observation and exact statement, led astray into the stony and barren fields of technical anarchism, or the pitiful madhouse of moral antinomianism. At bottom, vanity and pretense are the worst of vices in a young writer, but they may be encouraged or discouraged, even these, and we have seen times and places in which black was called white. Decorative break. Amid this luxuriant confusion, the voices of critics, at once sane and informed, have been few. For the most part, our older critics have tended to treat the younger generation as a howling menagerie of insensate young beasts, and have failed to keep sufficiently closely in touch with production to discriminate between the traditional and the anarchistic, the sincere and the pretentious, the intelligent and the stupid, the healthy and the vicious, the promising and the sterile. We have ourselves been frequently amused and irritated at finding elderly men of letters alarmed at the revolutionism of the young as manifested in Mr. A or Mr. B, or asking bewildered why the young take Miss Roman 100 so seriously, when as a fact A and B are merely rowdies of whose foolish books even the young buy only 50 or 60 copies, and the fair Roman 100 is a person taken seriously by no serious person of her own generation. Those critics, again, who are constantly in touch with the fruits of the printing press, have for the most part got into a state of puzzlement in which they are not merely afraid to make mistakes, lest what looks like a frog may turn out to be an angel, but in which they have almost lost the habit of using their senses for the purpose for which they were meant to be used. Everything is treated with respect. Platitudinous rubbish, so welcome perhaps, because it is so easily understood, is treated as though Wordsworth had written it. Hectic gibberish of the silliest kind is honored at worst with the sort of deferential reprimand that is applicable to great genius, when great genius shows a slight tendency to kick over the traces, even those of our reviews, which do not ignore the best contemporary work, more often than not allocate just as much space to the humbug. And the faux bon, the public, though dull, has not quite such a skull as Swinburne's. Limerick put it, many bad authors are much talked about, but very little read, and critics, who never write a line, are frequently sound, when most of the professionals have gone clean off the rails. Moreover, it is arguable, though we should not without long consideration accept the argument that no amount of misleading criticism or bad example will ruin a man of strong natural genius, which implies perceptions which will not be denied, and a well-defined positive character. Nevertheless, even if we do not exaggerate the ill effects of haphazard and timid, or haphazard and reckless criticism, it is surely obvious that both artists and their publics must gain. If some of the rubbish can be cleared away, the ship moves in spite of all the barnacles, and it does not lose direction, but its progress might be less troublesome. We have often met 6 persons who have distrusted all reviews because they have bought books on the strength of extravagant reviews, and been once bit. We have often met people, too, who have procured what somebody undeniably intellectual has told them to be the latest and most vigorous and representative work of imaginative literature, and finding it distasteful, have come to the conclusion that the poets of the day or the novelists of tomorrow are not for them, turning back then to their Dickens or Browning or Dionysius of Halicarnassus, in the mood of that ghastly pessimist who said that whenever a new book came out, he read an old one. These readers are typical of many, and the result of their existence is that the dissemination of the best contemporary literature is one, less wide than it might be, and two, less rapid than it might be. There is, as a rule, in the economists' term, far too great a time lag in the making of the best reputations. A man often writes for years before he is heard of by the mass of the cultivated readers who are naturally predisposed to like his work, and do like it when at last they meet it in a nation so large, and with so immense a volume of literary production, such numerous and diverse news sheets, and such congested and elaranged bookshops. This phenomenon is bound to exist in some degree, but it may be minimized. And although we of the London Mercury cannot hope and do not desire to be judged by our aspirations rather than by our performances, we may at least be permitted to say that we shall do our utmost to contribute towards that end. Decorative break. Even to disclaim an ambition for an infallible pontificate of letters must savor of impertinence. We can only say that what our journal can do in the way of affirming and applying principles of criticism, and giving a conspectus of the best contemporary work, we shall attempt to do. Our other functions we have already outlined, and a beginning is made in this number. We have made no endeavor to arrange a dazzling shop window of names or features for our first number. Whatever may be our readers' views concerning this number, we can at least assure them that the contributors to subsequent numbers will be not less representative than those here found, and that only a beginning has yet been made towards the complete scheme that we have in view. Going and staying. The moving sunshapes on the spray. The sparkles where the brook was flowing. Pink faces, plightings, moonlit May. These were the things we wished would stay. But they were going. Seasons of blankness as of snow. The silent bleed of a world decaying. The moan of multitudes in woe. These were the things we wished would go. But they were staying. Thomas Hardy. It's not going to happen again. I have known the most dear that is granted us here, more supreme than the gods know above. Like a star I was hurled through the sweet of the world, and the height and the light of it love. I have risen to the uttermost heaven of joy. I have sunk to the sheer hell of pain. Beauty's not going to happen again, my boy. It's not going to happen again. It's the very first word that poor Juliet heard from her Romeo over the Styx. And the Roman will tell Cleopatra in hell, when she starts her immortal old tricks, what Paris was tellin' for goodbye to Helen, when he bundled her into the train. Oh, it's not going to happen again, Olga. It's not going to happen again. Rupert Brooke. Chateau Lake Louise, Canada, 1913. The Search for the Nightingale. 2SS. Beside a stony shallow stream I sat, in a deep gully underneath a hill. I watched the water trickle down dark moss, and shake the tiny boughs of maidenhair, and billow on the bodies of cold stone, and sculptured clear. Upon the shoulder of that aerial peak stood trees, the fragile skeletons of light, high in a bubble blown of visionary stone. Under that azurine, transparent arch, the hill, the rocks, the trees were still and dreamless as the printed wood, black on the snowy page. It was the song of some diviner bird than this still country knew. The words were twigs of burnt and blackened trees, from which there trilled a voice, shadowy and faint as though it were the song. The water caroled as it flowed along. Lifting my head, I gazed upon the world, carved in the breathless heat as in a gem, and watched the paroquet's green-feathered fly through crystal vacancy and perch in trees that glittered in a thin blue haze-like dream. And the voice faded, though the water dinned against the stones, its dimming memory. And I ached then to hear that song burst out upon that scene, startling an earth where it had never been. And then I came unto an older world. The woods were damp, the sun shone in a watery mist, and soon was gone. The trees were thick, with leaves heavy and old. The sky was grey and blue, and like the sea, rolling with mists and shadowy veils of foam. I heard the roaring of an ancient wind among the elms and in the tattered pines, lighting pale hollows in the clouddark sky. A ghostly ship, the moon flew scudding by. Oh, is it here, I cried, that bird that sings, so that the traveler in his frenzy weeps? It was the autumn of the year, and leaves fell with a dizzying moan, and all the trees roared like the sea at my small, impotent voice. And if that bird was there, it did not sing, and I knew not its haunts or where it went, but carven stood and raved in that old wood that dripped upon my face, upturned below pale in its passionate chase. And years went by, and I grew slowly cold. I had forgotten what I once had sought. There are no passions that do not grow dim, and like a fire imagination sinks into the ashes of the mind's cold grate. And if I dreamed of that far land, that coast of pearl upon a summer sea, whose frail trees in unruffled amber sleep, gaudy with jeweled birds whose feathers spray bright founts of color through the tranquil day, the hill, the gully, and the stony stream. I had not thought on when this spring I sat in a strange room with candles guttering down into the flickering silence from the moon. Among the trees still wreathed upon the sky, there came the sudden twittering of a ghost, and I stepped out from darkness, and I saw the great pale sky, immense, transparent, filled with boughs and mountains and wide-shining lakes, where stillness crying in a thin voice breaks. It was the voice of that imagined bird. I saw the gully and that ancient hill, the water trickling down from paradise, shaking the tiny boughs of maidenhair. There sat the dreaming boy, and oh, I wept to see that scene again, to read the black print on that snowy page. I wept, and all was still. No shadow came into that sun-steeped glen, no sound of earth, no voice of living men. Was it a dream, or was it that in me a god awoke, and gazing on his dream, saw that dream rise and gaze into its soul, finding Narcissus-like its image there, a song, a transitory shape on water blown, descending down the bright cascades of time, the shadowist flowering, ripple-woven bloom, as ghostly as still water's unseen foam, that lies upon the air as that song lay within my heart on one far summer day. Carved in the azure air, white peacocks fly, their fanning wings stir not the crystal trees. Bright parrots fade through dimming turquoise days, and music scrolls its lightning calm and bright on the pale sky where thunder cannot come. Into that world no ship has ever sailed, no seaman gazing with hand-shaded eyes has ever seen its shore whiten the waves. But to that land the nightingale has flown, leaving bright treasure on this calm air blown. W. J. Turner. Early chronology. Slowly the daylight left our listening faces. Professor Brown, with level baritone, discoursed into the dusk. 5,000 years. He guided us through scientific spaces of excavated history till the lone roads of research grew blurred, and in our ears time was the rumored tongues of vanished races, and thought a chartless age of ice and stone. The story ended then the darkened air flowered as he lit his pipe, an aureole glowed, and wreathed with smoke, the moment's matchlight showed. His rosy face, broad brow, and smooth grey hair, backed by the crowded bookshelves. In his wake, an archaeologist began to make assumptions about aqueducts. He quoted Professor Sandstorm's book, and soon they floated through desiccated forests, mangled myths, and argued easily round megaliths. Beyond the college garden, something glinted. A copper moon climbed clear above the trees. Some Lydian coin, Professor Brown agrees, that copper coins were in that culture minted. But as her whitening way aloft she took, I thought she had a pre-dynastic look. Siegfried Sassoon, the rock pooled, to Miss Alice Warrender. This is the sea in these uneven walls. A wave lies prisoned far and far away, outward to ocean as the slow tide falls. Her sisters through the capes that hold the bay, dancing in lovely liberty recede. Yet lovely in captivity she lies, filled with soft colors where the waving weed moves gently and discloses to our eyes blurred shining veins of rock and lucent shells under the light-shot water, and here repose small quiet fish and the dimly glowing bells of sleeping sea anemones that close their tender fronds and will not now awake till on these rocks the waves returning break. Edward Shanks. The evening sky in March, Rosebesamd and Rosalind, with eyes of dazzling bright, shakes Venus mid the twined boughs of the night. Rosalind soft-stepping, from low bough to bough, shaking the wide-hung starry fruitage dimmed, its bloom of snow, by that sole planetary glow. Venus avers the astronomer, not thus idly dancing goes, flushing the eternal orchard with wild rose. She through aether burns, outpacing planetary Earth, and ere 2 years triumphantly returns. And again wave-like swelling flows, and again her flashing apparition comes and goes. This we have not seen. No heavenly courses set, no flight unpausing through a void serene. But when eve clears, arises Venus as she first uprose, stepping the shaken boughs among, and in her bosom glows the warm light hidden in sunny snows. She shakes the clustered stars, lightly as she goes, amid the unseen branches of the night. Rosalind, Rosebesamd bright, she lips they shake, and pale she glows. And who but knows how the rejoiced heart aches when Venus all his starry vision shakes, when through his mind, tossing with random airs of an unearthly wind, Rosebesamd, Rosalind, the mistress of his starry vision, arises, and the boughs glittering sway, and the stars pale away, and the enlarging heaven glows, as Venus lightfoot mid the twined branches goes. John Freeman. Love's caution. Tell them when you are home again, how warm the air was now, how silent were the birds and leaves, and of the moon's full glow, and how we saw afar a falling star. It was a tear of pure delight, ran down the face of heaven this happy night. Our kisses are but love in flower, until that greater time, when gathering strength those flowers take wing, and love can reach his prime. And now my heart's delight. Good night, good night. Give me the last sweet kiss, but do not breathe at home one word of this. W. H. Davies. The house that was. Of the old house only a few crumbled, courses of bricks smothered in nettle and dark, or a squared stone lying mossy where it tumbled, sprawling bramble and saucy thistle mock. What once was firelit floor and private charm, where seen in a windowed picture hills were fading. At dusk and all was memory-colored and warm, and voices talked secure from the winds invading. Of the old garden only a stray shining, of daffodil flames amid April's cuckoo flowers, or a cluster of aconite mixed with weeds entwining. But dark and lofty a royal cedar towers, by homely thorns whether the white rain drifts, or sun scorches, he holds the downs in ken. The western vale his branchy tears he lifts, older than many a generation of men. Lawrence Binion. Suppose that a wild little horse of magic came cantering out of the sky, with bridle of silver, and into the saddle I mounted, to fly and to fly, and we stretched up into the air, fleeting on in the sunshine, a speck in the gleam, on galloping hoofs his mane in the wind outflowing, in a shadowy stream. And oh, when all lone the gentle star of evening came crinkling into the blue, a magical castle we saw in the air like a cloud of moonlight, as onward we flew. And across the green moat on the drawbridge we foamed and we snorted. And there was a beautiful queen, who smiled at me strangely and spoke to my wild little horse too. A lovely and beautiful queen. Suppose with delight she cried to her delicate maidens, "Behold my daughter me dear." And they crowned me with flowers, and then to their harps sate playing, solemn and clear. And magical cakes and goblets were spread on the table. And at window the birds came in, hopping along with bright eyes pecking crumbs from the platters, and sipped of the wine, and splashing up to the roof tossed fountains of crystal. And princes in scarlet and green shot with their bows and arrows, and kneeled with their dishes of fruits for the queen. And we walked in a magical garden with rivers and bowers, and my bed was of ivory and gold, and the queen breathed soft in my ear a song of enchantment. And I never grew old, and I never came back to the earth, oh never and never. How mother would cry and cry. There'd be snow on the fields then, and all these sweet flowers in the winter would wither and die. Suppose and suppose. Walter de la Mare. The Smile of the Sphinx, by Robert Nichols. Roman one long ago there dwelt in the pleasant city of Towers a young princess of immense riches, and of such exceeding beauty that none other could be compared to her. So famous indeed became the riches of her beauty and her possessions that were only less than her beauty, that she was sought in marriage by every kind of personage in 3 moons the train of her suitors, or mounted upon gold-stenciled elephants, tassel-fringed camels, palfreys of Arabia, ponies of Astrakhan, mules of Nubia, or faring, but upon the sandal-soft nature along the road of advantage became so huge that the citizens of the city of Towers, being eaten albeit at no small price out of hearth and home, petitioned the princely father of the damsel to mitigate in whatever sort he should think fit the good fortune of their city, which possessing such a treasure as the Princess Sade, the bestower of felicity, admitted to finding its pleasure rather in reflecting upon the value of their jewel than in entertaining those who came to steal it. The ever-benevolent prince accordingly issued a decree that no suitor was to approach the princess save on the understanding that if he failed to win her affections, his head should pay the forfeit. Forthwith ensued so remarkable a diminution in the number of her suitors, that in a short while only those whom the light of love's eyes had guided, or those whom the three-thonged scourge of need had driven, remained mounted or standing before the palace gates. Nor did these linger over long, for the heart of the princess was less easily softened than that of the executioner, who with one sweep of the scimitar relieved the lover of the burden of love, or severed the needy from the vessel of need. Then the beautiful Sade, the bestower of felicity, not unfatigued by such a succession of maidenly preoccupations, determined that for a little she would forget the bonds of necessity and atone somewhat to the citizens of the city of Towers for the inconveniences she had brought them to this end. She caused a special litter of cedar wood to be constructed, and mounting therein, sallied forth to bestow upon the citizens of the city of Towers the hither touncing and almost unendurable beauty of her face. Now it happened that in this city there was then dwelling a young scribe by name Essedy, that is the very veracious this youth, the height of whose beauty was almost as remarkable as the depth of his wisdom, had spent the greater number of his days in study, so much so, in fact, that he had never cast his eyes upon a woman to love her, and this, in spite of the possession of an enchanting smile, nature's gift to him, of the power of which he was hardly conscious. Surrounded by parchments having hung about his neck, many little scrolls, with his tablet laid across his knees daily, he sat in his window, and while the traffic flowed by, and the crowd shrilled more loudly than a flock of paroquets, raised not his eyes from his papyrus, nor regarded any sound but the squeaking of his stylus reed. Thus then was he sitting when the trotting of horns and the bombilation of gongs proclaimed the nearing of the princess in her progress. But Essedy paid this din no attention, and though the fantastic shadows of many majestically upheld persons fell across his page, lifted not the gatherers of knowledge from the leavers of enlightenment. Meanwhile Sade, lying in her litter, enjoyed a certain satisfaction in the pleasurable recognition the gracious bestowal of the sight of her countenance procured the citizens. This satisfaction, she told herself, as the procession advanced, was increased rather than diminished by the spectacle of certain bleared scribes, who with ears already attached by cobwebs to the lintels of their doors never lifted eyes as she passed, for she reflected, such insensibility affords me a scale by which to gauge the pleasure I bestow elsewhere. At this moment she arrived opposite Essedy's window. Then the young scribe, feeling the gaze of another fixed upon him, looked up, and the eyes of Essedy exchanged thoughts with the eyes of Sade. When he bent to the tablet again, behold, the words were to him but foolishness. All the afternoon he sat there wondering why he had spent his youth upon such things as now appeared to him the very vanity of vanities, colorless, and the occupation of the myopic. At evenfall, driven abroad by a terrible restlessness, he wandered outside the walls of the city, but the murmuring of the breeze through the groves did but increase his distraction. Toward midnight he returned, and after spending the remainder of the night without sleep, informed his parents of his intention to turn suitor. Greatly perturbed, they besought him to relinquish so hopeless a project. In vain. At the third hour he proceeded to the palace. The gates were shut. When they did at last open, he found himself face to face with the executioner. Involuntarily he recoiled. "No alms will be given today," said the reliever of headaches. "I have not come for alms. I wish to see the porter." "I am the porter." "I thought you were." "So I was, but now that job is at an end. The capacity to love as our forefathers loved is passing away. Even a spirit of commercial enterprise is lacking. The world goes from bad to worse. Yesterday I cut off the heads of princes. Today I open the door to mendicants. On no one is fortune harder than Roman one. I find that last reflection, returned the scribe, so general that I grow convinced it must be true. But be of good cheer. Strange as it may seem, I am the bearer of good tidings. There is every likelihood of your shortly resuming your distinguished office. I have come as a suitor to the princess." "Have you indeed? Ha ha ha, the coin is as good as earned. However, excuse my entertainment. I should not laugh, for understand my heart goes out to you in your public-spirited endeavor not to permit my office to lapse. Ah, if there were only more men of your kidney! And yet I regret to have to add that you will not profit me much, for make no mistake, I am a Republican. I believe that handsome is as handsome does. It is therefore my custom to request a little honorarium in ratio to the means of my customer in return for the service I render him. For this is a service which is unique in that he probably has no servant in his suite trained to perform this duty for him. And it is besides a service for which the requirement of one small fee cannot be described as extortionate, since the duty is one which, being once satisfactorily performed, does not require to be repeated. But I have not yet incurred the penalty. You will be reassured, and having no troublesome misgivings on this count, hand me that which in a few hours it will be too late for me to ask. Essedy smiled. Are you not paid by the court, he asked. I am, replied the other, softening, and a beggarly wage it is too, which compels me to make these requisitions. However, since you seem for all your queer dress a pleasant fellow, I will reduce my charge. Good, I feared I should never be able to pay. Me means are so scanty. I should inform you that it is as well to pay, because, if you do not, my arm, unstrengthened by the sinews of charity, may not perform its office with quite that address which is at once a delight to the spectators, and a matter of self-gratification to my customer. Your magnanimity, replied the scribe, giving the man a coin, does indeed bear witness to the superiority of your mind to its present situation, and deserves a reward. I hope you will see that I am not disappointed of an interview. Thereupon the executioner conducted him into the palace, and leaving him in an inner apartment, acquainted one of the attendant damsels with the object of the scribe's visit. For some time the maid regarded his dress dubiously. I should be grateful if you would inform the princess of my arrival, for I cannot say that I find the sound of the executioner in the courtyard below sharpening his scimitar on a wheel affords me as much pleasure as by his expression it affords him. She vanished through the curtains, and the following conversation was borne to Essedy's ears. A young man calling himself the Very Veracious has arrived, and sues for an interview on the same subject as his forerunners. I cannot see him, the maid returned. Tell her, said Essedy, that she is as beautiful as one red rose in a garden of lilies. The compliment he heard the princess remark is a new one, and is graceful. Nevertheless, dismiss him. Tell her, said Essedy, that her wisdom has the wings of the ruck, the eye of the falcon, the talons of the osprey, and the voice of the dove. It is very remarkable, he heard the princess remark, that he should so accurately describe my characteristics. He must be a diviner, since, as far as I know, he has never seen me nor spoken to me. Nevertheless, dismiss him. Tell her, said Essedy, but he could not think of anything to tell her, and was sadly cast down, for his love continuing to pain him tortured him as a sweet fire in his bosom. At length, bethinking himself of his wisdom, he said in as brusque a tone as he could summon, tell her that I know the answer to all secrets, and that she will regret it if she dismiss me. How now, cried the princess, is he so clever, and has such courage? He will indeed be the Very Veracious, if possessing these answers he depart immediately, for then my womanish regret will indeed be sharp, since of all humors he has had the wit to see this humor of curiosity is the one most deeply implanted in us. Of what complexion is he? He is of spare build, his hair is black and glossy as that of a black panther. In his eyes there is a dark fire, his clothes are by no means new, his fingers are stained with ink, and about his neck there is a necklace of little scrolls. A necklace of little scrolls, did you say? Send him. Then Essedy stepped into her presence, and it was to him as if he were a little planet drawn for the first time into the orbit of the sun. She commanded him to be seated, and plied him with various questions concerning the value as an amulet of this or that precious stone, of the pedigree of famous horses, music as emotional sound, or as an architecture, and many other matters of a similar nature. All these questions he answered not only discreetly, but with wit. For some time she rested her eyes upon his face in a musing fashion, then with a strange inflection she asked, what is love? I have but just beheld the cause, he returned, give me a little space, and I infer its properties as a consequence. At present I am troubled to know whether the same vessel can contain both cause and consequence. Not without haste, she assured him that she would consider her question answered, and inquired, does it become thee to risk so wise a head at the bidding of so foolish a heart? It lay not, and does not lie with me to make it becoming. This answer did not appear to please her, for moving her head, she proceeded, with an instant change of tone, one thing I have ever desired to know, what is the secret of the smile of the Sphinx? He was taken aback. What canst thou not answer, thou who didst assert that thou hadst in thy bosom the answer to all secrets? O very voracious one." Seeing her smiling, he replied, "I have not seen the Sphinx, unless I see her now. I perceive that thou canst not answer, yet because of thy youth and thy beauty I will spare thee. Spare me not since, before thou hast not spared me. Upon one condition, that shouldst thou wish again to see me, thou shalt bring with thee the secret of the Sphinx's smile. And now before thou leavest me, because thou wert not as insensible as most scribes are wont to be, but wast willing to assay to gain some knowledge of perfection from life, as well as from thy scrolls, I will give thee a token to take with thee." At these words, as if some beneficent and invisible jinn had escaped from his bottle, a spirit of strange sweetness seemed to fill the room. Strength forsook the body of Essedy. "Come hither," she murmured. So Essedy went to her and bowed down with his face to the floor. Then the princess took him very gently in her arms, and raising his head, placed one hand beneath his locks and the other over his eyes, and so kissed him. Now when Essedy felt the touch of her hands cool as water lilies upon him, smelled the delicate smell of her bosom more mysterious than any perfume of the mages, tasted her mouth's nectar more precious than the combed honey of the blessed in paradise, then indeed he knew there to be such a seal coldly pressed upon his heart, that the stamp of it would not be erased all the days of his life. "Ah, merciless," said he, "thou hast indeed not spared me. Now must I inevitably return." "It was for that reason I gave it thee," she said. Roman 2, he hurried home, he sold all his belongings. His father, seeing him about to depart, cried, "Thou wilt break thy mother's heart." He could not reply. His mother, watching him set out upon his mule with a slender bag of coin in his hands, cursed him and the princess. He did not look back. Roman 3, after a journey of 3 moons, he arrived before the Sphinx. His first impression was that her countenance contained no such difficult riddle, as he had been led to suppose. The body of the Sphinx was huge, her paws stretched in front, formidable her shoulders, heavy her banduleted head, sustained a wedge-fronted tiara. All this he took in at a glance. Then he turned to the face. He had not expected it to be so close to the ground, and so open to inspection. The forehead, he could see, was ample. The eyebrows, albeit contracted in a slight frown, were high-arched and wide, which lent the upper part of the face a frank expression, but the reverie of the eyes, fixed on space, seemed somewhat dim, as if an impalpable hand had interposed itself between the gazing orbs and the sun. The smoothness and delicate molding of the cheeks and chin were remarkable, the nose astonished by the firm subtlety of its outline, which gave to the face a simultaneous expression of suavity and undeviating determination. If the nose had provoked wonder, the mouth was yet more amazing. The lips, which might have been gracious and full when parted, were so closely compressed in their smile as to modify the whole effect of the other features. "I must go nearer," said Essedy. He established himself almost between the paws of the monster, for monster she had become to him, who now beheld her mien more clearly, a mien disfigured, yet seeming uncaring for its own disfigurement, and greatest horror of all, a mien in which the eyes possessed irises, but seemingly no pupils. For a little he considered returning, then he said to himself, "No, to see her afar off gives a false impression. One should see her as she is." And earnestly scanning the visage, wrestle in thought, till one discovers the secret of the smile. In this, he instinctively knew himself to be right. But he was not long in finding that the more and the closer he stared, the more difficult the problem became. To begin with, the blemishes distracted him overmuch. The main cast of the face appeared, though subtle, simple and grand enough, but the fissures between the blocks that composed it, the discolorations and the crevices that ran from side to side, confused his eye. If it were only perfect, all would be much easier to discover. He murmured then, too, the expression of the Sphinx and the import of the smile seemed to vary with the changes of the weather. On fresh-blowing sunny days, the image beamed on him with a shadow-dappled, bleached cheerfulness of resignation. But when the sun raged, the face too raged, as with an inward fury. Its lineaments shook in the heat that arose from the sand, and every grain glowed like a particle of fire. Nor did its rage abate during the succeeding night. The rising of the tropic moon gave to its complexion, streaked with violet shadows, an ashen hue, the pallidity of an unappeasable and frustrated anger. On lowering days, it blackly scowled, and the swollen nostrils and imperious mouth assumed the similitude of being endowed only with the bitterest irony, a constancy of cruelty, and an unquestionable scorn. Then he hated it. At last perceiving that the secret was not to be gained in a few days or even in a few moons, he resolved to settle in the desert opposite the Sphinx. 3 years passed. Day by day and night by night, Essedy watched the Sphinx daily. The sun shining upon the surface of the mask seemed to make it more impenetrable, and nightly, the moon deepening the shadows in the crevices, increased its mystery round about the knoll which the pilgrim had selected for his station. The sand gave off a glare more deadly than the bed of a furnace, or rising in whirlwind spouts, whose tops spattered ashes upon him, circled his island like monstrous and infuriate jinns. Toward sunset the clouds gathered in an awful and silent grandeur, discharged with stunning clap and reverberations, as of mountains overthrown their lightnings. A shower of blue arrows to all quarters of the fluttering horizon. Once indeed, Essedy awoke to behold a body of dense vapor launch itself wrathfully downward against the head of the brooding Sphinx, and wreath it with a crown of crackling fire. The scribe leaped up, and despite the pressure of the blast, succeeded in gaining, not without considerable risk to himself, a position before the base of the monster. His courage was unrewarded. Upon that obstinate mien, livid in the tawny light, the rain glistened, as if there had indeed started from the stony pores a ghastly dew, but the thin lips were as tightly compressed as ever hideous Sphinx. Exclaimed the youth, "Thou cruelty incarnate, cannot even the ire of the gods subdue thee? Shall I never from some motion of thy visage learn what secret thou hidest?" As the winter approached, the wilderness, utterly denuded of weed or moss, grew vaster and more bleak. The nights turned frosty overhead, the constellations increased in splendor and number, until every quarter of the Empyrean shone, encrusted with stars against these brilliant galaxies, and the diffused pervasive effulgence of countless further bodies. The forehead of the Sphinx outlined itself in desolate and stubborn majesty. Then was it that alone amid the desert, under the gaze of those myriad and so distant lights, facing the figure of the Sphinx, now blacker and more impenetrable than ever, Essedy reached the climacteric which his despair baffled, without any sensation, but an exasperation that gnawed his very reins and made giddy his temples. He spent his days and nights in complete dejection, at length wishing to terminate his sufferings once and for all. He approached the Sphinx, and vehemently hammering its breast with his fists, cried in a terrible voice, "What is the secret of thy smile, O Sphinx?" But the Sphinx did not answer. At dawn, impotent before the Titan, he perceived upon the surface of her bosom blood marks hitherto unobserved. Other hands beside his own then had knocked upon that stony breast. He returned to his hovel and stretched himself down in a sleep that was like a stupor. On waking, he determined to climb the bandelets of the Sphinx, and to cast himself from its forehead. He had scarcely taken step when, exhausted by privation and prolonged anguish of mind, he fell, and lying helpless, found himself fronting a face mirrored in a pool, the product of a shower which had fallen while he slept. The face was the face of one whose visage was slowly approximating to that of the Sphinx, but it lacked the smile, and in its eyes there was the light of imminent insanity. For a space he gazed, without realizing the apparition to be but his own reflection, then stiffening his arms that he might raise his head and shoulders, extended as he was upon the desert like a Syrian puma, whose bowels are transfixed by an arrow, and who is about to rallied his strength for a last effort. Before him, a quivering tigress in the meridian sunshine, crouched the colossal Sphinx. The frustrated eyes of the scribe, nigh starting from their sockets, bent upon it such a glare as sought to penetrate its very soul. Yet at the last, heaving himself forward, with nostrils wrinkled and teeth bared, as if in the very coughing frenzy of a fighting death, he could but ejaculate, "Sphinx, now had I entreated, then aid hadst thou not rendered me too proud, who have discovered thee to be but stone." Then the Sphinx answered in a voice of thunder, "O man, aid thyself." Roman 4, a company of Badawi, journeying across the desert, discovered him lying senseless. Him they succored as a madman, and therefore sacred to the gods. For a while he rested in a pleasant city, enjoying the support of a good man who did not understand the cause of his afflictions, but at once realized their intensity and the deep importance to Esedy of the search on which he was engaged his health mended. At length, and undeterred by the solicitations of his host, troubled to see him in such haste, he resumed his investigations. This time, he did not attempt to wrestle the secret from the Sphinx herself, but determined to prosecute his inquiries among the learned. With this end in view, he interrogated the chief scholars of that district, but coming to the conclusion that they were too provincial, he made his way to Jerusalem. Here no answer at all was given him save that by the study of the particular law made for a particular tribe, and containing, as he himself was obliged to admit, the most admirable rules for the preservation of an individual or a clan, he would attain to a knowledge of all things. He determined to go to Greece, the fountainhead of knowledge, but in Athens he fared not much better. The majority of the inhabitants, the fascination of whose minds he had nevertheless to admit, seemed given up to the fervor of local politics, money-making, the quarrels of the law courts, the consideration of athletics, the technique of the chase, and the refinement of trivial or voluptuous delights, pursuits which he told himself could scarcely further true knowledge. There were, however, a number of persons given to the study of natural law as revealed in nature, who inquired whether he had weighed the Sphinx or examined her molecules beneath the magnifying crystal. He was compelled to reply that he had done neither of these things, whereat they retorted that it was therefore impossible for them to build a theory as to the constituents of her smile and verify it. In experiment, moreover, they continued, even the data you have given us appear not only insufficient, but contradictory, since you state that the smile is at once sweet and sour. Direct opposites cannot be reconciled in science. We think it therefore best to direct you to the school of metaphysics, opposite, where, if we are to judge from the uproar which occasionally disturbs our precincts, we believe this feat to be daily accomplished. Esedy accordingly lost no time in entering the school opposite. After a lengthy session, the clamor of which somewhat bewildered him, a young man with a high complexion and a shrill voice approached him, and said, as far as can be ascertained, for there are the usual number of qualifications and reservations of opinion amongst us, we are of a mind that the secret of the Sphinx is that she has no secret, at least no secrets from us. Esedy did not stop to inquire further, for it appeared to him that he could not gain by it, and moreover he was much fatigued. So taking boat, he sailed through the Pillars of Hercules, and turning north descried, after an arduous voyage, the extreme western isles. Enshrouded in a perpetual prismatic fog on these coasts, he landed, and penetrating inland, in a short while, discovered a university situated on the chief river of the main island. Having struck up an acquaintance with the courteous master of the chief college, he poured out his tale. The disseminator of truth, after prolonged thought, replied, without wishing in any way to influence your conduct, I should, since you seem to be enamored of the lady, inform her that the secret is anything you happen to have in your head at the moment, as well it may be, provided the matter be of such obscurity that that instinct which is peculiar to females, and which on the best authority, namely their own, I am given to understand, is infallible, will instantly assure her that she understands it even better than you do. But you would not have me deceive her. Indeed, no, for recollect, what she believes to be true will per contra be true to her. It seems to me then that you are asking her to deceive herself. Not at all, answered the sage somewhat impatiently. All is, you must know, relative, and any conclusion is as relative to inquiry as any other. But not to truth, returned Esedy with heat. The great man smiled, an irritating preoccupation, this when the search itself is so intriguing. Esedy, the very voracious, experienced a curious sensation, in which pleasure certainly played a part. That is perfectly true, he remarked. I am finding more interest in the search than I expected. Nevertheless, I wish to return to Sade, the bestower of felicity, and at her name he was conscious of an inexplicable spasm of contrition, and to present her with my conclusion. Truth. Here I think we part, said the other suddenly. Farewell. Then, as he turned away, the elder flung over his shoulder, for myself, old-fashioned being that I am inclined to think the truth is that the secret of the smile of the Sphinx is not one that should be repeated to a lady. It was some time before Essedy recovered from the shock of this interview. When he had done so, he hastened to leave the country and to betake himself to the furthest east. The voyage lasted 3 years. But when he posed his question to the head of a Manchu university, what was his surprise to be countered with just such a suggestion as had been put to him in the extreme isles of the Western Hemisphere. "But you forget my name," he exclaimed. "No, for indeed so eager have you been to enquire of me the secret of the Sphinx, and to narrate to me the story of your quest, that you have forgotten to acquaint me with your name. I am named Essedy, which being translated, is the very voracious. Then, my middle-aged young man of redoubtable veracity, I advise you to abandon your quest, and to despair at once. It is much quicker. In such a mood you will discover yourself becoming most pleasantly the prey of one of the unmarried maidens who abound hereabout, and who, I assure you, are not less beautiful, and certainly less exacting than your friend, for women, according to the sage's experience, are much the same the whole world over a morsel of honey, in which the bee has left his sting. Without the sting no honey, and no honey no sting. So replied the scribe, I am much indebted to you, but you know neither Sade nor the secret of the Sphinx. I do not indeed, but I venture to think that to propose to oneself a question that cannot immediately be answered is not the conduct of a wise man, and may very well give offense to powers of which we are becomingly ignorant. Utterly wearied by the inquiries he had prosecuted among the learned, Essedy turned over in his mind the many types he had encountered in his wanderings, and recollecting the lively intelligence of those Athenians who were not of the learned professions, he determined to live after their manner, that perchance he might hap upon the secret. Several years were spent in acquiring sufficient money. The subsequent spending taught him that his mind was apt to wander from the problem in the mere enjoyment of the moment. Before, however, he could make finally sure whether he was any nearer gaining a solution, he found himself ruined turned soldier. He took part in many notable engagements and distinguished himself not a little. The itch of the excitement of the search was for the time being eclipsed by the perils and responsibilities of war. There were 2 other distractions, nor were these invariably the bodiless preoccupations of the mind. It was the somewhat unpleasant termination of one of these episodes which plunged him into reverie upon the past. Midnight, silently rising from his rose-strewn couch, he determined there and then to bring to the contemplation of the Sphinx that store of varied knowledge which he had gathered in the course of his wanderings. Arrayed then in a dress similar to that which he had worn as a youth, and encircling his neck with a necklace of scrolls, he set out alone for the desert. Since the way was long, and he no longer young, a year passed ere he approached his goal. Then once again Essedy stood before the Sphinx. Roman 5 in the moonlight, it seemed to him that during his 30 years of absence, the image had grown larger, that his eyes, accustomed to watch for unexpected perils, played him no tricks. He was certain, yet he now observed the brow of the Sphinx to be wreathed in a faint vapor, as if its crest had attained the altitude of no inconsiderable hill. The fissures between the stones seemed slightly to have filled, but the crevices across the face were both more numerous and more deeply scored. The pits of the eyes, too, had become immensely more cavernous, and could he be mistaken, was not the smile less ambiguous? Surely he did not remember the visage as so noble, or had it grown nobler in his absence? How was it that though the aspect remained as unflinching as ever, the expression now seemed less hard and more magnanimously stern? The cheeks had undoubtedly sunk further, but did not the muscles appear tightened less in impatience than in endurance of suffering? The nostrils no longer breathed scorn, they labored with the indrawing of breath that, like fire, was at once painful and inspiriting to the brow. There had been added, he thought, a faint line, and its coming had softened the contraction of the brows, so that the creature appeared even more majestic and wiser than of yore. And lastly, took long to discover thissen the shadow under the brows. The orb seemed to stir with a mysterious and darkling life. O mighty Sphinx, he murmured, leaning his head upon her bosom, what has come to thee? How art thou changed? Much I fear thou hast passed beyond so small, feeble, and ignoble an intelligence as I. And that now I shall never learn the secret that behind thy lips lies locked in thy heart. O Sphinx, if I speak, wilt thou answer? Time was when I came to thee and impatiently stamping my foot upon the mound of thy illimitable desert, beating with my fists thine unanswering flesh, conjured thee in a voice of thunder to yield up thy secret. But tonight, nestling against thy bosom, how shall I speak to thee, I of less account among men than one of the myriad morsels of dust out of which thou art compounded, I whose voice is to thine ears hardly louder than the scratch of the beetles that crawl about thy base, I lost in the shadowy cleft between thy breasts, O Sphinx. I will not cry out to thine unregarding face, lost in such a reverie as transcends the thought of such as myself, but leaning here my fevered forehead against thy cool stones, as in a dream, and scarcely expecting an answer, let me whisper to thy heart, what is the secret of thy smile, O Sphinx? Then from within the Sphinx arose a deep murmuring, as of a multitude of nigh-forgotten voices, a handful of vapor parted from the lips to wither in the glacial moonshine. Scarcely am I changed, said the Sphinx, tease, thou art changed, look in thy heart, there is my secret. So low had been the sound, so immense was the night, so lonely the desert, that Essedy doubted whether it was not his own heart that had spoken. Then, placing both hands against the breast of the Colossus, he cried in a despairing voice, is that thy all, O Sphinx? But there was no answer. With spirit heavy as death, Essedy wrapped him in his cloak and laid him down to sleep between the paws. Alas, said he to himself, how brief, how obscure, and how profitless seem all the answers given to man. Yet, when the morning came, it occurred to him that if the Sphinx had indeed spoken, he would do well to ponder the words. So for 3 moons he sat pondering, scarcely am I changed, tease, thou art changed, look in thy heart, there is my secret. Those who crossed the desert marked him sunk in the deepest travail of thought. Why do you not look at the Sphinx, they asked. I begin to know something about it, that is why, he replied, if I gazed at it always in the present, and never in memory, I should learn nothing. One day a young scribe of great beauty approached the Sphinx, and in a low tone inquired, what is the secret of thy smile, O Sphinx? Speak louder, she will not hear you, called his companion. Essedy leapt to his feet. Who sent thee hither? He cried. Sade the bestower of felicity, answered the youth, and turning to his comrade, if you wish to know why I do not shout, know that it is because I have read the early work of a certain scribe Essedy. It is very evident that, as with many persons of original mind, he scarcely recognized the full import of what he was at the time writing. Had he been acquainted with more scholars, and had more experience of life, he would have spoken with greater certainty. He would have also realized, too, I do not doubt, that his work was not so vain as it then appeared to him, but he disappeared, and none knows whither, since his parents never spoke of him again. I, taking up his work, have already carried it further, I think, than he had when he abandoned it. Nevertheless, I too have ceased to labor at it, and am come hither for the purpose thou knowest. Sade echoed, Essedy waking, as if from a dream, I seem to remember that name, tell me now, how did you? But the stranger, receiving no reply from the Sphinx, had departed. Essedy sat him down again, in dejection. That night he did not sleep. The memory of Sade overcame him. With tears all his life passed in review. Never had his reverie seemed so bitter, his questioning so futile, as on that midnight. Yet toward dawn he suddenly stood up with a shout. An immeasurable serenity flooded his being. I have it, he cried. I have solved the secret of thy smile, O Sphinx. At that moment the tropic sun arose, and in its rays he beheld the face of the tormentor shine with an equable and golden splendor. The eyes, no longer lacking pupils, possessed sight, and from the smile had vanished all that he detested. Romans 6, a new porter, a garrulous and slipshod wastrel, had taken the place of the old. It appeared that nowadays the princess had but few visitors, despite the fact that she was acknowledged almost as beautiful as ever, albeit in a different style. Her temperament, he learned, was difficult, her wealth greater than ever. After but short delay, he found himself in the antechamber. He acquainted the damsel with his mission. She vanished through the curtains, and the following conversation was borne to Essedy's ears. An old man, calling himself the very veracious, has arrived, and sues for an interview on the same subject as his forerunners. I cannot see him, the maid returned. Tell her, said Esedy, that she is as beautiful as one red rose in a garden of lilies. The compliment he heard the princess remark, though graceful, is not new, in fact so old, that I scarcely distinctly recollect, when I made a fashion for it, dismiss him. Tell her, said Esedy, that her wisdom has the wings of the ruck, the eye of the falcon, the talons of the osprey, and the voice of the dove. The very voracious, he heard the princess remark, is there very much in the wrong. If I have learned nothing else in my life, I have at least learned that my wisdom has no such enviable characteristics. Dismiss him. Tell her, said Esedy, suddenly overcome with a novel misgiving, that I know the answer to all secrets, including the secret of the smile of the Sphinx. How original, cried the princess. Does he really know the secret of the Sphinx's smile? Send him. Esedy went in and bowed down. Though changed, he said, O Sade, you are as beautiful as ever. Your beard has grown so long, and so white, she answered thatcherly, thou art the what is the name, the Esedy I once knew, are you not? I am. And you know all secrets. I do. Then she plied him with various questions concerning the value as an amulet of this or that precious stone, of the pedigree of famous horses of music, as an emotional sound, or as an architecture, and many other matters of a similar nature. All these questions he answered with such a considerable wealth of detail that Sade appeared confused, both fell silent. After her eyes had rested for some time upon his face in a musing fashion, she asked, with a strange inflection, what is love? He was dumbfounded. I believe you have forgotten, she said, and in the intonation of her voice there was a hint of the equivocal. His eyes filled with tears. I have not forgotten, he said, perhaps I am only just beginning to learn. She gave him a curious look, then moving her head proceeded, with an instant change of tone, well, what is the secret of the smile of the Sphinx? A wave of emotion swept over him, he smiled and arose. With the details of my inquiry, I will not trouble you. Suffice it to say that for nearly 40 years I have been searching. So long as that. Many hard early days I spent in the desert and endured great privations. Indeed, I am sorry, forget them. I would not if I could. Thee were the price of knowledge. At one time I came near losing my wits. So I am sorry. Then I spent some years interrogating the wisest of earth. Oh, but met with no answer. Lord. Then I spent further years in acquiring money. Years of misery they were, and years of degradation, that I might discover the secret. I was ruined, I repeat, I was ruined. Pardon me, yes, you were ruined, I am sorry. I served as a soldier, I received wounds, I was captive, I was beaten, I escaped, I rose to power. I exploited all modes of living and fulfilling myself, but my experiments brought me no nearer the secret. No nearer. Then I set forth on a dreary journey to renew my memory of the Sphinx's face. I sat down beside her. For a long time I learned nothing. Smile seemed hardly less mysterious than it had ever been. Then, but you are not listening. My friend, I am. Indeed, you were on a dreary journey, and at length one day, a youth, but I will not burden you with that, though it was strange. Why do you look so at me? I am listening. That night I learned the secret of the Sphinx. At last. I learned it, indeed. Yes, well, what is it? A difficult matter. You must listen most carefully. So subtle is its sense, yet in its comprehension lies hid the whole secret of man's possible happiness. I am listening. There was a great stillness in the chamber. Esedy closed his eyes to concentrate his thought. Then, opening them, he began. I learned the secret. That smile is the secret. So I supposed. Hush, or I shall begin to think that you do not know how to value this gift of my whole life, which I am making you. It is very difficult, but if all men would listen to me, their lives would be easier. I thought the secret was for Mayet. No matter, proceed. You see how serious I am. I learned its secret. His lips trembled, he could hardly speak at last. With a great effort, he said, "Now, commence upon maintaining that smile which is the sign of the power of her existence. All her energy is bent. She did not tell me, but I found it written in my heart. For what is she in the Sphinx, with her ravaged countenance and mutilated smile? I behold life itself, life in mysterious, might ignorant of its own origin, conscious only of its own beauty, couchant amid the wilderness of space and eternity. Is the smile of the Sphinx all that? Indeed, I somehow thought it was something more intimate, but how serious you look. Do not frown, I would not offend you for the world." "Should I not smile?" he said bitterly. "Yes, like the Sphinx." "Quick, how did you know that?" "Don't frighten me, I was but speaking idly." "Idly?" "Seriously then, if you like, since you attach such importance to it. Women always work by miracles, and never know when they have performed one. Excellent, you are smiling, though your smile is ambiguous." "I do but obey her." "Not me." "That smile which we behold on her face is the smile we see everywhere about us. Only in her it has become more august, first, by reason of her greater consciousness of isolation in the desert and beneath the stars, and secondly, by consciousness of her strength. Will you hand me my fans? Thank you. For what are not the properties of the smileth sovereign beauty, the witness of power in nature? Wise indeed the man who knows the bounds of what it is capable. When we are born, the first thing we behold is a smile. The nurse smiles at us, and in that smile we should read, were we then capable. Self-satisfaction of nature, proud of her reproductive powers, who dandles us in her hands, with the assurance that she knows what is best for us. Ah, how universal is the smile! Think of the variety of smiles that exist. Tease all for smiles, this life, and that is at once its apparent cruelty and its final justification. On the blackness of eternity, it expands in a smile like a rainbow, whose arch begins and ends as rainbow arches do, uncertain where, and this blossoming in infinity justifies itself. How? By the beauty of its smile. Therefore smile, smile, and be in harmony with, if not the spirit of the universe, for the unknown. Looking down from the hill of heaven upon the rainbow may, for all we know, smile also, and on the import of that smile opinion may be divided, and be in harmony at least with the beauty of that fragment of the universe, which if we do not wholly comprehend, we can at least worship and imitate. But you are yawning. No, obedient to you, I was smiling. And for how long? Until we are resolved as the drops of the rainbow are resolved after refracting supernal colors, yet as a raindrop glitters ere it evaporate upon the flower, and be again, who knows, drawn up in the immense cycle with some reflection of the glory which its passage served to make. So should we maintain that smile to the moment of our dissolution, as indeed I, whose stormy aerial passage is nearly over, shall do, till I attain to mine. For what commoner solace do we hear than that he died with a smile upon his face? Such a smile may each have at his passing. How happy our friends will be to see it, how confounded our enemies, how comforted too the philosophers, who will not fail to perceive in it the reflection of whatever faith they hold. The ineffable joy of one whose beatified wings even now mingle with the wings of other spirits in divine assumption, the satisfaction of the racked, whom never again the torturer's joy and sorrow will wake from endless sleep, the profound irony of one who never expected his pleasures to last forever, and the disdain too proud to curve itself in a full sneer of one who opposes to the silent smile of the unknown a smile yet more silent. He paused. "I have been thinking," said the princess. "You wish to know more? Shall I explain?" "No, it is unnecessary. All this amounts to that you wish to marry me, and the announcement that you have earned the right to do so. But I should inform you that since you were last here, a gentleman who, as a matter of fact, once occupied a position menial enough, but of importance in this household, has by signal honesty and perseverance arrived at a position where, well, in fact, to put it shortly, I have formed another attachment." "Madam, am I reft of my senses? You astonish me." "Who?" "The executioner." "Ah, heavens! Well, let me inform you, madam, that I too have formed another attachment." "You say that to my face? How dare you? But I saw directly you entered this room that you had long ago forgotten what true love is. Your long absence from me bears it witness. Who, may I ask, is now the object of your affections. Do not smile, madam, if you can. I love the Sphinx. He had but that moment discovered it. The princess shrieked, and at the sound he bent upon her such a smile as in memory effectually prevented her ever mentioning the Sphinx and its secrets again to anyone. Then he walked out. Romans 7, he returned to the Sphinx. While yet afar off, he was puzzled, beholding a mountain range arisen in the wilderness. As he drew nearer, he recognized it for the Sphinx. If during his 30 years' wanderings she had appeared to increase in size, to what dimensions had she not attained during his brief absence? The vapors of the desert rising about her had collected upon her shoulders in a strata of billowy cloud, and her head, unimaginably exalted, had now reached such an altitude that the features were almost indistinguishable in the blaze of the sun. Night had fallen by the time that he stood within the canyon of her breasts. For a little he rested his head upon the rock. A great weariness descended upon him, physical infirmity, the inevitable sequel of all he had suffered in body and in soul now made him its prey. His mind and spirit, however, remained keen and unquenchable as ever. He wrapped himself in his cloak and lay down. At midnight he awoke for the first time. The Sphinx, speaking in a voice of more than mortal tenderness, had made utterance without being addressed. Art thou returned, my lover? Thou seest me, all I love I have given thee. Few have bestowed upon me so much as thou, fewer still have arrived where thou hast arrived, while yet possessing the eye not wholly dimmed, and the tongue not altogether palsied. One thing, however, thou hast kept from Meth's seal, that is on thy heart. Ah, Sphinx, replied Essedy, that I cannot give. It is part of myself, nor would I, for it was that which first brought me hither to scan thy face and to read thy riddle. I am a jealous lover. I know it, yet what care I? Thy jealousy is a measure of my reward, for though I have discovered thy secret in general, yet it is a secret which no man perhaps will ever fathom in all particulars. Happy the hero who attains as far as I, happier yet he who can gaze unwinkingly upon thee as I do now, and hourly fathom something further. I am a jealous lover, thou hast not much longer to gaze. No matter, eyes do not perish with me, and for myself I am rewarded. Then was it that for Essedy the body and the face of the Sphinx achieved a final apotheosis. Her limbs throbbed with a deep and terrible energy. From her breast issued an all-embracing warmth, similar to that of the earth. Her breathing became distinct as an august and stupendous rhythm, resembling the ascent and descent of waters from firmament to firmament. Her cheeks flushed with a youthful elation. Into her eyes arose an immense light fixed upon unforetold futurities, and all her face, so worn and beautiful, became more ravaged and even more beautiful. For the very deepening scars, wasting and remolding the features, gradually resolved the visage into an ethereal harmony hitherto unknown around her head. Entangling in its mesh the nearer planets, there wreathed itself an enormous halo, iridescent as that which encircles the frosty moon, her whole being exuded a supreme luster, until she became one living and colossal crystal, which distributed in refraction all the colors of the rainbow, and which palpitated with powers unguessed. And to Essedy, who beheld her through the tears of one who momentarily expects to be parted, the spectra and the palpitants appeared in triple. O Sphinx, O life, the enchantress, he cried, my true and only love, take, if thou wilt, my heart, and the seal upon it, for thine am I only, the only would I aid, the only do I love, the only would I worship. Band of Arabs journeying across the desert found him when dawn came, lying between the paws of the giant dead, more cold than the stone which surrounded him, and which now began to kindle in the morning rays. Though there had been no dew, his garments were deluged, as with the falling of an immense tear upon his face, there lingered a fixed smile, and gazing upward they beheld its double in the sunlit face of the familiar Sphinx. Here ends the story of the smile of the Sphinx. Mayest thou also learn its secret. George Eliot. By Edmund Gosse. In and after 1876, when I was in the habit of walking from the northwest of London towards Whitehall, I met several times, driven slowly homewards, a Victoria, which contained a strange pair in whose appearance I took a violent interest, the man prematurely aging, was hirsute rugged satyr-like, gazing vivaciously to left and right. This was George Henry Lewes. His companion was a large, thick-set sibyl, dreamy and immobile, whose massive features, somewhat grim when seen in profile, were incongruously bordered by a hat always in the height of the Paris fashion, which in those days commonly included an immense ostrich feather. This was George Eliot. The contrast between the solemnity of the face and the frivolity of the headgear had something pathetic and provincial about it. All this I mention for what trifling value it may have as a purely external impression, since I never had the honor of speaking to the lady, or to Lewes. We had, my wife and I, common friends in the gifted family of Simcox, Edith Simcox, who wrote ingeniously and learnedly under the pen name of H. Lorany. Being an intimate in the household at the Priory, thither, indeed, I was vaguely invited by word of mouth to make my appearance one Sunday, George Eliot having read some pages of mine with indulgence, but I was shy and yet should probably have obeyed the summons. But for an event which nobody foresaw, on the 18th of December 1880, I was present at a concert given, I think, in the Langham Hall, where I sat just behind Mrs. Cross, as she had then become. It was chilly in the concert room, and I watched George Eliot in manifest discomfort, drawing up and tightening round her shoulders a white wool shawl. 4 days later she was dead, and I was sorry that I had never made my bow to her. Her death caused a great sensation, for she had ruled the wide and flourishing province of English prose fiction for 10 years, since the death of Dickens. Though she had a vast company of competitors, she did not suffer through that period from the rivalry of one writer of her own class. If the Brontes had lived, or Mrs. Gaskell, the case might have been different, for George Eliot had neither the passion of Jane Eyre nor the perfection of Cranford, but they were gone before we lost Dickens, and so was Thackeray, who died while Romola was appearing. Charles Kingsley, whose Westward Ho had just preceded her first appearance, had unluckily turned into other and less congenial paths. Charles Reade, whose It Is Never Too Late to Mend, 1856, had been her harbinger, scarcely maintained his position as her rival. Anthony Trollope, excellent craftsman as he was, remained persistently and sensibly at a lower intellectual level. Hence, the field was free for George Eliot, who, without haste or hesitation, built up slowly such a reputation as no one in her own time could approach. The gay world, which forgets everything, has forgotten what a solemn, what a portentous thing was the contemporary fame of George Eliot. It was supported by the serious thinkers of the day, by the people who despised mere novels, but regarded her writings as contributions to philosophical literature. On the solitary occasion when I sat in company with Herbert Spencer on the committee of the London Library, he expressed a strong objection to the purchase of fiction, and wished that for the London Library no novels should be bought, except of course those of George Eliot. While she lived, critics compared her with Goethe, but to the disadvantage of the sage of Weimar. People who started controversies about evolutionism, favorite Victorian pastime, bowed low at the mention of her name, and her own sound good sense alone prevented her from being made the object of a sort of priggish idolatry. A bigwig of that day remarked that in problems of life and thought which baffled Shakespeare, her touch was unfailing. For Lord Acton, at her death, the sun had gone out, and that exceedingly dogmatic historian observed ex cathedra that no writer had ever lived who had anything like her power of manifold but disinterested and impartial sympathy. If Sophocles or Cervantes had lived in the light of our culture, if Dante had prospered like Manzoni, George Eliot might have had a rival. It is very dangerous to write like that. A reaction is sure to follow, and in the case of this novelist, so modest and strenuous herself, but so ridiculously overpraised by her friends, it came with remarkable celerity. The worship of an intellectual circle of admirers, reverberating upon a dazzled and genuinely interested public, was not, however, even in its palmiest days, quite unanimous. There were other strains of thought and feeling making way, and other prophets were abroad. Robert Browning, though an optimist and too polite a man to oppose George Eliot publicly, was impatient of her oracular manner. There was a struggle not much perceived on the surface of the reviews between her faithful worshippers and the new school of writers, vaguely called Pre-Raphaelite. She loved Matthew Arnold's poetry, and in that, as in so much else, she was wiser and more clairvoyant than most of the people who surrounded her. But Arnold presented an attitude of reserve with regard to her later novels. She found nothing to praise or to attract her interest in the books of George Meredith. On the other hand, Coventry Patmore, with his customary amusing violence, voted her novels sensational and improper. To Roman 500 G. Rossetti, they were vulgarity personified, and his brother defined them as commonplace tempering. The stuck-up Swinburne repudiated Romola with vigor as absolutely false. I dare say that from several of these, her great contemporaries' estimates of her work less harsh than these might be culled, but I quote these to show that even at the height of her fame, she was not quite unchallenged. She was herself, it is impossible to deny, responsible for a good deal of the tarnish which spread over the gold of her reputation. Her early imaginative writings, in particular Janet's Repentance, Adam Bede, the first two-thirds of the Mill on the Floss, and much of Seela's Marner, had a freshness, a bright vitality, which, if she could have kept it burnished, would have preserved her from all effects of contemporary want of sympathy. When we analyze the charm of the stories just mentioned, we find that it consists very largely in their felicity of expressed reminiscence. There is little evidence in them of the inventive faculty, but a great deal of the reproductive. Now, we have to remember that contemporaries are quite in the dark as to matters about which, after the publication of memoirs and correspondence and recollections, later readers are exactly informed. We may now know that Sir Christopher Cheverel closely reproduces the features of a real Sir Roger Newdigate, and that Dinah Morris is Mrs. Samuel Evans photographed. But readers of 1860 did not know that, and were at liberty to conceive the unknown magician in the act of calling up a noble English gentleman and a saintly Methodist preacher from the depths of her inner consciousness. Whether this was so or not would not matter to anyone if George Eliot could have continued the act of pictorial reproduction without flagging. The world would have long gazed with pleasure into the camera obscura of Warwickshire as she reeled off one dark picture after another, but unhappily she was not contented with her success, and she aimed at things beyond her reach. Her failure, which was, after all, let us not exaggerate the partial and accidental failure of a great genius, began when she turned from passive acts of memory to a strenuous exercise of intellect. If we had time and space, it would be very interesting to study George Eliot's attitude towards that mighty woman, the full-bosomed caryatid of romantic literature, who had by a few years preceded her when George Eliot was at the outset of her own literary career, which, as we know, was much belated. George Sand had already bewitched and thrilled and scandalized Europe for a generation. The impact of the Frenchwoman's mind on that of her English contemporary produced sparks or flashes of starry enthusiasm. George Eliot in 1848 was bowing before George Sand in eternal gratitude to that great power of God manifested in her, and her praise of the French peasant idylls was unbounded. But when she herself began to write novels, she grew to be less and less in sympathy with the French romantic school. A French critic of her own day laid down the axiom that il faut bien que le roman s'y rapproche de la poésie ou de la science. George Sand had thrown herself unreservedly into the poetic camp. She acknowledged mon instinct mute pauci vers les abîmes, and she confessed with that stalwart good sense which carried her genius over so many marshy places that her temperament had often driven her, au mépris de la raison ou de la vérité morale, into pure romantic extravagance. But George Eliot, whatever may have been her preliminary enthusiasms, was radically and permanently anti-romantic. This was the source of her strength and of her weakness. This, carefully examined, explains the soaring and the sinking of her fame. Unlike George Sand, she kept to the facts. She found that all her power quitted her at once if she dealt with imaginary events, and the clash of ideal passions. She had been drawn in her youth to sincere admiration of the Indianas and Lelias of her florid French contemporary, and we become aware that in the humdrum years at Coventry, when the surroundings of her own life were arduous and dusty, she felt a longing to spread her wings and fly up and out to some dim cloud cuckoo land, the confines of which were utterly vague. To her, the romantic method of Dumas, for instance, and even of Walter Scott, appealed to her as a mode of escaping to dreamland from the flatness and vulgarity of life under the miserable reign of Mammon. But she could not achieve such flights. Her literary character was of a totally different formation. What was fabulous, what was artificial, did not so much strike her with disgust as render her paralyzed. Her only escape from mediocrity she found was to give a philosophical interest to common themes in consequence as she advanced in life and came more under the influence of George Henry Lewes. She became less and less well-disposed towards the French fiction of her day, rejecting even Balzac, to whom she seems strangely enough to have preferred Lessing. That Lessing and Balzac should be names pronounced in relation itself throws a light on the temper of the speaker. Most novelists seem to have begun to tell stories almost as early as musicians begin to trifle with the piano. The child keeps other children awake, after nurse has gone about her business, by reeling off inventions in the dark. But George Eliot showed, so far as records inform us, no such aptitude in infancy or even in early youth. The history of her start as a novel writer is worthy of study. It appears that it was not until the autumn of 1856 that she, in dreamy mood, fancied herself writing a story. This was, I gather, immediately on her return from Germany, where she had been touring about with Lewes, with whom she had now been living for 2 years. Lewes said to her, "You have wit, description, and philosophy. Those go a good way towards the production of a novel." And he encouraged her to write about the virtues and vices of the clergy, as she had observed them at Griff. And at Coventry, Amos Barton was the immediate result. And the stately line of stories, which was to close in Daniel Deronda 20 years later, was started on its brilliant career. But what of the author? She was a storm-treed matron of 37, who had sub-edited the Westminster Review, who had spent years in translating Strauss' Life of Jesus, and had sunk exhausted in a still more strenuous wrestling with the Tractatus Theologico-Politicus of Spinoza, who had worked with de Larev at experimental physics, Geneva, and who had censured as superficial John Stuart Mill's treatment of Whewell's moral philosophy. This heavily built Miss Marian Evans, now dubiously known as Mrs. Lewes, whose features at that time are familiar to us by the admirable paintings and drawings of Sir Frederick Burton, was in training to be a social reformer, a moral philosopher, an apostle of the creed of Christendom, an anti-theological professor, anything in the world, rather than a writer of idle tales. But the tales proved to be 100-fold more attractive to the general public than articles upon taxation or translations from German skeptics. We all must allow that at last, however tardily and surprisingly, George Eliot had discovered her true vocation. Let us consider in what capacity she entered this field of fiction. She entered it as an observer of life, more diligent and more meticulous perhaps than any other living person. She entered it also with a store of emotional experience, and with a richness of moral sensibility which were almost as unique. She had strong ethical prejudices and a wealth of recollected examples by which she could justify them. Her memory was accurate, minute, and well-arranged, and she had always enjoyed retrospection and encouraged herself in the cultivation of it. She was very sympathetic, very tolerant, and although she had lived in the very temple of priggishness, with her Brays and her Hennels and her Sibreys, she remained singularly simple and unaffected. Rather sad one pictures her in 1856, rather dreamy, burdened with an excess of purely intellectual preoccupation, wandering over Europe, consumed by a constant but unconfessed nostalgia for her own country, coming back to it with a sense that the Avon was lovelier than the Arno. Suddenly, in that dreamy mood, there comes over her a desire to build up again the homes of her childhood, to forget all about Rousseau and experimental physics, and to reconstruct the dear old quaintnesses of the Arbery of 25 years before. If we wish to see what it was which this mature philosopher and earnest critic of behavior had to produce for the surprise of her readers, we may examine the description of the farm at Donnithorne in Adam Bede. The solemn lady, who might seem such a terror to ill-doers, had yet a packet of the most delicious fondants in the pocket of her bombazine gown. The names of these sweetmeats, which were of a flavor and a texture delicious to the tongue, might be Mrs. Poyser or Lizzie Jerome or the sisters Dodson, but they all came from the Warwickshire factory at Griff, and they were all manufactured with the sugar and spice of memory. So long as George Eliot lived in the past, and extracted her honey from those wonderful cottage gardens, which fill her early pages with their color and their odor, the solidity and weight of her intellectual methods in other fields did not interfere or interfered in a negligible way with the power and intensity of the entertainment she offered. We could wish for nothing better. English literature has of their own class nothing better to offer than certain chapters of Adam Bede, or than the beginning of The Mill on the Floss. But from the first, if we now examine coldly and inquisitively, there was a moth sleeping in George Eliot's rich attire. This moth was pedantry, the result doubtless of too much erudition, encouraging a natural tendency in her mind, which, as we have seen, was acquisitive rather than inventive. It was unfortunate for her genius that after her early enthusiasm for French culture, she turned to Germany and became in measure like so many powerful minds of her generation, Teutonized. This fostered the very tendencies which it was desirable to eradicate. One can but speculate what would have been the result on her genius of a little more Paris and a little less Berlin. Her most successful immediate rival in France was Octave Feuillet. The scenes of clerical life answer in time to Le Roman Dungeon Hompova and Monsieur de Camers to Felix Holt. There could not be a stronger or more instructive contrast than between the elegant fairyland of the one and the robust realism of the other. But our admirable pastoral writer, whose inward eye was stored with the harmonies and humors of Shakespeare's country, was not content with her mastery of the past. She looked forward to a literature of the future. She trusted to her brain rather than to those tired servants, her senses, and more her soul was invaded by the ambition to invent a new thing, the scientific novel dealing with the growth of institutions and the analysis of individual character. The critics of her own time were satisfied that she had done this and that she had founded the psychological novel. There was much to be said in favor of such an opinion in the later books. It is an undeniable fact that George Eliot displays a certain sense of the inevitable progress of life, which was new. It may seem paradoxical to see the peculiar characteristics of Zola or of Mr. George Moore in Middlemarch, but there is much to be said for the view that George Eliot was the direct forerunner of those naturalistic novelists like them. She sees life as an organism or even as a progress. George Eliot, in her contemplation of the human beings she invents, is a traveler who is provided with a map. No Norman church or ivied ruin takes her by surprise, because she has seen that it was bound to come and recognizes it when it does come. Death, the final railway station, is ever in her mind. She sees it on her map and gathers her property around her to be ready when the train shall stop. This psychological clairvoyance gives her a great power when she does not abuse it. But unfortunately, from the very first, there was in her a tendency, partly consequent on her mental training, but also not a little on her natural constitution, to dwell in a hard and pedagogic manner on it. She was not content to please, she must explain and teach as well. Her comparative failure to please made its definite appearance first in the labored and overcharged romance of Romola, but a careful reader will detect it in her earliest writings, quite early in Amos Barton, for instance, when Mrs. Hackett observes of the local colliers that they pass their time in doing nothing but swilling ale and smoking like the beasts that perish. The author immediately spoils this delightful remark by explaining, like schoolmaster, that Mrs. Hackett was speaking, we may presume, in a remotely analogical sense. The laughter dies upon our lips. Useless pedantry of this kind spoils many a happy touch of humor. Mrs. Poyser alone, perhaps having wholly escaped from it. It would be entirely unjust to accuse George Eliot, at all events, until near the end of her life, of intellectual pride. She was on the contrary of a very humble spirit, timorous and susceptible of discouragement. But her humility made her work all the harder at her task of subtle philosophical analysis. It would have been far better for her if she had possessed less of the tenacity of Herbert Spencer, and more of the recklessness of George Sand. An amusing but painful example of her Sisyphus temper, always rolling the stone uphill with groans and sweat, is to be found in her own account of the way she crammed up for the composition of Romola. She tells us of the wasting toil with which she worked up innumerable facts about Florence, and in particular how she labored long over the terrible question whether Easter could have been retarded in the year 1492. On this Sir Leslie Stephanon, of her best critics, and one of the most indulgent, aptly queries what would have become of Ivanhoe if Scott had bothered himself about the possible retardation of Easter. The answer, indeed, is obvious, that Ivanhoe would not have been written. The effect of all this on George Eliot's achievement was what must always occur when an intellect which is purely acquisitive and distributive insists on doing work that is appropriate only to imagination. If we read very carefully the scene preceding Savonarola's sermon to the Dominicans at San Marco, we perceive that it is built up almost in Flaubert's manner, but without Flaubert's magic touch by touch out of books. The author does not see what she describes in a sort of luminous hallucination, but she dresses up in language of her own what she has carefully read in Burlamaqui or in Villari. The most conscientious labor, expended by the most powerful brain, is incapable of producing an illusion of life by these means. George Eliot may even possibly have been conscious of this, for she speaks again and again, not of writing with ecstasy of tears and laughter, as Dickens did, but of falling into a state of so much wretchedness in attempting to concentrate my thoughts on the construction of my novel, that nothing but a tremendous and sustained effort of the will carried her on at all in this vain and terrible wrestling with incongruous elements. She wore out her strength and her joy, and it is heartrending to watch so noble a genius and so lofty a character as hers wasted in the whirlpool. One fears that a sense of obscure failure added to her tortures, and one is tempted to see a touch of autobiography in the melancholy of Mrs. Transome in Felix Holt, of whom we are told that her knowledge and accomplishments had become as valueless as old-fashioned stucco ornaments, of which the substance was never worth anything, while the form is no longer to the taste of any living mortal. The notion that George Eliot was herself, in spite of all the laudation showered upon her consciously, in want of some element essential for her success, is supported by the very curious fact that from 1864 to 1869, that is to say through nearly 1/4 of her whole literary career, she devoted herself entirely to various experiments in verse. She was so preternaturally intelligent that there is nothing unlikely in the supposition that she realized what was her chief want as a writer of imaginative prose. She claims, and she will always be justified in claiming, a place in the splendid roll of prominent English writers, but she holds it in spite of a certain drawback which forbids her from ever appearing in the front rank as a great writer. Her prose has fine qualities of force, and wit. It is pictorial and persuasive, but it misses one prime, but rather subtle merit. It never sings. The masters of the finest English are those who have received the admonition cantate domino. They sing a new song unto the Lord. Among George Eliot's prose contemporaries, there were several who obeyed this command. Ruskin, for instance, above all the Victorian prose writers, shouts like the morning star. It is the peculiar gift of all great prosaists, take so rough an executant as Hazlitt. Harmer Hill stooped with all its pines to listen to a poet as he passed. That is the chanting faculty in prose which all the greatest men possess, but George Eliot has no trace of it, except sometimes faintly in the sheer fun of her peasant's conversation. I do not question that she felt the lack herself, and that it was this which subconsciously led her to make a profound study of the art of verse. She hoped at the age of 44 to hammer herself into poetry by dint of sheer labor and willpower. She read the great masters, and she analyzed them in the light of prosodical manuals. In 1871, she told Tennyson that Professor Sylvester's laws for verse-making had been useful to her. Tennyson replied, "I can't understand that," and no wonder. Sylvester was a facetious mathematician who undertook to teach the art of poetry in so many lessons. George Eliot humbly working away at Sylvester and telling Tennyson that she was finding him useful, and Tennyson, whose melodies pursued him like bees in pursuit of a bee-master, expressing a gruff, good-natured skepticism. What a picture it raises! But George Eliot persisted with that astounding firmness of application which she had, and she produced quite a large body of various verse. She wrote a Comtist tragedy, The Spanish Gypsy, of which I must speak softly, since omnivorous as I am, I have never been able to swallow it. But she wrote many other things, epics and sonnets and dialogues, and the rest of them which are not so hard to read. She actually printed privately for her friends 2 little garlands, Agatha, 1868, and Brother and Sister, 1869, which are the only rare issues of hers sought after by collectors, for she was not given to bibliographical curiosity. These verses, and many others, she polished and rewrote with untiring assiduity, and in 1874 she published a substantial volume of them. I have been reading them over again in the intense wish to be pleased with them, but it is impossible. The root of the matter is not in them. There is an Arian which is stately in the manner of Marvell. The end of this lyric is tense and decisive, but there is the radical absence of song in the long piece called A College Breakfast Party, which she wrote in 1874, almost all Tennyson's. Faults are reconstructed on the plan of the Chinese tailor, who carefully imitates the rents in the English coat he is to copy. There is a godlike poem of a gnomic order called Self and Life, stuffed with valuable thoughts, as a turkey is stuffed with chestnuts. And it is all so earnest and so intellectual, and it does so much credit to Sylvester. After long consideration, I have come to the conclusion that the following sonnet from Brother and Sister is the best piece of sustained poetry that George Eliot achieved. It deals with the pathetic and beautiful relations which existed between her and her elder brother, Isaac the Tom Tulliver of the Mill on the Floss. His sorrow was my sorrow, and his joy sent little leaps and laughs through all my frame. My doll seemed lifeless, and no girlish toy had any reason when my brother came. I knelt with him at marbles, marked his fling, cut the ringed stem, and make the apple drop, or watched him winding, close the spiral string that looped the orbits of the humming top. Grasped by such fellowship, my vagrant thought ceased with dream wishes to fulfill. My era-picturing fantasy was taught subjection to the harder, truer skill that seeks with deeds to grave a thought-tracked line, and by what is, what will be to define. How near this is to true poetry, and yet how many miles away. At last George Eliot seems to have felt that she could never hope with all her intellect to catch the unconsidered music which God lavishes on the idle linnet and the frivolous chaffinch. She returned to her own strenuous business of building up the psychological novel. She wrote Middlemarch, which appeared periodically throughout 1872, and as a book early the following year, it was received with great enthusiasm as marking the return of a popular favorite who had been absent for several years. Middlemarch is the history of three parallel lives of women who, with dim lights and tangled circumstances, tried to shape their thought and deed in noble agreement, although to common eyes their struggles seemed mere inconsistency and formlessness. The three ineffectual St. Teresas, as their creator conceived them, were Dorothea, Rosamond, and Mary, and they shaped the thought and deed of Casaubon and Ladislaw, and Fred Vincy. Middlemarch is constructed with unfaltering power, and the picture of commonplace English country life which it gives is vivacious after a mechanical fashion, but all the charm of the early stories has evaporated and has left behind it merely a residuum of unimaginative satire. The novel is a very remarkable instance of elaborate mental resources misapplied, and genius revolving with tremendous machinery like some great water wheel, while no water is flowing underneath it. When a realist loses hold on reality, all is lost, and I for one can find not a word to say in favor of Danielle Deronda, her next and last novel, which came out with popularity at first more wonderful than ever in 1876, but her inner circle of admirers was beginning to ask one another uneasily whether her method was not now too calculated, her effects too plainly premeditated. The intensity of her early works was gone. Readers began to resent her pedantry, her elaboration of allusions, her loss of simplicity. They missed the vivid rural scenes and the flashes of delicious humor which had starred the serious pages of Adam Bede, and the mill, like the lemon yellow pansies and potentillas on a dark Welsh moor. Then came Theophrastus, such a collection of cumbrous and didactic essays which defy perusal, and finally, soon after her death, her correspondence, a terrible disappointment to all her admirers, and a blow from which even the worship of Lord Acton never recovered. Of George Eliot might have been repeated Swift's epitaph on Sir John Vanbrugh. Light heavy on him earth, for he laid many a heavy load on thee. It was the fatal error of George Eliot, so admirable, so elevated, so disinterested, that for the last 10 years of her brief literary life, she did practically nothing but lay heavy loads on literature. On the whole, then, it is not possible to regard the place which George Eliot holds in English literature as so prominent a one as was rather rashly awarded her by her infatuated contemporaries. It is the inevitable result of tall talk about Dante and Goethe that the figure so unduly magnified fails to support such comparisons when the perspective is lengthened. George Eliot is unduly neglected now, but it is the revenge of time on her for the praise expended upon her works in her lifetime. Another matter which militates against her fame today is her strenuous solemnity. One of the philosophers who knelt at the footsteps of her throne said that she was the emblem of a generation distracted between the intense need of believing and the difficulty of belief. Well, we happen to live, fortunately or unfortunately for ourselves, in a generation which is distracted by quite other problems, and we are sheep that look up to George Eliot and are not fed by her ponderous moral aphorisms and didactic ethical influence. Perhaps another generation will follow us, which will be more patient, and students, yet unborn, will read her gladly. Let us never forget, however, that she worked with all her heart, in a spirit of perfect honesty, that she brought a vast intelligence to the service of literature, and that she aimed from first to last at the loftiest goal of intellectual ambition. Where she failed, it was principally from an inborn lack of charm, not from anything ignoble or impure in her mental disposition. After all, to have added to the slender body of English fiction 7 novels, the names of which are known to every cultivated person, is not to have failed, but to have signally, if only relatively, succeeded. The Future Poet and Our Time, by J. Roman, 100 Squire. Here is our world in motion. We see a corner of it through our eyes. A man will march down a street with a crowd, or watch the politicians' cabs turning into Palace Yard, or make speeches, or stand on the deck of a scurrying destroyer in the North Sea, or mount guard in a Mesopotamian desert. A minute section of the greater panorama passes before him. In imagination, he will, according to his information and his habit of mind, visualize what he sees as a part of what he does not see. The human conflict over 5 continents, climates, and clothes multitudes, passions, voices, states, soldiers, negotiations. Each newspaper that he opens swarms with a confusion of events, an argument of names, familiar and unfamiliar. Wilson, Geddes, Czechoslovakia, Udenich, Shantung, and 10,000 more for the eye. There is a medley for the ear, a great din. As far as he can, busy with his daily pursuits, a man usually ignores it when it does not intrude to disturb him. When most unsettled, the life of the world is most fatiguing. The spectacle is formless, and without a center, the characters rise and fall. Conspicuous one day, forgotten the next. The newspapers mechanically repeat that we are at the greatest crisis of history, and that a great drama is being unrolled. We are aware that the fortunes of our civilization have been and are in the balance, but we are in the wood and cannot see it. As we see the French Revolution, it is difficult even with the strongest effort of imagination to visualize the process, as history will record it, to pick out those episodes and those persons that will haunt the imagination of posterity by their color and force, is more difficult still. An event contemporaneously is an event. A man is a man who eats, drinks, wears collars, makes speeches, bandies words with others, and is photographed for the newspapers. Yet we know that a time will come when these years will be seen in far retrospect, as the years of Elizabeth or of Robespierre are now the judgments of the political scientist, and the historian will be made. These men will arrange their sequences and their scales of importance. They will deduce effects and measure out praise and blame. With them we are not concerned, but others beyond them will look at our time. We shall have left our legacy for the imagination. What will it be? Who of contemporary figures may we guess as likely to be the heroes of plays and the subjects of poems? Which of the multitudinous events of these years will give a stock subject to tragedy? Which of the men whom we praise or abuse will seem to posterity larger than human, and go with gestures across their stages clad in an antique fashion? For to that age we shall be strange, whether our mechanical arts have died and left us to haunt the memory of our posterity as a race of unquiet demons, or whether progress along our lines shall have continued. None of our trappings will have remained the same, but the soul of man will have remained the same. Those elements in events and persons which fascinate and stimulate us when we are looking at our past will stir them when they brood on their past, which is our today, and neither contemporary reputation, nor worldly position, nor conquests in themselves, nor saintliness in itself, can secure for a man a continued life in the imagination of the race. Decorative break. Contemplate our own past in the light of this conception. who are the men of whom poets and playwrights and storytellers have made fictions and songs. Augustus Caesar, when he lived, was the greatest man in the world, but who since Virgil has Painerized him, and woundless some ingenious psychologist of the second rate like Browning would make a dramatic poem out. Of him William Wilberforce was a very good man, but his deeds and his name have survived his personality, and he will not be the hero of an epic. The 30 Years' War was a long and very devastating war. Gustavus and Wallenstein in their degree survived the purposeless series of its disasters, and of all its events, that which most vividly lives in the memory is the small thing with which it began, the flinging of two noblemen from a tower. What is it in things and men that gives them permanently the power of stirring the imagination and the curiosity of the artist, a quality of splendor and of power that grows more certain when the dust that was its receptacle has gone to dust? The artist who shall succeed with a historical personage may make whatever implicit or even explicit commentary he likes, but in choosing his subjector, being chosen by moral judgment or scientific estimate, will not influence him. He will be the victim of an attraction beyond the will and beyond the reason. Consider who are the figures that truly imperatively live in the political story of the past. Not only, and not all the Caesars who fought over the known world, not only such chivalric souls as saw and obeyed the visions of Domremy and died when the echoes of the last horn faded over Roncesvalles. The Crusades as a whole were a great poem, but few of the Crusaders won more than an ephemeral name in art. Coeur de Lion has been in our own time the hero of a romance, but no man is likely again to write of even a Godfrey of Boulogne. The great age of historic Greece passed and left imperishable monuments, one nation making worth a nation's pain. But how few of her soldiers and philosophers recur to the creative imagination. Those stories and figures from history and prehistory which do so recur are a strangely assorted collection. The Trojan War and its leading personages are a fascination and an inspiration perennially, and among those personages, Helen, Hector, Achilles, Ulysses, but not Paris or the sons of Atreus who live but as appendages. Coldly arguing men may ask now, as they asked then, why the Greeks should take so much trouble to recover a worthless woman, why a Hector should die to keep her, why 10,000 should perish in such a cause. But to the imagination, Hector, Achilles, Helen, the divine unreason of that 10 Years' War, make an appeal that never comes from worthier struggles and wiser people. That is true also of Antony and Cleopatra. Their story to the historian and the moralist is one of ruinous folly to the poet. Portentous melody of what giants wasting, near death on what a mountainous eminence, still in the proud contempt of consequence, the wine of life with jubilation tasting. The figure of St. Francis has been created and recreated in art, like those of Nero, Philip Roman II, and Mary Stuart, with the mythical who are but names. We can do what we will. Lear and Hamlet, Shakespeare could cast in the sublimest mold. With the historical, we are tied by the historical, and few are great enough to come through. The civ poets have attempted and failed to make great characters of Becket, of Walsey, of Strafford, and Charles Roman I. Their degree of failure has varied, but they have failed as certainly as Keats would have failed with King Stephen. The material was not there. Cromwell and Frederick the Great at least equaled Philip Roman II in achievement and excelled him in intelligence, but Carlyle's two heroes were no true heroes for an artist. We are too uncertain about Cromwell's inner man, his direction for all his battles. He could cast no color over his surroundings, and as for Frederick, there was no tragedy about him that was left for his neighbors. A great Cromwell in one sense would be an invented Cromwell, and we cannot invent a Cromwell because of the documents, but Philip Roman II, the intense, narrow, laborious, dyspeptic bigot, sitting in a cell of his great bleak prison on the plateau, trying to watch every corner of the world, and contriving how to scourge most of it. He was contemptible, full of vices, a failure, but there was that in him which has compelled the gaze of poets in seclusion from the 17th century down to Verhaeren and Verlaine. He had a virtue in excess. There was a touch of sublimity about him. The setting counts for much. Monarchs are on pinnacles, but where is Philip Roman IV, except for his horse face on the canvases of Velázquez, where even as against the man he beat is William the Silent, who waged a great fight against odds and died by the dagger, but was a cool wig excessive in nothing but self-control, he is scarcely alive. But Satan, as Milton saw him, reigns in hell. We must have splendor of a sort. The normal man loves a conflagration, though he will lend a hand in putting it out. And if he is putting it out, the inmost heart of him will rejoice, if it be a large fire. And there are very few firemen, vivid force, moral or non-moral. Must be there a Borgia, though he be as wicked as a Nero, cannot compete with him. Before the imagination he was commonplace and sordid, and there is no response to him. Such passages and such people kindle us in the records of the past. How from this point of view will the last 5 years, crowded and full of strife, look, when we are the materials for art? Decorative break. Will the decline of Turkey command interest to the historian, not to the poet, so not ultimately to the generality of mankind? There is no emergence there of the human spirit at an exalted pitch. Very new and surprising things must come out about in Ver, if he is to rank with the great adventurers of the stage. Men may try it, they have tried most things, but Constantinople has failed the artist before, and will again. There is something pathetic, there might be something tragic, in the collapse of the House of Habsburg after so many centuries, but so far as we know at present, and our statements are avowedly conjectures, there was no incident of that fall compassed and witnessed by small, intriguing men which can redeem it from squalor and insignificance, and not all our reiterated assurances that this is a tremendous and tragic catastrophe can invest it with the high romantic quality which comes from passion in many men, or in one man's strength, and a heroic struggle. The League of Nations may be the salvation of mankind, but it has come in such a way, so slowly, so reluctantly, so haphazardly, so sensibly, that unless comedy, nothing vital will be written of its birth. Can we see a subject for a Shakespeare or a Milton in the domestic struggle here, or the fluctuations of the Balkans, or the entry of the East into the war? These things made their differences, but will they to the artist be more than facts? And the men there have arisen from the populations of all countries, men, many of them great by virtue of position, influence, achievement, many of them disinterested and ethically admirable. The mind passes from one to another, over some it flits, over others it hesitates and hovers. There is something of the sublime about Roman 1000 Clemenceau, the old fighter symbolizing France at the last barrier, a man who in early novels now forgotten formulated or refused to formulate a philosophy of despair, and depicted a universe without principle, order, or hope, in which the stronger beast to no end preyed on the weaker, a man nevertheless so full of vital energy, and so certain of the one thing he loved that he desired nothing better than to continue furiously struggling under the impending cope of darkness. There are to some of us disagreeable things about him, stripped of the non-essential. There is something central that is elemental and fine, but were he of the kind that becomes legendary, should we feel that central something as still uncertain, and would it have needed a war at the age of nearly 80 to have revealed something of grandeur in him? Is he at bottom clear and forcible enough, or alternatively, does he feel with sufficient strength? Does he want anything, plan or place or spectacle, with sufficient passion? We cannot be certain. He may be forgotten. Something of doubt colors also one's view of America's entry and the career of President Wilson, in some regards a close analogue to that of Lincoln. The lines of that story are simple. Watching pose the gradual approximation toward the president's mental struggle, his decision to throw America's weight into the scale, his manifestos to the world in the names of liberty, honesty, and kindness, his determination that the war, if possible, should be the last, but the man at the center of this tremendous revolution of events, the mouthpiece of these great sentiments. Has he that last abandonment of feeling which alone captivates the imagination of those who hold the mirror up to certain aspects of nature, without denying that it may be a great blessing that he lacks that force, without presuming to know all about him that may later be revealed? I feel doubtful death, more particularly violent death before the end, might have enabled artists to impute to him something that perhaps was not there to give him the benefit of the doubt, but very likely for our good. Possibly, with the greatest wisdom, he compromised at Paris. A more spontaneous man might have ruined us all. But if compromise is excellent in politics, it is of small use to poets. I doubt if the president will take his place with St. Francis Philip Roman II and Nero. Decorative break. They will survive from the war and from the other events of our day certain episodes, which will as by accident draw the notice of artists and be, as we speak, immortalized a few of the countless heroic and self-sacrificing actions which men have performed in every country, and by every sea will be snatched from oblivion. Tragedians, in all probability, will brood on the story of Miss Cavell. The names of a subaltern and an airman fortuitously selected will live as live those of Herve Riel and Phaedopids. But this is not what we call history. I think that the Rupert Brooke legend will develop. He was beautiful and a poet, and he died in arms young. He had wandered to the islands of the Pacific, and his comrades buried him in an island of the Gene. About him they will write poems, plays, even in which their color given by actions and sayings which are recorded. He will pass through experiences which were never his, and thoughts will be imputed to him which possibly he never had. Two older artists have taken a more prominent part in the war and its politics, a part that may indisputably be called political. Of Paderewski, I know nothing except that a man's progress could not easily have a setting more superficially romantic. The strength of the man may be guessed at by stray tokens. A person of whom fame in art may more certainly be predicted is D. Annunzio, man not in every way admirable, but of a demoniacal courage, who has crowned a career full of flamboyant passages, with actions that as a spectacle are magnificent orations, pulsating with ardor for the glory and power of the Latin genius, words that were pregnant of acts. And following these, after years of reckless flying, the sudden theatrical stroke at Fiume, as a character he justified himself by that lawless blow. His rhetoric finally proved itself the rhetoric of real passion, a lust for violent life, self-assertion at the risk of death, the flaunting of the Italian name, and felt as such it has moved a whole army and a whole people. Whatever the results of analysis applied to his character, or the ultimate outcome of his splendid panache, he cannot but become to the artists of one nation at least a hero, the material for romance. There may be others, but projecting myself as well as I am able, I cannot see on the larger stage, amid the great fortunes of peoples and their rulers, more than two subjects on which I think we may be positive that they will pass into the company of material, to which artists return, and return subjects which already outline themselves with some clarity to the imagination and have the air of greatness. One is the fall of the German Empire, were it shortly to be restored. The force with which its calamities will appeal to us would be diminished, for an end must be an end. But if what seemed to happen really has happened, there is a spectacle there which will appear more prodigious and more moving as time goes on. That triply-armed, vainglorious kingdom pulling the world down on itself, the long, desperate, ruthless fight against enemies ultimately superior, the siege, the quality proud and assured, if barbaric, of the Prussian spirit, which filled the ruling caste and determined at once its fight and its fall. The tale is tragic and almost epic. The persons are not yet revealed who shall be capable of being made on the stage or in books. The instruments for telling it, certainly, though men misguidedly will attempt to make Wilhelm Roman II sustain an artistic load to which he is not equal. The Kaiser will make no great hero or hero-villain. Possibly in some Hindenburg or other general will be found the strength, the simplicity of belief or resolve which make a great figure. Or possibly this will be of the tragedies in which the individual humans are all pygmies subordinate to the main theme. Elsewhere, I think, is to be found a man who has about him the certain atmosphere of imaginative life. He is Vladimir Ulyanov Lenin. I talked a few weeks ago with a Russian in exile, a conservative, an official of the old regime, and I think a Baltic baron. He was not therefore sympathetic to the Bolsheviks or to Lenin. He hated, though he understood them, and he loathed him. Lenin has ruined Russia, he said, taking no pains to conceal his desire that Lenin should die. Then the imaginative man in him awoke, as it has a way of doing in intelligent Russians of all kinds, and he suddenly added vehemently, but 100 years hence, a hero of legend, like Peter the Great and the prince who first introduced Christianity into Russia. I felt immediately that he had spoken not merely a truth, but an obvious one. Englishmen may have all sorts of opinions about Lenin. Few have heard much beyond rumor of him, but even those who are most avowedly ignorant of him or most leniently inclined to him would scarcely like to find him in their midst, yet there is that flavor of vitality of greatness about him that is lacking in many who have caused misery to none. And even in some of the most potent benefactors of mankind, we feel it almost unconsciously. The recognition of it is as it were instinctive. A picture of him, growing from stray scraps of news and rumor, has been forming in our minds, a picture almost from the first differentiated from that, say, of his equally active colleague Trotsky. Trotsky, one feels, might disappear tomorrow and leave but a name and some wreckage, but the other man, if he be not in the line of Tolstoy, as some of his adherents seem to suppose him to be, is in the line of the great Oriental despots of Tamerlane and Genghis Khan. And we shall know more of him, far more than we shall ever know of Tamerlane and Genghis Khan, as much very likely as we know of Napoleon. He has no physical attributes and no material accoutrements which might lend him adventitious aid as the center of a pageant of power struggle or woe. A short-bowed man in a black coat, vivacious, hedged by no formalities of ceremonial, yet to the imagination, and it must surely be so when he is seen backward, this little fanatic, who for 20 years was hunted from exile to exile and returned to overthrow a government and enthrone himself on the ruins of a great empire, is the center of Russia, seated in the middle of that enormous web of conflict and suffering like an impassive and implacable spider. We hear this and that of him. He is genial in conversation. He is not personally cruel. He is willing to slaughter thousands at a blow to realize his ideas, for he looks at human affairs historically. If with but one eye, he is a poor speaker, but his words whip audiences into enthusiasm. He thought he would be overturned in 3 weeks, but adapted himself with instant decision when a longer lease was offered. This man and that is jealous of him and has tried to upset him. He has said this or that about his success and his failure. He will fly, or he knows he will be executed. The reports contradict each other, but the picture remains and strengthens, the picture of a man in the grip of an idea, with one of the strongest wills in the world, indifferent to the pains and pleasures of ordinary people. That ugly little face, with its swollen, bald forehead, its slanting lids closing on straight penetrating eyes, its squat nose, its fleshy mouth between mustache and goatee, its smile mechanical as a mask's, will be more familiar to our descendants than to us. They will see in reverie the revolution with vast ancient Russia as its background and this doctrinaire tyrant as its center, with his ragged armies, his spies and Chinamen, his motley gang of clever Jews, brigands and mild, bearded, spectacled professors around him. They will feel his magnetism, and whether as hero of legend or devil of legend, they will celebrate him. Of these things, perhaps men will write 200 or 2,000 years hence, but the duration of human life on our planet is measured, as we suppose, in tens of thousands of years. We go to the grave, the sunlight comes into this room, it shines on the table, and the books, and the papers. I listen to the twittering of the birds, shorter lived than ourselves, and the intermittent rushing of the wind, which while life lasts goes on always the same. A car moans past, its noise begins, swells, and dies away. The trees wave about a horse's feet plod by the sunlight, sparkles on the river, and glorifies the mud. Clouds come over the sun unseen, sets, the evening grows bluer, and lamps twinkle out over the misty river. So noiselessly proceeds time, and the earth revolves and revolves through its alternations of sun and shade. These airs, these lights and sounds will be the same, but we, alive and immortal as we feel, shall have gone, and the clamor that we made will recede to an epoch. We shall be the colored strutters of history and of legend to a later age, however remote, and whatever the accumulation of our records, we must become august shadows like the dim kings and fabulous empires that passed before Babylon and Egypt. Truly, ye are the people, and wisdom shall die with you. The sentence was written more than 2,000 years ago. The author is unknown and receding, yet obliterated in the end. Though all remembrance of us may be, we shall not even on this earth die with our bodies, and for some interval not to be computed, certain actions at this moment in progress will endure in a sublimated state, and certain men, with whom we may even have spoken, will enlarge to more than human stature and communicate, as they could never do in life, their essence to the enduring tradition of men. Are they those whom we have mentioned, or are they, as they may be, others who to us are insignificant and obscured? Horace Walpole 1 Letters of Horace Walpole, Oxford University Press, 16 vols 96s, Supplementary Letters, 1919, Oxford University Press, 2 vols 17s. By Robert Lind. Horace Walpole was a dainty rogue in porcelain who walked badly in his best days, as he records in one of his letters. It was said of him that he tripped like a peewit. If I do not flatter myself, he wrote, when he was just under 60, my march at present is more like a dabchick's. A lady has left a description of him entering a room knees bent and feet on tiptoe, as if afraid of a wet floor when his feet were not swollen. With the gout they were so slender, he said, that he could dance a minuet on a silver penny. He was ridiculously lean, and his hands were crooked with his unmerited disease, an invalid a caricature of the birds, and not particularly well dressed, in spite of his lavender suit and partridge silk stockings. He has nevertheless contrived to leave in his letters an impression of almost perfect grace and dandyism. He had all the airs of a beau. He affected coolness, disdain, amateurishness, triviality. He was a china figure of insolence. He lived on the mantelpiece, and regarded everything that happened on the floor as a rather low joke that could not be helped. He warmed into humanity in his friendships and in his defense of the House of Walpole, but if he descended from his mantelpiece, it was more likely to be in order to feed a squirrel than to save an empire. His most common image of the world was a puppet show. He saw kings, prime ministers, and men of genius, alike about the size of dolls. When George Roman II died, he wrote a brief note to Thomas Brand. Dear Brand, you love laughing. There is a king dead. Can you help coming to town? That represents his measure of things. Those who love laughing will laugh all the more when they discover that a week earlier Walpole had written a letter rotund, fulsome, and in the language of the bended knee, begging Lord Bute to be allowed to kiss the Prince of Wales's hand. His attitude to the court he described to George Montagu as mixing extreme politeness with extreme indifference. His politeness, like his indifference, was but play at the expense of a solemn world. I wrote to Lord Bute. He informed Montagu thrust in all the unexpected's want of ambition, disinterestedness, etc., that I could amass, gilded with as much duty, affection, zeal, etc., as possible. He frankly professed relief that he had not after all to go to court and act out the extravagant compliments he had written. Was ever so agreeable a man as King George II. He wrote to die the very day it was necessary to save me from ridicule. For my part, he adds later in the same spirit, my man Harry will always be favorite. He tells me all the amusing news. He first told me of the late Prince of Wales's death, and today of the King's. It is not that Walpole was a Republican of the school of Plutarch. He was merely a toy Republican who enjoyed being insolent at the expense of kings, and behind their backs he was scarcely capable of open rudeness in the fashion of Beau Brummels, who's your fat friend. His ridicule was never a public display. It was a secret treasured for his friends. He was the greatest private entertainer of the 18th century, and he ridiculed the great, as people say, for the love of diversion. I always write the thoughts of the moment, he told the dearest of his friends, Conway, and even laugh to divert the person I am writing to, without any ill will on the subjects I mention. His letters are for the most part those of a good-natured man. It is not that he was above the foiblate, was barely more than that of hatred. He did not trouble greatly about enemies of his own, but he never could forgive the enemies of Sir Robert Walpole. His ridicule of the Duke of Newcastle goes far beyond diversion. It is the baiting of a mean and treacherous animal whose teeth were tumbling out and whose mouth was tumbling in. He rejoices in the exposure of the dribbling indignity of the Duke, as when he describes him going to court on becoming Prime Minister in 1754. On Friday, this august remnant of the Pelhams went to court for the first time. At the foot of the stairs, he cried, and sunk down. The yeomen of the guard were forced to drag him up under the arms. When the closet door opened, he flung himself at his length at the king's feet, sobbed, and cried, God bless your majesty, God preserve your majesty, and lay there howling and embracing the king's knees with one foot so extended that my Lord Coventry, who was luckily in waiting, and begged the Standersby to retire with, for God's sake, gentlemen, don't look at a great man in distress, endeavoring to shut the door, caught his grace's foot, and made him roar with pain. The caricature of the Duke is equally merciless in the description of George Roman II's funeral in the Abbey, in which the burlesque Duke is introduced as comic relief into the solemn picture. He fell into a fit of crying the moment he came into the chapel and flung himself back in a stole, the Archbishop hovering over him with a smelling bottle. But in 2 minutes, his curiosity got the better of his hypocrisy, and he ran about the chapel with his glass to spy who was or was not there, spying with one hand and mopping his eyes with the other. Then returned the fear of catching cold, and the Duke of Cumberland, who was sinking with heat, felt himself weighed down, and turning round found it was the Duke of Newcastle standing upon his train to avoid the chill of the marble. Walpole indeed broke through his habit of public decorum in his persecution of the Duke, and he tells how on one occasion at a ball at Bedford House, he and Brand George Selwyn plagued the pitiful old creature who wriggled and shuffled and lisped and winked, and spied his way through the company with a conversation at his expense, carried on in stage whispers. There was never a more loyal son than Horace Walpole. He offered up a prime minister daily as a sacrifice at Sir Robert's tomb. At the same time, his aversions were not always assumed. As part of a family inheritance, he had by temperament a small opinion of men and women outside the circle of his affections. It was his first instinct to disparage. He even described his great friend Madame du Deffand at the first time of meeting her as an old blind debauchee of wit. His comments on the men of genius of his time are almost all written in a vein of satirical intolerance. He spoke ill of Sterne and Dr. Johnson, of Fielding and Richardson, of Boswell and Goldsmith. He found silly, he was an idiot with once or twice a fit of parts. Boswell's Tour of the Hebrides was the story of a mountebank, and his zany Walpole felt doubly justified in disliking Johnson owing to the criticism of Gray in the Lives of the Poets. He would not, even when Johnson died, subscribe to a monument. A circular letter asking for a subscription was sent to him, signed by Burke, Boswell, and Reynolds. I would not deign to write an answer, Walpole told the Miss Berrys, but sent down word by my footman, as I would have done to parish officers, with a brief, that I would not subscribe. Walpole does not appear in this incident the sweet-tempered creature he had earlier claimed to be. His pose is that of a schoolgirl in a cutting mood. At the same time, his judgment of Johnson has an element of truth in it. Though he was good-natured at bottom, he said of him, he was very ill-natured at top. It has often been said of Walpole that in his attitude to contemporary men of genius, he was influenced mainly by their position in society, that he regarded an author who was not a gentleman as being necessarily an inferior author. This is hardly fair. The contemporary of whom he thought most highly was Gray, the son of a money broker. He did not spare Lady Mary Wortley Montagu any more than Richardson. If he found an author offensive, it was more likely to be owing to fastidious distaste for low life than to an aristocratic distaste for low birth, and to him bohemianism was the lowest of low life. It was certainly Fielding's bohemianism that disgusted him. He relates how 2 of his friends called on Fielding one evening and found him banqueting with a blind man, a woman, and 3 Irishmen on some cold mutton and a bone of ham, both in one dish, and the dirtiest cloth. Horace Walpole's daintiness recoiled from the spirit of an author who did not know how to sup decently. If he found Boswell's Johnson tedious, it was no doubt partly due to his inability to reconcile himself to Johnson's table manners. It can hardly be denied that he was unnaturally sensitive to surface impressions. He was a great observer of manners, but not a great portrayer of character. He knew men in their absurd actions, rather than in their motives. Even their absurd motives he never admits us into the springs of action in his portraits. As Saint Simon does, he was too studied a believer in the puppetry of men and women to make them more than ridiculous, and unquestionably, the vain race of authors lent itself admirably to his love of caricature. His account of the vanity of Gibbon, whose history he admired, this side enthusiasm, shows how he delighted in playing with an egoistic author as with a trout. So much, he concludes, for literature and its fops. The comic spirit leans to an underestimate rather than an overestimate of human nature, and the airs the authors gave themselves were not only a breach of his code, but an invitation to his contempt. You know, he once wrote, I shun authors and would never have been one myself if it obliged me to keep such bad company. They are always in earnest, and think their profession serious, and will dwell upon trifles and reverence learning. I laugh at all these things, and write only to laugh at them, and divert myself. None of us are authors of any consequence, and it is the most ridiculous of all vanities to be vain of being mediocre. He followed the Chinese school of manners and made light of his own writings. What have I written, he asks, that was worth remembering even by myself? It would be. Affected, he tells Gray to say, I am indifferent to fame. I certainly am not. But I am indifferent to almost anything I have done to acquire it. The greater part are mere compilations, and no wonder they are, as you say, incorrect, when they were commonly written with people in the room. It is generally assumed that in speaking lightly of himself, Walpole was merely posturing to me. It seems that he was sincere enough. He had a sense of greatness in literature, as is shown by his reverence of Shakespeare, and he was too much of a realist not to see that his own writings at their best were trifles beside the monuments of the poets. He felt that he was doing little things in a little age. He was diffident both for his times and for himself. So difficult do some writers find it to believe that there was any deep genuineness in him that they ask us to regard even his enthusiasm for great literature as a pretense. They do not realize that the secret of his attraction for us is that he was an enthusiast disguised as an 18th-century man of fashion. His airs and graces were not the result of languor, but of his pleasure in wearing a mask. He was quick, responsive, excitable, and only withdrew into the similitude of a china figure, as Diogenes into his tub through philosophy. The truth is the only dandies who are tolerable are those whose dandyism is a cloak of reserve. Our interest in character is largely an interest in contradictions of this kind. The beau capable of breaking into excitement awakens our curiosity, as does the conqueror stooping to a humane action, the Puritan caught in the net of the senses, or the pacifist in a rage of violence. The average man whom one knows superficially is a formula, or seems to live the life of a formula. That is why we find him dull. The characters who interest us in history and literature, on the other hand, are perpetually giving the lie to the formal we invent, and are bound to invent for them. They give us pleasure not by confirming us, but by surprising us. It seems to me absurd, then, to regard Walpole's air of indifference as the only real thing about him, and to question his raptures from his first travels among the Alps, with Gray down to his senile letters to Hannah More about the French Revolution. We see him as a man almost hysterical in the intensity of his sensations. Whether of joy or of horror, he lived for his sensations. Like an aesthete, he wrote of himself, as I who am as constant at a fire as George Selwyn at an execution. If he cared for the crownings of kings and such occasions, it was because he took a childish delight in the fireworks and illuminations. He had the keen spirit of a masquerader. Masquerades, he declared, were one of my ancient passions, and we find him as an elderly man dressing out 1,000 young Conways and Comandellis for an entertainment of the kind, and going with more pleasure to see them pleased than when I formerly delighted in that diversion myself. He was equally an enthusiast in his hobbies and his tastes. He rejoiced to get back in May to Strawberry Hill, where my two passions, lilacs and nightingales, are in bloom. He could not have made his collections or built his battlements in a mood of indifference. In his love of medieval ruins, he showed himself a goth-intoxicated man. As for Strawberry Hill itself, the result may have been a ridiculous mouse, but it took a mountain of enthusiasm to produce it. Walpole's own description of his house and its surroundings has an exquisite charm that almost makes one love the place. As he Roman 999, it is a little plaything house, he told Conway, that I got out of Mrs. Chenevix's shop, and is the prettiest bauble you ever saw. It is set in enameled meadows with filigree hedges. A small Euphrates through the piece is rolled, and little finches wave their wings in gold. He goes on to decorate the theme with comic and fanciful properties. 2 delightful roads that you would call dusty supply me continually with coaches and chaises. Barges as solemn as barons of the exchequer move under my window. Richmond Hill and hamwalks bound my prospect, but thank God the Thames is between me and the Duchess of Queensberry. Dowagers as plenty as flounders inhabit all around, and Pope's ghost is just now skimming under my window by a most poetical moonlight. I have about land enough to keep such a farm as Noah's when he set up in the ark, with a pair of each kind. It is in the spirit of a child throwing its whole imagination into playing with a Noah's Ark that he describes his queer house. It is in this spirit that he sees the fields around his house speckled with cows, horses, and sheep. The very phrase suggests toy animals. Walpole himself declared at the age of 73, "My best wisdom has consisted in forming a baby house full of playthings for my second childhood." That explains why one almost loves the creature. Macaulay has severely censured him for devoting himself to the collection of knickknacks, such as King William Roman III's spurs, and it is apparently impossible to defend Walpole as a collector to be taken seriously. Walpole, however, collected things in a mood of fantasy as much as of connoisseurship. He did not take himself quite seriously. It was fancy, not connoisseurship, that made him hang up Magna Charta beside his bed, and opposite it the warrant for the execution of King Charles Roman I, on which he had written. Major Charta, who can question the fantastic quality of the mind, that wrote to Conway, "Remember, neither Lady Salisbury nor you nor Mrs. Damer have seen my new divine closet, nor the billiard sticks with which the Countess of Pembroke and Arcadia used to play with her brother Sir Philip," and ended, "I never did see Cotchel, and am sorry is not the old wardrobe there still. There was one from the time of Cain, but Adam's breeches and Eve's under petticoat were eaten by a goat in the ark. Good night." He laughed over the knickknacks he collected for himself and his friends. As to snuff-boxes and toothpick-cases, he wrote to the Countess of Ossory from Paris in 1771, "The vintage has entirely failed this year." Everything that he turned his mind to in Strawberry Hill he regarded in the same spirit of comic delight. He stood outside himself like a spectator, and nothing gave him more pleasure than to figure himself as a master of the ceremonies among the bantams and the squirrels and the goldfish. In one of his letters, he describes himself and Bentley fishing in the pond for goldfish with nothing but a pail and a basin and a tea strainer, which I persuade my neighbors is the Chinese method. This was in order to capture some of the fish for Bentley, who carried a dozen to town t'other day in a decanter. Among the various creatures with which he loved to surround himself, it is impossible to forget either the little black spaniel Tony that the wolf carried off near a wood in the Alps during his first travels, or the more imperious little dog Taunton, which he has constantly to prevent from biting people at Madame du Deffand's, but which, with Madame du Deffand herself, grows the greater favorite the more people he devours. "T'other night," writes Walpole, to whom Madame du Deffand afterwards bequeathed the dog in her will, "he flew at Lady Barrymore's face, and I thought would have torn her eye out, but it ended in biting her finger. She was terrified. She fell into tears." Madame du Deffand, who has too much parts not to see everything in its true light, perceiving that she had not beaten Taunton half enough, immediately told us a story of a lady whose dog, having bitten a piece out of a gentleman's leg, the tender dame, in a great fright, cried out, "Want it make him sick." In the most attractive accounts we possess of Walpole in his old age, we see him seated at the breakfast-table drinking tea out of most rare and precious ancient porcelain of Japan, and sharing the loaf and butter with Taunton, now grown almost too fat to move, and spread on a sofa beside him, and afterwards going to the window with a basin of bread and milk to throw to the squirrels in the garden. Many people would be willing to admit, however, that Walpole was an excitable creature, where small things were concerned. A paroquet, or the prospect of being able to print original letters of Ninon de l'Enclos at Strawberry, or the discovery of a poem by the brother of Anne Boleyn or Ranelagh, where the floor is all of beaten princes. What is not generally realized is that he was also a high-strung and eager spectator of the greater things. I have already spoken of his enthusiasm for wild nature, as shown in his letters from the Alps. It is true he grew weary of them. "Such uncouth rocks," he wrote, "and such uncomely inhabitants. I am as surfeited with mountains and inns as if I had eat them," he groaned in a later letter. But the enthusiasm was at least as genuine as the fatigue. His tergiversation of mood proves only that there were two Walpoles, not that the Walpole of the romantic enthusiasms was insincere. He was a devotee of romance, but it was romance under the control of the comic spirit. He was always amused to have romance brought down to reality, as when, writing of Mary Queen of Scots, he said, "I believe I have told you that In a very old trial of her, which I bought for Lord Oxford's collection, it is said that she was a large lame woman take sentiments out of their pantofles, and reduce them to the infirmities of mortality. What a falling off there is, but see him in the picture regularly in his father's old house at Houghton, after an absence of 16 years, and the romantic mood is uppermost in one respect. He writes, speaking of the pictures, "I am very young, I cannot satiate myself with looking," and he adds, "not a picture here, but calls a history not one, but I remember in Downing Street or Chelsea, where queens and crowds admired them." And if he could not satiate himself with looking at the Italian and Flemish masters, he similarly preserved the heat of youth in his enthusiasm for Shakespeare, when he wrote during his dispute with Voltaire on the point, "I think over all the great authors of the Greeks, Romans, Italians, French, and English, and I know no other languages. I set Shakespeare first and alone, and then begin anew." Not that it is possible to represent him as a man with anything Dionysiac in his temperament. The furthest that one can go is to say that he was a man of sincere, strong sentiment, with quivering nerves, capricious in little things. He was faithful in great his warmth of nature, as a son, as a friend, as a humanitarian, as a believer in tolerance and liberty, is so unfailing that it is curious it should ever have been brought in question by any reader of the letters. His quarrels are negligible when put beside his ceaseless extravagance of good humor to his friends. His letters alone were golden gifts, but we also find him offering his fortune to Conway when the latter was in difficulties. "I have sense enough," he wrote, "to have real pleasure in denying myself baubles, and in saving a very good income to make a man happy, for whom I have a just esteem, and most sincere friendship, blamable in 10,000 other respects." He wrote to Conway 17 years later, "May not I almost say I am perfect with regard to you? Since I was 15 have I not loved you unalterably? I am," he claimed towards the end of his life, "very constant and sincere to friends of above 40 years in his friendships." He was more eager to give than to receive Madame du Deffand, was only dissuaded from making him her heir by his threat that if she did so, he would never visit her again, ever since his boyhood. He was noted for his love of giving pleasure, and for his thoughtfulness regarding those he loved. The earliest of his published letters was until recently one written at the age of 14, but Dr. Paget Toynbee, in his supplementary volumes of Walpole letters recently published, has been able to print one to Lady Walpole written at the age of 8, which suggests that Walpole was a delightful sort of child, incapable of forgetting a parent, a friend, or a pet. "Dear Mamma, I hope you are well, and I am very well, and I hope Papa is well, and I begin to slop, and I hope Al well, and my cousins like their playthings very well, and I hope Dolly Phillips is well, and pray give my duty to Papa. Horace Walpole. And I am very glad to hear by Tom that all my creatures are all well, and Mrs. Selwyn has sprand her fat, and Jeevis her sarves to you, and I didn't there yesterday." At Eton later on he was a member of 2 leagues of friendship, triumvirate as it was called, which included the 2 Montagus, and the Quadruple Alliance, in which one of his fellows was Grey. The truth is Walpole was always a person who depended greatly on being loved. One loves to find people care for one. He wrote to Conway, when they can have no view in it, his friendship in his old age for the Miss Bereshies. Twin wives his dear both, though each of whom he left an annuity of 4,000, was but a continuation of that kindliness which ran like a stream ruffled and sparkling with malice no doubt through his long life. And his kindness was not limited to his friends, but was at the call of children, and as we have seen of animals, you know, he explains to Conway, apologizing for not being able to visit him on account of the presence of a poor little sick girl at Strawberry Hill, how courteous a knight I am to distressed virgins of 5 years old, and that my castle gates are always open to them. One does not think of Walpole primarily as a squire of children, and certainly, though he loved on occasion to romp with the young, there was little in him of a Dickens character. But he was what is called sympathetic. He was sufficient of a man of imagination to wish to see an end put to the sufferings of those poor victims, chimney sweepers. So far from being a heartless person, as he has been at times portrayed, he had a heart as sensitive as an anti-vivisectionist. This was shown in his attitude to animals in 1760, when there was a great terror of mad dogs in London, and an order was issued that all dogs found in the streets were to be killed. He wrote to the Earl of Strafford, "In London there is a more cruel campaign than that waged by the Russians. The streets are a very picture of the murder of the innocents. Own drives over nothing but poor dead dogs, the dear good-natured, honest, sensible creatures, Christ, how can anybody hurt them? Nobody could. But those Cherokees, the English, who desire no better than to be hallooed to blood one day Samuel buying the next Lord George Sackville, and today the poor dogs. As for Walpole's interest in politics, we are told by writer after writer that he never took them seriously, but was interested in them mainly for gossip's sake. It cannot be denied that he made no great fight for good causes while he sat in the House of Commons, nor had he the temper of a ruler of men. But as a commentator on politics, and a spreader of opinion in private, he showed himself to be a politician, at once sagacious, humane, and sensitive to the meaning of events. His detestation of the arbitrary use of power had almost the heat of a passion. He detested it alike in a government and in a mob. He loathed the violence that compassed the death of Admiral Byng, and the violence that made war on America. He raged against a public world that he believed was going to the devil. I am not surprised, he wrote in 1776, at the idea of the devil being always at our elbows. They who invented him no doubt could not conceive how men could be so atrocious to one another without the intervention of a fiend. Don't you think, if he had never been heard of before, that he would have been invented on the late partition of Poland? Philosophy has a poor chance with me, he wrote a little later in regard to America, when my warmth is stirred, and yet I know that an angry old man out of Parliament, and that can do nothing but be angry, is a ridiculous animal. The war against America he described as a wretched farce of fear, daubed over with airs of bullying. War at any time was in his eyes all but the unforgivable sin. In 1781, however, his hatred had lightened into contempt. The Dutch fleet is hovering about, he wrote, but it is a pickpocket war, and not a martial one, and I never attend to petty larceny. As for mobs, his attitude to them is to be seen in his comment on the Wilkes riots, when he declares, I cannot bear to have the name of liberty profaned to the destruction of the cause, for frantic tumults only laid to that terrible corrective arbitrary power which cowards call out for as protection, and knaves are so ready to grant. Not that he feared mobs as he feared governments. He regarded them with an aristocrat's scorn. The only mob that almost won his tolerance was that which celebrated the acquittal of Admiral Keppel in 1779. It was of the mob at this time that he wrote to the Countess of Ossory, they were, as George Montagu said of our earthquakes, so tame you might have stroked them. When near the end of his life, the September massacres broke out in Paris, his mob-hatred revived again, and he denounced the French with the hysterical violence with which many people today denounce the Bolshevists. He called them inferno human beings, that atrocious and detestable nation, and declared that France must be abhorred to latest posterity. His letters on the subject to Holy Hannah, whatever else may be said against them, are not those of a cold and dilettante gossip. They are the letters of the same excitable Horace Walpole, who at an earlier age, when a row had broken out between the manager and the audience in Drury Lane Theatre, had not been able to restrain himself, but had cried angrily from his box, he is an impudent rascal. But his politics never got beyond an angry cry. His conduct in Drury Lane was characteristic of him. The whole pit huzzaed and repeated the words, only think of my being a popular orator. But what was still better, while my shadow of a person was dilating to the consistence of a hero, one of the chief ringleaders of the riot, coming under the box where I sat, and pulling off his hat, said, Mr. Walpole, what would you please to have us do next? It is impossible to describe to you the confusion into which this apostrophe threw me. I sank down into the box, and have never since ventured to set my foot into the playhouse. There you have the fable of Walpole's life. He always in the end sank down into his box, or clambered back to his mantelpiece. Other men might save the situation. As for him, he had to look after his squirrels and his friends. This means no more than that he was not a statesman, but an artist. He was a connoisseur of great actions, not a practiser of them. At Strawberry Hill, he could at least keep himself in sufficient health with the aid of iced water, and by not wearing a hat when out of doors, to compose the greatest works of art of their kind that have appeared in English. Had he written his letters for money, we should have praised him as one of the busiest and most devoted of authors, and never have thought of blaming him for abstaining from statesmanship, as he did from wine. Possibly he had the constitution for neither. His genius was a genius not of Westminster, but of Strawberry Hill. It is in Strawberry Hill that one finally prefers to see him framed an extraordinarily likable, charming, and whimsical figure. Back in Strawberry Hill, he is the Prince Charming among correspondents. One cannot love him as one loves Charles Lamb and men of a deeper and more imaginative tenderness. But how incomparable he is as an acquaintance, how exquisite a specimen hand-painted for the collector of the choice creatures of the human race. The Teaching of English by J. Roman 100 Stobart. There is no doubt whatever about the need for its search high or low in our social world. You will find it full of laments and dissatisfaction. In the services, commanding officers complain that their subalterns, even though they have been through the classical course at public schools and universities, cannot write a clear report. Headquarters themselves issue their orders and regulations in barbarous, unintelligible jargon. Government departments, manned by greatsmen, wrap themselves in phrases of pompous obscurity, and cabinet ministers couch their decisions or agreements in terms of such ambiguity as to leave nobody certain of their meaning. It would, however, be unjust to attribute bad English entirely to upper-class education, classical or modern. The businessman, in his esteemed favors, though he may be more terse and polite, is not always able to convey what he intends. He lays the blame, when he fails to do so, upon the faulty education of his clerks and stenographers. The masses of the public, too, often show in practice that they simply cannot understand printed rules and directions. It is naturally too much to expect a universal diffusion of taste or elegance in the use of our language. But even when we feel the need of fine words to express deep feeling, we choose for an obituary lines like these. There's a lonely grave somewhere, where our dear and brave boy sleeps. There's a little home in England, where mother and all of us weep. Or these, who knew that when he went away, departing from his door, how or when he would come back, or whether never more. For he who went away in health, in battles soon waylaid, which took him in the prime of life, to lie in a distant grave. No, there is little doubt of the need for teaching clearness and improving taste. As for correct and grammatical writing, 1 week's study of a popular daily newspaper yielded the following excerpts from a collection of 20. In the last resort, we have to depend upon a jury drawn from the people to convict the scoundrel who has tainted our public life. And unless that jury does not do its duty, unless it is backed by the public sentiment of the people, the accused was ordered to pay 3 or a month's imprisonment in default. At Paynton in Devon, a gigantic plum pudding is made and distributed to the poor which, in 1897, weighed 250 lb. The officers closed on him in throwing him to the ground. The revolver dropped from his hand. The charge is 50% higher than the same sheet may be bought in the street just outside, but what is a penny to an American? Had an unfortunate experience while seated in his greenhouse. It was wrecked by the wind, and on being extricated, it was ascertained that both his legs were broken above the knee, necessitating his removal to the infirmary. Provocation has been given by the hostile and shifty conduct of the Tibetan authorities since the signing of the Treaty of 1800, which would have justified earlier punishment. While riding in a hansom at Southport, a runaway horse dashed into the conveyance, and the shaft of the trap penetrated her body, pinning her to the hansom and causing almost instantaneous death. But if you come to estimate a day's work, even in foot-pounds, the woman who cleans, bakes, washes, and takes to school 6 children, carries water and tramps upstairs and down for 16 hours a day, need not fear comparison as to kinetic energy, even with a miner working 8 hours. What is the schoolmaster doing about it? He is teaching a great variety of languages, ancient and foreign sciences, arts and crafts, and among other things, he is believed to teach English. He has found out that it does not come by nature, and that a mastery of the English language cannot be assured by teaching something quite different, but as to the best method of teaching boys and girls to write, read, and appreciate good English. There is a controversy, just as in most other branches of education. There is a traditional method, and a reformed method upon the latter, some of us build hopes of extraordinarily great achievements, and if these hopes lead us into impatience, we must ask for pardon. Though Mr. Mize too justly claims credit for originality in departing occasionally from the fixed lines of English teaching, as it is practiced in the public schools, his course mainly follows the traditional modes, and is directed to the preparation of pupils for the orthodox type of examination. The nature of the course is indicated by the chapter headings, for example, grammar and syntax analysis, parsing and synthesis, punctuation, vocabulary, letter writing, reproduction, paraphrase, dictation, précis, prosody, figures of speech, indirect speech, essay writing, examination papers. There are beside these thoroughly normal chapters, 6 pages on elocution, debating, lecturing, acting, etc., a useful list of cheap books for a home library, more than 50 critical pages on Shakespeare, and a regrettable 320-page chapter entitled Short History of English Literature. I think the author is trying to shake off a yoke which is not entirely congenial to him, but if he will make boys write essays on Scandinavia, explain Synecdoche, paraphrase Keats, condense the vision of Mirza to 300 words, he cannot complain if he is mistaken for one of the old regime and guillotined in distinguished company. 2. An English course for schools by S.B.P., Mize, assistant master at Tonbridge School, an examiner in English, to the University of London, Grant Richards Limited, 6s net. 3. For example, R. Roman 50 Stevenson represents the incurably romantic and is followed by Kipling and Conrad. The traditional method begins with the copybook and proceeds by way of dictation and formal exercises to its goal in the essay. Dictation is the core and kernel of it, for even when the exercise is called composition, the subjects are so chosen that the pupil needs detailed guidance throughout, and the results are practically uniform. The writing is accompanied by reading and grammar, but the reading is severely limited, and the text is obscured by comment and minute explanation. Poetry is not only studied with notes, it is analyzed and paraphrased and parsed. The grammar, which is also traditional, is alien both in its method and terminology. The people who invented English in the middle of the 19th century were the classical grammarians who knew only one way of teaching a language and had been forced under pressure from indignant parents to put English on the syllabus. They gave it an hour a week. They spent that hour in parsing, in declining uninflected nouns, in conjugating, in insisting that because the complement of a Latin or Greek copulative verb is in concord with its subject, therefore its me must be wrong in English. They did violence to our tongue in other ways to make a Teutonic language fit a Latin system, introducing all sorts of unnecessary complications of gender, mood, and case, which do not exist. They transferred to English the whole cumbrous system of Latin grammatical terminology, and then set harmless English children to explain their hideous technicalities, all because they had an hour to waste, and were determined to waste it in the manner to which they were accustomed. They were assisted in this ambition by the Scotch professors of rhetoric, who were especially strong in figures of speech. And then they remarked with pain and surprise that their method did not succeed. Their scholars did not appreciate good literature when it was taught to them. They lacked originality in their composition. They were tongue-tied in their speaking and muddled in their writing. There was once a man who determined to teach his monkey to sing Voi ci sapit, an air of which he was inordinately fond. So he took an old stocking with a hole in the toe and 2 holes in the heel, and turned it inside out in order to conceal the holes, and crammed it full with shavings and breadcrumbs, and fried it carefully, and fed the monkey on it. When he complained that the monkey's voice was no better at the end of the course, his friends used to explain that it was because he was an old man, and had lived in the reign of Queen Victoria. Remember that this English teaching has been well tried for more than 50 years substantially. The course we are considering now does not differ in its methods from books like Dalglish's English Composition in Prose and Verse, based on grammatical synthesis of 1864, or Dr. William Smith's English course. The subject subsists as a shuttlecock in a perpetual game of badminton between examiners and teachers. If you ask the examiner of English why he continues to set such stupid questions, he replies quite rightly that he is forced to do so by the stupidity of the schoolmasters who teach it. If you ask the schoolmaster why he makes his English the dullest subject in the syllabus, he will probably answer that he is preparing for the London matriculation. If you look for an explanation of the method, you might surmise that the aim is to secure accuracy in grammar at all costs. But that is not the aim. Mr. Mize explains it in a paragraph, which he might well set for analysis of pronouns. Of all our failings as a nation, this is the most marked in our talk. We are reticent in our writing, we are incoherent and slipshod. Every schoolmaster knows from sad experience that the average boy cannot produce a readable essay on any subject, however hard he may try. He strives by every means in his power to instill a sense of originality in his classes, to teach his boys and girls to observe originality and observation. To take the second first, every scoutmaster knows that observation can be taught, but not by dictation. Probably there is no faculty of the mind which responds so readily to training and practice. By systematic questioning, a young child can be taught to notice the common objects by the wayside on his morning walk. The goods in the shop windows, the flowers in the garden, to remember them and describe them afterwards with great fidelity. A good teacher of infants can easily teach a child of 6 or 7 to observe minute differences, to compare and contrast similar objects, such as the bulb of the iris and the corn of the crocus. This kind of observation is commonly appropriated by science, and it is indeed the same faculty which the physicist employs afterwards with his fine balances and test tubes. But it is also, when reproduced in language, the beginning of good English words are the balances, careful description in words written and spoken of things actually seen, is when developed fully more than half of the business of poets, journalists, and novelists. A few gifted mortals like Balzac, Gissing, or Hardy may possess the faculty by nature, but anyone may acquire it through early training and continuous practice. It can be lost almost as easily as it is won. Can originality be taught less easily, perhaps, than observation? Real originality, in the sense of creative power, or what in its highest form we call inspiration, cannot be taught in school. Who taught Blake to see the tiger burning bright in midmost 18th century London? There are some men born apparently to be our masters. Ideas flow not into them, but out of them. They are the mainsprings of our mechanism. We attribute their origin to the wandering breath of some Holy Spirit. But in a humbler sense, children can certainly be trained to be original, just as they can be trained by opposite methods to be commonplace, slavish, imitative, genteel, conventional, correct, and accommodating. These virtues are taught with great diligence and success in many schools, public and private. In the earliest stage, you copy in a beautiful copperplate handwriting words like England expects every, and you read aloud very slowly from a little book which contains these words in immense type. Shun that ox, he is shy. You recite in chorus after teacher. You correct your speech by mimicking her accents and gestures. You sit, stand, or march to numbers at the word of command. In the next stage, you are promoted to dictation, and once a fortnight you write a composition, but as the theme is duty or the elephant or something about which you can hardly be expected to have connected notions, you are given the headings, told what to say, have your mistakes carefully underlined, and are then presented with a model or fair copy. Any departure from the normal, whether in spelling or in ideas, is heavily penalized, and no credit is given for positive merit. In the next stage, you learn the art of letter writing by studying celebrated models. You paraphrase good poetry into bad prose. You analyze and parse and explain grammatical terms. You summarize and expand. You turn direct into indirect speech, and generally feed your mind with a generous diet of cold minced hash. If I were a little boy trained for years and years according to this plan, I hope I should be grateful to my teachers for all the trouble they had taken with me. But if they then turned round upon me and reproached me with not being original, I should be sorely tempted to commit a breach of good English and say that is the limit. In the pedagogical and psychological sense, these methods are 20 years behind the times. They have been exploded in theory and disproved in practice. Each subject in its turn has fought its battle with the dictation method, and everywhere except perhaps in religious instruction, the principle has been decided. In drawing, the freehand copy has given place to direct observation. In mathematics, mechanical working of rules and examples has been replaced by intelligence and problems. Even physical exercises are no longer mere drill. Perhaps it is in the primary school that we shall find the right principles most clearly marked, if only because with the younger children the teacher is nearer to nature and mistakes punish themselves more visibly. There also the dead weight of tradition has been less oppressive before Madame Montessori's star had risen above the firmament. The best teachers in English infant schools had solved the fundamental problems of how to teach good English. The principle is that what the child speaks or writes shall come from its own brain. The first medium of expression is of course the tongue. No children, not even English children, are tongue-tied by nature, but they are generally timid and sensitive. If they find their adult world discouraging communicativeness, with anger or sarcasm or pedantry, they will close down upon the rock of silence like the limpet, which you must smash before you move. Probably before he comes to school the child has already been silenced by a mother or father whose love will bear anything for the child, except to listen to him. It is wonderful to watch the skilled teacher of infants repairing this mischief, re-establishing confidence between innocence and wisdom, unlocking hearts and tongues, creating an atmosphere of freedom in which she possesses in reality absolute control. Instead of limpets, you behold seamones full open. The children talk at great length in coordinate construction about their mother and the baby's tooth, and when they have finished they sit quiet listening to others. Sometimes the teacher takes up her parable and tells them about Cinderella or the King of the Golden River. In other lessons, other mediums of expression appear: pencils, chalk, plastic, clay, music, dance, drama. The teacher continues unobtrusively feeding the children with beautiful things. She sings and plays to them, shows them pictures, and exhibits gentleness, calm, and love. Amid all the fog of controversy and all the noise of disputing cheapjacks that surrounds the art and practice of education, I see some of these infants' classrooms as clear beacons showing the incontestably true course. I cannot see any limit of years to its progress. Many boys' and girls' schools have grasped the same principles and extended them to the age of 14 with the same undeniable success in the results. Naturally, as the child grows, the method has to be adapted, but the principle remains steadfast. I would not describe it as freedom because the child is not free. Though he feels free, one never doubts the existence of a controlling will. But what is encouraged is authentic expression in writing. Topics are set which draw out of the child's own world, the child's own thoughts. He is guided to think for himself and to speak his thoughts fearlessly. The skill of the teacher is shown mainly in the choice of subjects, and the discretion with which corrections are made. Observation is translated into description, first in speech, and then when the pencil has been mastered. In writing, a child of 9 may be asked to describe a corner of the classroom so that a blind man could understand exactly what is there, and what it looks like. A child of 12 may be asked to describe the prettiest room she ever saw. A child of 14 may be asked to describe the Harrow Road on a Saturday night. On a Sunday morning. Why stop at 14? As well as observation and description, the infant school trains the elements of imagination and invention. Cannot the child, who at 8 years old wrote on "If I were the king," profitably be asked to write on "If I had been Oliver Cromwell"? At 18, in one girl's school, the teacher merely wrote on the blackboard when the moon went out and left the rest to the class. In the same way, children can be trained to argue pro and contra about problems of their own lives, which clearly admit of argument, like would you rather be 6 or 16? Would you rather be a boy or a girl? People new to the method might suppose that although the brighter children could possibly attack such themes with success, the ordinary or dull child would be left staring. It is not so. Whole classes of children trained in this way produce work which is pleasant to read. The essentials seem to be stimulating topics, authentic expression without dictation, and constant practice. To one who has seen the elementary steps, there is no magic in the purse plays or the draconian poems. They are natural. It is dullness that is artificial. Real dullness, such as one finds in common rooms, mess rooms, pulpits, and government offices, is the fruit of a long, careful, and generally expensive education in that quality. In teaching a young person to speak and write, you are also teaching him to think, because words represent thoughts. The adult may be able to think connectedly in silence, but the child generally cannot. The child's world is, however, at the largest a little one, and it is necessary to enlarge it by various means, including stories and pictures, songs, and books. The book gradually becomes more prominent as the art of reading is mastered. a child constantly encouraged to express himself freely, always giving out, and seldom taking in, would develop a number of unpleasant qualities. Therefore, reading is only second to writing in its importance. A generous supply of good books is the second fundamental necessity of sound English teaching. So far as I know, no school has ever reached the limit in this direction. There is an excellent society which bases its method of teaching mainly on copious reading, and has been able to multiply sevenfold the usual reading program of primary schools. But they seem to put the book a little too much into the foreground. It is citizens that we seek to educate. For them, books should be the background of real life. We do not all possess those opulent libraries into which Ruskin would turn his princesses to browse at will. But I subscribe to his doctrine. In principle, mere quantity of reading is a great thing. The more children read, the better they will choose their books. Now, these two things alone, authentic expression and copious reading, are capable of producing good English children. Taught well in these methods, can, without any formal instruction in spelling or grammar, write correctly as well as pleasantly. Something more is needed for those who seek to become scholars in English, and still more if they aim at the study of language. For such as these, the teaching may gradually and progressively develop a scientific character. In the earliest stages, fluency was itself a chief aim, and the teacher was compelled to be very sparing of interruptions and corrections. She had to use discretion, and to judge for herself what mistakes were dangerous. She might not interpose, though 20 successive clauses were joined together by and because she knew that it is natural for language to begin with coordinates, and that mere mental growth, combined with practice in reading and writing, will cure the fault. She corrected vulgarisms like he done it, not with any grammatical disquisition, but dogmatically, even where the children come from homes where the king's English is never spoken. Systematic speech training in the infant school can correct and refine language before pen is put to paper. These infant years seem to be intended by nature for the learning of language. Ears are sharp and memories retentive, but habits once formed at that age, whether good or bad, are very difficult to eradicate later on. Perhaps pronunciation is best taught through disguised phonetics in the singing lesson and elocution in the poetry lesson. In the first written work, it may be found that the spelling is all wrong. Great controversies rage on this subject, but it seems right to regard bad spelling as a disease which needs careful individual diagnosis in the earliest stages, when it can be cured, so as to give no more trouble. Most often it springs from some fault in the method by which the child has learnt to read. Some people are allowed to grow up incapable of spelling because they make out the printed word by some process of guesswork and never fix the letters upon their memory. Good or bad spelling very rapidly becomes automatic. Much the same is true of grammar. As I have said before, accurate use of language can be attained by purely empirical and dogmatic methods. Grammar is no essential preliminary to good English, but nevertheless, there may be a good case for teaching it later on to those who can afford the time. It is well that English boys and girls should know something of the history and structure of their language, as well as their constitution. It may be necessary for the linguist to understand the common grammatical technique of all languages. Moreover, teachers naturally seek to limit the domain of mere dogma and to give explanations where they can. Thus, a child can easily be cured of saying "between you and I" merely through the teacher's command. "Say me." He can be cured of saying "like I did." In the same way, he will of course be on surer ground if he understands the reason. Only let it be English grammar and not Latin grammar that is used. The reason why the child should say "I am taller than he is," if a reason must be given, that then is historically identical with then, not that quam takes the same case after it as before it. If we could only keep our eyes steadily fixed on the goal and discard formalism, tradition, and antiquated examinations, there is in the work of the best infants and elementary schools a broad enough base for us to build a sound structure of English up to the university and beyond. Perhaps someday a progressive university may try the experiment of an English arts course in which the first part would consist solely of advanced reading and writing, and the second part of options between English philosophy, English philology, English poetics, or English criticism. It need not be any lower in standard than an Oxford Greats course. We could not well spare the scholars, on the contrary, those who believe with me that English contains all things necessary to culture, will be most anxious to enlist for its service the finest scholarship of the day. Some will think the fare provided in such a course, as I have outlined, too rich in sugar or fat, and wanting in the tougher constituents which produce bone and muscle. It is essential to require more and more precision and accuracy as the child passes through the phases of adolescence. This was the real virtue of the old classical training, and it is too often wanting on modern sides. We must contemplate something very like the best of classical teaching, applied to English classics for big boys and girls. I write as a Pharisee of the Pharisees, brought up at the feet of Gamaliel. A man like Robert Whitelaw loved the literature of Greece and Rome with such devotion that its very forms were sacred to him. A false quantity or a false concord was to him a personal affront. It caused him physical pain. Accents and particles mattered to him, and so they mattered to us. There was a right and a wrong. We did not understand why, but we knew and felt his scorn of anything careless or superficial. He read Sophocles aloud with an intensity that at first puzzled and then infected us occasionally, but all too rarely it was his task to do the same with Chaucer or Browning. Why not? But at this point I labor with a sense of unreality. Is it possible to capture for our language a tithe of that old classical fervor? We have buried our grammarian upon his peak. Fronting the sunrise, he settled Hode's business. I have heard him lecture for an hour upon the future sense of the optative, with an enthusiasm that was drawn from some pure source in the depths. Doubtless, he survives in disciples. Is it the mere mystery and power of the word that inspires them? I will not believe that it is any inherent virtue possessed by Propertius, but denied to Shelley, that inspires the classical scholar. But where are our inspired teachers of English? I have an impression of critical, quizzical gentlemen, deeply learned in Elizabethan drama or Saxon dialect, but all the same terribly Roman. 1449, I cannot picture one of their disciples seriously moved by a misplaced and which or an unrelated participle in English. Something is missing. There are thousands of genuine lovers of English literature scattered up and down the country, people who feel the thrill of delight in verbal beauty quite as keenly as any classical scholar. But they want leaders and a voice. We suffer our fools too gladly in English studies. Any lunatic is allowed to criticize, traduce, misinterpret Dryden, Carlyle, Addison, even Shakespeare, as if they were our private playthings. They are not. They are worthy of their pedestals of worship, just as much as Homer and Aristotle. The issue of the war has established more firmly than ever the predominance of the English language in the world. If our schools would rise to their opportunity and raise English into a culture worthy of its qualities, there seems no reason why it should not become the universal medium of civilization for the world. The richness and variety of its literature and the simplicity and flexibility of its structure render it as a language amply sufficient. Whether this is visionary or not, it is no longer safe for those who cherish the humanities in education to rely upon the old impregnable position of Latin and Greek. The world has received one of those secular shocks in which tradition crumbles to dust. An article on particles by Alice Meynell. Incomparable Bacon. A general good habit might long ago have been ruled for our national literature in the use of two negatives, un or in and less. A good rule once made known long ago would surely have lasted. We might set about it even yet, though with much to chastise. Let us try. The fault of un and in is of long standing. That of a misapplied less is probably quite modern. What I have to suggest is an obvious enough correction, but the offense is broadcast. Therefore correction cannot surely be inopportune or importunate, for who is there who does not give the Teutonic un to the Latin or Romance word, writing unfortunate or ungracious, or who now is careful to write inconquerable? Any man today would certainly write unconquerable. It may not be that Bacon is always consistent, nor is Landor, who had something, but that something has proved altogether ineffectual. To say, on this question of good English, we must own the incorrect use of the German particle to be the commonest thing in the world, but the incorrect use of the Latin or Romantic derivative, on the other hand, does not occur. The Teutonic un comes more readily to the English pen than the Latin in, and thus is joined habitually to the wrong kind of adjective and verb and adverb, not only moreover to the romantic word, but also to the Greek we have learnt to write asymmetry, but not to avoid unsymmetrical. There is also a very frequent jumble, so that uncivil appears in the same phrase. With incivility and unable with inability, undigested with indigestible ungrateful, with ingratitude, but I need cite no more. It is worth noting that these confusions are not due to kind of reluctance. In the use of un for nouns, we have many nouns, with the un not otherwise to my purpose: unrest, unbelief, unfaith, unhappiness, untruth, unthrift, unskillfulness, and so forth. Now I know well that the reader has been courteously waiting until I should draw breath for a paragraph in order to say undiscovered Shakespeare. It is all too true. I can only repeat murmuring inconquerable Bacon. There is nothing in English that we should prize more dearly than our right negative particles of both derivations, and especially our particle of German derivation, in its right Teutonic place, that un implies, encloses, so much denies, so much refuses, so much point-blank, with a tragic irony that French, for example, can hardly compare our all-significant, unloved, unforgiven, with any phrase of French. There are abysses in those words, at our summons deep calling to deep dreadful or tender. Passion, the thing and its undoing locked together, grappled, but in order to keep these great significances, the un should not be squandered as we squander it, and neither should the less closely embraced in be so neglected. It has its right place and dignity, and is as it were more deliberate it is worth, while furthermore to enhance the value of both our negative particles, one of them of course, shared with French, by considering how poor a negative that last-named tongue has often and often to use for lack of a better, not even a particle, but a thing unfastened, a weak separate word, a half-hearted denial. Let us try to keep our un in its right place, by considering how, for instance, it makes of undone a word of incomparable tragedy, surpassing, defeated and ruined, and all others of their kind. Undone has the purely English faculty, moreover, of giving to a little familiar word a sudden greatness, such greatness as leaps to Lear's every inch. This was found to be intranslatable when Rossi acted King Lear in Italian. He had to speak the phrase in English wonderfully well furnished, as we are for all adventures. Is it not then time that we reviewed and revised our habits, and restored to their proper lineage the great contemporary histories of our language by a right and left distribution of the in and the un? Our incorrect ways were never standardized, or they standardized themselves by precedent. No, it is all too late. We shall never undo the habit now, or cease to be unconscious in our custom. But for the other particle, less there is hope, or there might be. But for Shakespeare's strange and slightly ambiguous viewless, we might at least check new coinings. Less is in the construction here to be considered, though not in other combinations, fairly equivalent to the Teutonic. Without it has great value. It also locks close meanings with its word, but that word should be a noun, and not a verb. Yet it is a verb at the present day, not only in hasty column after column, but in page by deliberate page, and especially in stanza by deliberate stanza, for no doubt the perfervid poets have spread that fashion. You will find relentless scattered in modern verse, and quenchless and tireless frequent. Keats, instigated indirectly, if not directly, by Leigh Hunt, has utterless. The misuse of less is even somewhat more to be resisted than that of un, because, in the case first named, the grammatical construction of our English words, and we have not too many laws of construction, is violated, and beautiful words that are neglected for quenchless and relentless pass out of use. The words that have less for their lawful negative are cheapened, and writers of talent learn to dash, and as it were to gesticulate. Bibliographical notes and news. Correspondence from readers on all subjects of bibliographical interest is invited. The editor will, to the best of his ability, answer all queries addressed to him. General notes. We are glad to see that the Clarendon Press has published Mr. Percy Simpson's edition of Every Man in His Humor, a pioneer volume to the complete edition of Ben Jonson's works, which the same editor, in conjunction with Professor Herford, has been for many years preparing. Their edition, should we think be definitive, we use Sir Eric's magical word, with extreme caution, for fear of provoking the National Union of Textual Editors to down books and refuse to continue their researches. A new edition of Ben Jonson's work is certainly needed. Gifford, reedited by Cunningham, is sadly inadequate. The text is bad, and the notes explain nothing that one wants to know. One walks darkling through the discoveries. Take Ben's remarks about painting are hermetic. What, for instance, does this mean? Parrhasius was the first one reputation by adding symmetry to picture. Eupompus gave it splendor by numbers and other elegancies. We shall indeed be grateful to the new editors if they can tell us exactly how Eupompus gave splendor to art by numbers and other elegancies. The secret might be whispered along the galleries of Burlington House. Another interesting book that should soon, though there is no news of its immediate arrival, be coming from the Clarendon Press, is the third volume of Mr. Saintsbury's Caroline Poets. The first two volumes of this massive anthology opened up a whole province of literature hitherto almost unknown to the general reader. In the last, this great work of excavation and exploration should be completed, with the exception of Chamberlain and the matchless Orinda. The Carolines of Mr. Saintsbury's choice have been very obscure in the last volume. We understand he intends to soar to the dizzy heights of eminence on which Cleveland stands. A good critical edition of Cleveland will be welcomed by all lovers of 17th century literature. The early editions of his works are a piratical sort of publication. Some of his poems were, even in his own lifetime, attributed to other writers, notably his Hermaphrodite, which was fathered on Randolph and which he claimed as his own in an amusing little poem appended later on to the Stolen Piece. And yet, in spite of Cleveland's claim to his own property, Caro Hazlitt, in his reprint of Randolph, continues to attribute the Hermaphrodite to its wrongful owner, a very unnecessary and supererogatory blunder. While we are on the subject of the Caroline poets, we would like to express a pious hope that someday, when we are all immensely rich, the Clarendon Press or some other great publishing institution will bring out a complete corpus of English poetry. More than a century has elapsed since Chalmers issued his English Poets, and the book, in spite of bad editing and very imperfect, indeed non-existent critical apparatus, is still an extremely useful one. It contains a complete Gower, a complete Lydgate, a complete Hawes, and a complete Skelton. The text of these older poets is indeed atrocious, but the fact remains that they're reprinted and easily accessible in Chalmers' stout volumes for any study of the 18th century. Chalmers is invaluable. Everything is in him, from the ruins of Rome to the pleasures of digestioner. Is it the art of preserving health? A well-edited Chalmers would be a work of immense value. And if the Clarendon Press would go on in the same edition from the Carolines to the Georgians, and back through the Elizabethans and Tudors, as far as the Brutians, the contemporaries of our first Trojan king, we should be forever grateful. But before that comes to pass, we must all, as has already been hinted, be immensely rich. A rather battered Purchas Pilgrim minus its title page came into our hands recently. It appears to be the second edition, but the only actual indication of date that we can discover is to be found in the following passage, on which by a happy chance we lighted while turning over the pages. The book Sultan Achmet is now anno 1613-5, and 20 years old, of good stature, strong and active more than any of his court. He hath 3,000 concubines. We cannot help believing that someone had been pulling the Reverend Samuel Purchas' leg on the subject of young Sultan Achmet's harem. The other day we bought a charming little first edition of Candide 1759. The title page is amusing: Candide ol optimisme traduit de Ella Lemon de Mr. le Docteur Ralph, no publisher or place. But the date Roman 1759, it was often Voltaire's custom not to acknowledge his publications till they were a success. Zadig 1749 is similarly without author's or publisher's name. Perhaps some of our readers may be able to throw some light on a curious and interesting book, Specimens of Macaronic Poetry, published by J. Richard Beckley in 1830. 1. The volume contains epics written on a single letter, like that which begins Catorum canimus certimina clara canumque. Odes in this style. Emma fur chartum calamos et income. And the Old Scottish Testament of Mr. Andro Kennedy, of which the first stanza runs: I Master Andro Kennedy, a matter quando some vocatus, begotten with some incubi, or with some frere infatuatus, In faith, I can not tell redeli. Under out ubi fui natus. But in truth, I trow truly. Quod sum diabolus incarnatus. No author's name is given, and we have had no time or opportunity to make researches, but perhaps, as we have suggested, some of our readers may be able to give us the information desired. We were fortunate in recently securing a very fine copy of certain learned and elegant works of the Right Honourable Fulk Lord Brooke, written in his youth and familiar exercise with Sir Philip Sidney Henry Sale, 1633. It is high time that a new edition of these very interesting and by moments very great poems was published. Grossart's reprint is faulty and is furthermore practically unprocurable. As a matter of fact, a new edition was, we understand, in process of being prepared by a very able young scholar of Christ Church when the war broke out, and the Wood editor was unhappily killed. Mr. Rose had, we believe, made considerable researches, and had even discovered a certain amount of new material, but he had not committed the results of his labors to paper, so that the possible new edition of Greville has perished with him. If the rest of Greville's works could be edited, as well as his Life of Sidney has been by Mr. Noel Smith, we should be very well pleased, but the prospect of getting any new edition at all seems now extremely unlikely. Recent additions to libraries. Some early printed books of considerable interest have recently been added to the library of the British Museum, among them a copy of Sannazzaro's Arcadia Venice, 1502, in a contemporary binding of boards, covered with designs printed from woodblocks Terentius Comedi, cum interpretation Donati Baptista de Tortis. Venice 1482, Elegantiali by Augustinus Datus, produced at Verona by an unidentified printer. In 1483, Ptolemaeus Liber Quadripartit Ratdolt Venice. 1484, Maurice de Sully, Bishop of Paris, Les Expositions des Jungils en Romant, Antinerit Chambéry. 1484, only 4 fully authenticated incarnabula of Chambéry are known, of which this is the earliest and rarest. It is printed in large Gothic type and adorned with woodcuts. The museum possesses specimens of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Chambéry books, and this is a perfect copy of the first Jo Balbus Janunsis Catholicon Jean du Pré Lyon, 1492. Several examples of early Spanish printing have also been presented, as well as 2 first editions of Swinburne Laus Veneris Moxon, 1866, and Dollar's Houghton, 1867, with The Devil's Duel, a letter to the editor of the Examiner, an attack on Robert Buchanan, written by Swinburne under the pseudonym of Thomas Maitland, and printed for private circulation in 1875. Items from the booksellers' catalogues. With the present boom in 17th-century literature, one is unlikely to judge from the catalogues of the better-known booksellers to pick up many bargains in Caroline literature in London. The collector's only hope will be chance, or the oversight or ignorance of the vendor. We know of someone who recently had the good fortune to find a copy of the extremely scarce lyric poems of Philip Ayres, 1687, in a parcel of miscellaneous rubbish. But that was a stroke of luck, not likely to be repeated, and collectors must be prepared to pay pretty heavily for their 17th century. Now, the following items from various catalogues will indicate the current scale of prices for early editions of Jacobean and Caroline books. We shall be interested to see the prices fetched in the sale of the 3rd portion of the late Mr. W. J. Leighton's stock at Messrs. Sotheby's in the last days of October. The catalogue makes mention of many extremely interesting 17th century books, as well as important manuscripts and early printed books. Messrs. Doble offer 8 first editions of Richard Brathwaite Barnaby's Journal, published by John Haviland in 1638, is priced at 48, and Art Asleep Husband a Bowster Lecture 1640 at 25. 2 more copies of this last work are included among the books at the Leighton sale. The 2nd edition of Caro's Poems, 1642, in the original calf, is offered at 10 guineas, and a first edition of Decker's Tragicomedy, called Match Me in London 1631, at 14. A copy of the 1772 edition of Caro's Poems, originally the property of Mrs. Browning with her maiden name and date 1842 on the title page, is on sale at the Serendipity Bookshop, price 4 guineas. Another book of Mrs. Browning's at the Serendipity shop is Samuel Daniel's History of the Civil Wars, 1717. This is one of those odd reprints of Elizabethan poets that are to be found scattered up and down the 18th century. Perhaps the most unexpected of them is the folio works of Michael Drayton, a celebrated poet in the reigns of Queen Elizabeth, King James Roman I. Charles Roman I, printed by J. Hughes and sold by R. Dodsley, 1748. Among other valuable 17th-century books at the Serendipity shop are Crashaw's Carmen Dio Nostro in the original vellum, printed at Paris 1652-40, a second edition of Herbert's Temple, and a first edition of Hesperides, or the Works, both human and divine, of Robert Herrick, Esq. 140. It is interesting to note what high prices the works of Surtees can always command in Mr. Frank Holling's catalogue, a set of the sporting novels with Leech's illustrations. One of them, a first edition, and the other's early issues, is offered for 37/10s. On the other hand, a first edition of Friendship's Garland can be bought at Messrs. Dobell's for 10s 6d, and a first edition of Buchanan's Book of Orm for half a crown. People still seem prepared to pay high prices for odds and ends from the 90s. Mr. Holling's has a complete Savoy at 7/10s and 2 first editions of Oscar Wilde at nearly £4 apiece. A first edition of Trilby 1895 can be purchased for 7s 6d at Messrs. Dobell's, and of Daniel Deronda 1876 at 18s Evan Harrington in the 12 original parts of Once a Week is offered at 25s at the Serendipity shop. Mr. Everard Meynell has a curiosity of 19th century literature for sale in the shape of Coventry Patmore's Odes, dated 1868, but never published for the following reason. Early in 1868, he had written 9 odes, which in the April of that year he printed for private circulation. Afterwards, keenly mortified at the coldness of their reception by friends, he made a fire in the hall and cast on it, as he thought, all the copies remaining in his hand, while he calmly sat and watched them burn. A friend who had heard of the intended bonfire persuaded his daughter Emily to abstract a copy or two, and these, with the few which had been sent to friends, were all that remained of the edition. The price of this soul saved from the burning is 8/10s, and a first edition of The Unknown Eros 1878, with inscription from the author to Richard Garnett, is priced 2/10s. Having recently picked up cheap a third edition 1872 of Fitzgerald's Omar Khayyam Quaritch 1872, we are interested to see that a copy of the fourth edition 1879 is for sale at 3 guineas. We suspect ourselves of having made a bargain, but are not yet quite sure. Messrs. Dobell have an interesting collection of first editions of works by Victor Hugo, most of them presentation copies, with Hugo's autograph inscription to Mademoiselle Louise Young. A Roman 50H. Correspondence to the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, on the assumption, I hope, justified, that you propose to have a correspondence column in your paper, I write to plead that you should devote some of your attention to the subject of what is, I believe, called book production, that your guidance as to the contents of books will be valuable, I do not doubt. But I feel that an organ such as yours might be of considerable service if it would determine to devote some consideration to their physical form. It may fairly be said, I think, that as a body English publishers produce their books as respectably as any publishers in the world. The Germans produced before the war a larger number of agreeable-looking cheap books, and a larger number of finely printed and bound editions de luxe, such as were specialized in by firms like Langen of Munich, but the ordinary German Book of Commerce was frequently very shoddy, and the pseudo-romantic Albert Memorial tradition had never been entirely shaken off. The French presses issue many books, which are a delight to possess. Their tradition is an old one. It can be traced through the delicate 18th century editions, with their unequaled engravings, back to the Essenes and the Tories, who were infinitely superior to the printers of their time. Throughout the last 50 years, French publishers and societies of bibliophiles have issued editions of poetry and of old rarities, exquisite in their taste, beautifully printed on the best paper, and never eccentric. But the ordinary French novel or political book printed in blunt, unattractive type, and bound in yellow paper. Covers which fall in pieces at a touch is certainly not a model that anyone would wish to copy. Much may be said against our wood-pulp paper and our common cloth bindings, but on the whole, we certainly clothe most books in garments more durable than the books deserve. And the same thing holds good of America, though there the types and bindings are as a rule uglier than ours. The fact remains that not one book out of 20 that we produce can be called beautiful, and that 15 out of 20 are indisputably ugly. That the public will ever demand an improvement is a fantastic dream. The ordinary reader likes a nice book when he sees it, but will never make an effective demand on his own account. We have to rely on the initiative, largely disinterested, of 1. the publishers, 2. the authors, and 3. the critics. Publishers, we know, must earn their living like other men. Their chief attention must be given to procuring saleable matter, but they have to get their books printed, and they have to get them bound. And while they are about it, they would lose nothing, and we should all gain something if they would see to it that the work was done by someone who cared about types and was anxious to make the best of the materials available at a specified price. Authors, again, may often be heard complaining that they do not like the look of their books, but does any author, except Mr. Bernard Shaw and a few bibliophiles who patently supervise the job themselves, ever take any steps to secure a production of which he would approve? Finally, though the critics occasionally praise a book for being beautifully printed or tastefully bound, not one of them seems to make a regular practice of commenting on the physical design of books, which, after all, is an ingredient in our civilization, just as much as the design of cottages. I should, as I say, be relieved to hear that the Mercury, from which we all hope so much, intends to do its bit in this connection. Yours faithfully, Original Subscriber. We think our correspondent is a little hard on English publishers. Some of them, though a minority, seldom produce an unattractive book, and the book production of them all is on a higher average level than it was 10 years ago or has ever been in our time. But we agree that there is room for improvement and scope for commendation, or the reverse, and we purpose in our next issue to institute a regular page of book production notes, which we hope will give our correspondent satisfaction. Ed Roman 50 Roman 1000. Books of the Month. Poetry. Reynard the Fox, by John Masefield Heinemann. 5's Net. It is an agreeable thing to find a man whose work has been overpraised writing better than he has ever done. Before Mr. Masefield's earlier narrative poems were plagiarized for their vices, their unreal plots, their bad psychology, their sentimentality, their jog-trot meters. He, wiser in his generation, appears to have realized that the best parts of them were the descriptions, details of vivid imagery, pictures of scenes and brief incidents, and that where he was dealing with a person, he was at his best when the person was alone, and in one self-centered mood. The picture of the widow alone in her cottage was worth all that incredible plot in The Widow in the by-street, the public house scene, and the birds following the plow remain in the memory when Saul Kane's spiritual struggles have faded away. Dauber was little more than a means of arriving at that peaceful entry when the ship trod the quiet waters of the harbor like a faun, and landscapes were the only excuse for the daffodil fields. Mr. Masefield, who very likely realizes that biography, a poem that will not die, is the best thing he has done, seems to have discovered his bent in Reynard the Fox. There is only one leading character, the fox, and he is shown in no complicated relationships. It is the description of a chase and of a fight for life, and we could not hope to see it better done. Mr. Masefield's faults of writing are still evident. Lines like, "He too, a year before, had had a zest for going to the bad," might have come out of one of the numerous parodies which have been perpetrated at his expense. He is unscrupulous in rhyming, he takes potshots with words, and he is occasionally grossly sentimental, but none of these faults is bad enough in this poem to get in the way. It is a poem to read again as soon as one has forgotten it, and it will give equal enjoyment every time. The opening section, which describes the meet, is a little too drawn out. Too much time is taken up with describing a multitude of characters once seen and then forgotten, but no Dutch painter ever gave a better idea of the bustle about an inn than Mr. Masefield does, and the approach of the hunt is done deliciously. We would spare little of the long description of the hounds who come round the corner in front of the redcoats. Intent-wise, dipping, trotting, straying, smiling at people, shoving, playing, nosing to children's faces, waving, their feathery sterns, and all behaving, and then draw round, Tom Dancy on the green in front of the cock and pie, arrogant daffodil and queen, closest but all in little space. Some lolled their tongues, some made grimace, yawning or tilting, nose in quest. All stood and looked about with zest. They were uneasy as they waited. Byron said the octosyllabic meter is the easiest to write. It is unvaried, the most monotonous to read. Mr. Masefield, who breaks into anapstic passages when hounds are in full cry, pulls it off all the way. It was not an easy thing to supply enough bite to descriptions of earth, tree, and sky, to invent enough novel incidents to enable us to follow without fatigue a 10 or 14 miles chase across country. But it has been done, and Mr. Masefield has also succeeded in intensely interesting us in the fox, without as a rule making him any less an animal when he finds one earth, and then another. Stop. The reader's feelings are what they are when a hero of romance walks blind along the plank, and it is with an immense relief that in the end we find the fox at the expense of another, escapes the final description of the rested fox's nocturnal hunt, and the hound's going home is admirable fresh painting. Here is the close. Then the moon came quiet and flooded full, light and beauty on clouds like wool, on a feasted fox at rest from hunting, in the beechwood grey where the brocks were grunting. The beechwood grey rose dim in the night, with moonlight fallen in pools of light. The long dead leaves on the ground were rhymed. A clock struck 12 and the church bells chimed. It is just the end of such a day. The Superhuman Antagonists by Sir William Watson, Hodder Stoughton, Six's Net. Nobody could accuse Sir William Watson of overcolloquialism, morbid violence, or carelessness. A slight infusion of those vices might do him good. He is determined to be as lofty and orotund as Milton, as grave as Matthew Arnold, as sage as Wordsworth, if he can manage it, and the result is often a cold and carven monument of respectable but uninspired verse, akin to the better of the large tombs in Westminster Abbey. On every page of his title poem, A Debate Between Ormuzd and Ahriman, we find lines like, legible haply in that brow benign, Rashnu and Vayu and great Mithra sons, with the huge monster's dragon armature, out of the pregnant and parturient dust, large hereditaments of bliss and woe. Sentences, however mighty their mold, which are to modern poetry what Lord Chaplin's speeches are to modern oratory. This much, however, can be said for Sir William, that his brain is always working in spite of his lordly panoply of words outworn, and he who can penetrate his language will arrive at some sort of argument. The shorter poems are also magniloquent, and like the longer one barely escape commonplaceness by a certain activity of mind, but the language would not have been poorer had none of them been written. More translations from the Chinese by Arthur Waley Allen, Unwin 3s and 4s, 6d net. Mr. Waley's 170 Chinese Poems Constable was one of the most memorable books of recent years, and what is more was instantly recognized as such even those of us, and we can certainly claim to be a majority, who do not know Chinese could tell at sight that they were accurate beyond the want of translations. They were obviously beautiful poems in the original tongue, and they became beautiful English poems through Mr. Waley, who has handled unrhymed verse as skillfully as anyone alive or dead, with a variety of rhythm and a flow of sound correspondent to sense, which is amazing in translations. The new collection should not be missed by anyone who has the old one. Those who have not should get the old one, which contains a historical sketch, and which on the whole covers better poems before this one. In his second collection, Mr. Waley still devotes most of his space to Po Chui, really a greater poet than Li Po, of whom we have heard so much. The poems from him are again very diverse in subject and mood, and the more we see of him, the more his personality attracts us. We may quote two shorter examples. One is The Cranes, which has the terseness, the melancholy, the directness of the best of Verlaine. The western wind has blown but a few days, yet the first leaf already flies from the bough. On the drying paths, I walk in my thin shoes. In the first cold, I have donned my quilted coat. Through shallow ditches, the floods are clearing away. Through sparse bamboos trickles a slanting light. In the early dusk, down an alley of green moss, the garden boy is leading the cranes home. Po Chui's mild humor is seen in the lazy man's song A Roman 500. I have got patronage, but am too lazy to use it. I have got land, but am too lazy to farm it. My house leaks, I am too lazy to mend it. My clothes are torn, I am too lazy to darn them. I have got wine, but I am too lazy to drink. So it's just the same as if my cellar were empty. I have got a harp, but am too lazy to play. So it's just the same as if it had no strings. My wife tells me there is no more bread in the house. I want to bake, but am too lazy to grind. My friends and relatives write me long letters. I should like to read them, but they're such a bother to open. I have always been told that Kai Shie passed his whole life in absolute idleness. But he played the harp and sometimes transmuted metals. So even he was not so lazy as Roman 1. The finest thing in the book is perhaps Chu Yuan's The Great Summons that is too long to quote, but we cannot resist Mr. Whaley's version of a brief lyric by Lei Po's Self-Abandonment. I sat drinking and did not notice the dusk, till falling petals filled the folds of my dress. Drunken I rose and walked to the moonlit stream. The birds were gone, and men also few. These translations may be not without their influence on English poetry, and though the Chinese spirit is not ours, the example of their exactitude and economy will not be thrown away. Collected Poems of Lord Alfred Douglas Secker, S6D Net. In a note, Lord Alfred Douglas observes that all great art is founded on morality, and that good poetry is made up of two things, style and sincerity. These apophthegms are brief and unelaborate, but indisputable. Unfortunately, he proceeds to say that poetry has never sunk so low as now, and that there is not a good poet among the lot, which suggests that he does not know where to look for poetry. He is out of touch with the time, and it is unfortunate for him. Again and again, as we read his collection, we feel that he is the last of the pre-Raphaelites, clothing genuine feelings in a faded vesture, and images and words gone stale. He has improved. His earliest poems might well have been left out. His latest includes several sonnets, notably that beginning, I have been profligate of happiness, which have been and deserve to be in the anthologies, but the last exactitude of statement he seldom as yet has achieved, and his feelings about persons come out much more strongly and convincingly than his feelings about nature or the eternal. This edition has a portrait. Forgotten Places by Ian Mackenzie, Chapman Hall, 36D Net. In the last 4 years, many young men have died who would have helped to make our ages. It will in any case be glorious in Song, Brook and Flecker, and Edward Thomas had at least partly expressed themselves. Others, such as Wyndham Tennant and Julian Grenfell, had written 1 or 2 perfect poems and justified the muse, but there were some whose talents only their friends knew, who might have ranked with the first of these and died before they had outgrown their boyhood. Ian Mackenzie was one of these. He was in the H Roman 50. Roman 1 had a breakdown in England. He had outgrown his strength and died of pneumonia on Armistice Night. After hearing that peace had come, he was just 20. The present volume, his second, gathers up what was left over from his first, and is prefaced by a memoir by Arthur Waugh, every word of which will be echoed by those who knew Mackenzie, one of the handsomest, sunniest, most candid boys in the world. He was 20, and as yet too young to hammer into form the large visions of his precocious imagination and the queer thoughts that engaged his intellect. The reader who knew him will see in every line the promise of a great maturity. The reader who did not know him will probably fail to see more than a tumble of confused thoughts and images obscurely worded in rhythms that are often ungainly. But even he may be arrested here and there by a phrase beyond the common range of 18 or 19. There are several such in Eyes. Eyes swim out like strange blue fishes. recovering beauty from the dark, and several also in the poem, which arises out of the childlike reflection. What a strange marvel is the telephone! The whole of the second section of Friends is clear and passionate, and there are lines at the beginning in which he makes the comparison of a thinker with a child looking at pebbles in a pool, which are of the last simplicity and completeness. He oscillated between an extreme analytical habit and a profound love for ordinary things. The first mood may be illustrated by his strange poem on words. I watch you talking, catching mouthfuls of air, which you twist around till you throw them out, in various shapes such that each is clear. Patterns of sound, some soft, some you shout. Some are round and soft or dimpled and thin. Some writhe and quiver fantastic about. Some slip through the lips and turn whispering in, till the waves of silence shut them out. So if we could not hear any sound, but could see air moving like waves in a pond, and the shape of every word had been found, till they faded away in the air beyond, and words came twisted in breaths of air. You could tell each one by a careful stare. The other is naively expressed in his phrase. There is as much of beauty in one breath as there could be upon the largest star. He was immature, but he need not have troubled to cross-examine himself about these 3 last years of fraudulent, subconscious plagiarism. For there never was a person so unable to be anything but natural. A challenge by Maitland Hardiman, Lt. Col. Roman 500, SO Roman 1000 Roman 100, Allen Unwin 2s, 6D net. Col. Hardiman was a young civilian soldier who believed in peace, was on the committee of the Union of Democratic Control, and died at 23 at the head of his regiment. I have never seen or heard of a man, says Mr. N. H. Romans in his introduction, to whom not merely a lie, even a harmless one, but any kind of misrepresentation, was so abhorrent. He wrote his own epitaph. Thus he died, as he lived, fighting for abstract principles, in a cause which he did not believe in. The verse of the man described here cannot but be interesting, but it would be an affectation to call it poetry. Genuine feeling often comes through, but in an amateur way. The nearest thing to good poetry in the book is Via Crucis, which begins, Lord Jesus of the trenches, calm midst the bursting shell, we met with thee in Flanders, we walked with thee in hell, o'er duty's blood-soaked tillage, we strewed our glorious youth. Yes, we indeed have known thee. For us the cross is truth. Poems of the Dawn and the Night by Henry Moan Chapman Hall, 3/6D net. Youth's stuff will not endure, and in a year or two Mr. Moaned will probably not be talking of storming the battlements of heaven, and will not care to begin a poem with an aged filthy hag with bloated face. Upon her haunches, wrapped in bloody rags, there squats Belena splashed with entrails. Words which do not really horrify us, and did not really horrify him. He shows certain gifts. There is observation at the end of the silver corpse, and in parts of the faun, but he strains after effects, and misses them. Honest vision, and honest feeling may be later discoveries. He would do well for a time to subject himself to a strict discipline formally. Napoleon by Herbert Trench, Oxford University Press, 2/6D net. This is a cheap reprint of Mr. Trench's play previously published at 10/6D net, and recently acted by the Stage Society, with the exception of the Requiem of the Archangels and 1 or 2 other poems. It is certainly the finest thing he has done. Unfortunately, the finest things in it are probably those which are least suitable to the theatre. Athenian Days by F. Noel Byron Elkin Matthews, 2/6D and 1/6D net. Mr. Byron seems to have read the classics and is obviously fond of Greece. The unfortunate moon has been compared to many things. This time, it is a beckoning courtesan. There are few notable blemishes about Mr. Byron's poems, but he never ends them properly, and it is seldom clear why he begins them. Any Soldier to His Son by George Willis Allen, Unwin 1's net. A volume of lively verses, some of them in the military vernacular. The speaker, in the title poem, after long service in the trenches, sums up his feats thus. I never kissed a French girl, and I never killed a Hun. I never missed an issue of tobacco pay or rum. I never made a friend, and yet I never lacked a chum. I never borrowed money, and I never lent but once. Not a bad record. The conventional poems at the end are competently written. Bed has something of the neatness and something of the elusiveness of Prior. The Station Platform and other poems by Margaret Mackenzie, Sans 2's 6D net. These verses are not all sad. Indeed, I hope that in a very real sense none of them are, that they are poems of sorrow and consolation, decently worded and written with a sincerity and simplicity that is sometimes moving. The author has a habit of being too simple. It takes some time to recover from a beginning like, I think maybe the souls of men are bulbs. Echoes from the Greek Anthology by J.G. Legge, Constable 2's 6D net. Mr. Legge has long been known as one of the most competent and comprehensive of the many who in our time have tried their hands on the epigrams of the Greek Anthology. This selection is based on that given in Mr. Mackall's excellent little book. Mr. Legge says that many of his versions were made on the top of a municipal tram. He must be a self-possessed man. He never touches the level of inspiration reached in Lang's or in Shelley's few translations from the anthology, but no translator, so far as we know, has done so many so well. He is always smooth, neat, perspicuous. His principal lack is music. He gives what is perhaps the best extant version of the epitaph on the dead of Thermopylae. Novels. Jeremy by Hugh Walpole Cassell, Sevens net. The Young Physician by F. Brett Young Collins, Sevens net. Poor Relations by Compton Mackenzie Secker, Sevens 6D net. The Tender Conscience by Bohun Lynch Secker, Sevens net. September by Frank Swinnerton, Methuen, Sevens net. Time and Eternity by Gilbert Cannon, Chapman Hall, Sevens net. Richard Kurt by Stephen Hudson Secker, Sevens net. The literary arena of England is at this moment strewn with the forms of discouraged novelists who are hailed as coming great men, and who have never yet been able to make any adequate reply to the hail. The arrival of Mr. Conrad, Mr. Wells, and Mr. Bennett as writers, concerning whom in whatever tenor our questions are answered, is within recent memory. Soon after that event, a new generation rose. Henry James stooped from Olympus to examine them, and there was a good deal of excitement abroad as to their future performance. But where are they now? Mr. Walpole's latest book carries the history of a child up to his first departure from school. Mr. Compton Mackenzie shows us a popular dramatist struggling for life in the midst of a farcical crowd of relations. Mr. Swinnerton produces punctually one book a year in time for the autumn publishing season. But meanwhile, what is happening to the English novel? Is anything happening to it? It is certainly true that there is no perceptible curve of development or change. There are fashions. Two of the books before us illustrate one of the most popular of them, a fashion begun and now abandoned by Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Walpole pushes the novel of adolescence to its extreme or beyond the extreme by the tender age at which he takes his hero. Mr. Brett Young goes through with it in conventional fashion, conducting Edwin Ingleby from early years at school to his final medical examination. And the beginning of life. Mr. Walpole's Jeremy is a very faithful and exact record, and yet it is not easy to say why he should have written it. Mary, however, was there, and in the very middle of her game, searching for him, as she was always doing, she found him desolate under the shadow of the oak. She slipped away, and coming up to him with the shyness and fear that she always had when she approached him, because she loved him so much, and he could so easily hurt her, said, "Aren't you coming to play Jeremy?" "I don't care," he answered gruffly. "It isn't any fun without you." She paused, and added, "Would you mind if I stayed here too?" "I'd rather you played," he said, and yet he was comforted by her, determined, as he was, that she should never know it. "I'd rather stay," she said, and then gazed with that melancholy stare through her large spectacles that always irritated Jeremy out across the garden. "I am all right," he said again, "only my stocking tickles, and I can't get at it. It's the back of my leg. I say, Mary, don't you hate the Dean's earnest? A not too exigent reader might still fail to be surprised or delighted by that passage or by 100 like it. And of such passages, the book is made up. If Mr. Walpole continues the child's career on the same scale, his followers will groan, and yet perhaps as Jeremy grew older, he might grow more interesting, for it is unlikely that except in rare cases, a grown man will remember enough of childhood to make the material of a long novel, and the character of even the most remarkable child is not after all sufficiently broad, sufficiently varied to bear the weight of this exhaustive description. Mr. Brett Young's less unusual design gives him better opportunities for the use of his talent, but not often the opportunities his talent deserves. He came into notice a little later than that younger generation which we have mentioned, and in some ways his gifts are superior to those of any novelist of his own age, but it is a matter for doubt whether they are strictly the gifts of a novelist in the row of his books, all sincere, all well-written, all with obvious merits. The best is undeniably his account of the East African campaign marching on Tanga II, his collection of poems 5 degrees south in these two landscapes, and his delight in it had an uncontested supremacy in his novels up to now. That supremacy has been contested by the characters who have, however, faded away in the end against the background like puffs of smoke. This certainly allowed the author's best talent to be displayed at advantage, and yet it is a doubtful recommendation of a novel to say that the persons in it can hardly be noticed. In The Young Physician, the persons are not so unobtrusive, and the hero, if we had not been aware of him before, would have forced himself on our attention by committing manslaughter in the last pages of the book. He does, however, live and move before that, and the characters around him at home, at school, at the university, where he studies medicine, are living and moving human beings, but the more clearly we see Edwin and his surroundings, the less, very unfortunately, we see of those poetical qualities to which we have grown accustomed in Mr. Brett Young. Certain of the human relations are indeed very well drawn. Edwin's love for his mother and his grief at her death make moving passages. The episode in which he is drawn closer to his lonely father is excellently done, but the second part of the book, where Mr. Brett Young voluntarily confines himself in North Bromwich, is not on the whole a distinguished piece of work. Here the author is without his hills, trees, and clouds, and is compelled to exert himself in the observation and delineation of character. But though he does his work here cleanly and honestly, as we have a right to expect from him, he does it lifelessly and without enthusiasm. W.G. Boyce, even Rosie Beaucaire, are alive and credible, but it is hard for the reader not to suspect that Mr. Brett Young takes but little interest in them, and impossible, with that suspicion in his mind, to take much interest in them himself. Much the best part of the book is the description of the journey made by Edwin and his father to the deserted mining village in the Mendips, which had been the father's home. Here Mr. Brett Young has his opportunity for description, and uses it well in a dozen passages. And from a final crest, the road suddenly fell steeply through the scattered buildings of a hamlet. An inn, with a wide space for carts to turn in, stood on a sort of platform at the right-hand side of the highway, and in front of the travellers lay the mass of Mendip, the black bow of Axdown with its shaggy flanks, the level cliffs of Callow, and a bold seaward spur, so lost in watery vapours that it might well have claimed its ancient continuity with the islands that swam beyond in the grey sea. In the light of his new enthusiasms, Edwin found it more impressive than any scene that he remembered, more inspiring, though less vast in its perspective than the dreamy plain of the Severn's upper waters that he had seen so many times from Ufdown. For these hills were very mountains, and mightier in that they rose sheer from a plain that had been bathed in water within the memory of man. And more than all this, far more, they were the home of his fathers. This quotation does not indicate a dozen such, could not exhaust the grace and charm of the episode in the Mendips. Here, perhaps, for a moment in the midst of an unsatisfactory book, Mr. Brett Young has attained a higher level of achievement than ever before. His persons do not here fade into the landscape, but rather blend with it into one picture of which they are as essential a part as the hills and clouds. There is still, it must be confessed, certain lack of vigor in the presentation, but if the author could compose a whole book in this manner, it would be a very fine and remarkable performance. Perhaps he may still do so. It would be very rash to decide at this moment that the novel is not the form of art which he ought to pursue. But even if we reserve judgment on this point, there can be no doubt that the scheme of The Young Physician is in any case not well adapted to his particular gifts. Mr. Compton Mackenzie, however, who invented and popularized this kind of novel, has in his latest production thought fit to drop it. It was indeed desirable, after the unfortunate affair of Sylvia and Michael, that he should attempt to break new ground, but we think that many of his admirers will read Poor Relations in a mood of pleasure mingled with dismay. One critic observed of Guy and Pauline that the future of the English novel was to a quite considerable extent in Mr. Mackenzie's hands, but the future of the English novel does not really lie in the direction of rattling books for railway journeys, where humor is derived from Cow's comic clergymen and an overwhelming hairwash, those who fixed Mr. Mackenzie with solemn expressions of expectation on the ground of Carnival and Sinister Street will probably be hard put to it to know what to make of this romping and boisterous piece of work. It contains little more of what the author has been praised for than his vitality, which was much diminished in Sylvia, and Michael and his verbal ingenuity, but it does show high spirits and an eye not blind to those obvious humorous effects, such as bad wine, mischievous and inquisitive children, the nervous author with his secretary, and so forth, which when they are wholeheartedly embraced, are after all still humorous. If the future of the English novel really is in Mr. Mackenzie's hands, and if he continues in his present mood, the English novel is going to have a queer time of it, but if he has done nothing else, he has proved himself free of priggishness. Among these novelists, only two, Mr. Swinnerton and Mr. Lynch, much concern themselves with what was once an urgent topic of conversation with the business, namely, of giving the novel shape and compactness. This, it was at one time announced, was the direction in which English fiction was moving, and perhaps it is still the most significant movement, though it is accidentally a little veiled at present. But Mr. Swinnerton, who is a novelist pure and simple, who follows no extravagant theory, has no doctrinaire axe to grind, seems bent on making shipwreck of his powers. Some novels can be written, as was Mademoiselle de Maupin, in 6 weeks, but Mr. Swinnerton has not yet written a novel like Mademoiselle de Maupin, nor does it appear probable that he will do so. He seems to have fallen into the habit of producing a cross between a good book and the commercial article in good time for the autumn publishing season once a year. Thus are the hopes raised by Nocturne disappointed, and those who were disconcerted but cheerful last year under the stroke administered by shops and houses will possibly falter in despair. This year, under the more poignant blow of September, it is the theme of a beautiful woman whose placid life does not flower into passion until she is nearing middle-age. Cherry Mant, who hardly hurts Marianne Forster by tampering with the affections of her good fellow of a husband, wounds her deeply by making off with her youthful lover Nigel Sinclair, and both acts of rapine are cleverly introduced by a silly joke about the name of a brand of cigarettes. It is true, Mr. Swinnerton knows his business, and if he has not the final fusing fire of genius, he has talent in great quantities, experience and knowledge and cleverness. He has learnt his art, but rather than apply his learning, he gives us once a year the irritating phantom of a good book. His theme and his conception of its treatment are excellent, but he will not pursue sufficiently deeply his researches into character, and unless he can resign himself to missing the season now and again, he will be lost to the English novel. His is not one of those talents that shine in rash and careless brilliance. It requires intensive labor to make the best of it. The same judgment applies with equal force to Mr. Lynch's talent. The difference between him and Mr. Swinnerton is that he has taken the trouble to make the best he can of his theme, which is exiguous and yet sufficient. The story turns on Jimmy Guy's gradual discovery of his wife's worthlessness, and the hasty reader might complain that in a short book Mr. Lynch has spent a great deal of time over a very small matter, but those who range through contemporary fiction anxious to be hopeful will be more interested in the care which he has spent on every facet of the tale. The device by which Jimmy is at once presented full length and in detail to the reader while Blanche is gradually discovered is one of those solid and sufficient inventions which immediately command respect. The exact and measured discovery of her worthlessness takes place by slow, inexorable degrees, which show that the author has never once relaxed his vigilance over his composition. There are, it is true, irrelevancies even in so short a work. Jessie Carruthers was not really necessary as a foil to Blanche. The new department, though it is deliciously sketched, takes too prominent a place, but these irrelevancies do not noticeably distort the general scheme and are in fact probably the result of Mr. Lynch's unconscious recognition that his plot was a little too slender for even so brief a novel. But in spite of this initial difficulty, The Tender Conscience is a very creditable and satisfactory performance, and gives grounds for looking forward with much interest to Mr. Lynch's future development. The novels of Mr. Gilbert Cannon and Mr. Stephen Hudson are of the sort in which an attempt is made to simulate distinction by gratuitous eccentricity. Some painters, in order to improve the landscapes with which nature has provided them, screw up their eyes until the scene before them runs into a confused blur. Mr. Cannon and Mr. Hudson make this grimace before the spectacle of life. It is a fashion like another, but it has less usefulness, and we imagine less durability than the novel of adolescence. Mr. Cannon's book contains a gentleman named Perikatov with a massive Jewish face, thick sensitive lips, a heavy blue chin, and tragic short-sighted eyes, another gentleman named Stephen Laurie, whose characteristics are not so obvious, and a young lady named Valerie Dutoit, who appears to be the incarnation of all that Mr. Cannon considers glorious. The thesis of the story, so far as we have been able to discern it in the gyrations of these and other characters, is that the true England was not in the war, but sat unheeded, forgotten, alone in a little garret until the fighting was over. Mr. Cannon is plainly dissatisfied about something, but he lacks a brain sufficiently clear to make the reader understand what it is, or what he wishes done. Meanwhile, he creates unreal scenes of physical and mental misery and squalor, through which the stoutest-hearted could not drag themselves unyawning or undepressed. Their yawns and their depression are, it is true, in some sort a tribute to Mr. Cannon's powers. He creates these scenes with a certain vigor and finish, but his qualities will be forever wasted unless he can raise himself out of his present state of aimless gloom. Mr. Hudson, perhaps even more than Mr. Cannon, has forgotten the limitations imposed on him by his material, which is life. In this story of Richard Kurt, his shallow and philandering wife Elinor, and his crafty young mistress Virginia, he seems to suppose that nothing more than his bare word is needed to carry off impossible events and unnatural psychology. But the novelist's task is not so easy as this. He cannot secure originality by willing it, or by producing an unexpected situation out of the void. The unusual situation must be justified not only by itself, but by all that has preceded it. The novel effect, which is obtained by suddenly altering a character already defined, is below childishness. As for the rest, this is a tale of the idle and indigent rich and their experiments in adultery. Richard Kurt appears to be a perfectly worthless person, so irritating in his sins and weaknesses that it is easy to understand the feelings of his disagreeable father, and his frivolous, selfish, restless wife. Virginia, unfortunately, does not in a strict sense exist, the maiden whose one desire it is to be seduced, without appearing to consent or even to be aware of the incident, may live somewhere in the casebooks of the pathologists, but Mr. Hudson has not delivered her from that prison house. He tells us that such was her behavior and such her motives, but the reader involuntarily declines to accept the assertion, nor is it likely that the reader would much care if it were true. Over and Above by J. E. Gurdon Collins, 7/6, D-Net. This is a curiously naive and artless story of the adventures of an airman, as seen through the eyes of one Wharton, whom we meet crossing to France for the first time and leave going back to England on transfer to home service with a military cross and 2 bars. It is written with evident knowledge and covers most of the typical incidents in an airman's life at the front. It is written, too, with complete sincerity, and it is easy to discern the author's personality behind the speeches of his characters and his own asides. Yet for all this, it is hardly a success, hardly so convincing or informing as a number of books that have been built on a much slighter foundation of first-hand knowledge. The fights described are not clear or lucid. The persons introduced never become real. All this goes to show that both some natural gift for and some practice in literary composition are necessary for any book, as well as experience of the life it depicts. The New Decameron by various authors, Blackwell 6's net. The New Decameron is a fascinating title, which covers a disappointing book. The greatness of the original Decameron springs, after all, in the first place, from the extraordinary beauty of the introduction, which sets the reader in a proper state of mind for the stories that follow and which lingers with him ever afterwards if he reads a story here and there at random. But the state of mind produced by the setting here, in which a miscellaneous collection of rather disagreeable persons is becalmed in mid-channel in an excursion steamer, by no means recalls the magic of the Tuscan garden, the stories vary greatly in quality, but none of them is entitled to be considered very seriously. The best would make pleasant patches in our magazines, and the worst would be bad anywhere. The jokes at the expense of German dullness in The Professor's Tale are made with neatness, and point. The Stone House Affair is not a bad detective story. The Upper Room is a decadent effort of a somewhat antiquated kind, but it is not too ill-written. There is no reason why these stories should not have been both written and published, but the great name under which they are announced and the elaboration of their frame make them seem perhaps more insignificant than they really are. The Revolt of Youth by Coralie Hobson Werner, Laurie 6's net. The squalors of theatrical touring companies seem to be, and no doubt, are capable of indefinite exploitation by novelists. Readers who care to be mildly harrowed by these topics will find in this volume all the pabulum to which they have been accustomed in innumerable other books. But those who have no particular taste for this sort of thing beyond moderation will confine themselves to wondering in what the revolt of youth here consists, and in what way they are expected to find it. A moving performance. Louis breaks away from home, goes on the stage, is a failure, returns, and marries her cousin. There is a suicide and a good deal of illicit lovemaking. And at the end, the heroine behaves with conventionally noble unconventionality, but these things are wearisome if one has no special taste for them. Belles Letters and Criticism. Some Diversions of a Man of Letters by Edmund Goss, Roman 100 B. Heinemann 7 6 D. net. Diversions, in a sense, they are all. They have always been diversions. Mr. Goss has never allowed the chains of the critical vocation to weigh heavily upon him. It has been consistently his especial characteristic that he has approached the most difficult problems in literature with undaunted courage and vivacity, where others have sat down to the difficult siege of Donne or Swinburne with the pedantic long faces of writers determined not to flinch even though all their readers fall asleep during the fray. Mr. Goss advances, lightly blows a pleasant blast on the trumpet of his familiar prose, and topples the most obdurate walls over before him without ever losing the least part of his dignity. This it is which makes his reputation one of the assets of modern English literature. He represents among us a school of critics, of which the disciples in this country are by no means too numerous. During a long career he has found and continually practiced the secret of being almost always sound, and never dull, invariably vivacious, and hardly ever superficial. His critical essays have always the gay, untrammeled air, if not the frivolous substance, of pure diversions. In his new collection, he ranges among a variety of subjects, and takes now a well-worn road, now a path that has tempted few inquirers. The Songs of Shakespeare is not precisely a subject to attract the dealer in literary fireworks. It is, on the other hand, a subject ripe for the most portentous, the most meaningless, the most tedious aberrations of the pedant. Yet, how delicately does Mr. Goss, in no more than 5 pages, steer between these extremes, and plant the arrow of his comment exactly on the necessary spot. Benjamin Disraeli, in his capacity as novelist, makes a theme not much less forbidding to the critic who doubts his own ability to be original, but Mr. Goss is with justice serenely confident in the power of his style to overcome this difficulty. There is perhaps little in this essay which has not been both perceived and expressed before, but it is Mr. Goss who crystallizes mature opinion on the novels of Disraeli in a passage which might be taken as a model of discrimination and style or critical prose. Disraeli began his career, as I have pointed out in the earlier part of this essay, as a purveyor of entertainment to the public in a popular and not very dignified kind. He contended with the crowd of fashionable novelists, whose books consoled the leisure of Mrs. Wititterly, As she reclined on the drawing-room sofa, he found rivals in Bulwer and Mrs. Gore, and a master in Plumer Ward. His brilliant stories sold, but at first they won him little advantage. Slowly, by dint of his inherent force of genius, his books have not merely survived their innumerable fellows, but they have come to represent to us the form and character of a whole school. Nay more, they have come to take the place in our memories of a school which, but for them, would have utterly passed away and been forgotten. Disraeli, accordingly, is unique not merely because his are the only fashionable novels of the pre-Victorian era which anyone ever reads nowadays, but because in his person that ineffable manner of the 30s reaches an isolated sublimity and finds a permanent place in literature. But if we take a still wider view of the literary career of Disraeli, we are bound to perceive that the real source of the interest which his brilliant books continue to possess is the evidence their pages reveal of the astonishing personal genius of the man. Do what we will, we find ourselves looking beyond Contarini Fleming and Sidonia and Vivian Grey to the adventurous Jew who, by dint of infinite resolution and an energy which never slept, conquered all the prejudices of convention and trod English society beneath his foot in the triumphant irony of success. It is the living Disraeli who is always more salient than the most fascinating of his printed pages. We have chosen this passage not because it is the most remarkable in the book, but almost at random and in preference to some which are more brilliant and more highly wrought. But it is a fair example not only of the grace, but also of the precision with which Mr. Gosse habitually uses his pen. His 3 experiments in portraiture are specimens of the same skill in delineation, with the added advantage that the author knew his subjects directly. This is an art in which he has always excelled. His slighter and his more elaborate portraits of Swinburne stand easily among the first things of the kind in our language, and though perhaps Lady Dorothy, Neville, Lord Cromer, and Lord Redesdale did not offer materials so variegated or so unusual, it may be for that reason that Mr. Gosse's portraits of them are even more interesting as studies by a virtuoso. When we come again to pure criticism, we find in The Message of the Whartons, a lecture delivered before the British Academy, the same graceful and distinguished gesture with which Mr. Gosse points to the interesting and useful traits to be discerned in his subject. Mr. Gosse will never be a true or a factitious fanatic elevating some spark of genius in a neglected worthy above the true fire discovered in others by the just sense of mankind. He makes no exaggerated claim for the Whartons, but he does see in them what has not been sufficiently insisted on before. They struggled for a little while, and then they succumbed to the worn verbiage of their age, from which it is sometimes no light task to disengage their thought. In their later days, they made some sad defections, and I can never forgive Thomas Wharton for arriving at Marlowe's hero and Leander and failing to observe its beauties. We are told that as Camden professor, he suffered the rostrum to grow cold, and he was an ineffective poet laureate. His brother Joseph felt the necessity or the craving for lyrical expression without attaining more than a muffled and a second-rate effect. All this has to be sadly admitted, but the fact remains that between 1740 and 1750, while even the voice of Rousseau had not begun to make itself heard in Europe, the Whartons had discovered the fallacy of the poetic theories admitted in their day, and had formed some faint conception of a mode of escape from them. The Abbé Dubose had laid down in his celebrated Reflections, 1719, that the poet's art consists of making a general moral representation of incidents and scenes, and embellishing it with elegant images. This had been accepted and acted upon by Pope, and all his followers, to have been the first to perceive the inadequacy and the falsity of a law which excluded all imagination, all enthusiasm, and all mystery, is to demand respectful attention from the historian of Romanticism, and this attention is due to Joseph and Thomas Wharton. They had a faint conception, they demand respectful attention. These are indeed the accents of moderation. But then, as Mr. Gosse knows, to praise the Whartons with enthusiasm would be unjust. It is the center of his critical talent that he is always moderate and precise in his estimates, and this fact gives his commendation more value, his blame more weight, and makes his judgments more readily acceptable. It is possible to bring forward charges against Mr. Gosse. The 2 essays in this book on contemporary literature, Some Soldier Poets and The Future of English Poetry, suggest that at least when they were written, the author was not fully acquainted with the buds of the new spring, the opinions expressed in them are within the limits of his apparent knowledge equally acceptable to both older and younger critics. But these limits are somewhat narrower than they might have been, but it would be ungracious as well as disproportionate to make much of this point. What is important is that Mr. Gosse is a veteran of English criticism who has enriched our literature with a body of work which has no parallel and whose powers show no signs of flagging when we consider his latest. We involuntarily turn our eyes back to his earlier books, and we cannot resist the conclusion that he has rendered to English letters a very remarkable service. Indeed, the latest is a continuation of the earliest, and this is after all the most important thing which can be said of it. A Critic in Pall Mall by Oscar Wilde Methuen, 6's 6D net. This volume appears rather regrettably with no indication of how it came into existence, how Wilde wrote the essays of which it is composed, or who chose them for republication, and on what principle, but the references given at the heads of the essays show that they are reviews collected from the Woman's World, the Pall Mall Gazette, and other papers. Wilde did not gather them together, nor so far as we know even contemplate such a book. It is probable that he would be a little dismayed by it if he could see it. In some of these pieces, there occur phrases and judgments which are the genuine Wilde at his best, witty and well-turned. If not always wise, there is, for example, a pleasing pertness in his remark on dialect poetry. To say mither instead of mother seems to many the acme of romance. There are others who are not quite so ready to believe in the pathos of provincialism. There is a long essay on Lefebvre's embroidery and lace, which is very characteristic, and has, we think, been quoted before. There is a short essay on dinners and dishes, from which the following passage may be extracted. There is a great field for the philosophically epicure in the United States. Boston beans may be dismissed at once as delusions, but softshell crabs, terrapin canvasback ducks, blue fish, and the pompons of New Orleans are all wonderful delicacies, particularly when one gets them at Delmonico's. Indeed, the two most remarkable bits of scenery in the States are undoubtedly Delmonico's and the Yosemite Valley, and the former place has done more to promote a good feeling between England and America than anything else has in this century. These are worth having, if Wilde is worth having at all, because they are characteristic. There would have been no great occasion for weeping if they had been lost, or if they had never been clipped from the papers in which they appeared. But since someone has had the industry to collect them, and since there is a sufficient demand to warrant their issue in volume form, we may receive them with a moderate pleasure. The greater part of the volume, however, does not rise to this level. Even the most brilliant and versatile of writers cannot consistently display his individual powers in journeyman work, and Wilde, though his wit was irrepressible, almost involuntary, was no more conscientious than any other reviewer. When the good sentences came, they came. When they did not, he made no particular effort to maintain either his style or his ideas on any very elevated plane. There is no great value for the reader of today in a picture of Mrs. Somerville, in a review of a book on her by a Miss Phyllis Brown, and no reader is likely to take a very vivid delight in Wilde's comment on a book called How to Be Happy Though Married that most young married people nowadays start in life with a dreadful collection of ormolu inkstands covered with sham onyxes, or with a perfect museum of saltcellars. We strongly recommend this book as one of the best of wedding presents. Or in the jokes that Wilde quotes from the book. Unfortunately, it is by no means clear that the anonymous compiler has realized how much uninteresting matter he is reprinting. He closes the volume with 20-odd pages of sententii, selected from reviews, in which the gems of thought and language were detachably scattered, but these gems include such remarks as no one survives being overestimated, and no age ever borrows the slang of its predecessor. We cannot therefore excuse him on the ground that he knew he was dragging lumber into the light, and did so from a pious, if mistaken, motive. Contemporaries of Shakespeare by Algernon Charles Swinburne Heinemann 7's 6D net. The Problem of Hamlet by the R.T. Hun, J. Roman 1000 Robertson Allen Unwin 5's net. Swinburne's book, as Mr. Gosse explains in his introduction, is the complement of his work, The Age of Shakespeare, he had intended a comprehensive survey of the whole of the Elizabethan drama, the glories of which he spent a great part of his life in celebrating. He did enough of it to show what the complete work would have been. The outlines are all here, but they are only filled in patches. That carrying on as he did the Lamb tradition and expressing it in his own language, he was sometimes over-enthusiastic. Every reader of his sonnet on Tourneur knows that he was liable to say incompatible things on different pages where his purposes were different, is also common knowledge. We do not go to him for an exact placing of men or for temperate statement. It might be roughly said that he was willing to regard any minor Elizabethan writer as a master unless he desired to use him to point a contrast with someone else, in which event the unfortunate playwright might be treated as a buffoon and incompetent and an impostor. Yet even of just and balanced criticism, there is much in this book. No critic before him has so acutely dissociated the great Marlowe from the Greens, Peels, and Lodges who are indolently classed with him. It is characteristic that in making this dissociation, he says of one of Peel's plays that it is a riddle beyond, and also beneath solution, how a man of any capacity could have dropped upon the nascent stage an abortion so monstrous in its spiritless and shapeless misery as his villainous play of Edward Roman I. And the essay on Chapman here reprinted is one of the finest panegyrics and most illuminating pieces of imaginative criticism in the language. He may, when he turns his searchlight on little men, illumine them too much. But Chapman was not a little man, and with space to move in and time to think in, Swinburne here produced a masterpiece, the long passage on Browning, and his obscurity is almost as good, so good that a digression otherwise unpardonable is self-excused. The book as a whole is among Swinburne's best prose books. His writing is what it ever was. Almost every word and sentence is duplicated. He would write no man and no woman who has ever ridden on a bus or driven on a cab down the quiet by-streets and crowded thoroughfares of Paris or of London could fail to have noticed with interest, and to have condemned, or at least deprecated without hesitation or afterthought, the design of the posters displayed on the hoardings or exhibited in the windows, even as with no greater hesitation and no less microscopic afterthought he would have Roman 100 Roman 100. We feel that the sentences might have been split into halves and two books of precisely similar meaning made out of the one, yet his manner is a part of him. Even his most serpentine sentences have vigor and directness when they are read aloud, and his invective is as entertaining as ever. Swinburne had a very small vocabulary as a poet, but a very large one as a writer of denunciatory prose. He refers to a play of James Howard's as a piece of noisome nonsense, which must make his name a stench in the nostrils of the nauseated reader, and through a series of laughing jackasses, howling dervishes, and things ignoble, impure, infamous, and abominable, he reaches the climax of his abuse with the beautiful appellation verminous pseudonymincule. Mr. Robertson also has planned a large work on the drama, but his is restricted to Shakespeare. He proposes to complete a series of which his Shakespeare and Chapman was an installment on the canon of Shakespeare. He has more concentration and more industry than Swinburne, and he may complete his task. He is not an inspired critic, and unlike Swinburne's, his manner does not contribute to the readableness of his books. He is often, though, an engagingly acrimonious controversialist, heavy-footed, and he has a passion for words like theorem and confutation, which is almost incomprehensible in a man who obviously loves the simplest and most beautiful art in the present volume. He tackles the problem of Hamlet. He ridicules those who think that Hamlet was very vacillating, who would not be upset if he discovered that his father had been murdered by his uncle and his mother, and who would not hesitate before killing a man on the word of a ghost. But he admits, as we all must admit, that there are inconsistencies in the play, and he argues with what we think conclusive force that these are derived from Kyd's lost Hamlet, which Shakespeare used as a basis here as elsewhere in Othello, and The Merchant of Venice, for example. Shakespeare was handicapped by his sources. Mr. Robertson sometimes pushes his arguments too far, and he exaggerates, we think, where he finds it convenient, the inexplicability of Hamlet's character. But he has spent immense industry on the book, and it is a contribution to Shakespearean study that no scholar will be able to ignore. We wish, by the way, that he would not spend so much of his time here and elsewhere arguing with people, German and other, who are not worth arguing with. Appreciations of Poetry by Lafcadio Hearn Heinemann, 15's net. Hearn was a sensible critic, but it is a fact and a pity that his criticisms of English literature were addressed to an audience of Japanese students in examining a few of them, and we have already had 2 immense volumes. We get some instruction and entertainment from observing what he selects for Japan, and how he explains a comparison and a contrast of the Eastern and Western points of view here, and their 2 trying everything on the dog. He reveals unexpected merits in English writers in the interpretations he demonstrated, not merely the worth of Longfellow, but the intermittent genius of Mrs. Norton. But we can have too much of a rather interesting thing, and it is inevitable that these lectures on Tennyson, Rossetti, Swinburne, Browning, Matthew Arnold Morris, and various minors should be too elementary, however sound they may be, and however happy the quotations to give serious English readers much satisfaction. We note with pleasure that many years ago Hearn was pointing out to Japan the great qualities of Robert Bridges as a poet of landscape. History and Biography. The Expansion of Europe, 14,151,789, A History of the Foundations of the Modern World, by W. Roman 100 Abbott, Professor of History in Yale University, Bell 2, vols 30's net. Every schoolboy in the Macaulayan sense has at some time or other determined to write a history of the world in 20 volumes from the earliest times to the present-day. Achievement is fortunately given to few. Omniscience becomes yearly more impossible, and since the human mind can no longer single-handed cope with the accumulations of human knowledge in history, as in so many other things, we have reached an age of intensive specialization. These are truths which are continually being impressed upon us by the schools of modern history, and that they are to a great extent truths will be shown by a glance at any well-loaded shelf in a library devoted to the output of the modern historian. Yet there is distinct evidence of a reaction against this meticulous specialization. There are signs that several most learned historians are discarding the historical microscope for the historical telescope, and are yielding to the old fascination of writing histories of the world. The free airs of the New World seem to encourage this new phase of an old fascination. It is not very long ago that Professor Hayes of Columbia University took a large brush and a large canvas and produced 2 excellent and impressive volumes, which he called A Political and Social History of Modern Europe. These 2 volumes were in effect a world history from 1500 to 1915. The mere thought of such a venture would produce a feeling of intellectual vertigo in most historians of the Old World, but now Professor Abbott of Yale University comes along with 2 great volumes and a promised third, in which he approaches world history with an even larger canvas and larger brush. He tells us himself that he is presenting us with a new synthesis of modern history. We confess to as profound a distrust of the word synthesis as some people have of the word definitive, and when a professor tells us that he has produced new synthesis of history, we are inclined to believe that this is another way of admitting that Providence has not granted him the gift of clear thinking or clear writing. But Professor Abbott's preface does him, and his book An Injustice. Some doctors, if you go to them with a swollen arm, will tell you that you have demar of the arm, but there is no need to be frightened. The doctor is only telling you what you know already, that you have a swollen arm. So too, there is really no need to be frightened by the historian who assures you that his book has a synthesis. He probably only means what you know already, that his book has a subject. We have not discovered the synthesis in Mr. Abbott's 1,000 pages, but we have discovered that he has a very good subject and has written in many respects a very good book. The book itself proves that he is well equipped with knowledge and has made full use of the intensive and microscopic study of the modern historian, but he approaches history from the standpoint of enthusiastic and larger-minded youth. He has thrown away his microscopes and determined to look back at history through a telescope. Immediately, a large and dominating fact has attracted his attention. The age we live in is preeminently the European age. The world is dominated by Europe and Europeans. There have in the past been eras in which a race or races have by migrations and conquests spread themselves and their civilization and government over wide spaces of the earth. But never before has there been so universal and permanent a domination and expansion from one small quarter of the globe. Professor Abbott, seizing his historical telescope, has looked back and tried to discover the origin, the causes, and the courses of this amazing phenomenon. And the more one investigates the phenomenon, the more amazing it appears. Take the case of migrations. The European age, or the modern world, as Professor Abbott has no difficulty in showing, began in the 15th century in history. Of course, there is really never any real beginning or any real end. There are no abrupt transitions, only faster or slower currents in the stream of change. Nevertheless, there are periods in which the movement quickens so perceptibly that they are clearly turning points in human history, and the 15th century is undoubtedly such a turning point. Now, one of the most striking facts in the modern world has been the migration of Europeans in North America, Northern Asia, Australia, South Africa, and to some extent in South America. We see the Europeanization of vast regions of the earth still being accomplished by the most ancient form of migration and colonization. At the same time, Europe has sent out a continual stream of conquerors and traders by whose efforts practically the whole of the rest of the world, where the inhabitants were not exterminated, has been subjected to European rule, and the Europeans' political and economic system. As Professor Abbott points out, this was a complete reversal of the role of Europe and the European in history. Between the fall of the Roman Empire and the discovery of America, Europe had been rather the passive than the active element in that great shifting of population to which we give the name of folkwandering or migration. And it is a curious fact that the new period of history of the expansion of Europe and of the modern world begins with an event. It is the event mentioned in the very first sentence of Professor Abbott's book, which involved not the expansion, but the most notable shrinking and invasion of Europe, and was characteristic of the Old World to the European of 1453. The fall of Constantinople before the victorious Turk seemed to portend one more desperate and disastrous struggle against a horde of Asiatic invaders, and the inevitable and universal blindness of contemporaries to the great movements and currents molding their destiny and history could not be better illustrated than by this fear and foreboding of the European in 1453. Within 100 years of the fall of Constantinople, instead of Europe fighting desperately against the non-European world of invaders, the non-European world was already engaged in a hopeless struggle against the swarm of European invaders. In fact, however, the movement which within a generation was to send Portuguese and Spaniards ranging over Africa, Asia, and the New World had already begun in 1453. Contemporaries thought the end of a European world had come with the capture of Constantinople. They should have seen that the fall of Ceuta to the Portuguese prince in 1415 and the discovery and colonization of the Madeiras in 1418 marked the beginning of a new European world of colonization, conquest, and territorial expansion. It is the story of this expansion, this change from the medieval to the modern world, which Professor Abbott seeks to unfold in his 2 volumes. The estimation of his success or failure raises an important question for the historian. He is clearly right in his view that a proper basis for the understanding of what has happened during the past 500 years cannot be found merely in the history of territorial expansion. If you look at the past through his historical telescope, you soon see that you cannot isolate the voyage of Columbus from the breakup of the feudal system and medieval institutions, or the exploits of Hernando Cortés from those of Martin Luther. Consequently, Professor Abbott attempts, as he says in his preface, to combine 3 elements into a narrative of European activities. From 1415 to 1789, the 3 elements are described by him as: first, the connection of the social, economic, and intellectual development of European peoples with their political affairs; second, the progress of events among the peoples of Eastern Europe and of the activities of Europeans beyond the sea; and third, the relation of the past to the present, the way in which the various factors of modern life came into the current of European thought and practice, and how they developed into the forms with which we are familiar. The real question for the critic of Professor Abbott's book is how far he has succeeded in this tremendous undertaking. The undertaking is so tremendous, and the attempt so gallant, that we hesitate to give an answer which is in fact so easy, with all its good points, its wide learning, its scholarly arrangement, its great interest and enthusiasm. The book cannot really be said to succeed in its chief aim to judge, from our personal experience. The reader, when he is about a third of the way through the 2 volumes, begins to have an uncomfortable sense of having lost his way, and this feeling gradually grows stronger and stronger. The man who writes a history of the world, which is not to be a mere catalogue of facts, but is to illustrate and explain the present by the past, and is to keep us on the track of great world movements, has to select his facts, and it is mainly upon his intuition for relevant facts, and his skill in selection and presentation, that the success of his enterprise depends. Professor Abbott's failure to keep our vision clear and our feet steadily upon the right path comes from a failure to select, and an error in method. His book, as it proceeds, tends to become more and more a catalogue of facts divided into chapters, and labeled with such labels as Europe beyond the sea and social and intellectual Europe. The general theme which should connect these innumerable facts becomes lost and forgotten, or at least no longer visible to, or present in the consciousness of the reader. The measure of this failure is the frequency with which Professor Abbott makes the connection between his facts, purely one of time. For it is almost a confession of failure on the part of a world historian, with a synthesis when he has to point out to us that the summoning of the imperial diet at Nuremberg, the conversion of John Calvin, and the conquest of Peru all happened in the same year. Professor Abbott's mistake seems to us to consist largely in having overloaded his book with detailed facts. As it stands, it is invaluable as a mine of facts bearing upon the change from medievalism to modernity and upon Europe's conquest of the world, but an immense number of these facts are irrelevant to his general theme and purpose. Open the book at random, and this immediately becomes apparent. Here is page 384 in a chapter called The Rise of Holland, and on it we find ourselves immersed in the details of the 30 Years' War. Here Professor Abbott has failed to decide whether he is writing a textbook of history in which the military exploits of the Margrave John George of Brandenburg-Jägerndorf are relevant, or a wide survey of the great currents of history in which John George had but a microscopic place. Here the author abandons his telescope and world history for the microscope, and John George, with the result that the feet of his reader wander from the path and his eyes are clouded. It is fatal to attempt to use a telescope and a microscope at the same time on the same object. Bosch and Bolshevik by Hereward T. Price Murray 6's net. The author of this book was born an Englishman, but at the outbreak of war he was living in Germany. A naturalized German, he was called up and served in the German army on the Eastern Front, was taken prisoner, sent to Siberia, and was a witness of the Russian Revolution. There the book is a record of his personal experiences and views. He is as bitterly hostile to his adopted country as he is to Bolshevism and Bolsheviks. His book does not add very much to our knowledge of the war or the revolution, and his own knowledge may be measured by the fact that he apparently thinks that the secret treaties published by the Bolshevik government were made by Kerensky. To Kiel in the Hercules by Lewis R. Freeman Murray 6's net. Mr. Freeman was official correspondent with the Grand Fleet, and he accompanied Admiral Browning to Kiel after the surrender of the German fleet as keeper of the records to the Allied Armistice Commission. The book contains an interesting record of the various inspections and of conditions in Germany immediately after the armistice. My Kingdom for a Horse by William Allison Richards, 21's net. If he never sacrificed a kingdom, Mr. Allison at least abandoned a first class in his schools for the sake of horses. That day was indeed evidently the turning point of his life. He was an admirable writer of Latin verse, and when he was in for moderations at Oxford, the Latin verse paper fell on the same day as the Derby. He left his composition unwritten to go and see whether Prince Charlie had won the Derby. Mr. Allison, with the modesty proper to heroes now, calls his action extremely silly, but few readers of this book of recollections will agree. Many men get firsts, few men pursue horsebreeding and racing with the poetic fervor which Mr. Allison brought to them. His recollections are of Rugby under Temple and Balliol under Jowett, and this part of his book is an amusing mixture, recalling now Tom Brown's schooldays for Rugby still kept the Arnold stamp, and now Ruff's guide. When he left Balliol, he was called to the bar, but never gave it undue preference over the paddock. He ran a famous breeding establishment, and when the Stud Company Limited failed, Mr. Allison combined practice at the bar with journalism as editor of St. Stephen's Review, which was started with 500 capital in 1883, and lasted till its famous conflict with the Hansard Union in 1891. Mr. Allison deserves praise for one notable act that discovered Phil May. The cartoons of May's which he reproduces will not compare with the artist's later drawings, but it is not possible to estimate the value to May of the training he obtained in this early political work. The Fleet Street of the 80s, when Romano's was a place the quieter journalist entered with trembling, is portrayed in a dry matter-of-fact way far more effective than any elaborate, highly colored description. There may be people who are not interested in horses or journalism. To them, we can recommend the pleasant tributes to Bacchus, which lace engagingly the more serious chronicle. As a boy, Mr. Allison was not strong, and a good old-fashioned doctor ordered him a glass of port every morning at 11. This advice was followed scrupulously both at home and when I went to school, and Mr. Allison never actually says that he has abandoned the prescribed dose. Mr. Allison writes with no pretensions to literary art, and he sometimes chronicles very trifling occurrences, but he has an engaging modesty and a genial take-it-or-leave-it attitude which redeem his book from the charge of triviality. My Kingdom for a Horse should be invaluable to the historian of social manners, and to the novelist who is anxious to get material for the reconstruction of a time which already seems historical. There are plenty of illustrations, mostly process reproductions of old photographs and examples of Phil May's work. We wish, by the way, if Mr. Allison owns the copyright, that he would persuade some publisher to issue a new and worthier edition of May's The Parson and the Painter, which first appeared in the St. Stephen's Review. Politics and Economics. How the War Came, by the Earl Lorburn Methuen Sevens 6d net. There is very little disagreement today, we suppose, as to who were the prime authors of the war, but on the minor question whether any blame attaches to the Entente Powers, opinion is, as it was from the beginning, far more divided. The controversy as to our own position in the crisis, which had almost faded out of the public mind, is sharply revived by Lord Lorburn's book. Lord Lorburn, let us hasten to say, does not deny the guilt of Germany. Indeed, he is at pains to show how the Bismarckian tradition, improved upon by chauvinistic professors, a more or less demented monarch, and a ruthless military caste, had sapped the morality of the German nation, and made it all too ready to follow its rulers into a deliberate attack on the peace of Europe. Nor does he lend any support to the suggestion that the British government or the British people wanted war with Germany. He pays a tribute to the efforts made by the Foreign Secretary to avert the disaster at the 11th hour, and yet Viscount Grey cannot, in his mind, escape a large share of responsibility for the final conflagration. For what made the war inevitable, he asserts, was our entente with France. That entente was a departure from the traditional British policy of holding aloof from all continental entanglements. It was developed by Sir Edward Grey with the assistance of Mr. Asquith and Lord Haldane behind the backs of Parliament, and even of the Cabinet from the end of 1905 onwards. Not only was Sir Edward Grey working in secret, he was committing this country to the support of France, and through France of Russia, without taking the necessary steps to increase the army so as to make that support effective, and worst of all, he had nothing in black and white to define exactly to what amount of support we were committed. The result was seen on August 4, 1914, when it became manifest that we were under an obligation of honor to join our arms with the French against Germany. Sir Edward Grey, of course, maintained that we were not so bound, that we were free to decide whether to declare war or not, and it is certain that a large part, if not the whole of the nation, was convinced that it was the attack on Belgium which did finally bring us in. But this, says Lord Loreburn, was a delusion which flowed from the arch-delusion of Sir Edward Grey that our hands were free. Lord Loreburn's case, it will be seen clearly, has two heads. He did not like the policy of the French Entente, and he did not like the methods by which it was promoted. On the first point, most readers will disagree with him, and in any event, the matter is now of merely historic interest. On the second point, public opinion will be more interested in his criticisms. Some will say that Lord Loreburn's old hostility to the liberal imperialists inclines him to magnify the faults that were committed between 1905 and 1914. Some will say that he exaggerates the ignorance under which we are alleged to have labored in regard to our relations with France. His opponents will certainly suggest that everybody knew where we stood as towards France, and that the secrecy was secrecy in name only. But these are not matters for discussion in these columns. Lord Loreburn thinks that the persistent danger of secret diplomacy is hitherto tolerated and abused in this and other countries is one that the nations ought to lose no time in taking to heart. The Mastery of the Far East by a J. Brown Bell, 25's net. This massive volume, it runs to some 650 pages, is a very interesting account of the Japanese and Korean peoples, their customs, their religions, their politics, and the influence of Christian missions in their countries. Dr. Brown is an American with an agreeable style, a sense of humor, and in general a nice critical faculty, and though we are very doubtful of some of his conclusions, we do not hesitate to say that his book is a valuable contribution to the literature of the Far East. From a political point of view, the Far East means Tade, and it will mean more and more in the future. Japan. Every schoolboy knows the story of Japan's rapid emergence from feudalism to the position of a first-class modern power, of her successful struggles with China and Russia, of her mastery of the Korean peninsula, of the great part she played in the late war, and schoolboys as well as statesmen may presently watch the effects upon world politics of her status in Asia. Dr. Brown is a candid friend of the Japanese. He is not under the illusion that they are a model people, nor is he of those who describe them as varnished savages. He comments severely on the lamentable labor conditions that prevail under their newly created industrial system. He is no lover of the autocracy of their government. He does not deny the faults of their diplomacy. Nevertheless, he is their friend who believes in them. He expresses his sympathy with Korea and with China in their subjection, but he takes what he calls the large way of viewing Japan's Korean policy. The large way, he says, is to note that in the evolution of the race and the development of the plan of God, the time had come when it was for the best interests of the world and for the welfare of the Koreans themselves that Korea should come under the tutelage of Japan. As for China, she is an enormous and backward country, like a ship without a captain or pilot, helplessly drifting on the high seas, apparently unable to right herself, and in her present waterlogged condition, a menace to other ships. And so he sympathizes with the feeling of the Japanese that they cannot ignore this incontestable situation. He is an enthusiastic believer in Christian missions, and he hopes that Christianity will be the salvation of Japan. Japan's great need, he says, is to be spiritualized. Neither Buddhism nor Shintoism have the necessary moral influence, but Christian missions are a great reconstructive force, economical, social, intellectual, political, spiritual, international. What then is the position of Christianity in Japan? Dr. Brown produces statistics to show that it has made enormous strides, and quotations from Japanese statesmen and publicists as evidence that its growth is welcomed by the rulers of the country. Yet all the public schools are forbidden to teach religion. Buddhism has been driven to reform itself. Shintoism, as he admits, is a waxing rather than a waning force. In another passage, he says that the old religions of Japan are losing their hold on the educated classes. Thus, a recent census in the Imperial University of Tokyo showed 50 Buddhists, 60 Christians, 1,500 atheists, 3,000 agnostics. It would appear, therefore, that the missionaries have a long row to hoe before Christianity becomes the general religion of the Japanese. Race and Nationality by John Oakesmith, Roman 500 lit. Roman 1000a Heinemann 10s, 6d net. There is some chance now that the heat and passion of the war are past, that the vexed questions of nationality and nationalism will be discussed with a little more intelligence and discrimination. Dr. Oakesmith certainly sets a good example. He tells us that he was formerly one of those. They were the vast majority, we think, who had but a vague idea of what they meant by nationality till he set himself to study the question and classify his mind. The results appear in this very interesting book. He criticizes alike the theory that nationality is based on race, and the opposing theory that there is no such thing as nationality at all. In his own view, nationality develops as an evolutionary process, and the full-grown thing may be defined as organic continuity of common interest. He argues strongly against the internationalist pacifists' contention that nationality is the cause of war, and that peace is to be obtained by the spread of cosmopolitanism. On the contrary, he avows nationality is actually the one instrument destined, if wisely directed, to secure lasting and universal peace. This is a statement which most sane persons today will accept easily enough, but the crux is the wise direction. Dr. Oakesmith does not give us much practical guidance on this point. Generalities and fine words are not very helpful, whether they come from the side of passionate enthusiasts for the League of Nations or from those who, like Dr. Oakesmith, are a little doubtful whether the world is quite ripe for it. However, the book is well worth studying, especially on its critical side. Wartime Financial Problems by Hartley Withers, Murray 6s net. Mr. Hartley Withers is not only a financial expert, he is also a really interesting writer. Even though one may not agree with all his views, one can enjoy this collection of vigorous essays on war, finance, company law, and banking, currency, problems at home and abroad, the conscription of wealth, the theory of guild socialism. Mr. Withers does not spare his criticism of the government's financial policy, which has brought us to the verge of bankruptcy. He dismisses the capital levy as impracticable, but he advocates a high income tax with supertax beginning at a much lower level, and with skillful differentiation according to the circumstances of the taxpayer. The Great Unmarried by Walter Roman 1000 Galician Werner Laurie 6s net. This book is a painstaking attempt to show the evils of celibacy, including the common state of pseudo-celibacy, both to society and to the individual. Mr. Galician arraigns the false ideals and the economic pressure of our industrial system, the perverse influence of ecclesiasticism, and the other causes which produce the myriads of involuntary or voluntary celibates in the Western world. He advocates no fancy remedies such as free love, polygamy, or the taxation of bachelors, but rather an attack on poverty, the spread of education, the moralization of the marriage laws. The book is not a profound or scientific study, but it might be instructive to those who have never given any thought to the subject. Ulster and Ireland by James Winder Goodmonsell 6s net. This little volume is one of the clearest and the most interesting books that we have seen on the Irish problem. Mr. Good gives us a survey of Ulster history from the 17th century, which shows the unifying influence of the genuine democratic ideals common to both the contending parties. He argues that this unification has been and is thwarted by religion and by Carsonism, the supreme example in modern times of the triumph of the influences that make for divisions in Ireland. Sinn Féin, in Mr. Good's view, offers no practicable way out of the difficulty of Ulster. If Sinn Féin is, he says, as it can now claim to be the creed of the Irish people, it must propound a solution of the Ulster riddle based not on abstract theories, but on the realities of the situation. Mr. Good's concluding chapters on Ulster, as it is, are excellent reading. We do not suppose Ulster Unionists will agree with all the views he expresses there, still less with his conclusion, so of the chief of which is that Ireland is really one nation, and not two, but his book may induce a good many mere Englishmen to take a more intelligent attitude towards Irish politics. The Guild State, Its Principles and Possibilities by G.R. Sterling Taylor, Alan Unwin 3's 6d net. Mr. Taylor is an enthusiastic guildsman, though a heretic in that he stands for a localized system, as against the orthodox national guilds. His book is a very naive account of the guild proposals, and we can hardly imagine that it will convert anyone to his views. There is a vast amount of idealization of the Middle Ages, and idealization which frequently verges on the ridiculous. Many of the historical statements are extravagant. We are told, for instance, that Queen Elizabeth had perhaps the most honest and most efficient ministers of state that this nation has ever possessed, and is it not going rather far to say that the French peasant remains much, as he has been for centuries, most substantial fact in European civilization, and perhaps its highest product? Mr. Taylor's style would not suffer if it were less arrogant and less splenetic. He lets us know, till we are sick of it, that there is but little wisdom in the world, save in the common-sense simple man and the hard-headed guildsman, and his virulence against politicians and university professors almost assumes the dimension of a disease. Reconstructors and Reconstruction, a Plea for Common Sense, by Oxon B. H. Blackwell. One's Net. The greater part of this brochure is taken up with a defense of the capitalist against the attacks of revolutionaries, impossibilists, and all the tribe of intellectual high-flyers such as Mr. Bernard Shaw, Mr. Chesterton, Mr. Orridge, and the late Mr. Sidney Ball. The author's own plan is to harmonize interests of capitalists and workers in a system of separate autonomous industries, coordinated with a national federal parliament of industry. It is in fact something like guild socialism, with the socialism left out. Oxon hardly appears to appreciate the limitations or the difficulties of his scheme. A Primer of National Finance, by Henry Higgs, Roman 100b, Methuen 5's Net. This is a purely elementary volume which explains the revenue and expenditure of the British government and local authorities, the national debt, and the study of financial statistics. It is clearly and simply written, and might be a valuable schoolbook for the interested and courageous student. There is some useful advice on further reading, but Mr. Higgs will strike fear into the heart of many beginners by telling them in the first chapter that the science of finance is so vast a subject that Professor Gies of Paris is preparing 12 bulky volumes upon it, and that his elementary treatise alone consists of over 1,100 large octavo pages. Theology. The Supreme Adventure, by Mercedes McAndrew, Chapman Hall, 76d Net. Certain nonconformist ministers had a habit, is now fast dying off, interspersing the reading of the lesson in service time with comment and illustration. Mrs. McAndrew has applied a similar method in this volume, writing to satisfy the needs of an agnostic friend. Mrs. McAndrew retells the story of the four Gospels and supports the narrative with critical expositions of her own or occasionally of such authorities as Edersheim. It is not easy to see for whom the book is intended. Mrs. McAndrew is frankly uncritical. She not only ignores the whole body of higher criticism, but she makes no reference to textual difficulties, and in discussing such a passage as the Confession of Peter does not even mention the fact that a considerable controversy has gathered for some years around the precise significance of the promise, "On this rock I will build my church." It will not be to everybody's taste to have the Annunciation described in this way. God the Father sent an angel called Gabriel to that city of flowers, Nazareth in Galilee, sent him to a sweet and good and lovely, but quite poor girl called Mary, who was soon to be married to a man much older than herself, called Joseph. And when we tried to read Mrs. McAndrew's paraphrases of the parables, we recalled with a sigh Mr. Burrell's complaint against Canon Farrar, who elongated the Gospels. It no doubt gave Mrs. McAndrew some months of happiness to write the book, but we think she was ill-advised in submitting it to the public. Science. Catalysis in Theory and Practice, by Eric K. Rydell and Hugh S. Taylor Macmillan, Co-17's Net. In spite of the difficulties which wartime placed in the way of publishers, the production of scientific books both in England and Germany has been astonishingly large during the past 5 years. The greater number of them have naturally enough been devoted either to technical subjects or to branches of science having an immediate technical application. The field of industrial chemistry especially has been well tended by the writers, and not only new books, but new series of books such as Messrs. Longman's monographs on industrial chemistry, Messrs. Churchill's textbooks of chemical research, and Messrs. Ballier Tyndall and Cox's industrial chemistry series appeared to bear witness to the activity of the English chemists. Certain subjects in particular have been extensively treated. We may instance synthetic coloring matters, colloid chemistry and catalysis, the last named subject having books devoted to it in all the series just specified. In these, the subject is handled from the industrial point of view, but it is frequently seen that the commercial and the theoretical developments of a science are mutually stimulating discoveries made in the laboratory without any object but the wresting of knowledge from nature, finding commercial application and the commercial processes, suggesting fresh theoretical problems. The great industrial importance of catalysis has led to a revived interest in the scientific theories of the process, and the latest book on the subject by Drs. Eric Rydell and Hugh Taylor deserves praise for having devoted considerable attention to the historical and theoretical aspect of the subject, which has been rather neglected of late. There are many chemical reactions which are promoted or accelerated by the addition of a small quantity of some foreign substance, which is not used up in the process and does not appear in the final products. Thus, one of the romances of chemistry was the discovery occasioned by the chance breaking of a thermometer in the vessel that the presence of a small quantity of mercury greatly hastens the oxidation of naphthalene to phthalic acid, a process of great importance in the manufacture of synthetic indigo. Similarly, the presence of finely divided metals accelerates many reactions, such as oxidations and hydrogenations. For example, asbestos, impregnated with particles of platinum, promotes the oxidation of sulfur dioxide to the trioxide in the manufacture of sulfuric acid. The researches of Baker and others showing that certain gas reactions which ordinarily take place rapidly proceed very slowly indeed, if the gases are thoroughly dried, point to a catalytic action of small traces of moisture. The enzymes of the human body, which accelerate the chemical processes of digestion and assimilation, constitute another class of catalysts, and Drs. Rydell and Taylor class under catalytic action the effect of radiant energy in promoting such combinations as that of hydrogen and chlorine, although it is perhaps rather extending the usual conception of the term to do so. These examples will indicate the wide range of the subject and help to make intelligible Ostwald's famous generalization that there is probably no kind of chemical reaction which cannot be influenced catalytically, and there is no substance, element, or compound which cannot act as a catalyzer, which is no doubt true if very slight accelerations of reaction be taken into account. Of course, a catalyst cannot affect the final state of equilibrium, but only quicken or institute the discussion as to whether in some cases the catalyst initiates or merely accelerates a reaction already taking place imperceptibly slowly. Seems to us pointless a reaction theoretically possible. Other the so-called negative catalysts hinder reactions. Other substances poison or stop the action of ordinarily activating materials. Others again, the promoters, increase the efficacy of the catalyst. The phenomenon is a complex one. By no means the least interesting and valuable feature of the book before us is the exposition of the historical development of the subject. We who are apt to look on the feminine scientist as a product of the last 20 years are reminded that there was at least one woman chemist of ability in the 18th century. Mrs. Fulhame, whose essay on combustion published in 1774 emphasized the importance of the presence of moisture in gaseous reactions. Faraday, the prince of experimenters, also worked on catalysis, and in fact originated the adsorption theory of the process, which attributes the action to the extended compressed film formed at the surface of a porous solid. It is not only in the chapter expressly devoted to the early history that we find an account of the original workers. The advances made by them receive recognition throughout the book, in connection with the branches in which they experimented the treatment of the various theories of catalysis, intermediate compound, the adsorption, electrochemical, and radiant energy theoremite have been extended with advantage. The mathematical exposition of the adsorption theory is one of the weakest things in the book, and McLuhan's work is not very clearly handled. The difficulties of giving an adequate summary of this part of the subject are undoubted, but the need of it is so marked that we regret that the authors have not spent more energy on the task. This is not the place to deal in detail with the account of the practical applications of catalysis, which is excellently done, and includes the most recent work, some of it such as Partington's improvements in oxidizing ammonia, only made public last year, the use of catalysts in, to take a few examples at random, surface combustion, the hardening of oils by hydrogenation, used so extensively in margarine, making the fixation of nitrogen, and electrolysis, is well described, and there is a good chapter on ferments and enzymes, and another on the Grignard reagent. Omissions may be noted here and there, but the book is not, of course, intended to give detailed instructions to the commercial chemist. Rather, we believe, is it meant to supply to chemists in general, and even to the lay reader, an idea of the nature of the process of catalysis, which is becoming more important every day, and the extent of its applications with sufficient detail to make the reactions clear as far as they are at present understood. As a general exposition of the subject, the book is really needed, and will undoubtedly find a place on the shelves of all who follow the advances of science. 10 British Physicists by Alexander Macfarlane, John Wiley Sons, and Chapman Hall, 7/6 net. Writing of the life of Rankine, Professor P.G. Tate gave as his opinion that the life of a genuine scientific man is, from the common point of view, almost always uneventful, and if the man in question has no interests but science, this is in general true, engaged in researches on the laws of nature, the most that he demands from life is that he shall have his study, his laboratory, food, shelter, and peace, and such an attitude does not lead to high adventure or romances of passion. Consequently, in writing biographies of physicists, it is advisable not to dwell too long on their everyday life, marriages, and meals, for there is a certain monotony about the material lives of these great men in the lives before us, which are little more than sketches. The author has rightly laid most stress on the scientific achievements of his 10 physicists, but he has a tendency to reduce his account to a catalogue of the discoveries and advances, made an estimate of the place of each man in the thought of the time, and of his scientific character, of the general tendencies of his work, and the place it now occupies in the history of the science deserves to take a rather larger place in these short biographies than it has received. Happily, many of the 10 are men of very interesting personality. The selection: James Clerk Maxwell, W.J. Roman, 1000 Rankine, P.G. Tate, Lord Kelvin, Charles Babbage, William Whewell, Sir G.G. Stokes, Sir G.B. Airy, J. Roman, 100 Adams, and Sir J.F.W. Herschelif, based on no clearly defined plan, has the merit that it includes one or two men who have been unduly neglected. Rankine, in spite of his important work on thermodynamics, does not receive much attention from the physicists of today, possibly owing to his unattractive molecular vortices, and Babbage is known to most people rather from the sneer in the Ingoldsby Legends. Master Cabbage, the steward who'd made a machine to calculate with and count noses, I ween, the cleverest thing of its kind ever seen. Then for his really great though imperfect achievements, why Babbage is set down as a physicist when his whole effort was devoted to the perfecting of calculating machines, we do not know, but the life is one of the most interesting, and makes an attempt to expound the causes obvious enough perhaps of his misfortunes. It is a generous appreciation of an ill-starred genius now seldom heard of. Whewell, again, is scarcely known as a physicist, but rather as the historian of inductive science. We suppose that his writings on the tides have secured him his place. Joule is mentioned in early life, and was certainly one of the leading physicists of the century, yet he is not among the selected 10 either, for that matter is Faraday, so it is evident that scientific prowess has not been the test of admission. On the whole, the 10 are versatile men, although no one of them could come near in diversity of performance to the great Thomas Young, who was not only a physicist of the first rank, but also a physician, a classical scholar, and one of the first successful decipherers of Egyptian hieroglyphics. Rankine and Whewell were fair poets, and Clerk Maxwell deserves higher praise for his verses. His description of Kelvin's reflecting galvanometer in the form of a parody of Tennyson's Blow, Bugle, Blow, illustrates the ease and finish of his light verse. Oh, love, you fail to read the scale, correct to tenths of a division. To mirror heaven those eyes were given, and not for methods of precision. Break contact, break, set the free light spot flying. Break contact, rest the magnet swinging, creeping, dying. The poem is quoted in The Life of Kelvin, and two of Rankine's songs are given. We hope that physicists can still show the same accomplishment. The lives are well written, and while not a very profound contribution to the history of the science, make very pleasant reading for scientist and layman. There is, however, occasionally a lack of proportion, as when Clerk Maxwell's work on electromagnetic waves receives little attention compared to his other far less important achievements. A letter from France. The present state of the French novel. Paris, October 1919. In France, as much as, and perhaps more than in England, the novel has been since the 18th century the central massif of literature, while in England, the poets and the novelists formed two quite distinct groups. While the poets Byron, Shelley, Wordsworth, Burns, Tennyson, Swinburne remained pure poets in France, there have been few poets who have not wished to write novels. Lamartine, Hugo, Musset, Vigny, Gautier have done so. A pure critic like Sainte-Beuve wished with Volupte to try his hand at the novel. Taine left in manuscript the novel Etienne Mélan, and Renan the novel Patris. They did not publish these books because they recognized them to be mediocre, but both wished to obtain the glory of the novelist. The novel is in France the highest object of literary ambition. It alone assures a position of material and social importance. Thus it is that a novelist who is read by the upper and middle classes is necessarily admitted to the Academy, while a historian or a philosopher is admitted only in exceptional circumstances, and great poets like Baudelaire, Gautier, Banville, Paul Fort remain outside, unless they have certain connections and certain sources of support. The prosperity of the novel at a given moment may then be considered in France as the most obvious mark of a powerful literary activity. No form of literature addresses a larger public, provokes more discussion, or gives more of its own color to a generation or to an epoch. I will endeavor to indicate here in a few pages the condition of the French novel on the morrow of the war. Beyond doubt, it is passing through a moment of mediocrity. This is not because its public is beginning to break up. Publishers and readers demand novels in default of genuinely new novels. Many old ones are reissued and read again, and cheap reprints are swarming. Every new novel in which any grain of originality can be perceived is discussed and brought into the light and sells satisfactorily. And yet nothing so far has told us of the appearance of the Flaubert, the Zola, the Maupassant of tomorrow. Naturalism proves to have been the last great school, massive, compact, and powerful of the French novel. Well, the survivors of the naturalist movement, such as Roman 2000, Seard, Hennique, Descaves, have ceased to write novels, or else, if they still write them, have given up completely the methods of naturalism and seek without success to adapt themselves to new tastes. It is not, however, impossible that in a little time from now naturalism in several ways may again be somewhat in fashion. There is a tendency among young writers and critics to revise the judgment given in the case of Zola, as the judgment on Dickens has been revised in England, and to consider that the poverty and emptiness of his last books has unjustly thrown a shadow on the profound and powerful works of his maturity. Those works born of the war which have been most favorably received have been on the whole inspired by naturalist methods of observation and composition. The European success of Le Feu is due in large part to the fact that the author applies to the Great War the point of view, and the methods of Zola. It was also from the point of view of the story of a squad that Zola wrote La Débâcle. So far, the novel of manners and psychology born of the war has only been attempted by writers of the older generation, that which knew the masters of the naturalist novel, which lived their life, which took part from one side or another of the barricade in their struggles. I am here thinking especially of the works written during the war by the doyen of the French novel Roman 1000. Paul Birgit. Roman 1000 Birgit occupies today in the novel a position analogous to that of Zola in his last years. the young literary generation is hostile to him or regards him with contemptuous indifference, except that part of this generation which is grouped round Roman 1000 Moras, whose political ideas he has adopted. He is justly reproached with a painful style, with conventional psychology in upper and middle-class surroundings, with laborious intrigues carried out according to antiquated formulae. He must be regarded nevertheless with respect as a great worker who seeks conscientiously to extend the limits of his manner, and above all, as the sole representative today of the old tradition of the French novelists of the 19th century, that of Balzac, of Sand, of Flaubert, of Maupassant, of Zola. Perhaps he marks the irremediable decadence of this style, which the 20th century will replace by one more supple and more precise. The war novels of Roman 1000 Birgit Lascelles de la Mort Nemesis are mediocre, though showing always the same technical qualities of solid construction, but he has written a short nouvelle of profound beauty, La Justicia, on a great theme of human peace and reconciliation within a divided family, and this sketches perhaps the general lines of tomorrow's reconciliations on our torn planet. Among the innumerable books written by combatants in which novels abound, no novel has achieved the powerful interest of certain collections of letters and journals, which render without literary modeling fresh, authentic, and actually seen impressions. The generation which has lived through the war as an immediate and tragic reality has not written, and certainly will not write, the novel of the war. The Thackeray, the Balzac, the Tolstoy of tomorrow have probably been born, but are hardly out of the nursery. The two forms of the novel preferred by the young generation of today are the novel of adventure and the little novel of irony and sentiment. Neither has yet produced any great result. The first, after a year, is already out of fashion, and the second will probably follow it in a few months, and the writers of value who have passed through these phases are now passing through some other. The English novel of adventure has been in favor in France for some time. The novels of Wells have found here for 20 years, like those of Kipling, great numbers of ardent readers. Before that, a long time ago, in symbolist circles, it was the fashion to speak with the greatest admiration of Stevenson, and the novels of Chesterton, the influence of which was visible in André Gide's Les Caves du Vatican, have been appreciated by a narrower but select circle. Nevertheless, it was only during the war that the younger writers were tempted systematically to compose romantic novels of adventure. The two novels of Roman 1000 Pierre, Benoit Konigsmark and L. Atlantide, are clever books in which old methods are enhanced by a true novelist's temperament. An Englishman will find little in them which Stevenson and even Rider Haggard have not already given him. The Maître du Navire of Roman 1000, Louis Chadosny, seems to introduce in addition a note of irony, which shows that the author writes to amuse himself and does not believe in his adventure, and this note of irony is still more obvious in Le Chant de l'Equipage of Roman 1000 Pierre, Mac Orlan, which parodies the novel of adventure. The French novelist is a rationalist who pretends to believe in his mystery and does not believe in it. Between the adventure of the English novel and the adventure of the French novel, there is the same difference as between the ghost in Hamlet and the ghost, which Voltaire brings on to the stage at full noon, without deceiving anyone in Semiramis. The novel of adventure proves to have been a season's fashion, which those who launched it abandon in the following season. What I have called the little novel of irony and sentiment has had a longer, a more vivacious, and a more durable existence. It is almost peculiar to French literature, and produces every year a good harvest of agreeable books. It is generally an invertebrate composition, made up of humorous episodes and reflections, the slight daily impressions of a man of letters, delicate and fatigued in Parisian surroundings. It is as it were the chronicle novel of French literary life. A great number of the works of Roman 1000 Abel Hermant belong to this style, and among them, in particular, the Anglo-French novel Half of Paris, Half of Oxford, which he is now publishing, and the first two parts of which are called L'Aube Ardente and La Journée Brève, the latter. Course of publication in the Revue de Paris. These are like Roman 1000 Hermant's books, the elegantly but frigidly written compositions, which come only from a literary and conventional atmosphere, and appear to have been developed in the author's mind as in an artificial incubator. The true novel of this sort comes into existence under freer and more fanciful conditions than obtain in the intelligent and tidy. though somewhat melancholy manufacture of Roman 1000 Hermant, a young writer who died a score of years ago, Jean de Tinnen, produced masterpieces in Pensitu Rusir and Amiens, which have not been surpassed today. This type of novel has a right and a left elegance on the right and bohemianism on the left, the latter as a rule being more picturesque and more highly flavored on the right. There is what one might call, using the word in the sense in which it is used by historians of medieval literature, a literature courtis, I mean a literature of the court, with some refinement and some sensuality. Here the author describes his little amatory adventures, endeavoring to relieve their inevitable banality with a certain piquancy in the introduction of portraits of his men and women. Friends chosen among an elegant society, Les Papiers de Cléanthe by Roman 1000 Jean-Louis Vaudier, and Le Diable à l'Hôtel by Roman 1000 Émile Henriot, which have just appeared, though they fall sometimes into banality, make agreeable reading on the left. There is the little bohemian novel, which deals with Montmartre as ancient stories dealt with Miletus. Its characters are artists, and their more or less interesting friends young women, and their more or less interested friends, the novel of Montmartre, in which style Charles Louis Philippe wrote the earliest masterpieces, is practiced today in the most agreeable fashion by Roman 1000 Francis Cares, author of Bob et Bobette, Roman 1000 Mac Orlan, author of La Clique du Café Brebis, and Roman 1000 André Billy, the author of Scenes de la Vie littéraire. Nevertheless, these sometimes shady cabarets, where boredom is chased away, must not be confused with the higher spheres of literature. The French novel, regarded as a whole, is at the present moment going through a crisis. The qualities of original, free, and vigorous creation, which were the causes of success from Balzac to Maupassant, have become rare. The novel no longer produces those real and living characters round whom, as Taine said, it is possible to walk, but it is remarkable for qualities of intelligence. Alphonse Daudet somewhere makes a distinction between creative novelists and essayist novelists. The distinction is very just. We lack today creative novelists, but we have a number of essayist novelists. Our contemporary novelists are very intelligent persons who are often admirable in their knowledge of human nature, but who rarely succeed in making it live. It is nevertheless probable that there is nothing to be gained by retracing our steps. We shall no doubt reach something new by continuing to the end this exercise of the intellect, by applying it to an increasingly profound and refined psychological analysis. If we take examples from the English novel, the signpost of our French novel of today would not be such a name as that of Dickens or of Eliot or of Kipling, but rather that of Meredith. This is what is indicated by the great success now enjoyed by two complex and delicate writers, Roman 1000 Marcel Prévost and Roman 1000 Jean Journaux et l'Ombre de Dunes, Fils en Fleur, and Simon Le Pathétique, are both novels of rich and fugitive personalities who are absorbed in the contemplation of themselves, and who thus find a real world of inward adventures. It seems that the French novel is now moving by choice in this direction, and that the public is assisting the movement. This should not be astonishing in a country which has always regarded psychological analysis as the supreme goal of literature. Albert Thibaudet, Learned Societies, etc. Society of Antiquaries. Stonehenge was formally handed over to the nation on October 26, 1918, and H. Roman 1000 Office of Works at once made plans to secure some of the standing stones in danger of cracking, and to excavate the entire area without disturbing the monument. The archaeological supervision of the work was entrusted to the Society of Antiquaries, and the program was to have a season of about 3 months for several consecutive years on the same lines as in 1901, when the great leaning stone was raised, with interesting results. Professor Gowland's health, however, prevented his participation in the scheme, and his successor, Lieutenant Colonel Hawley, unfortunately met with an accident which, with a strike among the contractors' men, prevented any but preliminary work being carried out on the site this year. If funds are available and the opportunity of solving the riddle of Stonehenge must appeal to all interested in antiquity, there is a good prospect of starting in earnest next summer without prejudice. It is hoped to the Society's enterprises at Old Sarum and Wroxeter, the Roman town near Shrewsbury, on both of which sites considerable progress had been made before the outbreak of war. The recent death of Professor Haverfield is one of many severe losses incurred by the Society during the past summer. Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings. For years, the Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings has been associated with the work of protesting against the destruction or spoiling of good examples of the building art of the past. This year, it is developing the more constructive side of its activities. The following instances will suffice to illustrate this development. First, the Society is endeavoring to show that the humbler forms of English architecture, old cottages, should not only be saved, but used, and how they can be made decently habitable, though much injured by time and neglect. Works replete with old-time building lore should not be permanently condemned, because they lack damp courses, proper ventilation larders, or upstairs fireplaces. Instead of building new at 800 or so, the housing committees should acquire cottages of this kind and repair them at, say, 250 or 300. To draw attention to this subject, the Society has issued a well-illustrated booklet, Batsford 94 High Holborn 2s, which it hopes to follow by a practical demonstration on a pair of old cottages, proving the possibility of remedying common defects. It hopes to publish the results in a second booklet, which would in fact be a pictorial specification. The second illustration of the Society's constructive activity is the offer to give lectures on the objects and work of the Society, in which special emphasis is to be laid on what may be learnt in matters of economy and beauty from old buildings. The Royal Numismatic Society. The Royal Numismatic Society has removed from 22 Albemarle Street to 22 Russell Square W Roman 100, where meetings will be held, and the library is housed on October 16th. Sir Henry Howarth, Vice President, in the chair. Mr. Lawrence read a note on some of the difficulties of distinguishing halfpence from farthings during the period between 1465 and 1523. Parliament, in the latter year, directed some alteration of type of the farthings, as it was shown that halfpennies and farthings were with difficulty distinguishable owing to both denominations having been struck from the same coin. A discussion was also raised on the profile half-groats of Henry Roman 7 bearing the mintmarks martlet, and rows. Some of these have keys below the shield on the reverse, and others are without the keys. The question raised was whether these later coins were to be considered as having been struck at York in consequence of the martlet mintmark, previously only known at York, or whether the absence of the keys denoted their issue at London. Mr. Brooke and Carl Morrison urged that these coins were sede vacante issues of York. Mr. H. Mattingly read a paper entitled A Vitalius Imp Germanicus, in which he attempted to determine the reasons for the variations in Vitalius obverse legends between the forms imp germ and germ imp. After distinguishing clearly the class of coins on which these titles appear, he brought evidence to show that the title imp Germanicus is characteristic of the non-Roman coins of Vitalius and of the early period of the reign before the victory over Otho. It implied a definite challenge thrown out by the German armies to the rest of the empire, and in consequence, when Vitalius became constitutional emperor at Rome, the title was deftly deprived of offense by inversion to Germanicus imp, a normal form of title already borne by Claudius and Nero. The Library Association. The Fortiscond annual meeting of the Library Association was notable not by reason of its bibliographical or literary interest, for either was to seek, but as marking a definite cleavage between librarians and the Board of Education upon a matter of national importance. Were it not that education in this country has always been the province of the amateur, one might say that the cleavage was between amateur and professional opinion. The third interim report of the Adult Education Committee to the Ministry of Reconstruction proposed to hand over the control of the public library to the local education authority. The Library Association, as a body possessed of a charter for the support and advancement of the public library movement, opposed the main recommendations of that report, and returned to the Minister of Education a memorandum of counter-argument. The 4 points of the memorandum were: 1. That with the already heavy responsibilities of the Education Authority and additional duty problems requiring detached consideration will result in the convenient relegation of the library to a mere appendage of the school. 2. That although cooperation between school and library does exist, the initiative has come almost wholly from the latter, and that assimilation by the comparatively untried and empirical 1918 model education will be fatal to its general usefulness. 3. That the interest of the public is the main interest of the library, and that this is subordinated by the Adult Education Committee to the special interest of the school. 4. That the recommendations upon the provision of technical and commercial books were unduly extravagant and wasteful, as regarding the first, but unduly parsimonious and wrongly conceived in the case of the second. To this document, beyond a bare acknowledgement, no reply has been given. Its form and tenor were unanimously approved by the association at Southport. The Bibliographical Society. The Bibliographical Society opens its 28th session on November 17th with a paper by Mr. R. F. Sharp of the British Museum on travesties of Shakespeare's plays. The Society has not only kept up its normal output of books during the war, but has produced some volumes of exceptional importance, notably Mr. Gordon Duff's wonderfully complete record of English 15th-century books, with facsimiles of all the types used in them, Mr. E. F. Bosanquet's illustrated monograph on English printed almanacs and prognostications, the first volume of Professor Carleton Brown's Register of Middle English Religious Verse, and 2 exceptionally interesting volumes of Transactions, a Bibliography of Landor, by Mr. Stephen Wheeler, and Mr. T. J. Wise will shortly be issued, and the 2nd volume of Professor Carleton Brown's Register should be ready early next year. The books of the Society are only printed for its own members, and until 1914 it was a close corporation with an English and American membership limited to 300. In the January before the war it opened its ranks in order to obtain 100 additional members and further increase its output. It is still open to book lovers to join at the old subscription of a guinea, but unless the annual meeting in January next decides otherwise, the roll of the Society is due to be closed on the 3rd Monday of the new year. That the Society has done so well during the war is largely due to its genial president, Sir William Osler, who has held office longer than any of his predecessors, and is soon further to help the Society by producing for it monograph on the medical books published by the earliest printers. Roman I, not later than 1480. Among the earlier presidents were Dr. Garnett and Mr. Fortescue of the British Museum, the late Earl of Crawford, Mr. H. B. Wheatley, and Mr. H. Huth, owner of the splendid library which has already furnished material for 8 sales at Sotheby's. Mr. A. W. Pollard, the present keeper of printed books at the British Museum, has been its Hun secretary since 1893, and was given some years ago a notable partner in Mr. R. B. McCarrow, the editor of Nash. The Folklore Society. During the war, the folklore, like other societies, has suffered by the absence of some of its most active members on service, but the work of the Society has not been interrupted. Its meetings have been regularly held, many valuable contributions have been received, and the attendance has been well maintained. Folklore, the quarterly proceedings, has retained its position as one of the leading authorities on popular beliefs and superstitions of races in the lower stage of culture. Its principal function is to publish papers read by members at the Society's meetings and to review the more important literature on subjects in which it is interested, but it also welcomes from the general public notes and queries on British and foreign folklore and beliefs. The foundations have been laid for 2 important works, which it is hoped will soon be ready for publication. As regards the folklore of these islands, the leading authority is the Observations on Popular Antiquities by John Brand, subsequently edited by Sir H. Ellis. Large collections have been made under the supervision of Miss S. Roman 100 Byrne, an ex-president of the Society and author of a valuable book on the folklore of Shropshire, with a view to the compilation, on the basis of Brand's work, of a Cyclopedia of British Folklore. The second work, now in progress, is a general index to the long series of special books and proceedings issued by the Society since its foundation, the work of compilation having been entrusted to Mr. A. R. Wright. The Society of Pure English. The Society of Pure English, which was founded shortly before the war, and which during the war was temporarily suspended, has now begun to carry out its original purpose, and probably before this note appears its first 2 pamphlets will have been published. Pamphlet No. 1 will contain a list of the members of the society and a reprint of the original prospectus, which was privately printed in 1913, and which contains a statement of the society's aims in general terms. Pamphlet No. 2 will consist of a discussion by the poet, laureate of a curious and hitherto almost unnoticed phenomenon of contemporary speech, the great increase namely of homophones or words of the same sound, but different meanings in the English language, as the original prospectus shows the society does not in the least aim at the absurd project of fixing the language's conception, is rather that since all living languages change, and must change as life changes, an attempt should be made to guide this necessary process by acknowledged principles of tradition and taste. Drama, a living corpse. This section opens amid a furore for improving the drama in this country. Leagues have sprung up with imposing committees of enormous length, and are canvassing for money and members with considerable success. A conference of the theatre lasting a fortnight was held in the summer at Stratford-upon-Avon for the first time in history, at which actors, dramatic critics, trade unionists, authors, publishers, newspaper proprietors, theatrical managers, voice trainers, poets, scenic artists, school teachers, clergymen, and one bishop expressed day after day their intense determination to have more drama and better drama than we have ever had in England before. This assemblage of people whom, as one of them I may perhaps be permitted to call without offense fanatics, may have appeared to the detached onlooker to have been of very little use. The conference melted away, leaving the British Drama League and the Arts League of Service still without sufficient money to do any of the practical things without which the gathering of conferences and the sitting of committees are merely occasions for the ventilation of private grievances. But the conference could never have been held if there were not widespread through the country a genuine passion for the theatre, far more extensive and far stronger than it had ever been in England. During the whole of the 19th century, there are no statistics available to give us the percentage of the population who were regular theatregoers during the last century, but it was certainly very small, and everyone knows that it has increased enormously during the last 10 years, and has probably even doubled again during the war. This is a fact which is generally overlooked, but which really provides us with the soundest basis for hope. What is the matter with the theatre in England is mainly that there is not enough of it. Nearly all its faults and shortcomings may be put down to deficiencies of materiel, both structural and human. There are not enough theatres. Those in existence are obsolete, cranky, ill-ventilated, absurdly constructed, badly placed buildings, an eyesore to passers-by, a hell of discomfort for 90% of the audience, a death trap for actors. Only a fanatical human passion for the theatre could drive people into such places away from the comparative comfort of their own firesides. There are not enough actors, and those that survive the barbaric tortures of rushing week by week from one cold and slatternly apartment house to another, always arriving in their next provincial town on the smallest of Sundays, generally find that they are the one spark of life in the place, and end, like Sir Henry Irving, by expiring in their miserable and draughty dressing rooms. The English provincial town, in its dreariness and dirt, awaits the coming of the actor, much as the Esquimaux in winter await the coming of the sun. But the actor, during the day when he is free, wanders through its streets, as Virgil wandered by the banks of the Styx forlorn, and like a man among shadows who have no commerce with him, but belong to another world. It is no wonder that they become more and more divorced from their fellow creatures, more and more inefficient, more and more lacking in zest for experiment and enterprise, until neglected and isolated the profession sinks, with bright exceptions, to a level of illiteracy, incompetence, and sloth that lately, even in London, moved a commercial manager like Mr. Cochrane to express his astonishment. But the municipal councils, which are the civic committees of the townspeople entrusted with organizing their social life, cannot remain forever indifferent to their duty in face of a growing popular demand for the theatre. That is why I point to the enormous increase in the number of habitual theatregoers as our strongest basis of hope, or if they do so persist, private enterprise will inevitably step in, as it did in the case of so many electric lighting, tramway, gas, and water undertakings, build up a profitable theatrical business, mulct the town annually of thousands of pounds in profits, and ultimately will have to be bought out by the municipality at an inflated price, as Mr. Granville Barker pointed out in an extraordinarily able speech at the Shakespeare Memorial Theatre. The people's greatest need is to become articulate. Art means nothing if it does not mean giving speech to the people. And the art of the drama is the most democratic, the most popular, the most wide-reaching, most easily understood, and the most stimulating, because the most social of all the arts. There was a time, and it is not so very long ago, when primary education, in its most rudimentary, that is to say, its school form, was left to private enterprise. And if private enterprise could have done it at all, it might possibly have done it better than the nation. But every argument that can be used in favor of teaching everyone to read and write applies still more forcibly to giving the people a real education. It is far too important and too urgent to be left to the chance provision of speculators out merely to make profits for themselves. And it is to enlighten public opinion on the subject that these leagues have primarily been founded. But let me not be mistaken, there can be no intention of priggishly educating the people in the higher drama. We must carefully discriminate between advocating for theatres municipal, if possible, but if not privateered, advocating for the performance of plays by any dramatist or school or coterie of dramatists. The drama is a much bigger thing than Mr. Shaw, Ibsen, Chekhov, or anyone else, and what has always prevented these movements from gaining popular sympathy has been their lack of breadth, their curious fascination for pedants and cranks. Almost every decent, sane human being will appreciate and support a demand for a theatre to enlighten the dismal misery and boredom of the winter evenings of his native town, and to take him out of the narrow groove into which he will inevitably stick if left alone with his books and his relations. But he will not support a scheme to ram down his throat obvious propaganda. The Calvinists of the drama. I have sat for hours in the National Gallery, Trafalgar Square, watching the people, the most heterogeneous collection of persons imaginable, assemble there: washerwomen, soldiers, artisans, clerks, clergymen, navvies, all classes and ages. Some wander aimlessly about, some stand petrified before one picture for a quarter of an hour, some look only at portraits, others search for familiar landscapes, others again are attracted by historical interest. There is hardly one of them that would not probably earn the contempt of Mr. Clive Bell if he were to give Mr. Bell the reason of his enjoyment. But I assert with all the emphasis I can command that there is not one of them who has not gained by even 10 minutes within that. Building something impossible to value and precious beyond estimation, can any human being go out of the dirt, the indignity, the ugliness, the noise, the formlessness of the modern city, into the serenity, the color, the dignity, the peace, and the beauty of the rooms of the National Gallery, without a quickening of the spirit, however imperceptible? What is there in Trafalgar Square, apart from the National Gallery, which in any degree witnesses that man is more than an animal? True, there is St. Martin's Church, but the associations of the church irrelevant, if you will adulterate, and weaken its spiritual influence on men's minds today. But the National Gallery exerts a completely Catholic and irradiating power on all who enter. So does the theatre, even exactly as it stands today. I am in profound disagreement with those who raise up their hands in horror at the present state of the theatre, where it exists. What causes me to join the chorus of Jeremiah's is the scarcity of theatres, their complete and utter absence in hundreds of large towns where they should exist, and the smallness of their numbers in our largest cities. My mention of Mr. Clive Bell in connection with the National Gallery was doubly relevant, for there is a set of highbrows connected with the theatre who have set their eyes so fixedly on an unreal and abstract perfection that they have become blind. They talk about serious drama in the same solemn, pompous, and hopeless way that the Calvinists used to talk about salvation, and the mass of the people, cheerfully ignoring them, continues to go tranquilly to perdition. Ask any one of these apostles of serious drama to show you one. Serious drama, and the odds are that they will say man and Superman, or ghosts, or justice. Well, there is something to be said for the authors of these three plays, although not one of them is a really first-rate dramatist, the equal of Shakespeare, Sophocles, Euripides, or even Racine. but for their followers, dealers in the doleful realism of Manchester, Birmingham, Liverpool, Glasgow, and the London suburbs, there is in the main nothing to be said. Whatever their works are for the most part immeasurably inferior to the average London review, and to accuse the theatre of sinking into degradation, because it prefers the wit, humour, beautiful dressing, vivacious dancing, and high spirits of an ambassador's vaudeville pavilion or Alhambra review to a serious machine-made play by Mr. Sutro, or 2 hours of mechanical dullness from someone I had better not name, is simply to accuse it of preferring life to the undesirable seriousness of the tomb. Influence of the existing theatre. It is not as if there were no drama better than the review or the musical comedy, but the stupidity of the highbrows, their dull acceptance of the solemn, and the pompous of anything, in fact, that is not bright or imaginative or stirring, but is sufficiently pretentious, does incalculable harm to that annually growing fraction of the public which, fully appreciative of review and musical comedy, is yet unsatisfied, and is really thirsting for finer things. This public is continually essaying samples of the drama of the highbrows, and is continually being driven back from such dry, unprofitable verbiage to those theatres where there is humour, wit, charm, and beauty, and for this evidence of good taste it is roundly abused. I frequently wonder whether any one of these misguided zealots has ever been inside the popular theatre, the theatre of the musical comedy. Have they any idea what a revelation of beauty it is to large numbers of the population? I dare to assert that in London, the popular theatre has done more to develop and educate the taste of the masses in dress, furniture, and decoration than 50 years of propaganda from Ruskin, William Morris, and all their disciples. The theatre, of course, has learnt from the artists of all countries, but it has been the great cultural organization which has taken the fruits of the artists' work to the people and opened their eyes. In educating the senses, the popular theatre has done, and is still doing, invaluable work. It is when it comes to educating the finer emotions that it fails so lamentably, though hardly so utterly, as the highbrow theatre, in which there are no emotions but those of despair, disillusionment, and derision. And yet it is strange that, in spite of the general abuse of the low standards of London, plays, on the rare occasions when a really fine play is put on, it is generally met by the critics with a chorus of disapproval or the praise that damns. We have had a good example in London. Recently, Mr. Henry Ainley, by common consent, our finest actor, begins his management of the St. James Theatre, with Tolstoy's The Living Corpse, the title being changed to Reparation in consideration of the mental state of a public frightened out of its wits by the highbrows and the cranks. Tolstoy was a great man, and The Living Corpse, fine play, a play that ought to have a great success. But do the critics say here at last is a magnificent play, a play which everyone must see? Not a bit of it. The general spirit of their notices is one of chilly respect for the famous name of Tolstoy, with an insinuation that the play would have been much better if it had been handled by a competent dramatist like Sir Arthur Pinero or Mr. Sutro. What is the central theme? We are not quite sure, says the critic of the leading London daily. Is it a mere coincidence that on the same page that journal's musical critic, in reference to Prometheus, the work of Tolstoy's compatriot Scriabin, one of the greatest of modern composers, says he does not understand it, and asking himself whether Scriabin was sane or deranged, declares that he does not know? Here is a lesson for drama leagues, for it is almost certain that when we do get good drama, scarcely anyone will know it. A society called the PHNICs, with headquarters at Dudley House, Southampton Street, Strand, has been formed to revive plays of Elizabethan restoration and later times. The following plays have been selected for early production: The Duchess of Malfi, John Webster, Marriage, A la Mode, John Dryden, The Fair Maid of the West Part, Roman I, Thomas Haywood, Don Carlos, Thomas Otway, Volpone, Ben Jonson. The Duchess of Malfi will be given on Sunday, November 16th. Dramatic literature: Heartbreak House, etc., by Bernard Shaw, Constable, Sevens, 6d. Mr. Shaw is one of the most consistent authors living. His readers know almost to a comma what he is going to give them every time they open his latest book. That is perhaps the chief reason why there has been such a falling off in Mr. Shaw's popularity of recent years. Another reason is, of course, the war, but it is strange that Mr. Shaw's opinions, or his particular way of expressing his opinion during the war, should have alienated and even made bitterly hostile men of wide knowledge and experience of his writings, and his character, who, if they could be persuaded momentarily to reflect without prejudice, would have to admit that what offends them now was precisely what offended so many others in the years before the war, when they, on the contrary, were Mr. Shaw's ardent champions, or at the very least his apologists. It only goes to show how very far any one of us is from being able to judge a man's work rationally. Once our own particular prejudice is touched, we are all raw somewhere, and woe to the man who touches us on the raw, for then all hope of dispassionate criticism, of Christian toleration, even is gone. It has been Mr. Shaw's most vivid characteristic that he has never lost his intellectual integrity. It is easy to be honest among one's enemies, but to be honest among one's friends is a virtue so rare, so uncomfortable, and outwardly so contrary to the spirit of fair play, that it is not surprising it should be generally detested. Mr. Shaw has always retained what he believes, perhaps conceitedly, to be his right to say the worst that can be said of his dearest friends, and of the advocates of whatever cause happens at the moment to be nearest to his heart, however ruinous such conduct may appear to be to the immediate interests of the movement he is supposed to support. He will not abandon his right to forge weapons for the enemy more damaging than any discoverable by their own brains when life or one's country or one's family is at stake. Such conduct appears little less than devilish, yet Mr. Shaw has his right to express his opinions as lucidly and as pointedly as he can, and it may be that, when we are far enough removed from the heat and blinding dust of the moment's conflict, we shall realize that Mr. Shaw has been faithful to the truth that is in him, and if we have any reason to complain, it is certainly not of Mr. Shaw, but of the God who made him. It may seem that what the ordinary man would call, and call wrongly, Mr. Shaw's unreliability does not square with the assertion that he is consistent, and that his readers know beforehand exactly what Mr. Shaw is going to give them. But Mr. Shaw's consistency lies in his artillery, not in his object of attack. The enemy varies, but the same guns are always going off. In Heartbreak House there is at times all and more than all the old brilliancy. The dialogue of the first and third acts is concentrated, savage, and burns with an intensity that casts a dull, imaginative glow over the play. The characters of the hushabies of Captain Shotover, of the sham millionaire Mangan, of Mazzini Dunn, and the flute player are drawn with a pen steeped in vitriol and exaggerated as they are. They have a genuine imaginative reality deeper than most Shavian figures. There is a moral passion in this play gloomier and more savage than in anything Mr. Shaw has yet done, and an absence of that childish and inconsequent flippancy which so often mars his work. The other plays in the volume vary in quality from some excellent fooling in Great Catherine to a depressing mechanical liveliness, almost utterly without humor in Augustus. Does his bit the best of them is O Flaherty Roman 5 Roman 100. But although it frequently makes one laugh, one finds oneself at the end, closing the book with that tired yawn that seems to be the fatal consequence of reading a great deal of Mr. Shaw at one time. First plays by A. Milne Chatto Windows 6s. I'm not sure that I do Mr. Milne any injustice by asserting that the best thing in his first volume of plays is the introduction describing how the 5 plays came to be written. It is turned with that inimitable grace and lightness of touch which have made Mr. Milne famous as a journalist. Mr. Milne's charm and quaint humor need a certain space in which to display themselves. It would be fatal to hurry him or to try to straighten his meanderings and digressions, but that is exactly what the dramatic form does do. It is not that Mr. Milne cannot express himself in a few sentences. He can, but however few the sentences, they will be elusive, indirect, full of parabolas and curves that seem to lead away, but really come back to the point. These qualities are difficult to transfer to dialogue, especially when one is hampered by the consciousness of theatrical convention. And in his first effort, Wurzel Flummery, after inventing that wonderful name, Mr. Milne fails entirely to get his own individual qualities into the play. The dialogue is in short, flavorless sentences that seem to have been shot out of a pop gun, and the characters being mere lay figures, the play is simply dull. The Lucky One is a much more ambitious and more successful experiment. The people are alive, but Mr. Milne is probably right in seeing no hope of its being produced. It is intelligence without frills or decoration. And as he says the girl marries the wrong man, it is in Belinda that Mr. Milne is most successfully himself. Mr. Milne calls it an April folly in 3 acts, and that describes it exactly. W. J. Turner. The Fine Arts. It may be of interest at this juncture now that the close time for artists between the spring and autumn exhibitions has come to an end to review past events in artistic circles and attempt to place readers au courant with events to come. The war has not been without its effects on some branches of artistic development. The supporters of Burlington House, it is true, pursue their way more or less undisturbed by the startling incidents of the last 4 years. I would be inclined to rank with them the greater part also of the members of the International Society of Painters, Sculptors, and Engravers, whose 26th exhibition is now being held at the Grosvenor Galleries. It is only fair to say, however, that the so-called revolutionary in art can sometimes find a place for his work, even on these august walls. The New English Art Club has been handicapped by the commandeering of its gallery by the government. Still, here again, the godfathers and professors still hold the sway, and it is only in such bodies as the Allied Artists Association, the Friday Club, and the London Group that the new blood can be more or less assured of a place to exhibit their work and obtain their share in the business of acceptance for an arrangement of exhibitions. All these societies are now firmly established, though the last named has sustained a great loss by the death of its admirable president Harold Gilman. The Allied Artists is a thoroughly democratic institution and a step towards a trade union of artists. If such a thing is possible, that some step in that direction is needed, there can be no doubt, as the artist suffers very severely indeed from the middleman. These societies, then, in their exhibits generally show renewed signs of energy and development in art. The employment of younger men in an official capacity as war artists instead of such academicians as were not too infirm to bear the weight of a steel helmet showed unusual wisdom and perspicuity on behalf of the responsible bodies concerned. The direct result was a fine collection of paintings by men who, for the most part, had been able to depict their impressions of war in war's surroundings or record their experiences not easily forgotten after they had been freed from the ranks. An exhibition of these paintings held in America was attended with marked success and helped to make known the work of young English artists in that country. Roman 100 R. W. Nevinson, Paul Nash, Wyndham Lewis, and Eric Kennington, to mention only a few, have produced some fine and lasting records of their impressions in medias. The public will have an opportunity of seeing the fine collection of paintings commissioned and collected by the Imperial War Museum this winter. The effect of this official employment is particularly noticeable upon the more extreme body of painters known as the vorticists, with Wyndham Lewis at the head. They have voluntarily or involuntarily made certain concessions to representation. Compromise is in bad odor now in their work, but these concessions have in no way weakened the results of their toil, as appeared evident at the Canadian War Memorials exhibition this spring. Turning to other events, exhibition of foreign artists at the Mansard Gallery, which has recently closed, is, I believe, the first one of its kind since the post-impressionist exhibition at the Grafton Galleries before the war. Now, as then, I fancy, it will be found to be a case of a little garden in a patch of wilderness. Mr. Clive Bell would perhaps have us bow unreservedly before the lions of the continent, but I feel that some of the artists are only repeating with variations the themes given out by their forerunners. Even the work of the accepted masters, such as Picasso and Derain, and so forth, does not seem quite convincing at first sight, but perhaps these were acting purposely as foils to their younger contemporaries. The exhibition was nevertheless of great interest, especially if we may take it to show roughly the various tendencies of continental art. The memorial exhibition of the works of Harold Gilman at the Leicester Galleries deserves special notice. Harold Gilman died suddenly of influenza this spring. To everyone who knew him, his death must have come as a severe shock. His unfailing courtesy and true gentleness of manner had endeared him to many as an artist. The sane outlook and sincere purpose in his work were valuable assets to whatever movement he was connected with. It is difficult at this time to estimate his value as a painter, but I am inclined to think it will be considerable. He had elaborated a fine sense of color, which was as effective in his painting as it was useful in his teaching. His work hung all together in this exhibition seems far more striking than when seen in isolated examples, the drawings forming a decidedly important part of the whole. He was not accustomed to show these drawings, nor did he seem to value them very much, except as a means to the end. And I am surprised by their excellence. No. 23 is a design for a large painting commissioned by the Canadian government and left unfinished at his death. No. 37 is one of the gems of the collection. An illustrated memorial volume of Gilman's work will be published shortly. Other picture shows forthcoming in London during the autumn and winter Aryan exhibition of the works of Matisse. Mr. Marchant's salon open for the first time since the war at the Goupil Galleries, the Imperial War Museum exhibition, and the London group at the Mansard Gallery in November. To the most hardened critic, the sounding title of the International Society of Sculptors, Painters, and Engravers may seem a little overawing each time, as the Society's exhibition comes round. He must feel this peculiar thrill. The catalogue, also, with its crescendos of lay members, honorary lay members, and deceased honorary lay members, has a conscious feeling of well-togetherness which is very impressive and may tend to undermine impartial judgment. The 26th exhibition of this society is notwithstanding very like many others which have gone before a long search for instances of any serious purpose, with a few exceptions, meets with nothing but superficial cleverness or work of a purely negative value, as in the exhibitions of Burlington House. So here the artists seem entirely concerned with the portrayal of the anecdote for itself, without the least regard for design, in fact with the least amount of solid purpose or feeling, and with the free use of cheap bravura painting. There are of course the well-known standbys who provide what is expected of them with satisfactory regularity. Mr. Mack Evoy's portraits of the nobility and gentry seem more and more evanescent, and one would hardly credit them with a drop of red blood, let alone blue, but they have their charm. The portraits in general are not peculiarly interesting, characterized as they are by good but uninspired painting. Mr. Frampton's No. 29 is a case in point, the only bright exception both as a portrait and a work of art is Mr. Alvaro Guevara's portrait of Miss Edith Sitwell, which alone is worth paying 1/6d to see. The painting throughout is curiously realistic. The color is very fine, and the arrangement of the figure so as to present a view looking down upon it, together with the placing of the mats on the floor, make a most interesting design. Placed as it is among the portraits of Mr. Mack Evoy, the contrast is startling, and a little cruel, not unlike a bird of paradise amongst a batch of ringdoves. I am surprised to see that the perseverance of the firm of Nicholson and Son, though the business is now mostly carried on by Mr. Benjamin Nicholson, has not yet been awarded by royal warrant. No one, I hope, will be so obtuse as not to distinguish the filial from the paternal jug. Considerable mention has been made of the landscapes in watercolor by Miss Frances Hodgkins, and though I cannot quite agree with all that has been said, I think her work has charm and a strong sense of pattern. No. 214 Thrashing is especially attractive. The drawings of J. Roman 500 Revel will repay attention, particularly No. 194. Mr. Keith Baines contributes 2 pleasing drawings, one of which has an interesting design of boats, while Mr. William Rothenstein has a good but very warlike self-portrait. I feel glad my acquaintance with him has been so far only in a civilian capacity. It would appear that sheepskin jerkins are regulation dress for official war artists. Artistic publications. Art and Letters. With the autumn number of Art and Letters, the periodical completes its 4th publication since the beginning of the new series. Art and Letters was first published in July 1917 under the editorship of Frank Rutter, Harold Gilman, and Charles Ginner, and was devoted to the reproduction of the graphic arts and the publication of short essays, stories, poems, and reviews. After the first 4 numbers, the magazine came under the management of Mr. Frank Rutter and Mr. Osbert Sitwell, who changed the cover from a set design to one of a varied pattern each quarter. Art and Letters has continued to supply a certain demand as an artistic quarterly, and indeed, with the exception of Color, it seems to be the only periodical which reproduces the works of younger contemporary artists. The first numbers contained some excellent drawings by Walter Sickert, Harold Gilman, and Charles Ginner, with woodcuts by Lucien Pissarro. Later work by Paul Nash McKnight Coffer and Therese Lessor formed a pleasing contribution. With the inception of the new series in 1918, the paper was given fresh impetus and still maintains its high level of criticism, which applies to many other like publications, may be also applied to art and letters. It is too precious, there is need of a wider scope and more general appeal to the public. The chief item of artistic interest in Volume 2, No. 4 of Art and Letters, which has just appeared, is the drawing by Modigliani, who was one of the most promising exhibitors at the recent exhibition of continental artists held at the Mansard Gallery, and referred to above. This is really a beautiful drawing, delicate and sensitive. The artist, while relying chiefly on the rhythmic value of his line, has introduced ever so slightly into the face the literary interest, so to speak, of a subtle expression, which is the quintessence of placid kindness. There are also excellent drawings by the late Gaudier Brzesca and Wyndham Lewis, and a woodcut by Paul Nash, which, at the risk of being censored for partiality, I venture to think, is of interest in another branch of his art. The drawing by Miss N. Estelle Rice is competent and decorative. A new periodical, entitled The Owl, was hatched in the early summer, in which the excellence of the literary contributions greatly outweighed the value of the artistic reproductions. I hope in the future that the art editor will range a little wider in his choice of drawings. The Poetry Bookshop. Mr. Harold Monroe is publishing a series of monthly chapbooks, which has already run into 3 numbers. It purports to be a record of the poetry and drama of today, insofar as it bears upon these columns. Volume 2 is of interest, as containing reproductions of Mr. Albert Rutherstone's theatre. Designs for Bernard Shaw's play Androcles and the Lion, produced at St. James Theatre before the war. This is altogether an admirable and valuable little book. The most recently published number is entitled Poems Newly Decorated, and contains some charming and effective designs by the younger artists. John Nash. Music. The Promenade Concerts. It has been good to see the Queen's Hall filled once more with a happy crowd after the thin and uncertain audiences which listened to the Promenade concerts during the war. Even to a jaded professional critic, there is a peculiar sense of pleasure to be derived from them, which no other concerts can convey. One is free to smoke, to begin with, and free to move about and see one's friends, for that is one of the pleasant things about a promenade concert, that one always finds friends there. And just as one finds unexpected old friends on the floor of the house, so one finds them in the program. There are many works from which the hardened concertgoer flees when he sees them put in to fill up time. In an ordinary symphony concert at the promenades, he may find himself listening to them in the company of someone who has never heard them before, and suddenly discover that they have taken on a new aspect in relation to all the music which memory has accumulated since the last time that he came across them. The more heterogeneous the program, the more delightful it is, and one wonders what goes on in the minds of those listeners who crowd to the evenings that are given up to Wagner alone, or to Bach, Beethoven, and Mozart. It is on a Wagner night that one begins to be conscious of how badly the band is playing. They are trotting through the old stock extracts, which they are supposed to know by heart. The old hands are bored to death. The new ones do not yet know their way about, at least so one is tempted to think for the moment. And on a classical night, one is tempted to quarrel with some of Sir Henry Wood's interpretations. Such judgments are unprofitable, even if one could be sure that they were true. It is the homogeneous program that alters one's critical angle. The last new versification of a suburban house agent's advertisement in the second half of the program restores a juster balance to judge from old promenade programs. The one-style night must be a relic of earlier tradition. When Mr. Robert Newman first started the concerts in 1895, there would be a Scottish night, an Irish night, a military night, and besides a Wagner night, a Gounod night. The Irish night meant a program of Stanford, Balfe Wallace, and Sullivan. Sullivan still figures in our programs, the others have dropped out. And so has the Gounod night. The program of a military night does indeed seem a curiosity. Today here it is Military March, Schubert, Overture, Les Dragons de Villers, Maillart, the German Patrol, Eilenberg, Trumpet Overture, Mendelssohn, the Red Hussar Solomon, the British Army quadrilles Julian the Drum Polka Anonymous, and the Soldiers' Chorus from Faust Maillart's Overture still figures in this year's list. But probably no one wants a military program in these days, even if it were made up from the classics. It is interesting to note that what we called a popular night differed very little from the Saturday programs of this year, in spite of the number of novelties that have in the course of time been gradually added to the repertory. The operatic selections were dropped a long time ago, but such things as Handel's Largo Grieg's Peer, the Overture to William Tell, and Bizet's L'Arlésienne have probably been played once or even twice in every season. The book of programs may be regarded as a fair index of average taste, and as such is instructive. English people on the whole have had too much common sense to allow their musical interests to be distorted by the war. It is true that modern German music is no longer heard, and that the names of modern French, Russian, and Italian composers figure largely on the programs. But it is probably also true that the accident of the war has merely helped to consolidate a tendency that was apparent some time before. Brahms was never a composer for the man in the street. What the ordinary man wants in music is a clear-cut tune, a vigorous rhythm, and an exciting volume of sound. He gets these in William Tell and L'Arlésienne. In the presence of these and other old favorites, we are all ordinary men. They are the things which the man in the street enjoys at a first hearing. The things which the cultivated musician never ceases to enjoy. It is through such music that the average man has gradually learned to enjoy Beethoven's symphonies and the Brandenburg concertos, for they too possess those essential qualities. On the other hand, there is a very large section of the public which demands a more sensuous and emotional type of music. The emotion which these people seek is not necessarily erotic, nor is it consciously religious, though the prelude to Tristan and Handel's Largo with harp and organ are among the works which appeal to them most. It was they who made the popularity of Tchaikovsky and Richard Strauss, and it is they who will establish the popularity of Scriabin. Together with this desire for sensuous emotion, there is often combined a delight in curious and amusing orchestral effects. This was another factor in the enjoyment of Strauss, and it can be satisfied not only in such works as Scriabin's Prometheus, but in Sir Henry Wood's ingenious orchestral transcriptions of Mussorgsky. Brahms has always been too difficult of understanding for the William Tell public and too austere for what one may call the wallowers. He is hardly a composer for the promenade concerts at all. The Requiem, the chamber music, and the songs are his best works, and those can always be heard in their proper places. The complaint is frequently made that the music of the modern English composers is crowded out not so much by foreign contemporaries as by the classics. New works by English composers are played once, it is said, but never again. Yet even if we leave out Elgar as being a classic as surely established as Saint-Saëns, there are several English works which are played over and over again. Sullivan's In Memoriam is one of those which might well be laid on the shelf, but like Walford Davies' solemn melody, it brings in the organ, and to many English people music of this kind would appear to offer all the spiritual advantages of church-going without its discomforts, intellectual or physical. Besides these, there are Mackenzie's Benedictus and Edward German's Henry Roman 8 dances, as well as various pieces by Balfour Gardiner and Percy Grainger, which undoubtedly possess those desirable qualities of tune, rhythm, and a jolly noise. In one case, Sir Henry Wood has managed to add the attractions both of organ and batterie de cuisine, thus combining mirth with devotion. It is perhaps because a promenade audience is so kind and so undiscriminating that these concerts have become the recognized trial ground for new works. This year's novelties have been on the whole of little interest. Malipiro's second set of Impressioni dal Vero was the most original. Roger Quilter's Children's Overture the most attractive. The want of discrimination shown by the audience is most apparent in the case of the vocal and instrumental soloists. A few years ago, it is related, the students of the Paris Conservatoire used to make a hostile demonstration against every concerto on the ground that the concerto was of its nature a bad form of art. There are indeed a fair number of musicians in this country who in private conversation will confess to much the same opinion. Generally, however, if pressed, they will make 4 or 5 exceptions, such as the favorite concertos of Mozart and Beethoven together with Schumann's, and the B-flat concerto of Brahms. As regards the rest, they at least afford proof of the good manners inculcated at our music schools. The more recent ones, such as those of Rachmaninoff and T. Cherepnin, are no better than the others. That of Deleuze alone stands out as a work of real beauty. The real disfigurement of the promenade concerts is provided by the singers. One might have supposed that a public which had enjoyed a Schenner of Wagner or Verdi would refuse to tolerate the vapid domesticities of the second half of the program. But alas, it is probably this very domesticity that evokes the applause. The promenaders will admire Isolde's death scene or Eerie too, but they must worship at a distance. When they hear the other stuff, they know that it is something which they themselves can sing successfully in their own suburban drawing rooms. Sir Henry Wood was once heard to express the hope that someday there might be a promenade concert in London every night of the year. Could that hope ever be realized, it would be the noblest monument to the man who, for our generation at least, has created the promenade concerts. But must there always be those songs? They are symbols of bondage to commercial interests. After 5 years of absence, Busoni has returned to England, and his recital at the Wigmore Hall on October 15th showed that his playing has lost none of its former strength and vitality, whilst it has undoubtedly gained in dignity and serenity. His audience consisted mainly of musicians, and his program was evidently intended for serious and cultivated listeners. He began with the first prelude and fugue from Bach's 48, producing a wonderful effect at the end of the fugue by a continuous haze of pedal, through which the counterpoint yet stood out with perfect clearness. His reading of the Goldberg variations was startling both in its quality of tone and in its departures from the text, but it was clear that there was a considered reason for everything that was done, and as a commentary on Bach, the performance was of singular interest. Busoni was at his best in Beethoven's Hammerklavier Sonata. It is probably the most difficult work in all the literature of the pianoforte. When Busoni plays, one does not take technical difficulties into account, but this sonata is both supremely difficult to understand and supremely difficult to interpret to an audience. To grasp its vastness of conception and to present it without the least appearance of struggle, in perfect balance of poetry and philosophy, is a task which Busoni alone of living pianists can accomplish. It was evident from the behavior of the audience after the end of the sonata that they all realized how, in comparison with Busoni, most other pianists, despite their admirable qualities, are very small fry. Edward J. Dent. Bibliographies of modern authors. 4. In this section, we propose to give monthly skeleton lists of the works of modern authors, where feasible, of contributors to the issue current. Thomas Hardy. Poetical works. Only full information as to all his writings may be obtained from the bibliographies by a P. Webb and H. Danielson. Collected Poems, Macmillan, 1919. This volume, and that containing the dynasts mentioned below, give a full collection of Mr. Hardy's work in verse. The Wessex and Mellstock editions of his complete works include his poems in several volumes. Selected Poems, Macmillan, 1916. In the Golden Treasury series. Wessex Poems, Macmillan, 1898. This volume contains illustrations in pen and ink by the author. Poems of Past and Present, Macmillan, 1901. The Dynasts, Macmillan, Part 1, 1903, Part 2, 1906, Part 3, 1908. Now published in one volume. Times Laughing Stocks, Macmillan, 1909. Satires of Circumstance, with Miscellaneous Pieces, Macmillan, 1914. Moments of Vision, Macmillan, 1917. Certain poems and small collections have been published in very small editions, mainly by Clement K. Shorter. These include Song of the Soldiers, 1914, When I Weakly Knew, 1916, In Time of the Breaking of Nations, 1916, The Fiddler's Story, 1917, Call to National Service, 1917, and Domicilium, 1918. Walter de la Mare's Verses. Songs of Childhood, Longmans, 1902. Reissued in Longman's Pocket Library. Poems Murray 1906. A Child's Day Verses to Pictures Constable 1911. The Listeners and Other Poems Constable 1912. Peacock Pie Constable 1913. Reissued with Pictures by Heath Robinson. The Sunken Garden Beaumont 1918. A Limited Edition Deluxe. Motley and Other Poems Constable 1918. Embodies the whole of the material in the last named. Prose. Henry Brocken, Murray 1904. The Three Muller Mulgars, Duckworth 1910. The Return Arnold 1910. W. H. Davies. Verse. Collected Poems with a Portrait by W. Rothenstein, Fiffield 1916. This volume contains a selection of what the author considered the best of his poems up to that date. The Soul's Destroyer, Alston Rivers, 1907. This book was published in the Contemporary Poets series after a privately published issue by the author from the Marshalsea. It has since been reissued by Mr. Fiffield. New Poems, Elkin Matthews, 1907. Nature Poems and Others, Fiffield 1908. Farewell to Poesy, Fiffield 1910. Songs of Joy, Fiffield 1911. Foliage, Elkin Matthews, 1913. The Bird of Paradise, Methuen 1914. Child Lovers, Fiffield 1916. Raptures, Beaumont 1918. A Limited Edition Deluxe. 40 New Poems, Fiffield 1918. Contains the poems in the last entry and 10 additional pieces. Prose. The Autobiography of a Supertramp, Fiffield 1908. With an introduction by Bernard Shaw. Beggars, Fiffield 1909. A Weak Woman, Fiffield 1911. A Novel. The True Traveller, Fiffield 1912. Nature, Batsford 1913. An Essay in the Fellowship Books. A Poet's Pilgrimage, Melrose 1918. Rupert Brooke. Verse. The Collected Poems of Rupert Brooke, with a Memoir by Edward Marsh. Sidgwick Jackson, 1918. The memoir was separately printed by the same publishers in the same year. Selected Poems, Sidgwick Jackson, 1917. Poems, Sidgwick Jackson, 1911. This Brooke's first book has gone into an enormous number of editions, and the first is so scarce as to cost 4 or more in the second-hand market. 1914, and Other Poems, Sidgwick Jackson, 1915. This appeared with a portrait shortly after Brooke's death. The Old Vicarage, Grantchester, Sidgwick Jackson, 1916. A poem from the last volume separately published. Prose. Letters from America, with a preface by Henry James, Sidgwick Jackson, 1916. James' preface was the last of his published writings. The letters originally appeared in the Westminster Gazette. 1 or 2 stray papers are added. John Webster and the Elizabethan drama Sidgwick Jackson, 1916. Brooke's fellowship thesis at King's. There exists in the British Museum in typescript an essay that Brooke wrote in 1910. For the Harness Prize, the subject is Puritanism as represented or referred to in the early English drama up to 1642. Select list of publications. Anthropology. The Central Arawaks by William Curtis, Farrabee Plates, and a map of southern British Guiana and northern Brazil, Philadelphia, published by the University Museum. Art. Russian Ballet by David Baumberg Henderson's 2/6d. The English Rock Garden 2 vols by Reginald Farrar T. Roman 100 and E. Roman 100, Jack 3/3s. The Country Life Book of Cottages by Lawrence Weaver, 2nd edition, revised and enlarged. Country Life 9's 6d net. The Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings, Report on the Treatment of Old Cottages by a H. Powell, F. W. Troop, Roman 100 Roman 100 Windmill, and the Secretary 20 Buckingham Street 2s. Bellis Letters. Contemporaries of Shakespeare by Algernon Charles Swinburne Heinemann 6's net. Proceedings of the British Academy for the British Academy Milford 40's net. More Literary Recreations by Sir Edward Coke Macmillan 7's 6d net. Dublin Essays by Arthur Cleary Monsell 4's 6d net. Echoes Old and New by Ralph Neville Chatto Windus 12's 6d net. The Problem of Hamlet by the Wright Hun J. Roman 1000 Robertson Allen Unwin 5's net. Some Diversions of a Man of Letters by Edmund Goss Heinemann 7's 6d net. A Critic in Pall Mall by Oscar Wilde Methuen 6's 6d net. Traherne S. by Gladys E. Willett Heffer 2's 6d net. Some Winchester Letters of Lionel Johnson Allen Unwin 7's 6d net. The Measures of the Poets, A New System of English Prosody by Roman 1000 A. Bayfield Cambridge University Press 5's net. By the Waters of Fiume, A Story of Love and Patriotism by Lorna de Lucas Longmans 3's 6d. The Inner Court by H. Roman 100 Mason Heath Cranton 5's net. Gullible's Travels in Little Brit by W. Hodson Burnett, illustrated by Thomas Henry Westall 2's 6d. The Anonymous Poet of Poland Zygmunt Krasinski by Monica Roman 1000 Gardner Cambridge University Press 12's 6d net. The Mystical Poets of the English Church by Percy H. Osmond Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge 12's 6d net. Norse Myth in English Poetry by Roman 100 H. Hereford Roman 1000 A. Lit D. Longmans 1's net. Appreciations of Literature by Lafcadio Hearn Heinemann 15's net. Geographical Dictionary of Milton by Alan G. Gilbert Yale University Press, Milford 15's net. Biography and Memoirs. Memories by Lord Fisher Harder Stoughton 21's net. Samuel Butler, author of Eruhin 18,351,902, Memoir by Henry Festing Jones 2 vols Macmillan 42's net. Memoirs of Edward Earl of Sandwich 18,390,1916, edited by Mrs. Stuart Erskine Murray 16's net. Ingram Bywater by W. W. Jackson, Oxford University Press. From Mud to Mufti by Bruce Bairnsfather Grant Richards 6's net. Alexander Henderson Churchman and Statesman by Sheriff Robert Lowe or R. Roman 100 Hodder, Stoughton 15's net. The End of a Chapter by Shane Leslie Constable New Edition 2's net. William Blake the Man by Charles Gardner Dent 2's 6d net. The Life of Lisa Lehman by herself Fisher, Unwin 10's 6d net. The Man Called Pierce by Desmond Ryan Monsell 4's 6d net. The Life and Letters of Lady Dorothy Neville Methuen 18's net. Classical. Lucretius on the Nature of Things translated into English verse by Sir Robert Allison Humphreys 7's 6d net. The Greek Orators by J. F. Dobson Roman 1000 A. Methuen 7's 6d net. Speeches from Thucydides Oxford University Press 1's net. Drama. Every Man in His Humour by Ben Jonson, edited by Percy Simpson Milford 5's net. The Marriage of Ilario by Hugh Fisher Selwyn Blount 1's 6d net. The Clouds of Aristophanes acted at Athens at the Great Dionysia B. Roman 100, translated into corresponding meters by Benjamin Bickley Rogers Roman 1000 A. Hun Roman 500 Lit Bell 3's 6d net. Napoleon A. Play by Herbert Trench Milford 2's 6d net. Fiction. Richard Kurt by Stephen Hudson Martin Secker 7's 6d net. The Old Contemptibles by Boyd Cable Hodder Stoughton 6's net. The Dominant Race by F. E. Millsyoung Hodder Stoughton 7's net. An Honest Thief and Other Stories by Fyodor Dostoevsky Heinemann 6's net. His Majesty's Well-Beloved by Baroness Orksy Harder Stoughton 7's net. Felix Morgaine by Josephine Pitcairn Knowles, Methuen 6's net. The Great House by Stanley J. Wayman Murray 7's net. Time and Eternity, A Tale of Three Exiles by Gilbert Cannon, Chapman Hall 7's net. The Tender Conscience by Bohun Lynch Martin Secker 7's. The Substance of a Dream by F. W. Bain, Methuen 6's 6D net. Dedham Hard by Lucas Mallet, Methuen 7's net. Madeline by Hope Merrills, Collins 6's net. Old Man Savrin Stories by E. W. Thompson Werner, Laurie 7's. Turanog by Dorothea Kinnears, Methuen 7's net. The Lion's Mouse by Roman 100N, and a Roman 1000 Williamson Methuen 3's 6D net. Living Alone by Stella Benson Macmillan 6's net. The Young Physician by Francis Brett Young Collins 7's 6D net. Up the Rebels by G. A Birmingham Methuen 7's net. Youth by Desmond Coke, with illustrations by H. Roman 1000 Brock Chapman Hall 7's 6D net. The One Who Forgot by Ruby Roman 1000 Ayres, Harder Stoughton 6's net. The Veil of Silence by R. H. Clark Heath Cranton 3's 6D net. The Candidates Progress by J. A. Farrar Fisher, Unwin 7's 6D net. Love and Mrs. Kendra by Alina Howell Abbott Heinemann 2's net. Second Youth by Warwick Deeping Cassell 7's. The Minx Goes to the Front by Roman 100N, and a Roman 1000 Williamson Mills Boone 6's net. The Irrational Knot by Bernard Shaw Constable 2's net. The Taming of Nan by Ethel Holdsworth Herbert Jenkins 7's net. All Sorts by Roman 50 A.R. Wiley Mills Boone 6's. The Booming of Bunkie, A History by a S. Neil Herbert Jenkins 6's net. The Princess of the Roses by Luigi Mata Stanley Paul 7's net. Green Ladies by Douglas Newton Hurst Blackett 6's 9D net. The Master Mind by Fergus Hume Hurst Blackett 6's 9D net. Enchanted Hearts by Derog Aldrich Gerald 7's net. The Golden Scorpion by Sax Roma Methuen 6's net. September by Frank Swinnerton, Methuen 7's net. The Betrayers by Hamilton Drummond, Stanley Paul 6's net. Little Pictures by Oliver Roman 1000 Hufer, Stanley Paul 7's. Saints Progress by John Galsworthy Heinemann 7's 6D net. If All These Young Men by Roma Wilson, Methuen 7's net. Welsh Love by Edith Nepean Stanley Paul 6's net. Syllabub Farm by H.T. Sheringham Harder Stoughton 7's. A Pair of Idols by Stuart Cavan Chapman Hall 7's net. New Wine by Agnes and Egerton Castle Collins 7's net. The Escape of the Notorious Sir William Heens, William Hay Allen, Unwin 10's 6D net. Gastronomic. Wine and Spirits, The Connoisseur's Textbook by Andrea Roman 50, Simon Duckworth 7's 6D net. History. The Expansion of Europe, A History of the Foundations of the Modern World by William Cortez Abbott, 2 vols Bell 30's net. A Brief History of Poland by Julia Swift Orvis, Associate Professor of History in Wellesley College, Constable 6's net. Historical Nights Entertainment by Raphael Sabatini, 2nd Series, Hutchinson 7's 6D net. The Importance of Women in Anglo-Saxon Times by the Right Rev. G. F. Brown Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge 7's 6D net. Palmerston and the Hungarian Revolution by Charles Sproxton B.A. Roman 1000 Roman 100 Cambridge University Press 7's 6D net. Benedictine Monarchism, Studies in Benedictine Life and Rule by the Right Rev. Cuthbert Butler Longmans 18's net. Bolingbroke and Walpole by the Right Hun J. Roman 1000 Robertson Fisher Unwin 12's 6D net. Law. Excess Profits Duty and the Cases Decided Thereon by R. J. Sutcliffe Stevens 7's 6D net. Medical. Reminiscences of 3 Campaigns by Sir Alexander Ogston K. Roman 100 Roman 5, O Roman 100 Roman 500 Surgeon, in ordinary to the King in Scotland Hodder, Stoughton 16s net. Dementia P.R. Cox and Paraphonia by Professor Emil Kriepelin of Munich, translated by Mary Barclay, edited by G. Roman 1000 Robertson Lecturer on Mental Diseases in the University of Edinburgh E. and S. Livingstone 15s net. Letters to a Young Man on Love and Health by Walter Roman 1000 Galician Werner, Laurie 4s 6d net. Military by War Memories 19,140,1918 by General Ludendorff, 2 vols Hutchinson 34s net. A Private in the Guards by Stephen Graham Macmillan 10s net. Escaping from Germany by Edward Page Private R. Roman 1000 Roman 50, Roman 1 Melrose 4s 6d net. Philosophy Emerson and His Philosophy by J. A. Hill Rider 3s 6d net. Poetry Reynard the Fox by John Masefield Heinemann 5s net. More Poems from the Chinese translated by Arthur Waley Allen Unwin 3s and 4s 6d net. A Muse at Sea by E. Hilton Young Sidgwick Jackson 2s 6d net. Poems in Captivity by John Still Lane 7s 6d. The Pharsalia of Lucan, translated by the Right Hon. Edward Ridley Sometime Fellow of All Souls College, Oxford, and one of the judges of the High Court of Justice 2 vols, a Roman 50 Humphreys 2s net. The Gift by Roman 1000 Cecilia First, Constable 2s 6d net. The Collected Poems of Lord Alfred Douglas Martin Secker 7s 6d net. Forgotten Places by Ian Mackenzie Chapman Hall 3s 6d net. Poems Newly Decorated the Poetry Bookshop 1s net. Poems of the Dawn and Night by Henry Maund Chapman Hall 3s 6d. The Superhuman Antagonists by Sir William Watson Hodder Stoughton 5s net. Politics, Economics, etc. A Primer of National Finance by Henry Higgs Roman 100b Methuen 5s net. Britain's Oversea Trade by W. H. Hooker Effingham Wilson 3s net. Industry and Trade by Alfred Marshall Macmillan 18s net. The Mastery of the Far East, the Story of Korea's Transformation and Japan's Rise to Supremacy in the Orient by Arthur Judson Brown Bell 25s net. The Origin of Government by Hugh Taylor Blackwell 10s 6d net. The Unfinished Program of Democracy by Richard Roberts Swarthmore Press 6s net. Speechings and Writings of Lord Sinha Madras Gia Nateson Co. Rs 3. The Great Adventure, Present-Day Study in American Nationalism by Theodore Roosevelt Murray 6s net. Bolshevism, the Enemy of Political and Industrial Democracy by John Spargo Murray 7s 6d net. Cattle and the Future of Beef Production in England by K. J. Mackenzie Reader in University of Cambridge Preface and Chapter by F. H., a Marshall Fellow and tutor of Christ's College and University Lecturer in Agricultural Physiology, Cambridge University Press 7s 6d net. Europe in the Melting Pot by R. W. Seaton Watson Macmillan 4s 6d net. Religion. A Commentary on the Bible edited by Arthur S. Peake Roman 1000 A. Roman 500 Rylands, Professor of Biblical Exegesis in the University of Manchester, with the assistance for the New Testament of a J. Green Roman 1000 A. Roman 500, Principal of the Congregational Hall Edinburgh T. Roman 100, and E. Roman 100 Jack 10s, 6d net. Studies in the Confessions of St. Augustine by R. Roman 50 at Lie Canon of Christ Church, Hun Fellow of Pembroke College, Oxford, Robbed Scott 7s, 6d. The Primitive Tradition of the Eucharistic Body and Blood by Lucius Waterman Roman 500 Rector of St. Thomas Church, Hanover, New Hampshire Longmans 9s, net. Idealism by William Walker, A.K. Roman 100 Rector of Pattisick Heath Cranton 3s, 6d net. The Secret of Happiness or Salvation Through Growth by Edmund Holmes, Constable 12's 6D. The London Mercury. Editor J. Roman, 100 Squire, Assistant Editor Edward Shanks. Vol. I Know 2, December 1919. Editorial notes. Our last notes in this place were written in the dark. We sketched in a general way our attitude, our intentions, and our hopes, whilst we were still without more evidence than our private inquiries could produce as to the degree of confidence that our proposals would inspire, and the amount of support that we should receive. We are now more fully informed, and we may honestly say that although our expectations were not perhaps colored by an excessive diffidence, they have been more than realized. Decorative break. The extraordinarily cordial reception given us both by critics in the press and by our readers has proved that there is a demand for a paper on the lines which we have laid down, and that our first number was regarded as a satisfactory beginning. We must express our profound gratitude to those our hundreds who have written to us in terms of unqualified appreciation and benevolence, and to the reviewers whose kindness is more encouraging than they probably know. It now remains for us to attempt to live up to the promises we have made. Decorative break. One more thing we must add before we turn to detail. Editors do not normally discuss the economics of their enterprises in public, and nobody wishes that they should. But before the London Mercury appeared, we made a special effort to start it on a firm basis, by securing a large number of original subscribers. That effort was remarkably successful. Thousands of persons subscribed for a year before they had seen a copy of the paper. These proved by their willingness to buy a pig in a poke that they were thoroughly interested in our scheme, and we are entitled to assume that they will be interested to hear that our initial success has been so great that our immediate future is securely guaranteed. In other words, though much ground remains to be won, we have been spared the wearing and worrying struggle to obtain a position and a hearing, which so often embarrasses literary and artistic periodicals. A direct result of this is that we shall be under no necessity to experiment hastily, but shall be able to give due consideration to every possible development that occurs to us. A direct implication of it is that should we in the long run fail to satisfy the public, we should have nothing and nobody but ourselves to blame. Either our conception would have been proved unpopular, or our execution would have been deemed inadequate. It is the most comfortable of situations. That is all we need say on the subject. We have spoken frankly about it, rather than affect an impassive indifference, simply because we think our readers would like us to do so. Decorative break. We have as yet received no great number of detailed criticisms or suggestions for improvement, but there have been some both in the press and in the letters from our correspondents. Some of the suggestions that have been made we shall adopt, some we shall not. One or two of the most interesting are based on a misunderstanding. The most noticeable of these derive from the notion that the London Mercury was intended to be an exact analogue of the Mercure de France. Borrowed its title from that excellent paper, we may as well explain once and for all that the similitude with the Mercure de France, happy though it may be, was reached by accident. Our own title was derived directly from the Mercuries, which were the earliest products of the English periodical press. And for our scheme we are indebted to no paper, British or foreign. A Scottish critic observes that Belgian literature owed its notable capture of Europe largely to its The Mercure's wholehearted welcome, and the new movement in Germany associated with the names of Rilke and Zweig found its first foreign recognition in its pages. Moreover, it surveyed the whole field of human intellectual achievement, philosophy, science, religion. In its articles, the name of Roman 1000 Davray at the foot of a Mercure article has made more than one British writer's reputation in Paris and Europe would have been entirely ignorant that there was a new and rich literature in Spanish America had not the Mercure discovered it and blazoned forth its merits. We might, if we would make some remark on the detail of this. Rilke is not a major poet. Zweig is an unimportant, over-exuberant critic who tried in vain to persuade the late Emile Verhaeren that he was a German. The fame of Spanish-American literature, trumpeted though it may have been by the Mercure, has not yet reached London, but we prefer to concentrate on the more important point, and that is that our functions as we conceive them are not those of the Mercure de France. We have already published letters from French and American correspondents. We shall shortly publish letters from Italian, Russian, and German correspondents. We shall from time to time publish fuller articles about recent developments in foreign countries, but there are certain limits to our space, and there is a center in our plans. It is an admirable thing to disseminate the works of good Belgian and Spanish-American authors, and we hope that we shall not overlook anything really important that comes from any quarter of the globe. But our principal object is to assist people to read the good English authors of the past, and to stimulate the popularity of good English authors of the present. There are those to whom any foreigner writing in some mysteriously wonderful language like French or Polish or Spanish-American is a portent, but we are not amongst them. We desire to keep the British public in touch with all foreign developments that may be considered likely to be of special interest to the British public, but we certainly do not intend to devote to the study of foreign authors space that might more profitably be given to the examination of a dead or living man who has written in our own tongue. The Mercury bestows a great deal of attention on foreign authors. It publishes political articles. It concerns itself largely with problems of philosophy and religion. Some of these questions will be ignored by the London Mercury. Some it will discuss regarding. Some its functions will be purely that of a recorder. But it does not propose to deflect from its original purpose, which was to publish the best contemporary creative work that it could obtain, to criticize new books and old, and to minister to the other needs of the British reader and the British book collector. It is just as well that this should be clear. Decorative break. In the present number, 1 or 2 slight changes are to be observed. There is a minor but not insignificant typographical change, and 2 new, and we hope welcome features have been added. These had already been premeditated, but we made them with all the more satisfaction in that several correspondents had recommended, we had almost said demanded them. We hope in an early issue to add to these a section on architecture, similar to the sections on art, music, and the theater. Decorative break. Several correspondents have written to ask us whether we propose to devote any attention to the economics of authorship, and 2 of them persons whom we conceive to have a direct and immediate interest in the subject make special reference to the question of American copyright. To all of them, we can reply that although economics in general, like politics in general, come within the sphere of our self-abnegation, we shall throw what light we can on the economics of authorship, just as we shall hold ourselves free to trespass on politics when politics touch art. American copyright, as a fact, we had already marked out as one of the matters to which we intend to return again and again. Until America puts her laws straight, the British copyright laws are now, so far as they affect the author, on a very satisfactory footing. The principal countries of the world have signed the Berne Convention, and even Russia, had there been no revolution, would by this time have agreed that the works of British authors should be automatically copyrighted in Russia. The more widely the civilized custom spreads, the more glaring becomes what, without offense, we may call the offense of America there only, and it is the largest English-speaking and English-reading community in the world. Is the British author defenseless? There only may he be robbed with impunity of the fruits of his labor. Decorative break. Let us recapitulate the elements of the American copyright law as they at present stand. Copyright in America is defined by a law of 1909. That act lays down that a book, to secure legal protection, must be manufactured in the United States of America. The stipulation was carried on from an earlier statute. A book published in the English language may obtain interim protection for 1 month from the date of publication if a copy is forwarded to an office in Washington, but at the end of the month, protection lapses. Copyright is lost unless a book or a newspaper contribution has been set up in the States and issued there within a month of its publication in Great Britain. Decorative break. Now we have no hesitation in describing the present copyright arrangements as between England and America as immoral and unjust. They do not greatly handicap authors of international reputation so far as their new books are concerned. If they will forgive us for using his name as an illustration, Mr. Rudyard Kipling has written a new book. He will have no difficulty whatever in getting an American publisher to put it into type in America and issue it at a date approximate to that of the English publication, but even the eminent and the arrived are put to some trouble and expense by the necessity of securing copyright, and on those who are not so eminent the law presses very hardly indeed. There are famous English authors whose early books are not copyright in America, there are young English authors who have to go through the anguish of seeing American copyright expire, while some American publisher is debating whether or not he shall take sheets of a book from England. And first books of any character published in England can virtually never be copyrighted in America. It may and should be granted that as a body American publishers are more just and generous than their laws. We know of many cases in which the English authors of non-copyright books have obtained from American publishers precisely the same royalties as they have obtained from their English publishers. We know also of case relatively few, we gladly admit, in which the works of English authors have been pirated by American editors and publishers without sanction, thanks, or payment, but the mere fact that in most instances American publishers are ashamed to take advantage of the law, and that in other instances they do the handsome thing in order to secure favors to come, is no palliation of the law. It is a harsh and a selfish law, a law unworthy of a great nation, a nation which is second to none in its professions and in its intentions with regard to the welfare of humanity at large. Decorative break. The state of the law is commonly ascribed to the Typographical Union's protection for printers' books should have no rights in America, unless American typographers have been employed upon them. Beneath this argument lies the naked, brutal fact that at present America, having not yet produced the great universal literature that she is destined to produce, America imports much more from us than we do from her. If sheets were copyright whenever sent, we should get the better of the exchange. We produce 10 Masefields for 1 O. Henry, and England would print far more for America than America would for England. This may determine the printer's attitude, though even the printers might realize that a time might come when the boot would be on the other leg, and British publishers will be in a position to squeeze American authors to any extent, and British printers will insist on printing books which might more conveniently and economically be printed in America. But surely in a matter like this, the law ought not to be dictated by the selfish and short-sighted conceptions of a trade. We have never met an English author who has had or who has contemplated relations with America, who has not been bitterly contemptuous of the American attitude towards the copyright law. We have never spoken to an American author or publisher who has not admitted that it was a disgrace to America. Authors may be a small body, but they are as entitled to their rights as anybody else. These also are God's creatures. President Wilson himself, for all we know, may, under the present regime, have lost English copyright in his early works. And the irony of the law is that it presses most hardly on those who have still their fortunes to make for the celebrated, or their agents can successfully cope with it. Decorative break. These lines will, as we are happy to know, meet the eyes of many Americans who write, and many who do not. We appeal to them to agitate for change in their law, that the American copyright law should be placed on precisely the same basis as the English copyright law. We do not ask, and have no right to ask, but that English authors should automatically enjoy in the United States the same privileges as are enjoyed by native authors is a reasonable proposition. Cannot somebody move the legislature? Decorative break. We shall return to this subject at greater length. Meanwhile, if we may hark back for a moment to the point from which our digression started, may we say that we shall welcome any suggestions our readers may make as to the development of the paper within the limits we have defined. Particularly, we desire to Hartho we should not be human if we pretended to enjoy objections, provided they are conceived in a friendly spirit to anything in our present arrangements, which may strike readers as unsatisfactory. It was another God who sprang perfect and in full panoply from the head of Jove. Literary intelligence. The death of Mr. Bruce Cummings on October 22nd, at the age of 30, brought to an end a literary career which was singular alike in its character and in its brevity. He did not expect to live to see the publication of his book, The Journal of a Disappointed Man, and himself inserted the last and the only falsity in it, except the name he gave himself. Barbellion died on December 31st, but he did actually witness its remarkable success on its appearance in the early part of this year, and it is impossible not to feel that this must to some extent have alleviated his disappointment. He was remarkable not only in his personality and his gifts, but also in the fact that he was fully and frankly conscious, at all events for some years before his death, that his journal would be published and would be examined. As a literary composition, He compared it with the journals which were already famous. He speculated on the reception it would have. He experienced a thrill in discovering a sister soul in Marie Bashkirtseff, and it is hardly doubtful that his expectations will be realized. His career was one of struggle under almost overwhelming difficulties. His earliest ambition was to be a naturalist, and without training or assistance of any kind, he had almost achieved it when the breakdown of his father compelled him to earn a more substantial, though still meager, living as a reporter on the staff of a provincial newspaper. He struggled out of this pit and eventually succeeded in obtaining a position at South Kensington, which, in view of the obstacles in his way, was an extraordinary performance. Through all this battle against odds, he was handicapped by an ill health, which seems to have affected almost every organ in his body: a weak heart, susceptible, if not actually tubercular lungs, dyspepsia, and disordered nerves. And these ailments were accompanied and intensified by a perpetual brooding over his health, which, had it had no basis, might have been called acute hypochondria. But it was only after his marriage that he discovered, by a dramatic and extraordinary accident, that he was already condemned to death by a more terrible malady than any of these. Under the rapidly approaching shadow of this end, he continued his work and his journal as long as his strength permitted, and survived, though but for a little, and in a state of complete collapse, the success which had been so persistently denied him before. His journal tells an extraordinary story and reveals an extraordinary person. Its confessions are frank, quiet, and obviously truthful, and neither his introspective habit of mind nor his belief that his journal would be published seems ever to have vitiated his powers of observation and notation. But he was something more than a remarkable personality and a veracious reporter of himself. He was also a writer and a critic of great ability. His notes on literature and music, here and there through the diary, show considerable penetration and judgment, and his descriptions of persons and places are vivid, fascinating, and often humorous. A volume of his remains has just been issued under the title Enjoying Life and Other Essays, and this includes the paper on the great journal writers, to which he alludes more than once in his diary. Decorative break. As a token of their admiration for a master in their craft, a number of poets recently united to make a presentation to Mr. Thomas Hardy O. Roman 1000 on the occasion of his entering his 80th year. Their tribute took the form of a manuscript volume in which each of the poets wrote one of his own pieces, and which was prefaced by an address written, it is understood, by the poet laureate, with whom are joined in the volume the Hun Morris Baring, Mr. Hilaire Belloc, Mr. Lawrence Binion, Mr. G.K. Chesterton, Mr. W.H. Davies, Mr. Walter de la Mare, Mr. Austin Dobson, Mr. Edmund Goss, Mr. Maurice Hewlett, Mr. Ralph Hodgson, Mr. A.E. Houseman, Mr. Rudyard Kipling, Mr. John Masefield, Mrs. Alice Meynell, Mr. Sturge Moore, Professor Gilbert Murray, Sir Henry Newbolt, Mr. Alfred Noyes, Sir Arthur Quillercouch, Mr. G.W. Russell, A.E. Mr. Arthur Simmons, Mr. Herbert Trench, Sir William Watson, Mr. W.B. Yeats, and many of their younger fellows. A sentence from the address: we would thank you for the pleasure and increasing delight that your art has given us, explains the purpose of the gift, and supplies a text on which a discourse might be pronounced. For if it is a delight for an established master to receive the homage of his juniors, it should be, and is an especial delight for them to be able to offer it. We think it probable that some of the younger contributors to this volume will live to remember with wonder and gratitude the fact that they were able, while he still lived, to express their gratitude to one of the greatest of modern English poets. Decorative break. Mr. Edmund Goss, the Dian of English critics, celebrated his 70th birthday in September, and through Lord Crewe, a presentation was made to him accompanied by a memorial of almost unexampled length and distinction. Each of the signatories has since received a beautifully printed memento. Those who saw Mr. Goss's paper on George Eliot will not need to be told that his powers seem, if anything, to increase with age. Great and diverse as have been his services to literature since his first book was, when he was in his early 20s, published. His finest work, both original and critical, has appeared in recent years, and it is easily conceivable that the decade between his 70th and his 80th birthdays will be his most productive. A man of letters can be paid no higher compliment. Mr. Goss has retained, and will retain to the end, the energy and the freshness of youth, whilst his knowledge and experience in the natural course of things broaden and deepen. Decorative break. The death of Leonid Andreev removes the most savage pessimist of all the pessimists who have come out of modern Russia, but the author of The Life of Man, The Seven That Were Hanged, and The Red Laugh was not a pessimist for pessimism's sake. He suffered, and he expressed his suffering sincerely. One of his short stories, that, which tells of a student and his girl, who were overtaken by a band of ruffians in a woodies, perhaps the most ghastly story that has ever been written. Yet the most revolted reader could not suppose that the author had been less revolted than himself. Andreev had refused enormous offers to work for the Bolsheviks and died in great poverty from shock induced by a rain of Bolshevik bombs near his house. Poetry. Ishak's Song 5. This song comes from Flecker's unpublished drama, Hassan, which those who have seen it consider immeasurably the finest thing that he ever wrote. It has remained in manuscript since his death, awaiting stage production. His Yasmin is another song from the play, and his well-known Golden Journey to Samarkand is its epilogue. Ishak is the court poet of Harun al-Rashid. Thy dawn, O master of the world, thy dawn. The hour the lilies open on the lawn. The hour the grey wings pass beyond the mountains. The hour of silence when we hear the fountains. The hour that dreams are brighter and winds colder. The hour that young love wakes on a white shoulder. O master of the world, the Persian dawn. This hour, O master, shall be bright for thee. Thy merchants chase the morning down the sea. The braves who fight thy fight unsheath the saber. The slaves who toil thy toil are lashed to labor. For thee the wagons of the world are drawn. The ebony of night, the red of dawn. James Elroy Flecker. The buzzards. When evening came and the warm glow grew deeper, and every tree that bordered the green meadows, and in the yellow cornfields every reaper, and every cornstalk stood above their shadows, flung eastward from their feet in longer measure. Serenely far there swam in the sunny height a buzzard and his mate who took their pleasure, swirling and poising idly in golden light, on great pied, motionless mothwings borne along, so effortless and so strong, cutting each other's paths together they glided, then wheeled asunder till they soared divided, two valleys' width as though it were delight, to part like this being sure they could unite, so swiftly in their empty free dominion, curved headlong downward, towered up the sunny steep. Then, with a sudden lift of the one great pinion, swung proudly to a curve, and from its height took half a mile of sunlight in one long sweep. And we, so small on the swift, immense hillside, stood tranced until our souls arose uplifted. On those far-sweeping wide, strong curves of flight swayed up and hugely drifted, were washed, made strong and beautiful in the tide of sun-bathed air, but far beneath beholden. Through shining deeps of air the fields were golden, and rosy burned the heather where cornfields ended. And still those buzzards wheeled while light withdrew out of the vales and to surging slopes ascended, till the loftiest flaming summit died to blue. Martin Armstrong. The moon. To Morris Baring. I waited for a miracle tonight. Dim was the earth beneath a star-swept sky. Her boughs were vague in that phantasmal light. Her current rippled past invisibly. No stir was in the dark and windless meadows. Only the water whispering in the shadows. That darkened nature lived, did still proclaim. An hour I stood in that defeat of sight, waiting, and then a sudden silver flame burned in the eastern heaven, and she came. The moon, the summer moon, surveys the vale. The boughs against the dawning sky grow black. The shades that hid those whispering waters fail. And now there falls a gleaming, lengthening track that lies across the wide and tranquil river, burnished and flat, not shaken by a quiver. She rises still, the liquid light she spills, makes everywhere quick sparkles, patches pale. And as she goes, I know her glory fills the air of all our English lakes and hills. High over all this England doth she ride. She silvers all the roofs of folded towns. Her brilliance tips the edge of every tide. Her shadows make soft caverns in the downs. Even now beyond my tree, serenely sailing, she clothes far forests with a gauzy veiling. And even as here, where now I stare and dream, standing my own transfigured banks beside, on many a quiet wandering English stream, there lies the unshifting image of her beam. Yes, calm she mounts, and watching her I know, by many a river other eyes than mine turn up to her, and as of old they show their inward hearts all naked to her shine. Maids solitaries sick and happy lovers, to whom her dear returning orb discovers. For each the gift he waits for soft release, the unsealing of imagination's flow. Her own sweet pain or other pains surcease, the friendly benediction of her peace. I gaze as they as kind, she is as fair, as when long since a younger heart drank deep from that sweet solace while through summer air her lucid fingers hushed the world to sleep. Oh, as I stand this latest moon beholding, her form's unresting memory is moulding. Beneath my enchanted eyelids there arise visions again of many moons that were, fair fleeting moons gathered from faded skies, greeted and lost by these corporeal eyes. Unnumbered are those moons of memory, stored in the backward chambers of my brain, the moons that make bright pathways on the sea, the golden harvest moon above the grain, the moon that all a sleeping village blanches, the woodland moon that roves beyond the branches, filtering through the meshes of the green, to breast of bird and mossy trunk of tree, moons dimly guessed at through a cloudy screen, the bronze diffusion shed by moons unseen, moons that a thin prismatic halo rings, looking a hurrying fleecy heaven through, the fairy moons of luminous evenings, phantoms of palest pink in palest blue, large orange moons on earth's grey verge suspended, when trees still slumber from the heat that's ended, erect and heavy and all waters lie, oily, and there is not a bird that sings. All these I know, I have seen them born and die, and many another moon in many a sky. There was a moon that shone above the ground, where on a grassy forest height I stood. Bright was that open place, and all around the dense discovered treetops of the wood, line after line in misty radiance glistened. Failing away, I watched the scene and listened. Then awed and hushed I turned and saw alone, protruding from the middle of the mound, fringed with close grass, a moonlight-mottled stone, rough-carven of antiquity unknown. A night there was a crowd, a narrow street, torches that reddened faces drunk with dreams, an orator exultant in defeat, banners, fierce songs, rough cheering women's screams. My heart was one with those rebellious people, until along a chapel's pointing steeple my eyes unwitting wandered, and I found a moon and clouds, a swift and ragged sheet, and in my spirit's life all human din died, and eternal silence stood within. And once, on a far evening warm and still, I leant upon a cool stone parapet. The quays and houses underneath the hill twinkled with lights. I heard the sea's faint fret, and then above the eastern cape's long billow, silent there welled a trembling line of yellow, a shred that quickened, then a half that grew, to a full moon that moved with even will. The night was long before her well she knew, and as she slowly rose into the blue, she slowly paled and glittering far away, flung on the silken waters like a spear. Her crisp silver shaft of moonlight lay. The lighthouse lamp upon the little pier burned wanly by that radiance clear and certain. Waiting I knew not what uplifted curtain, I watched the unmoving world beneath my feet, till without warning miles across the bay, into that silver out of shadows beat, dead black the whole mysterious fishing fleet. These moons I have seen, but these, and every one, came each so new it seemed to be the first. New as the buds that open to the sun, new as the songs that to the morning burst. The roses die each day, fresh flowers are springing. Last year it was another blackbird singing. Thou only marvelous blossom, whose pale flower beyond mankind's conjecture hath begun, retainst for ever an unwithering power, that stales the loveliest stranger of an hour. But oh, had all my infant nights been dark, or almost dark lit by the stars alone, had never a teller of stories bid me hark the promised splendors of that moon unknown. How perfect then had been the revelation, when first her gradual gold illumination broke on a night upon the conscious child. My heart had stopped with beauty seeing her arc, climbing the heavens so far and undefiled, so large with light so even, and so Roman 14:49. Most wondrous light, who bringst this lovelier earth, this world of shadows cool with silver fires, drawing us higher than our human births, to whom our strange, twinitured kind suspires its saddest thoughts and tenderest and most fragrant tears and desires unnameable and vagrant. Watcher who leanest quietly from above, saying all mortal wars are nothing worth, friend of the sorrowful tranquil as the dove, muse of all poets, lamp of all who love, alone and sad, alone and kind and sweet, but always peaceful and removed and proud, whether with loveliness revealed complete, or veiling from our vision in a cloud. Our soul's eternal listener, could we wonder that men who made of sun and storm and thunder the awful forms of strong divinity, heard in each storm the noise of traveling feet, should, gazing at thy face with hearts made free, have felt a pure immortal power in thee. Selene, Cynthia, and Artemis, the swift proud goddess with the silver bow, Diana, she whose downward bending kiss one only knew, though all men yearned to know. The shepherd on a hill his flock was keeping, the night's pale huntress came and found him sleeping. She stooped, he woke, and saw her hair that shone, and lay drawn up to cool and timeless bliss, lapped in her radiant arms Endymion. All the still night, until the night was gone. By many names they knew thee, but thy shape was woman's, always transient and white, a flashing huntress leaving hinds agape, a sweet descent of beauty in the night. Yet some more fierce and more distraught their dreaming, brooded until they fashioned from thy seeming a lithe and luring queen with fatal breaths, a witch the man who saw might not escape, a snare that gleamed in shadowy groves of death, the tall tiared Syrian Ashtaroth, and even tonight in African forests some there are possessed by such a blasphemy. Through branching beams thy fevered votaries come, to appease their brains' distorted mask of thee. There in the glades the drums pulsate and languish, men leap and wail to dim the victim's anguish. In the sad frenzy of the sacrifice, they are slaves to thee made mad because thou art dumb, and dumb thou lookest on them from the skies, above their fires, and dances blood and cries. So these, but otherwhere at such an hour, in all the continents, by all the seas, men naming not the goddess feel thy power, adoring her with gentler rites than these. The thoughts of myriad hearts to thee uplifted rise like a smoke above thine altars drifted. Perpetual incense poured before thy throne, by those whom thou hast given thy secret dower, those in whose kindred eyes thy light is known, whom thou hast signed and sealed for thine. For thee they watch by Asian peaks remote, where thy snows gleam above the pointing pines. Entranced on templed lakes is many a boat, for thee where clear thy dropped reflection shines, on the great seas where none but thou is tender, rising and setting unto thee surrender, all lonely hearts in lonely wandering ships, and where their warm far-scattered islands float, through forests many a flower-crowned maiden slips, to gaze on thee with parted burning lips. Oh, thus they do, and thus they did of old. Our hearts were never secret in thy sight, ere our first records with thy shrine was cold, that speechless eyes went seeking in the night, beyond the compass of our dim traditions. Thou knewest of men the pitiful ambitions, their loves and their despair within thy ken. All our poor history has been unrolled. Thou hast seen all races born and die again, the climbing and the crumbling towers of men, black with the hollows of that emperor's eyes, who paced with backward arms beyond his tents, lone in the night, and felt above him rise the ancient conquerors sloping smooth immense, moon-pointing pyramids, enduring courses, heard not his sentries nor his stamping horses, but thought of Egypt dead upon that air, fighting with his moon-colored memories of vanished kings who builded in the bare sands in the moon before those builders were. Restless he knew that moon who watched him muse, had seen a restless Caesar brood on fame, amid the pharaoh's broken avenues, and circling round that fixed monition came, woven by moonlight, random transitory, fragments of all the dim receding story, the moonlit water dripping from the oars of triremes in the bay of Syracuse, the opposing bivouacs upon the shores, that knew dead Hector's and Achilles' wars. He saw fallen Carthage, Alexander's grave, the tomb of Moses in the wilderness, the moonlight on the Atlantean wave, that covered all a multitude's distress. Cities and hosts and emperors departed, under the steady moon and sullen-hearted. He turned away and in a little died, even as he who hunted from his cave, and struck his foe and stripped the shaggy hide, under the moon and was not satisfied. For in the prime thy influence was felt, when eyes first saw thy beauty was as this. Thy quiet look bade hope, fear, passion melts, before men dreamed of empire the abyss of thought yawned through their jungle, then as ever. Dark past, dark future menaced their endeavor. Yet on thy nights stood some by hill and sea. Naked and blind, impulsive spirits knelt, not questioning why they knelt, feeling in thee thought's strangest, sweetest, saddest mystery. Still moon, bright moon, compassionate moon above, thou shinest there ere any life began, when of his pain or of his powerless love thou heardest not from heart of any man, though long the earth had shaken off the vapor, left by the vanished gleams of fire the shaper. Old her stony wrinkled face did grow, ere aught but her blind elements did move. Dumb, bare, and prayerless thou saw'st her go, and afterwards again shalt see her so. A time there was when life had never been. A time will be, it will have passed away. Still wilt thou shine, still tender and serene, when life which in thy sisters yesterday had never flowered will have drooped and faded, past with the clouds that once her bosom shaded. She will be barren then as not before, bared of her snows and all her garments green. No darkling sea by any earthly shore will take thy rays, thy kin will be no more. Pale satellite, old mistress of our fires, who hast seen so much and been so much to men, symbol and goal of all our wild desires. Not any voice will cry upon thee then. Dreamer and dream, they will have all gone over. The sick of heart, the singer and the lover. An end there will have been to all their lust, their sorrow and the sighing of their lyres. Oh, all this life that stained earth's patient crust, time's dying breath will have blown away like dust. Gone from thine eye that brief confused stir, the rumors and the marching and the strife. Earth will be still and all the face of her, swept of the last remains of moving life, the last of all men's monuments that defied them, like those his valiant gestures that denied them. Into the waiting elements will fade, and thou wilt see thy fellow traveler, a forlorn round of rocky contours made, a glimmering disk of empty light and shade, our depth too deep for thought therein to cast. The old, the cold companions you will go, obeying still some long-forgotten past, and all our pitiful history none will know. Still shining moon, still peaceful wilt thou wander, but on that greater ball no heart will ponder. The thought that rose and nightingale are gone, and all sweet things but thou and only vast. Ridges of rock remain, and stars and sun. O moon, thou wilt be lovely alone for none. And so pale wanderer, so thou leavest me, passing beyond imagination's range, away into the void where waits for thee thy inconceivable destiny of chain. And after all the memories I have striven to paint this picture that thyself hast given, lives, and I watch to all those others blind, thy form gliding into eternity, fading an unconjectured fate to find, the last most wonderful image of the mind. Moon, I have finished, I have made thy song, I have paid my due and done my worship, moon. Yet though I truly serve and labor long, thou givest not, nor do I ask one boon, that peace which clings around thee where thou goest, which many seek from thee, and thou bestowest. Did never this most faithful heart invest? Even now thou shinest clear and calm and strong, and I, the heart within my breast, troubled with beauty, moon, and never at rest. J. Roman 100 Squire. Misadventures by Roman 50 Pearsall Smith. At solemn music, I sat there hating the exuberance of her bust and her high-colored wig, and how could I listen to the music in the close proximity of those loud stockings? Then our eyes met in both of us, the enchanted chord was touched, we both looked through the same window into heaven. In that moment of musical shared delight these awful things will happen, our souls joined hands and sang like the morning stars together. The platitude. It's after all the little things in life that really matter, I exclaimed to my own surprise, and the general consternation. I was as much chagrined as they were flabbergasted by this involuntary outbreak, but from my reading of the Chinese mystics, and from much practice in crowded railway carriages, I have become expert in that Taoist art of disintegration, which Yen Hui described to Confucius as the art of sitting and forgetting. I have learnt to lay aside my personality in awkward moments, to dissolve this self of mine into the all-pervading, to fall back in fact into the universal flux, and sit as I now sat there, a blameless lump of matter, rolled on according to the heavens rolling inert, and unconcerned with rocks and stones and trees. The communion of souls. So of course I bought it, how could I help buying it, then lifting the conversation, as with Lady Hislop one always lifts it to a higher level, this notion of free. Well, I went on the notion, for instance, that I was free to buy or not to buy that rare edition. Seems, when you think of it, at least to me it seems a wretched notion really. I like to think I must follow the things of desire a show. Shall I put it as the tide follows the moon, that my actions are due to necessary causes, that the world inside isn't a meaningless chaos, but a world of order like the world outside, governed by beautiful laws as the stars are governed. "How I love the stars," murmured Lady Hislop. "What things they say to me, they are the pledges of lost recognitions, promise of ineffable mitigations." "Mitigations," I gasped, feeling a little giddy, but it didn't matter always when we meet Lady Hislop, and I have the most wonderful conversations, and is not their greatest charm precisely the fact that neither of us understands a word the other says? Disenchantment. Life, I often thought, would be so different if I only had one, but in the meantime I went on fastening scraps of paper together with pins. Opalescent, infinitely desirable, tinged with all the rainbow hues of fancy, inaccessible, in the window of a stationer's shop around the corner, gleamed the pastapot of my daydreams. Every day I passed it, but every day some inhibition paralyzed my will, or my thoughts would be distracted in a golden dream or splendid disenchantment, some metaphysical perplexity or giant preoccupation with the world's woe. So time rolled on, the seasons followed in each other's footsteps, empires rose and fell, and still that pastapot hung a dragon-guarded fruit of the Hesperides in the window I walked by every day. Then one morning, one awful morning, my pins gave out. I met this crisis with manly resolution. I was the master of my fate, summoning all the forces of my moral nature. I put on my hat and went calmly out and bought that pastapot. I bought 3 pastapots and carried them with me calmly home. At last the countercharm was found, the spell was broken, and the devil finally defeated, but oh, at what a cost! In the reaction which immediately followed, I sat facing those pots of nauseating paste, unnerved and disenchanted, beyond the reach of consolation, with nothing to wait for now but death. The listener. The topic was one of my favorite topics of conversation, but I didn't at all feel on this occasion that it was I who was speaking. No, it was the truth shining through me, the light of the revelation, which I had been chosen to proclaim and blazon to the world. No wonder they were all impressed by my moving tones and gestures. No wonder even the fastidious lady, whom it was most difficult to please, kept watching me with almost ecstatic attention. As in an eclipse the earth's shadow falls upon the moon, or as a cloud may obscure the sun in his glory, so a shadow fell, so from some morass of memory arose a tiny mist of words to darken my mind for a moment. I brushed them aside. They had no meaning. Sunning myself in the lovely mirror of those eyes, never for a moment could I credit that devil-suggested explanation of their gaze. And anyhow, thus I laughed away the notion. How could she do it? Anyhow, even if she tried, other people perhaps, but me, no. That phrase I had heard, was a nonsense phrase. The words "she mimics you to perfection" could be nothing but a bit of unintelligible jabber, for who can turn the rainbow or the lightning flash into ridicule, make fun of the moon's splendor, or mimic the day-star in his shining shrinkage? Sometimes my soul floats out beyond the constellations, then all the vast life of the universe is mine. Then again it evaporates, it shrinks, it dwindles, and of all that flood of thought which overbrimmed the great cosmos, there is hardly enough now left to fill a teaspoon. The lift. What on earth had I come up, for I stood out of breath in my bedroom, having completely forgotten the errand, which just as I was going out, had carried me upstairs, leaping 2 steps at a time. Gloves, of course, it was my gloves which I had left there, but what did gloves matter? I asked myself, in a world bursting with misery as Dr. Johnson describes it. Oh stars and garters, how bored I am by this trite moralizing way of regarding natural phenomena, this crying of vanity on the beautiful manifestation of mechanical forces, this desire of mine to appear out of doors in appropriate apparel, if it can thus defy and overcome the law of gravitation, if it can lift 12 stone of matter 30 or 40 feet above the earth's surface, if it can do this every day and several times a day and never get out of order, is it not as remarkable and convenient in the house as a hydraulic lift? The danger of going to church. As I came away from the evening service, walking home from that Sabbath adventure, some neighbors of mine passed me in their motor laughing. Were they laughing at me? I wondered uneasily. And as I sauntered across the fields, I vaguely cursed those misbelievers, remembering some maledictions from the prophets and from the psalms we had sung that evening. Yes, their eyes should be darkened, and their lying lips put to silence, they should be smitten with the botch of Egypt, and a sore botch in the legs that cannot be healed. All the teeth should be broken in the mouths of those bloody men and daughters of backsliding. Their faces should become as flames, and their heads be made utterly bald. Their little ones should be dashed to pieces before their eyes, and brimstone scattered upon their habitations. They should be led away with their buttocks uncovered. They should stagger to and fro as a drunken man staggereth in his vomit. But as for the righteous man who kept his Sabbaths, his should be the blessings of those who walk in the right way. These blessings words came back to me from the evening lesson. These blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee, and suddenly in the mild summer air it seemed as if like a swarm of bees inadvertently wakened. The blessings of the Old Testament were actually rushing after me from the hot, remote, passionate past of Hebrew history, out of the Oriental climate and unctuous lives of that infuriate people. Gross good things were coming to reward me with benedictions for which I had not bargained. Great oxen and camels and concubines were panting close behind me, he-goats and she-goats and rams of the breed of Bashan. My barns should burst their doors with plenty, and all my paths drop fatness. My face should be smeared with the oil of rejoicing. All my household and the beasts of my household should beget and bear increase. And as for the fruit of my own loins, it should be for multitude as the sands of the sea, and as the stars of heaven. My sons and daughters and their sons and daughters to the third and fourth generation should rise up and call me blessed. My feet should be dipped in butter, and my eyes stand out with fatness. I should flourish as the cedar of Lebanon that bringeth forth fruit in old age. My prayer book began to smoke in my hand from the hot lava embedded in it. The meadow was scorched by the live coals of cursing and still more awful benediction I had so thoughtlessly raked out of the church furnace and brought down in a hot shower on myself and my neighbors. The wrong word. We were talking of the universe at tea, and one of our company declared that he at least was entirely without illusions. He had long since faced the fact that nature had no sympathy with our hopes and fears, and was completely indifferent to our fate. The universe, he said, was a great mechanism. Man, with his reason and moral judgments, was the chance product of blind forces, which though they would so soon destroy him, he must yet despise to endure. This tragedy of our fate with passionless despair, never to wince or bow the head to confront a hostile universe, with high disdain to fix with eyes of scorn the gorgon face of destiny, to stand on the brink of the abyss hurling defiance at the icy starskies, he said, was his attitude, and it produced, as you can imagine, a very powerful impression on the company. As for me, I was completely carried away by my enthusiasm. By Jove, that is a stunt, I cried. Interruption. Life, said a gaunt widow with a reputation for being clever, life is a perpetual toothache. In this vein, the conversation went on. The familiar topics were discussed of food restrictions, epidemics, cancer, and so on. Near me there sat a little old lady who was placidly drinking her tea and taking no part in the melancholy chorus. Well, I must say, she remarked, turning to me and speaking in an undertone, I must say I enjoy life. So do I whispered. When I enjoy things, she went on, I know it, eating, for instance, the sunshine, my hot water bottle. At night, other people are always thinking of unpleasant things. It makes a difference, she added, as she got up to go with the others. All the difference in the world, I answered. It's too bad that I had no chance for further conversation with that wise old lady. I felt that we were congenial spirits and had a lot to tell each other, for she and I are not among those who fill the mind with garbage. We make a better use of that divine and adorable endowment. We invite thought to share, and, by sharing, to enhance the pleasures of the delicate senses. We distill, as it were, an elixir from our golden moments, keeping out of the shining crucible of consciousness everything that tastes sour. I do wish that we could have discussed at greater length, like two alchemists, the theory and practice of our art. The rationalist. Occultisms, fairyisms, incantations, glimpses of the beyond, intimations from another world, all kinds of supernaturalisms are most distasteful to me. I cling to the world of science and common sense and explicable phenomena, and I was much put out, therefore, to find this morning a cabalistic inscription written in letters of large menace on my bathroom floor. Tam H. Tab. What could be the meaning of these cryptic words, and how on earth had they got there? Like Belshazzar, my eyes were troubled by this writing, and my knees smote one against the other, till majestic reason deigning to look downward from her contemplation of eternal causes, spelt backwards for me, with a pitying smile, the homely, familiar, harmless inscription on the bath mat, which was lying there wrong side up. Justification. Well, what if I did put it on a little at that luncheon party? Do I not owe it to my friends to assert now, and then my claims to consideration? Ought I always to allow myself to be trampled on, and treated as dirt? And how about the saints and patriarchs of the Bible? Didn't Joseph tell of the dream in which his wheat sheaf was exalted? And Deborah sing without blame how she arose a mother in Israel? And didn't David boast of his triumph over the paw of the lion and the paw of the bear? Nay, in his confabulations with his chosen people, does not the Creator of the universe himself take every opportunity of impressing on those Hebrews his importance, his power, his glory? Was I not made in his image? Daydream. Yes, as you say, life is so full of disappointment, disillusion. More and more I ask myself, as I grow older, what is the good of it? All we dress, we go out to dinner, I went on. But surely we walk in a vain show. How good this asparagus is. I often think asparagus is the most delicious of all vegetables. And yet I don't know, when one thinks of fresh green peas, one can get tired of asparagus, as one can of strawberries, but tender green peas and peaches I could eat forever. And there are certain pears, too, that taste like heaven. It's one of my favorite daydreams for my declining years to live alone, a formal, greedy, selfish old gentleman in a square house, say in Devonshire, with a square garden, whose walls are covered with apricots and figs and peaches. And there are precious pears, too, of my own planting on espaliers along the paths. I shall walk out with a gold-headed cane in the autumn sunshine, and just at the right moment pick a delicious pear. However, that isn't at all what I was going to say. 18th Century Poetry by George Saintsbury. A paper based on but not identical with a discourse delivered at what may be called the headquarters of the subject, Pump Room, Bath, October 1st, 1919. The effect of convincing anyone against his will is sufficiently familiar, but it may be questioned whether there is not another state of mind which is still more insusceptible of real conviction, which it is still more of a labor of Sisyphus to convince. In this state there is too much mere inertia for the word will to come in. There is no intention of relapsing into the same opinion. There is indeed no need of any, for the opinion is never disturbed. The attempts at convincing need not be resisted or contemned. They may even be listened to and enjoyed like a very pleasant song, but they are at once forgotten. Something of this sort, it may be feared, is the case with the subject of this present paper. People have made up their minds that there was no 18th century poetry, or at best that such as there was not properly 18th century poetry at all, but merely a survival or an anticipation. The present writer had a perhaps accidental, but certainly curious, illustration of the fact in reference to the origin of this very paper, for having expressed his intention of discussing 18th century poetry, he found the subject announced at first as 18th century verse. In face of such a popular attitude, let us be bold and give it its proper name. Such a vulgar error it may not be quite idle to make a fresh attempt against it. I am not sure that in some of the versions of the pagan Apocrypha it is not recorded that Sisyphus did get that stone lodged at last. At any rate, it is worth trying, even at the risk, which is almost a certainty, of the very illogical suspicion that if you like 18th century poetry, you don't sufficiently understand 17th and 19th. On that point the present writer may, he thinks, slap his sword home and decline duello with any man, but he will take the liberty, firstly, in order to confine the matter within reasonable limits, of leaving Pope almost entirely out. Obviously, the famous and much-argued question, was Pope a poet, can be answered even in the negative, without deciding our general point here. There is, of course, the fact has been already admitted by Glancier division of the poetry of 17,001,800, to which, in a more or less grudging way, the poetical franchise is generally granted scraps of Lady Winchelsea and Parnell, quite early Dyer and Thomson at the beginning of the second quarter, Collins and Gray in the middle, Blake and Burns and Chatterton, if not also Cowper and Crabbe in the last division, are admitted. if only to a sort of provincial or proselyte membership grey. Indeed, has always been granted special grace, even as some think to an unfair comparative extent, and perhaps Mr. Swinburne's exuberant championship was never less wasted than in the cases of Collins and Blake, but Blake really does belong to no time at all except in a few fragments, and most of the others are too well known for further comment. Let us, in the very limited space here available, before passing to other aspects of the subject, take two poems, one of the earlier, one of the later. Time as examples of pure poetry, charged with special 18th century differencefa, that is the point at issue. They shall be Dyer's Grongar Hill and Mrs. Greville's Prayer for Indifference. The one is a picture of that external nature to which as a rule the century is supposed to have been blind, yet charged with an inwardness to which that century is equally supposed to have been callous. The other is a poem of mood, almost a pathological poem, possessing the same inwardness, charged with a flutter of feeling again, supposed to be quite unknown to the age of prose and sense. Both are curious examples of what is called the conventional phraseology of the time, flushed and animated by something additional, a characteristic which also appears in Collins, but is more disputable in Gray, save perhaps in the remarkable vicissitude ode Grongar Hill ought to be given whole. But it is not difficult of access. The hymn is not so easy to get at, but it suffers less from sampling. There is not the slightest extravagance from any Catholic point of view over poetry in calling Grongar Hill simply beautiful. I think it deserves that term better than anything of Gray's, though not perhaps quite so well as some things of Collins in the first half of the century, while nothing outside them can touch it, and it came before both. Its attractions to a somewhat close student are manifold, not the least of them being the fashion in which for the first time since Milton, and in a way not directly imitated even from him, it molds the couplet of mixed 8 and 7-syllable lines. But one need not neglect late Mr. Lowell's remark that when Edgar Poe talked of iambs and pentameters, he made other people DN meters. The poem has plenty of other attractions for the most untechnical reader. Dyer, who was himself a painter, invokes the muse of painting as well as her of poetry, and it is really remarkable how at this time, when hardly anybody is supposed to have had his eye on nature, except Thomson, and in the very year of winter itself, full 82, before Scott provoked from Pitt his famous surprise, that verse should be able to express the effect of painting, how visual as well as audible effect is produced, the exordium to the silent nymph with curious eye, who in the purple evening light on the mountains lonely van. The following description of the landscape in general, with its unusual and extraordinarily true conclusion, and swelling to embrace the light, spreads around beneath the sight, in which everybody who has after climbing a hill turned round and seen the prospect must acknowledge the felicity of swelling, though he may never have formulated the appearance before the details of wood and ruin and river, with the sudden and just sufficient moral. A little rule, a little sway, a sunbeam on a winter's day, for the castle and for the rivers, sometimes swift, sometimes slow, wave succeeding wave they go, a various journey to the deep, like human life to endless sleep, the fillings in of various detail, and the penultimate passage formed into a sort of roundel. Now, even now, my joys run high, as on the mountain turf I lie, while the wanton zephyr sings, and in the vale perfumes his wings, while the waters murmur deep, while the shepherd charms his sheep, while the birds unbounded fly, and with music fill the sky. Now, even now, my joys run high, with the finale to peace and quiet close, allied to pleasure real. These and all the rest of the 150 lines or so of the poem have their own appropriate agreeableness, and it will be very dangerous for anyone to try the usual sneer at 18th century convention, lest haply he be thought to be blinded or hoodwinked by conventions of another sort. He has, for instance, been taught to think wanton zephyr very bad, but has he quite realized the simplicity and perfection with which the single word sings distinctively characterizes the rush of the wind aloft, and the next line brings before the mind's senses the flowers and crops and woods, from which the perfume is derived below is unbounded in the particular, and yet fully legitimate sense. Quite what Edmond de Goncourt used disdainfully to call everybody's epithet for the apparently limitless freedom of the bird's flight. Without quoting the whole piece, it would be impossible to show the singular uniformity of pictorial and musical skill which distinguishes it, but this can be left with complete security of mind to anyone who gives it an impartial reading. To discover for himself, even the impartial reader is not recommended to proceed from Grangeur Hill to the ruins of Rome, as the poet in this latter piece, most unwisely, invites him to dostal less to the fleece. But no attempt is being made here to prove that the 18th century never produced bad poetry. One merely endeavors to point out that it sometimes produced good. The prayer for indifference is much less varied in kind and much more limited in degree of attraction, but it is perhaps subtler. The personal application of it can escape no reader of Fanny Burney's diaries, but is not necessary to appreciation. The idea is that of an appeal to Oberon, balm slightly different from that which plays so important a part in A Midsummer Night's Dream, a spell causing neither love nor hate, but only indifference. The meter is ordinary ballad or common measure, the language not very different from the ordinary poetic diction of the time. You are not as in Grangeur Hill made to believe that you are not in the 18th century at all, or if at all as far from its usual and central ways and thoughts, as Grangeur itself was and is from London. But by a quaint and pleasing paradox, the suppliant infuses into her prayer qualities which were the very opposite of that which she prays for, and which in a certain sense might be said to be the quality of the century itself, at least on the common estimate indifferencing. The sense of abstinence from enthusiasm certainly was affected by many and positively approved by some in those days, but when the lady says, "I ask no kind return in love, no tempting charm to please, far from the heart such gifts remove, that sighs for peace and ease," there is a quiver in verse and phrase and sense alike, which indicates and expresses very effectively aspirations quite different from indifference, and the quiver becomes a throb emphasized by the repetition of that potent word, far, as she goes on. "Nor ease, nor peace that heart can know, that like the needle true, turns at the touch of joy or woe, but turning trembles too, far as distress the soul can wound. 'Tis pain in each degree, 'tis bliss but to a certain bound, beyond 'tis agony." And there is not much less real passion, though the expression has become ironic instead of direct, in the concluding stanza. "And what of life remains to me? Ill pass in sober ease. Half-pleased contented I will be, content but half to please." Now it is probably hopeless to expect readers who have been thoroughly broken to other styles of poetry themselves to be contented to be even half-pleased with this. The meter will seem to them jog-trot, the language hopelessly prosaic, the expression, as Nietzsche says of John Stuart Mill, offensively clear, the absence of any attempt at elaborate ornament or elaborate ugliness, almost more offensive still. And it may also seem idle boasting or sheer mendacity to observe that there are people who delight in intricate versification, who love even metaphysical ambiguousness, and obscurity, people for whom Blake is not too uncommonplace or Rossetti too flamboyant, orto, come to more recent days, while keeping to the equal waters of the dead Mary Coleridge too problematic, who yet can enjoy this verse very much indeed and feel that having known it, they could not do without it, which some have held to be the great test of poetry. Indeed, to them, not the least interesting point about it is that it does take the form and color of the time to so large an extent, and vindicates its indispensableness thereby. On the other hand, if anyone says, "But I do not perceive the quiver, or feel the throb of which you talk," why, of course, there is nothing more to be done or said for that person. Mrs. Greville's work is undoubtedly not poetry, but whether his or her state is the more gracious, because of the fact, is a further question, though one on which we need not enter. The whole purport of this paper is once more to make an effort to establish the old position that there are many mansions in the heaven of poetry, and that the mere fact that someone does not care to live in or to recognize the existence of this, or that among them, does not prove that they ought to be pulled down, or that they do not exist at all. It may, however, be admitted in fact no admission or confession is required, no idea of contesting or denying having been entertained that, neither the qualities of Gronga Hill nor those of the prayer, that still less the general characteristics of the group of romantic precursors from Collins to Blake distinguish 18th century poetry generally, and it may in the same way be further allowed that some of the actual characteristics of this poetry in general are not strictly poetic at all. Its didacticism is perhaps the chief of these, but there are undoubtedly others, and we are busy not with what is not poetical in 18th century verse, but with what is poetical in 18th century poetry. There are two departments in which it is almost preeminent, in which it is certainly very distinguished. The strict poeticalness of both of them has indeed been denied by extremists. All of us probably have heard it said, perhaps some of us have said it ourselves, that rhetoric is not poetry, and though here there may not have been so much agreement that light verse, whether regularly satiric or not, is at best poetry by allowance, and short of the best not poetry at all. Now, undoubtedly, some rhetoric is not poetry, and a good deal of light verse is poetry only by extremely generous allowance. But the complete ostracizing of either kind from the poetical city involves two propositions which are contentious in the extreme, and which I and those who think with me hold to be abominable heresies. The one is that all depends on the subject in poetry, and the other is that verse is not an essential feature of poetry. We maintain that anything can be treated poetically, though some things are very rebellious to such treatment, and that though rhetoric is strictly a characteristic of prose, it can be, so to speak, supersaturated with poetry when it adopts poetical form. The same contention extending to the subjects of satiric or of merely light verse. A great deal of the abundant rhetorical verse of the 18th century is no doubt not poetry or not very poetical poetry, and a good deal of its abundant satire, not a very little of its vers de société and trifles, is not poetry or not very poetical, but on the other hand, not a very little of both kinds is poetry, and the reason and origin of its poetical character are by no means uninteresting to trace. There is no room, and indeed not much occasion, to do this at length here. Suffice it to say that for its rhetorical verse, the century was very much indebted to Dryden, and that for its light verse, it was still more indebted to Prior. The positions of the two were indeed different, for Dryden was a dead man when the century opened, though he had died on its very eve, while Prior was an actual member of its first great literary group. And further, Dryden's influence, though it continued to some extent directly through the whole time, was largely exercised at second hand through Pope, while Prior's was first hand all through, for which reasons we need not say anything more here on Dryden himself, while we must say something on Prior. But the rhetorical influence, which had produced such great poetry, for great it is, let who will gainsay, as the finest passages of Dryden's satires, the opening of Religio Laicae, the Wandering Fires paragraph in the Hind and the Panther, and not a few things in the neglected plays, was well justified of its children in the following century. I have never seen any successful attempt to deny the name of poetry to such magnificent things as the close of the Dunciad and the close of the Vanity of Human Wishes. I have never seen any real fight at all made for this denial, except the endeavor to turn them as scapegoats into the wilderness of rhetoric, and that, as I have said already, is really a begging of the question. Most certainly there is rhetoric which is not poetry. There is a very great deal of it, in fact most of it, as certainly there is rhetoric which is, and the passages which may claim that name in the 18th century, if never quite so great as the two just mentioned, are very numerous. There is that fine one in Tickel's epitaph on Cadogan, which after the eclipse of 18th century verse in the earlier 19th, Thackeray was the first to rediscover. Ah no, when once the mortal yields to fate, the blast of fame's sweet trumpet sounds too late to stay the spirit on its flight, or soothe the new inhabitant of light with its later address to fame herself. Thou music warbling to the deafened ear, thou incense wasted on the funeral bier. There is Akenside's still finer epistle to Curio, which Macaulay laughed at rather ignobly as unpractical. Well, Akenside, like Macaulay himself, was a Whig, and I am a Tory, nor are the ideals expressed in the following lines by any means mine. But if they are not fine lines, if they are not though in one of the outer provinces, no doubt poetical, I will acknowledge that I know nothing at all about poetry. Ye shades immortal, who by freedom led, or in the field, or on the scaffold bled, bend from your radiant seats a joyful eye, and view the crown of all your labors nigh. See freedom mounting her eternal throne, the sword submitted and the laws her own. See public power chastised beneath her stand, with eyes intent and uncorrupted hand. See private life by wisest arts reclaimed. See ardent youth to noblest manners framed. See us acquire what here was sought by you. If Curio only Curio will be true. Well, once more Curio alias Pulteney was not true, but deserted Akenside's party and became Earl of Bath and possessor of no small part thereof, and private life and ardent youth were not reclaimed much in the days of the historic Charteris and the fictitious Lovelace, and the practical realization of something like Akenside's undoubted principles and aspirations was the French Revolution 50 and the Russian Revolution nearer 200 years later. But all this has nothing to do with the question whether in this passage also rhetoric, which hardly anybody will deny to it, has not passed under the influence and received the transforming force of poetry. I say it has, though I am perfectly willing to admit that it is not the best or the most poetical form of poetry, and that it is very far indeed from the forms that I myself like best. But one of the cries which the critic should never be tired of uttering, whether in the streets or in the wilderness, is that nothing is bad merely because it is different from another thing which is good, and that in this world there is no equality or fixed standard to which everything must be cut down or stretched out. The best rhetorical poetry of the 18th century is not the best poetry, but it is poetry in its own way, exhibiting the glow, the rush, the passion which strict prose cannot, and which poetry can. There is less specific prejudice against light poetry on the part of poetical highflyers than there is against poetical rhetoric, but there is some. Once more I venture to disallow this prejudice in toto as far as kind is concerned, though of course each individual specimen of that kind must pass its individual muster as a piece of intenser thought or feeling expressed in appropriate language, and inspired by the charm of verse music, for that though no one ever has defined or will define poetry, is one of the divers good approaches to a description of it now here, as was briefly said above. The 18th century possessed for nearly the whole of its first quarter as an actual living practitioner, and for the whole of the rest of it as a past contemporary of still living persons, an unsurpassed general of light verse, in Matthew Prior. On the whole, I know few English poets who have so seldom had full justice done to them. No competent judge, indeed, has ever denied Prior's excellence in pure lightness, but there have been frequent failures to allow for that undercurrent of seriousness, sadness, and almost passion, that feeling in earnest, while thinking in jest, according to the best definition of humor which characterizes him. Thackeray has indeed equaled, but in obvious and even frank, following the great lines written, or not written, in Mézeré's History of France, but hardly anyone else has come near them in irony and melancholy and music, blended as three appeals in one. There is even a touch, though more than a touch would have been out of place, in the famous Child of Quality, and a great deal more not quite so perfectly expressed in the lines to Charles Montague. If the touch of sadness be for the moment unwelcome, there is Daphne and Apollo, or the famous English padlock, with a dozen or several dozen others ready to hand. And to go to yet another nuance, the recent discovery at Longleat of Ginny, the just, with its touches of sincere sorrow, and the three unequaled stanzas of kindly irony. Thus still, while her morning unseen fled away, in ordering the linen and making the tea, that she scarce could have time for the psalms of the day. And while after dinner the night came so soon, that half she proposed very seldom was done. With 20 God bless me's, how this day has gone, while she read and accounted and paid and abated, ate and drank, played and worked, laughed and cried, loved and hated, as answered the end of her being created. Especially with that last unsurpassable line, all these and many more exemplify and illustrate that indescribable raising of the expression, that making the common as if it were not common, which is the essence of poetry and the privilege of verse. How this side of the matter was produced in the mathematical sense and maintained throughout the century would take many times the space of the present paper to show in anything, but the briefest and barest epitome, almost all Prior's own shorter later poems, would have to be quoted swift, though so much greater in prose, and though best in verse on the Sevres side, especially in the magnificent and quite sufficiently authenticated Judgment Day verses could not be left out, and it might be possible to make more fight than even lovers of the 18th century have recently made for Gray. But perhaps the scraps and orts of lesser men of letters, though, sometimes not lesser men, show the strong point of the century even more convincingly. Where will you find more musical lightness of a certain easy, but far from unpoetical kind, than in those verses on Strawberry Hill, in which Pulteney almost paid his rather heavy debts in more serious ways to the House of Walpole, or than in the others, in which he and Chesterfield combined to estimate Hanover, Bremen, and Verden, that is to say the whole continental dominions, for which George II was making England fight, as worthless. Compared with the charms of Marley Lepel, go lower, still take a professional litterateur, and laureate like William Whitehead, to whom hardly anybody save Mr. Austin Dobson, and it is certainly no small exception, has been favorable, and read the piece on Celia, which is a more or less independent expansion of Ausonius on Crispa. It begins with a sort of pettish avowal of ignorance, how the mischief of love came, and goes on with rather rude depreciations of the lady's face, figure, air, and even sense. Then it slides rapidly into a sort of grudging allowance. Her voice, her touch, might give the alarm. 'Twas both perhaps, or neither. And then capitulates headlong. In short, 'twas that provoking charm of Celia altogether. Trivial, of course, but then it ought to be trivial, and the trivial can be and is here super-trivialized. One might go on even in this skipping fashion for a long time, till one came to the great political satires of the close of the century, but once more time and space forbid, as it has been frivolously said. You have only to search in Dodsley and Pirch, the standard 10 volumes of 18th century miscellaneous poetry, and you will find, though of course, if you only look for bad things you will find them too in plenty, but even this collection is by no means exhaustive, and with some of the more famous verse-writers it does not deal at all, while we have in this survey confessedly left most of them alone. What has been intended is to show that making of the common uncommon by means of treatment in verse was not an unknown thing between 1700 and 1800, that it was attempted and achieved in various kinds, finally, if the attempts were rarely, and the achievements hardly ever in kinds that can be called the very highest. One may at least urge that there is not an absolute vacuum between the loftiest mountaintops of poetry and the actual plain of prose, that Parnassus has lower slopes, some of which are not so very low. Samuel Butler 6. Samuel Butler, a memoir by H. Festing Jones, 2 vols Macmillan, 42s net. By Edward Shanks. Samuel Butler was a philosopher whose favorite doctrine was expressed in the words par trop de zèle, and he spent a great part of his life complaining a little too eagerly that the world was not sufficiently zealous in the appreciation of his works. His reception and his reputation did indeed deserve a considerable part of the almost excessive attention which he lavished on them, for at this moment, now that the first is accomplished, and the second enormous, they make a very curious subject for study. In his notebooks they occur again and again as themes for his meditation. I am the enfant terrible, he says, of literature and science. If I cannot, and I know I cannot, get the literary and scientific bigwigs to give me a shilling, I can, and I know I can heave bricks into the middle of them. I have chosen the fighting road, he says elsewhere, rather than the hang-on-to-greatman road. And what can a man who does this look for, except that people should try to silence him in whatever way they think will be most effectual? In my case, they have thought it best to pretend that I am non-existent. There is something pathetic in the spectacle of a man pursuing the fighting road with no one to fight him, and heaving bricks into the middle of persons who obstinately continue to ignore his existence. There is something more pathetic in the spectacle of an original thinker and a great wit sitting down in isolation to pen these apologies for his obscure position, always affecting to be indifferent to it and never deceiving anyone, for Butler was not indifferent to his lack of success. Had his been a true and not an assumed indifference, he could not have returned to the subject so often as he does, and in so many keys he betrays himself again and again beyond mistake. He was an intensely, a morbidly sensitive man, one to whom success would have been very pleasant, he was damaged and confirmed in oddity by the want of it. He missed it, because of what first started him in oddity, that is to say, an unfortunate childhood. The subject of this memoir, so Butler once suggested that his biography ought to begin, was the son of rich, but dishonest parents. Dishonest, they may have been respectable, they certainly were. Dr. Butler, the first distinguished member of the family, was for 27 years headmaster of Shrewsbury, a man with all the attributes of the great schoolmasters of the early 19th century, an imposing figure who towards the end of his life became Bishop of Lichfield. His son was not so distinguished. His sole claim to be remembered, if his canonry be disregarded, is the fact that somehow or other he became the father of Samuel Butler. There is much detail in Mr. Festing Jonas' enormous book on Butler's early life and his relation to his parents, but there is nothing quite so significant as an anecdote which occurs in the second volume. At Sars, he made the acquaintance of Mr. and Mrs. MacCarthy, who were staying in the hotel with their son, an Eton boy. One day the father and son had been for an excursion, and the father returned alone. The anxious mother, hearing that her boy preferred speculating in short cuts to accompanying his father, borrowed a red umbrella to make herself conspicuous and went out to look for Desmond. Presently, she came upon Butler loaded up with his camera and toiling along. On his way back, after a fatiguing day, he told her he had seen a little white figure among the trees on the mountainside, and had no doubt it was her son, who he assured her would be all right, and he himself was loitering, intending to be overtaken, so that they might arrive at the hotel together. "You see," he explained, "I know he will be late for dinner, and it may make things a little easier for him if he does not come in alone." Years afterwards, Mrs. MacCarthy told me that she had been reading The Way of All Flesh and had remembered this incident, and had for the first time understood why Butler thought that her son would require the presence of an elderly gentleman to protect him from his parents if he came in late for dinner. This throws a curious and unexpected sidelight on Butler's childhood, from the effects of which he never recovered. His parents learnt the art of bringing up children from a book, which adjured them to break your child's will early, or he will break yours later on. They did not break it, but unquestionably they deformed it. This may have been done on principle to Butler, however. It sometimes seemed to spring from other motives. I have felt, he once said of his father, that he has always looked upon me as something which he could badger with impunity. He said that, like earnest pontifex with regard to his father, he could remember no feeling during his childhood except fear and shrinking. Nor was this life of terror and pain lightened by any gracious or liberal influences. The world which Mr. Festing Jones exhibits to us in his opening chapters is full of the drabbest and most depressing horrors of early Victorianism. Its measure can be taken by a single story which Butler preserved. Archdeacon Bather was lunching with my grandfather some 2 or 3 years after the Archdeacon had lost his first wife. Dr. Butler dearly loved a hard crust of bread baked nearly black, and it so happened that a piece was set by his plate with hardly any crust, and what little there was very thin. My aunt, then Miss Butler, observing what had happened, at once said, "Oh, Papa, this won't do at all. I will find you a piece more to your liking," whereon she went to the kitchen and returned with a crust baked exactly to Dr. Butler's taste. When Archdeacon Bather saw this, he said to himself, "That is the young woman for me," and shortly afterwards he proposed and was accepted. Readers will remember the scene in The Way of All Flesh, in which Theobald, driving away for his honeymoon, insists that Christina shall order their dinner at the first stop, and in which Christina protests with tears her nervousness, and Theobald replies, "It is a wife's duty to order her husband's dinner. You are my wife, and I shall expect you to order mine." A sensitive child, neglected or even ill-treated by its parents, might, if the relations of the parents between themselves had anything beautiful or kindly, see some possibilities of happiness in the institution of the family. But Samuel Butler was brought up in a world where no such possibilities seemed to exist. He came to believe. Mr. Festing Jones tells us that, like Habakkuk, le pere de famille est capable de tout. It has often been maintained that the greatest poets and artists do nothing throughout life, but draw on those fresh and lovely impressions which they have gathered in childhood. When he was a child, Butler acquired habits of suspicion against all those surrounding him who were not connected with him by freely chosen bonds of friendship. Canon Butler bullied him on moral grounds, and he grew to suspect every claim made on him, every exhortation addressed to him on moral grounds. Ernest Pontifex is described on one occasion as assuming the expression of a puppy which is being scolded for something it does not understand, and Butler did indeed develop some of the habits of an ill-treated dog. He shied and snarled at a lifted hand which might have been lifted in kindness or in ignorance of his existence. Having, as he supposed, penetrated the fraud of the family, he felt a distrust of all human institutions. He suspected the world of being in a conspiracy to pretend that parents were naturally kind to their children, that Christ rose from the dead, and that Tennyson was a great poet. And turning from all these discredited shows, he devoted himself in isolation to the care of his own idiosyncrasies and the companionship of a very few very intimate friends. Here, where he might in one case have suspected with justice, he was all blind trust. The story of Charles Payne Pauley is one of the most extraordinary that have been brought to light in human records in recent years. A correspondent who knew him and admired him wrote not long ago to the Times not to controvert Mr. Festing Jonas' account of the relations between him and Butler, but to protest in an almost agonized manner that there must be some explanation of it. And this is precisely what the reader who did not know Pauley feels when he comes upon these pages, but there seems to be no explanation. In 1859, Butler rebelled against his father, and finally decided that he could not take orders, basing his refusal on doubts, which in after years seemed to him no less absurd than the doctrines against which they were directed. As a result of this, he emigrated to New Zealand, taking with him an allowance from Canon Butler and a promise of support in capital in order that he might establish himself as a sheep farmer in this occupation. He was against all the probabilities moderately successful, and largely owing to the rapidly developing condition of the colony, managed to turn an original capital of 4,400 into the sum of 8,000. But finding the life uncongenial, he concluded that it would be wiser to invest his money in New Zealand, where the current rate of interest was 10%, and go home and live on the proceeds. While he was making preparations to this end, a previous slight acquaintance with Pauley developed into an intimate friendship. Pauley was handsome, fascinating, well-dressed, ineffably well-mannered. He was in fact the Towneley of the way of all flesh, though Providence not doing as well by him as by Towneley had omitted to make him rich. He was actually poor and in ill health and anxious to go to England in order that he might recover. He then proposed to get called to the bar and to return to New Zealand to practice. Butler, who believed himself to be worth about 800 a year, promptly lavished on this creature the generosity and tenderness which had found no outlet during his childhood. He offered to lend him 100 for his passage, and to allow him 200 a year for 3 years, that is, until his return to New Zealand as a barrister. They accordingly made the passage together, and Butler kept his promise, and more than kept it, extending the allowance even through the time of his acutest financial difficulties, until Pauley's death in 1897. It was then discovered that at one time Pauley had been earning 900 a year, and that even at the last he earned between 500 and 700. He left a fortune of 9,000, but Butler was not mentioned in the will, and received his invitation to the funeral from the undertaker. A singular and enlightening circumstance in the intercourse between Butler and Pauley unhappily prevents Mr. Festing Jones from making this astonishing but veracious narrative entirely lifelike. The charming young man did not reciprocate the feelings of his pathetic and somewhat uncouth adorer. I had felt from the very beginning, says Butler, that my intimacy with Pauley was only superficial, and I also perceived more and more that I bored him. Pauley confessed that he had never been more miserable in his life than once when he spent a holiday with Butler at Deep. Consequently, it soon came about that the essential part of the relations between them was the punctual payment of the allowance. Latterly, they only met 3 times a week. When Pauley lunched in Butler's chambers, he discontinued informing Butler of his changes of address, so that at the end Butler did not know where he was living, and Mr. Festing Jones met him only on business, for he would have nothing to do with any of Butler's friends in any other way. Butler learnt of his death from an announcement in the Times. Truly a mysterious creature, and his friend is very comprehensible in supposing that there must be some explanation. Possibly Mr. Festing Jones, if he had met him otherwise than purely on business, might have given us some impression of his personality, which would have let in light on this dark business. As it is, we must content ourselves with wonder at the extraordinary situations which human nature is capable of creating, but this unhappy friendship is worth examining apart from its intrinsic curiosity, because it presents in extremity an essential and determining part of Butler's life. His devotion and loyalty to his friends were perhaps the most beautiful things in his character, and do much to redeem his somewhat unlovely attitude of snarling and suspicion towards all strangers. Life might be thought to have treated him savagely in following up his parents with the hardly less cruel Polly. He disguised the shock of his discovery on Polly's death by remarking that he would now save not only $200 a year, but also the cost of those 3 lunches a week in Clifford's Inn. Yet a nature that opened itself so trustingly, so defenselessly, must have suffered on finding its bounty abused. But in his other friends, in Miss Savage, in his clerk Alfred Emery Cathy, and in Mr. Festing Jones, he had ample compensations. He was a man who at first sight was not readily liked. He was awkward and nervous in the company of strangers, and it is likely that he did not disguise so well as he supposed his grave misgivings that they were either pretentious scoundrels or conceited hypocrites. He was always badly and carelessly dressed, and though his portraits, when one is used to them and can associate them with the best one knows of his mind, become attractive, there can be no denial that his appearance was on the most lenient showing, decidedly grotesque, that of a difficult, taciturn, maliciously observant gnome. Roughly carved in a hard wood, it took some time and some degree of intuition to penetrate behind this mask. Those who did so were rewarded, and rewarded him. Miss Savage, who used to meet him first at Heatherley's art classes, was not attracted by him for a considerable time, when at last she was. It was by a flash of remarkable intuition. In commenting on one of his books, she writes, "I liked the cherry eating scene too, because it reminded me of your eating cherries. When first I knew you one day, when I was going to the gallery, a very hot day, I remember I met you on the shady side of Berners Street eating cherries out of a basket like your Italian friends. You were perfectly silent with content, and you handed the basket to me as I was passing. Without saying a word, I pulled out a handful and went on my way, rejoicing without saying a word. Either I had not before perceived you to be different from anyone else." It is not certain whether Miss Savage became a Butlerian, or whether Butler acquired something of what we consider his characteristic attitude of mind from her. If it was not so, then her spirit leapt at once to answer his, as soon as she had perceived the possibility of common interests between them, for her first letters to him are written in his own vein. She entered immediately into his concerns, read all his books in manuscript, criticized them, gave them more praise than they received from anyone else, and abused his enemies with a gusto equal to his. The only trouble between them in their long connection was his gnawing fear that she wanted to marry him, and he did not want to marry anyone, let alone her, who was plain and lame and fat and short, 40 and over kind. But if all these disabilities had been removed, he would still have been disinclined to marry her. He did not believe in marriage, had a hatred of the family, and he slunk away snarling from the danger like a terror-stricken wild animal at the sight of a trap, only to reproach himself in after years for unkindness to his friend. But his relations with women were not, and he did not intend that they should be of the sort that lead to marriage. He had mistresses whom he visited. Mr. J.B. Yeats, in a recent paper of reminiscences, has repeated his avowals on this point in a manner which conveys well enough Butler's view that his lapses were caused by a necessity of the flesh. Mr. Festing Jones reinforces this impression. One of his mistresses, referred to as Madame, was after a long connection allowed to visit his chambers in Clifford's. In no other gained this privilege, and Butler extended it to her, as he might have done to an old and well-treated servant. Butler did not love these women, he frequented them. He was insensible to the notion that there might be anything beautiful in the relations between the sexes, as he was insensible to the notion that there might be anything of value written in verse. Theobald and Christina pretended to like poetry. Theobald and Christina pretended to love one another, and him it was all of a piece with their pretense that Christianity was a religion of kindliness and enlightenment. So he remained a bachelor, and when Miss Savage was dead, contented himself with the intimate companionship of Mr. Jones and Alfred his clerk, after he had resigned the ambition of becoming a painter after his odd and disastrous excursion in the world of business. His daily life was that of an eccentric gentleman with a small independent income. He read and wrote in the British Museum. He went for walks in the country and took holidays in Italy. He published his books at his own expense, and he scrambled out of invitations to dinner as best he could. For a hobby, he wrote music, in collaboration with Mr. Festing Jones' oratorios, which were to be as much like Handel's oratorios as possible. The first of them, Narcissus, was inspired by his own misfortunes in business, and the final chorus ran, "How blessed the prudent man, the maiden pure, whose income is both ample and secure, arising from consolidated 3% annuities paid quarterly." We remembered Handel's treatment of continually, says Mr. Festing Jones, and thought we could not do better than imitate it for our words paid quarterly. And so his life went on, and his interests drifted through the theory of evolution, the authorship of the Odyssey, the life of his grandfather, and the meaning of Shakespeare's sonnets. The sales of his books pursued a course by no means so varied, but steadily declined in 1899, when he drew up a statement of profit and lost the average sales of his 11 books, excluding Eruhin, which was the first, amounted to 306 copies each of his selections from previous works. 120 copies were sold in 15 years of the authoress of the Odyssey. 165 copies were sold. He might well have added discouragement to his first cause of bitterness. The Religion of Christ produced Canon Butler. The Religion of Science produced Darwin. The Religion of Good Looks and Good Breeding produced Pauly. On paper, he was indomitable. He swore he had enjoyed life, that on the balance his good luck overbalanced the bad, but he swore a little too often. He explained a little too much in detail for this to have been quite true. And then at the very end of his life, the luck turned, and his last book, by a strange irony, was produced at the publisher's own risk, the greatest triumph in his literary career, which Butler was able to see since the success of his first book. After he was dead, his reputation, magically assisted with incantations by Mr. Bernard Shaw, and others, sprang up to an amazing height, like the plant grown from the Indian enchanter's bee. Now the world is confronted with a situation in which the neglected philosopher of Clifford's Inn has attained an importance he never dreamt of, and perhaps would not have approved. Above all things, he said, "Let no unwary reader do me the injustice of believing in me." This useful motto was printed on the menu of the first Eruhin dinner, but a great number of his disciples have disregarded the admonition. I was once the witness of one undergraduate trying to proselytize another, and telling him that it was a worthy ambition to desire to be like Christ. "I don't want to be like anyone else," replied the second undergraduate, "but if I did, I shouldn't choose Christ, I should choose Samuel Butler." This is at once an extreme instance, and one strictly guarded against Butler's own disapproval, for the kernel of the remark would meet with his applause, but it illustrates the direction in which many of his admirers have more frenetically rushed. It is an ironic fate for so ironic a philosopher that his teaching should have become a sort of Tom Tiddler's ground for so many solemn and ridiculous persons. What, after all, is his total achievement? He himself summed up what he considered to be his lifework in a statement which is not dated, but which must have been written in 1899 or later. It begins with the emphasizing the analogies between crime and disease, Eruhin, and ends with 17, the elucidation of Shakespeare's sonnets. Shakespeare's sonnets, reconsidered. The foregoing, he continues, is the list of my Mersonists, and it is, I presume, this list which made Mr. Arthur Platt call me the Galileo of Mersonists in his diatribe on my Odyssey theory in the Classical Review, the two to which he probably attached most importance, to judge from the bitterness of his remarks on their reception, were his intervention into the great evolution dispute, and his great discovery that the Odyssey was written by a female inhabitant of Trapani in Sicily. With regard to the second, he continually complained that no classical scholar had ever replied to his arguments. It was once remarked in answer to this that if a classical scholar published a book arguing that no player of rugby football ought to be allowed to pass the ball to another without obtaining a signed receipt for it, the great community of rugby footballers intent on other matters would probably ignore his suggestion. Butler's claim may perhaps be left there, yet he did apparently take it seriously in spite of his failure to deal with the singular fact that no scrap of confirmation of his theory has survived from the writings or the traditions of antiquity. His mercenists, he said, were simply sovereigns which he found lying in public places, and which people would not notice and be at the trouble of picking up. They were mostly, however, one cannot help suspecting, recommended to him, less because they seemed to be sovereigns than because other people would not pick them up. They were in fact the notions of a crank who, having acquired a distrust of the rest of the world, took pains to differ from it as much as he could. His theories of evolution hold a different position. Darwin's theory has now been so greatly modified as much by his supporters as by his opponents that it cannot be said any longer to hold the field as he first presented it, and Butler's attitude has been in a manner justified, but this change has been accomplished not by the acceptance of Butler's views, but by the work of experimental biologists. He did, in fact, offer many general principles, some well-founded, some mistaken, all stimulating for the consideration of practical workers, and it would not be possible to assert without an exhaustive inquiry into the history of the matter that his writings have had no influence on the development of science. But Charles Darwin and his followers were practical men, no doubt with faults, with the intolerance and impatience of the laity that are often to be found in the scientific investigator. It is not hard to see why they received Butler with tepid interest, and finally ignored him when he forsook their path of inquiry. For they did ignore him, they did not, as he supposed, conspire to silence him. He seems to have believed that Darwin was a sort of antichrist, malevolently determined to force on humanity a diabolical belief of his own invention, and he was only too ready to suspect him of unscrupulous dealing and machinations when he conceived that Darwin had engineered an attack on him. Though he obtained an expression of regret for an accident he flung violently into print, and did, though he remained ignorant of the fact, get from Darwin and his friends the attention as an enemy which they would not bestow on him as a scientist. His letter to the Athenaeum seriously perturbed Darwin, who drafted 2 replies to it and submitted them for advice to the members of his family. And to Professor Huxley the advice given was against replying, and Butler was accordingly confirmed in his opinion. But this was an opinion which a less suspicious man would have been slower in forming and readier to discard. Darwin was not in his career or in his handling of Butler a model of the urbane virtues. Butler did right to protest against the sacerdotal attitude which Victorian men of science frequently adopted, but he did wrong not to realize that Darwin did not take him altogether seriously, and why this was so. Butler's challenging manner of writing, the prickly defensiveness which he developed on the smallest provocation, must have been disagreeable to the great investigator who had spent years of careful research into the problems which Butler airily settled at his writing table in the intervals of other pursuits. Darwin is perhaps to blame, but not so greatly to blame as Butler contended, if he regarded Butler at first as a well-disposed, and then as an ill-disposed amateur, and that was in effect his view of the whole matter. When he sent Evolution Old and New to Dr. Cross, he expressed the hope that the German writer would not expend much powder and shot on Mr. Butler, for he really is not worthy of it. His book is merely ephemeral, and it was in fact ephemeral, or nearly so. Butler's works on evolution contain many inspired guesses. The inherent value of these ceases to have much more than a historical interest when they are confirmed by practical observation. If they are not so confirmed, they remain open to question, though they may have their uses in suggesting paths for research. Butler's place in science is somewhat below that of Goethe, who did after all make a practical discovery which remains valid today. Some of his mercenists then were mercenists from the beginning. Others, neglected when they might have been useful, had begun to be superannuated when they first attracted attention. But Butler, apart from his theories and his discoveries remains as an observer of life and a teacher of conduct. Passages of this nature exist in all his works, but generally speaking his claim to be accepted as a philosopher rests on 5 books: Iruhan Revisited, The Notebooks, The Way of All Flesh, and Mr. Festing Jonas Biography. Mr. Festing Jones observes that I was struck by his uncompromising sincerity. If a subject interested him, he took infinite pains to find out all he could about it, firsthand thought it over, and formed an opinion of his own without reference to what anyone else thought or said. In demonstration of this, Mr. Jones relates the following reminiscence. We talked about Charlotte Bront Butler, did not like her, I said, as though taking the odd trick with the ace of trumps. Well, at all events, she wrote 3 splendid novels. He replied in a low voice, reluctantly, but decidedly, they are not splendid. These 4 words shifted the subject under discussion from the splendor or otherwise of Charlotte Bront's novels to the sincerity or otherwise of my opinion. It was no doubt well that Mr. Jonas' sincerity should be probed, and this is in fact what Butler does at his best. He challenges established opinions and forces those who hold them to consider whether they have any good ground for doing so, but the reader who is not dazzled by Butler's originality of judgment in this instance will ask himself whether the sentence which Mr. Jones quotes is anything more than a very facile assertion. He will then perhaps ask himself how often Butler's original pronouncements on established reputations are of the same order. He will certainly find some in the notebooks. There is an elaborate arraignment of Raphael. It may not be convincing, but the critic has produced his arguments here. Also may be found Butler's explanation of his hostility towards post-Handelian music, but one may search the 2 volumes of the biography for considerable time without finding his appreciation of any book published in his own time. Here again, we must be just. Butler did like one book. It was called Pussley, or My Summer in a Garden. Its author was Charles Dudley Warner, and Butler said, I like Pussley very much, and have read it all. But the majority of his opinions are on the model of the much-quoted passage in the notebooks. Talking it over, we agreed that Blake was no good because he learnt Italian at 60 in order to study Dante, and we knew Dante was no good because he was so fond of Virgil, and Virgil was no good because Tennyson ran him, and as for Tennyson, well, Tennyson goes without saying. That is an exceedingly witty way of expressing an indolent prejudice, and those who share that particular chain of prejudices may well rejoice in it, without supposing that it proves their case. But this particular form of humor and Butler's independence of attitude would be slightly more entertaining if he had occasionally replaced the reputations he smashed with these hammer strokes by some discovery of his own. Unfortunately, it is not easy to remember any unknown author whom he brought into the light unless Nausicaa be taken as an example. But this is in a way the defect of his qualities. It is too easy to grow incensed with him when he inanely doubts any convention or opinion that comes in sight. It is possible to remark of him, adapting the remark made of Dr. Johnson, that he may have been very sensible at bottom, but that there was a great deal of nonsense on top. But the fact remains that by challenging everything, he did detect a great many frauds, and he did let the light of skepticism into a great many topics where skepticism is a healthy attitude. If his view of family life was bigoted and unreasonable, there is a great deal of use in the reminder that family life is not necessarily perfect and needs a deal of watching to keep it from being very imperfect. Indeed, some of the assumptions he challenged have now disappeared. We no longer believe that good looks and good manners are the unmistakable indices of an ill heart, and we are becoming convinced that it is better to have these attributes than to be without them. But these lessons can be enforced, as Butler continually enforces them. It was his fate that life made him a suspicious man, but suspicion made him a doubting, questioning, and therefore inquiring man, and his natural gift of humor taught him what he has ever since been teaching others, that it is possible to be serious without being solemn. This was perhaps the most valuable thing he had to say to a society emerging from the Victorian era, and passing over into another that was to be as desperately serious as we are now realizing it, is a reflection pathetically ironical that his loudest followers in these days should be persons whom he would very likely have described as Simonites of the intellect. Of the value of his writings judged as literature, it is not so easy to speak with confidence. Eruhin is not so much a novel as a collection of essays roughly pressed into a common mold. They are not merely disconnected, they are also composed on different planes of satire at different removes from reality, so that the reader as he goes from chapter to chapter has an uncomfortable sense of being jolted from level to level, yet the satire on its varying levels is extraordinarily easy, ingenious, and penetrating. And in another key again, the opening chapters make one of the best introductions to a story of exploration ever written. Eruhin Revisited is the book of an old man, and it has much of the beauty so often to be found in such compositions. The manner of its writing was very different from that of its predecessor, and it is impossible to complain of any unevenness in its structure. Nevertheless, the satire is not so easy. It is a little strained, a little too ingenious, a little too closely calculated to make good reading. Butler himself picked out the best part of the book when he complained that none of his critics had noticed the idea of a father attempting by noble conduct to deserve the good opinion of a newly found and adored son. Thus, at the end of his life, still haunted by early memories, he attempted to fashion in imagination what should have been, and completely to invert the facts of his own childhood. The Way of All Flesh is precisely the opposite of this. It has long been known to be of the photographic order of novels, but how minutely photographic it is we could not know until the appearance of Mr. Jonas' book. This need not and should not affect our judgment of it, even when we are informed that Theobald's delightful letters are almost literal transcriptions from those of Canon Butler. We can very well continue to admire the inimitable accuracy and vividness with which these real scenes are described, while we suffer from the painful bitterness of this exhaustive improvisation on the old theme of parents and children. But the whole book is not of equal merit. It begins to weaken at the point where Ernest's career diverges from Butler's own experience, and when it reaches the catastrophe, it sinks into improbabilities from which it never recovers. The Ernest whose thoughts and feelings at Cambridge have been described, and who was Butler, would never have made that disastrous mistake over Miss Maitland's real profession. Butler did not in fact ever make it, nor did he ever develop into the superprig which Ernest became after his release from prison. Butler's reputation will probably rest more and more as time goes on his notebooks, and on Mr. Jonas' biography, which might be described together as the story of a distrustful man. Indeed, posterity, reading these alone, will probably miss little of what it should retain, for Butler was careful of his best things, and most of them are to be found here as well as in the books in which he enshrined them among more perishable material. On the strength of these two books, he will remain a definite and unforgettable character, though he may probably will recede in importance, perhaps even to the level of those wits whose table talk is read by the curious in every generation. But even so, there he will be still a man whom fate tortured into such distrust of his fellows as to make him question everything and teach others to do the same. He suffered intensely in the process that made him what he was. He suffered again much more than he would ever admit from the ineffaceable results of the process. I do not deny, however, he bursts out, that I have been illused, I have been used abominably. This cry rings truer, echoes longer in the memory than the assertion which follows, that he considered the balance of good fortune to have been on his side by one of those contrivances of events with which fate marks the lives of distinguished men. An atmosphere of distrust followed him on to his deathbed, and beyond it, for the doctors disagreed during his last illness, and Mr. Festing Jones doubts the accuracy of the causes given in the certificate of death. The Crystal Vase, by Maurice Hewlett. I have often wished that I could write a novel in which, as mostly in life, thank goodness nothing happened. Jane Austen, it has been objected, forestalled me there. And it is true that she very nearly did, but not quite. It was a point for her art to make that the novel should have form, involved plot, a logic of events. Well, that means that there were collisions. They may have been mild shocks, but persons did knock their heads together, and there were stars to be seen by somebody in life. In a majority of cases, there are no stars, yet life does not on that account cease to be interesting. and even if stars should happen to be struck out, it is not the collision nor the stars either which interest us most. No, it is our state of soul, our mental process, under the stress which we care about. And as mental process is always going on, and the state of the soul never the same for 2 moments together, there is ample material for a novel of extreme interest, which need never finish, which might indeed be as perennial as a daily newspaper or the annual register. Why is it, do you suppose, that anybody, if he can, will read anybody else's letter? It is because every man-jack of us lives in a cage, cut off from every other man-jack, because we are incapable of knowing what is going on in the mind of our nearest and dearest, and because we burn for the assurance we may get by evidence of homogeneity procurable from any human source. Man is a creature of social instinct, condemned by his nature to be solitary creatures, in all outward respects similar to himself, are a whirl about him. They cannot help him nor he them. He cannot even be sure, for all he may assume it, that they share his hope and calling. Ensphered in flesh, we live and die, and see a myriad souls adrift. Our likes and send our voiceless cry, shuddering across the void, the truths. Succor the truth, none can reply. That is the state of our case. We can cope with mere events, comedy, tragedy, farce. The things that happen to us are not our life, they are imposed upon life, they come and go. But life is a secret process, we only see the accretions. The novel which I dreamed of writing has recently been done, or rather begun, by Miss Dorothy Richardson. She betters the example of Jane Austen by telling us much more about what seems to be infinitely less, but is not so in reality. She dips into the well, whereof Miss Austen skims the surface. She has essayed to report the mental process of a young woman's lifetime from moment to moment. In the course of 4, if not 5 volumes, nothing has happened, yet but the death of a mother, and the marriage of a sister, or so she may write 40, and I shall be ready for the 41st mental process, the states of the soul, emotional reaction. These, as they are moved in us by other people, are Miss Richardson's subject matter, and according as these are handled, is the interest we can devote to her novels. These flitting things are Miss Richardson's game, and they are the things which interest us most in ourselves, and the things which we desire to know most about in our neighbors. But of course it won't do. Miss Richardson does not and cannot tell us all. A novel is a piece of art which does not so much report life as transmute it. She takes up what she needs for her purpose, and that may not be our purpose, and so it is with poetry. Don't go to that for the facts, but for the essence of fact. The poet, who told us all about himself at some particular pass, would write a bad poem, for it is his affair to transfigure, rather than transmute, to move us by beauty, at least as much as by truth. What we look for so wistfully in each other is the raw material of poetry. We can make the finished article for ourselves, given enough matter, and indeed the poetry which is imagined in contemplation is apt to be much finer than that which has passed through the claws of prosody and syntax. The fact, to be short with it, is that literature has an eye upon the consumer, whether it is marketable or not. It is intended for the public. Now no man will undress in public with design. It may be a pity, but so it is undesignedly. I don't say it would be possible, I think, by analysis, to track the successive waves of mental process. In memoriam, again, the angel in the house brought Patmore as near to self-explication as a poet can go. Shakespeare's sonnets offer a more doubtful field of experiment. What then shall we go to the letter writers, to Madame de Sévigné, to Gray, to Walpole and Cowper, Byron and Lamb? A letter writer implies a letter reader, and just that inadequacy of spoken communication will smother up our written words. Madame de Sévigné must placate her high-sniffing daughter Gray, must please himself Walpole, must at any cost be lively Cowper, must be urbane to Lady Hesketh, or deprecate the judgment of the Reverend Mr. Newton. Byron was always before the looking-glass as he wrote, and as for Charles Lamb, do not suppose that he did anything but hide in his clouds of ink. Sir Sidney Colvin thinks that Keats revealed himself in his letters, but I cannot agree with him. Keats is one of the best letter writers we have. He can be merry, fanciful, witty, thoughtful, even profound. He has a sardonic turn of language hardly to be equaled outside Shakespeare. Were it in my device, I would reject a Petrarchal coronation, an account of my dying day. And because women have cancers, where will you match that? But from Hamlet, but Keats knew himself. It is a wretched thing to confess, but it is a very fact that not one word I can utter can be taken for granted as an opinion growing out of my identical nature, so I find him in his letters swayed rather by his fancies than his states of soul, until indeed that soul of his was wrung by agony of mind and disease of body revelation, then like gouts of blood did issue, but of that I do not now write. No man is sane at such a crisis. Parva componer magnes, there is a letter contained in the early diary of Frances Burney, ed. Mrs. A.R. Ellis, 1889, more completely apocalyptic than anything else of the kind accessible to me. Its writer was Maria Allen, daughter of Dr. Burney's second wife. Therefore half-sister to the charming Burney girls, she was a young lady who could let herself go in act as well as on paper, and withal, as Fanny judged her, flighty, ridiculous, uncommon, lively, comical, entertaining, frank, and undisguisador, because of itch did contrive to unfold her panting and abounding young self more thoroughly than the many times more expert you have her here in the pangs of a love affair of how long standing I don't know, but now evidently in a bad state of misfire. It was to end in elopement, post-chaise clandestine marriage in right 18th century. Here it is in an earlier state, all mortification, pouting, and hunching of the shoulder. I reproduce it with Maria's punctuation, which shows it to have proceeded as no doubt she did herself in gasps. I was at the assembly forced to go entirely against my own inclination, but I always have sacrificed my own inclinations to the will of other people. Could not resist the pressing importunity of Bet Dikensto Gotho. It proved horribly stupid. I drank tea at the told old Turner. I was determined not to dance it. Would not believe me wager and sutafacron, provided I followed my own inclinations. Agreed Mr. Audley asked me, I refused. Sat stilliat, followed my own inclinations, but four couple began. Martin said 8 Louis was there yet stupid n'importe quite indifferent on both sides, who had ito converse with the whole evening, not a female friend, none. They're not an acquaintance all dancing who, then I've forgotten import. I broke my earring, how heaven knows foolishly enough, and can't always keep on the mask of wisdom well nimport. I danced a minute a quater the latter end of the eve with a stupid wretch, need I name him? They danced cotillions almost the whole night. Wo sets it. I did not join them. Miss Jenny Hawkins danced with Hawkins, you guess will nimport. There is more, but my pen is out of breath. Nobody but Mr. Jingle ever wrote like that, and in so far as Maria Allen may be said to have had a soul, there, in its little spasms, is the soul of Maria Allen, with all the malentendus of the ballroom and all the surgings of a love affair at cross purposes thrown in. As for Fanny Burney's early diary, its careful and admirable editor claims that you have in it the only published, perhaps the only existing record of the life of an English girl written of herself in the 18th century. I believe that to be true. It is a record, and a faithful and very charming record of the externals of such a life. As such it is, to me at least, a valuable thing, if it does not unfold the amiable, brisk, and happy Fanny herself. There are two simple reasons why it could not. First, she was writing her journal for the entertainment of old Mr. Crisp of Chessington, the Daddy Crisp of her best pages. Secondly, it is not at all likely that she knew of anything to unfold, nor, for that matter, was Fanny herself of the kind that can unfold to another person. Yet there is a charm all over the book, which some may place here, some there, but which all will confess for me, it is not so much that. Fanny herself is a charming girl, and a girl of shrewd observation, of a pointed pen, and an admirable gift of mimicry. She has all that and more. She has a good heart. Her sister Susan is as good as she, and there are many of Susan's letters. But the real charm of the book, I think, is in the series of faithful pictures it contains of the everyday round of an everyday family. Dutch pictures. All passers-by. A knock at the front door. Callers Mr. Young in light blue, embroidered with silver, a bag and sword, and walking in the rain. A jaunt to Greenwich. A concert at Homewood. Aguejari, in one of her humours, a masqueradia, very private one, and at the house of Mr. Lalus. Hetty had for 3 months thought of nothing else. She went as a Savoyard, with a hurdy-gurdy fastened round her waist. Nothing could look more simple, innocent, and pretty. My dress was a close pink Persian vest, covered with a gauze in loose pleats. What else? Oh, a visit to Teignmouth. Maria Allen, now Mrs. Ruston. Another to Worcester. Quiet days at King's Lynn, where I have just finished Henry and Francis. The greatest part of the last volume is wrote by Henry, and on the gravest of grave subjects, and that which is most dreadful to our thoughts, eternal misery. Terrific novel, but need I go on? There may be some to whom a description of the nothings of this our life will be as flat as the nothings themselves, but I am not of that party. The things themselves interest me, and I confess the charm. It is the charm of innocence and freshness, a morning dew upon the words. The burnies, however, can do no more for us than shed that auroral dew. They cannot reassure us of our normal humanity, since they needed reassurance for themselves. Where then shall we turn? So far as I am aware, to two only, except for two others whom I leave out of account. Rousseau is one, for it is long since I read him, but my recollection is that the Confessions is a kind of novel, premeditated, selective, done with great art. Marie Bashkirtseff is another. I have not read her at all. Of the two who remain, I leave Pepys also out of account, because, though it may be good for us to read Pepys, it is better to have read him and be through with it. There, under the grace of God, go a many besides Pepys, and among them every boy who has ever befouled a wall with a stump of pencil. We are left then with one whom it is ill to name in the same fill of the inkpot, Wordsworth's exquisite sister, as Keats, who saw her once, at once knew her to be. In Dorothy Wordsworth's journals you may have the delight of daily intercourse familiarment discorrendoweth, one of the purest and noblest souls ever housed in flesh. To that you may add the reassurance to be got from word and implication. Beyond doubt, she tells us much, but implies more. We may see deeply into ourselves, but she sees deeply into a deeper self than most of us can discern. It is not only that, knowing her, we are grounded in the rudiments of honor and lovely living. It is to learn that human life can so be lived, and to conclude that of that at least is the kingdom of heaven. These journals are for fragments only of the years which they cover, and as such exist for Jan May 1798, Ulfoxton May Dec 1800, Oct Dec 1801, Jan July 1802, all these at Grasmere. They have been printed by Professor Knight, and I have the assurance of Mr. Gordon Wordsworth that what little has been omitted is unimportant. Nothing is unimportant to me, and I wish the whole had been given us, but what we have is enough, whereby to trace the development of her extraordinary mind and of her power of self-expression. The latter undoubtedly grew out of emotion, which gradually culminated until the day of William Wordsworth's marriage. There it broke, and with it, as if by a determination of the will, there the revelation ceased. A new life began with the coming of Mary Wordsworth to Dove Cottage, a life of which Dorothy records the surface only. The Ulfoxton fragment, 20 Jan May 1798, written when she was 27, is chiefly notable for its power of interpreting landscape. That was a power which Wordsworth himself possessed in a high degree. There can be no doubt, I think, that they egged each other on, but I myself should find it hard to say which was eggerin, and which the egged. This is the first sentence of it. 20 Jan, the green paths down the hillsides are channels for streams. The young wheat is streaked by silver lines of water running between the ridges. The sheep are gathered together on the slopes. After the wet, dark days, the country seems more populous. It peoples itself in the sunbeams. Here is one of few days later. RD bright sunshine went out at 3:150. The sea perfectly calm, blue streaked with deeper color by the clouds and tongues or points of sand. On our return, of a gloomy red. The sun gone down, the crescent moon, Jupiter and Venus. The sound of the sea distinctly heard on the tops of the hills, which we could never hear in summer. We attribute this partly to the bareness of the trees, but chiefly to the absence of the singing birds, the hum of insects, that noiseless noise which lives in the summer air. The villages marked out by beautiful beds of smoke, the turf fading into the mountain road. She handles words, phrases like notes or chords of music, and never gets her landscape by direct description. One more picture, and I must leave it. 26 walked to the top of a high hill to see a fortification. Again sat down to feed upon the prospect, a magnificent scene curiously spread out for even minute inspection, though so extensive that the mind is afraid to calculate its bounds. Coleridge was with them most days, or they with him. Here is a curious point to note. Dorothy records. March 7th, William and I drank tea at Coleridge's, observed nothing particularly interesting, one only leaf upon the top of a tree's sole, remaining leafdanced round and round, like a rag blown by the wind. And Coleridge has in Christabel The one red leaf, the last of its clan, that dances as often as dance it can, hanging so light and hanging so high, on the topmost twig that looks up at the sky. William, Dorothy, and Coleridge went to Hamburg at the end of that year, but in 1800 the brother and sister were in Grasmere, and the journal, which opens with May 14 at once, betrays the great passion of Dorothy's life. William and John set off into Yorkshire after dinner at 2:30, cold pork in their pockets. I left them at the turning of the Lowood Bay. Under the trees my heart was so full I could hardly speak to W. When I gave him a farewell kiss, I sate a long time upon a stone at the margin of the lake, and after a flood of tears, my heart was easier. The lake looked to me, I know not why, dull and melancholy, and the weltering on the shore seemed a heavy sound. I resolved to write a journal of the time till W and J return, and I set about keeping my resolve, because I will not quarrel with myself, and because I shall give William pleasure by it when he comes again. Because I will not quarrel with myself, she is full of such illuminations. Here is another. Sunday, June 1st, after tea went to Ambleside round the lakes, a very fine warm evening upon the side of Loughrig. My heart dissolved in what I saw. Now here is her account of a country funeral, which she reads into or out of the countryside. Wednesday, 3rd Sept. Funeral at John Dawson's. I was affected to tears. While we stood in the house, the coffin lying before me, there were no near kindred, no children. When we got out of the dark house, the sun was shining, and the prospect looked as divinely beautiful as I ever saw it. It seemed more sacred than I had ever seen it, and yet more allied to human life. I thought she was going to a quiet spot, and I could not help weeping very much. The italics are mine. William was pleased to call her weeping, nervous, blubbering. And then we come to 1802, the great last year of a twin life, the last year of the 5, in which those two had lived as one soul and one heart. They were at Dove Cottage on something under 150 a year. Poems were thronging thick about them. They were living intensely. John was alive. Mary Hutchinson was at Sockburn. Coleridge was still Coleridge, not the bemused and futile mystic. He was to become. As for Dorothy, she lives a thing enskied, floating from ecstasy to ecstasy. It is the 3rd of March, and William is to go to London. Before we had quite finished breakfast, Calvert's man brought the horses for W.M. We had a deal to do: pens, to make poems, to put in order for writing, to settle for the press pack-up. Since he left me at 11:30, it is now 2. I have been putting the drawers into order, laid by his clothes, which he had thrown here and there, and everywhere, filed 2 months' newspapers, and got my dinner 2 boiled eggs and 2 apple tarts. The robins are singing sweetly now for my walk. I will be busy, I will look well, and be well when he comes back to me. Oh, the darling, here is one of his bitter apples. I can hardly find it in my heart to throw it into the fire. I walked round the 2 lakes, crossed the stepping stones at Rydalfoot, sate down, where we always sit. I was full of thought of my darling, blessings on him. Where else in our literature will you find moods so tender, so intimately, so delicately related? A week later, and William returned with him. It seems her descriptive powers. Monday morning, a soft rain and mist. We walked to Rydal for letters. The vale looked very beautiful in excessive simplicity, yet at the same time uncommon obscurity. The church stood alone. Mountains behind the meadows looked calm and rich, bordering on the still lake. Nothing else to be seen but lake and island. Exquisite landscape for its like. We must go to Japan. Here is another, an interior. It is the 23rd of March, about 10 o'clock, a quiet night. The fire flickers, and the watch ticks. I hear nothing save the breathing of my beloved as he now and then pushes his book forward and turns over a leaf. No more, but the peace of it is profound, the art incomparable. In April, between the 5th and 12th, William went into Yorkshire upon an errand which she knew and dreaded. Her trouble makes the words throb. Monday, 12th. The ground covered with snow. Walked to T. Wilkinson's and sent for letters. The woman brought me one from William and Mary. It was a sharp, windy night. Thomas Wilkinson came with me to Barton and questioned me like a catechiser. All the way, every question was like the snapping of a little thread about my heart. I was so full of thought of my half-read letter and other things. I was glad when he left me. Then I had time to look at the moon while I was thinking of my own thoughts. The moon traveled through the clouds, tinging them yellow, as she passed along with 2 stars near her, one larger than the other. At this time, William as I found the next day was riding by himself between Middleham and Barnard Castle. I don't know where else to find the vague torment of thought, its way of enhancing color and form in nature, more intensely observed next day. When I returned, William was come. The surprise shot through me. This woman was not so much poet as crystal vase. You can see the thought cloud and take shape. The twin life was resumed for yet a little while. In the same month come her descriptions of the daffodils in Gowborough Park, and of the scene by Brothers Water, which proved to anybody in need of proof that she was William's wellspring of poesy. Not that the journal is necessarily involved, no need to suppose that he even read it, but that she could make him see and be moved by what she had seen is proved by this 17th. I saw a robin chasing a scarlet butterfly this morning, and Sunday 18th William wrote the poem on the robin and the butterfly. No beautiful beyond praise, as the journals are. It is certain that she was more beautiful than they, and what a discerning illuminative eye she had. As I lay down on the grass, I observed the glittering silver line on the ridge of the backs of the sheep, owing to their situation, respecting the sun, which made them look beautiful, but with something of strangeness, like animals of another kind, as if belonging to a more splendid world. What a woman to go gypsying through the world with! Then comes the end. Thursday 8th July in the afternoon, after we had talked a little, William fell asleep. I read The Winter's Tale. Then I went to bed, but did not sleep. The swallows stole in and out of their nest, and sat there whiles quite still, whiles they sung low for 2 minutes or more at a time, just like a muffled robin. William was looking at the peddler. When I got up, he arranged it, and after tea I wrote it out lines. The moon was behind. We walked first to the top of the hill to see Rydale. It was dark and dull, but our own vale was very solemn. The shape of Helm Crag was quite distinct, though black. We walked backwards and forwards on the white moss path. There was a sky like white brightness on the lake. Oh, beautiful place, dear Mary. William, the hour is come. I must prepare to go. The swallows, I must leave them. The wall, the garden, the roses, all dear creatures. They sang last night, after I was in bed, seemed to be singing to one another just before they settled to rest for the night. Well, I must go. Farewell. Next day she set out with William to meet her secret dread, knowing that life in Rydale could never be the same again. Wordsworth married Mary Hutchinson on the 4th October 1802. The secret is no secret now, for Dorothy was a crystal vase. Ben Jonson 7. Ben Jonson, by G. Gregory Smith, English Men of Letters Series, Macmillan 1919-3's net. By Aldous Huxley. It comes as something of a surprise to find that the niche reserved for Ben Jonson in the English Men of Letters series has only now been filled. One expected somehow that he would have been among the first of the great ones to be enshrined. But no, he has had a long time to wait, and Adam Smith and Sidney Smith and Hazlitt and Fanny Burney have gone before him into the Temple of Fame. Now, however, his monument has at last been made with Professor Gregory Smith's qualified version of O Rare Ben Jonson duly and definitively carved upon it. What is it that makes us, almost as a matter of course, number Ben Jonson among the great? Why should we expect him to be an early candidate for immortality? Or why indeed should he be admitted to the English Men of Letters series at all? These are difficult questions to answer, for when we come to consider the matter, we find ourselves unable to give any very glowing account of Ben or his greatness. It is hard to say that one likes his work. One cannot honestly call him a good poet or a supreme dramatist, and yet unsympathetic as he is, uninteresting as he often can be, we still go on respecting and admiring him, because in spite of everything we are conscious obscurely but certainly that he was a great man. He had little influence on his successors. The comedy of humors died without any but an abortive issue. Shadwell, the mountain-bellied Og, from a treason tavern rolling home, is not a disciple that any man would have much pride in claiming. No raking up of literary history will make Ben Jonson great as a founder of a school or an inspirer of others. His greatness is a greatness of character. There is something almost alarming in the spectacle of this formidable figure, advancing with tank-like irresistibility towards the goal he had set himself to attain. No sirens of romance can seduce him, no shock of opposition unseat him in his career. He proceeds along the course theoretically mapped out at the inception of his literary life, never deviating from this narrow way till the very end, till the time when in his old age he wrote that exquisite pastoral, The Sad Shepherd, which is so complete and absolute a denial of all his lifelong principles. But the sad shepherd is a weakness, albeit a triumphant weakness. Ben, as he liked to look upon himself, as he has again and again revealed himself to us, is the artist with principles, protesting against the anarchic absence of principle among the geniuses and charlatans, the poets and ranters of his age. The true artificer will not run away from nature as he were afraid of her, or depart from life and the likeness of truth, but speak to the capacity of his hearers, and though his language differ from the vulgar somewhat, it shall not fly from all humanity with the Tamerlanes and Tamercams of the late age, which had nothing in them but the scenical strutting and furious vociferation to warrant them to the ignorant gapers. He knows it is his only art so to carry it as none but artificers perceive it. In the meantime, perhaps, he is called barren, dull, lean, a poor writer, or by what contumelious word can come in their cheeks by these men who without labor, judgment, knowledge, or almost sense, are received or preferred before him. In these sentences from Discoveries, Ben Jonson paints his own picture portrait of the artist as a true artificer setting forth in its most general form, and with no distracting details of the humors or the moral purpose of art, his own theory of the artist's true function and nature. Jonson's theory was no idle speculation, no mere thing of words, an air, but a creed, a principle, a categorical imperative conditioning, and informing his whole work. Any study of the poet must therefore begin with the formulation of his theory, and must go on, as Professor Gregory Smith's excellent essay does indeed, proceed to show in detail how the theory was applied and worked out in each individual composition. A good deal of nonsense has been talked at one time or another about artistic theories. The artist is told that he should have no theories, that he should warble native wood notes wild, that he should sing, be wholly spontaneous, should starve his brain and cultivate his heart and spleen, that an artistic theory cramps the style, stops up the helicons of inspiration, and so on. The foolish, sentimental conception of the artist, to which these anti-intellectual doctrines are a corollary, dates from the time of Romanticism, and survives among the foolish and sentimental of today. A consciously practiced theory of art has never spoiled a good artist, has never dammed up inspiration, but rather, and in most cases, profitably canalized it. Even the Romantics had theories, and were wild and emotional on principle. Theories are above all necessary at moments when old traditions are breaking up, when all is chaos and in flux. At such moments, an artist formulates his theory and clings to it through thick and thin, clings to it as the one firm raft of security in the midst of the surrounding unrest. Thus, when the neoclassicism, of which Ben was one of the remote ancestors, was crumbling into the nothingness of the loves of the plants, and the triumphs of temper, Wordsworth found salvation by the promulgation of a new theory of poetry, which he put into practice systematically and to the verge of absurdity. In lyrical ballads, similarly, in the shipwreck of the old tradition of painting, we find the artists of the present day clinging desperately to intellectual formulas as their only hope in the chaos, the only occasions, in fact, when the artist can afford entirely to dispense with theory, occur in periods when a well-established tradition reigns supreme and unquestioned, and then the absence of theory is more apparent than real, for the tradition in which he is working is a theory originally formulated by someone else, which he accepts unconsciously, and as though it were the law of nature itself. The beginning of the 17th century was not one of these periods of placidity and calm acceptance. It was a moment of growth and decay, together of fermentation. The fabulous efflorescence of the Renaissance had already grown rank with that extravagance of energy which characterized them in all things. The Elizabethans had exaggerated the traditions of their literature into insincerity. All artistic traditions end in due course by being reduced to the absurd, but the Elizabethans crammed the growth and decline of a century into a few years. One after another they transfigured, and then destroyed every species of art. They touched Euphuism, Petrarchism, Spencerism. The sonnet, the dramasum lasted a little longer than others, but they all exploded in the end, these beautiful iridescent bubbles blown too big by the enthusiasm of their makers. But in the midst of this unstable luxuriance, voices of protest were to be heard, reactions against the main romantic current were discernible each in his own way, and in his own sphere Donne and Ben Jonson protested against the exaggerations of the age, at a time when sonneteers in legions were quibbling about the blackness of their ladies' eyes or the golden wires of their hair, when Platonists protested in melodious chorus that they were not in love with red and white, but with the ideal and divine beauty of which peach blossom complexions were but inadequate shadows, at a time when love poetry had become, with rare exceptions, fantastically unreal. Donne called it back, a little grossly perhaps, to facts, with the dry remark, "Love's not so pure and abstract as they use to say, who have no mistress but their muse." There have been poets who have written more lyrically than Donne, more fervently about certain amorous emotions, but not one who has formulated so rational a philosophy of love as a whole, who has seen all the facts so clearly and judged of them so soundly. Donne laid down no literary theory. His followers took from him all that was relatively unimportant, harshness, itself a protest against Spenserian facility, the conceits, the sensuality tempered by mysticism, but the important and original quality of Donne's work, the psychological realism, they could not through sheer incapacity transfer into their own poetry. Donne's immediate influence was on the whole bad. Any influence for good he may have had has been on poets of a much later date. The other great literary Protestant of the time was the curious subject of our examination, Ben Jonson. Like Donne, he was a realist. He had no use for claptrap or rant or romanticism. His aim was to give his audiences real facts, flavored with sound morality. He failed to be a great realist partly because he lacked the imaginative insight to perceive more than the most obvious and superficial reality, and partly because he was so much preoccupied with the sound morality that he was prepared to sacrifice truth to satire, so that in place of characters he gives us humors, not minds, but personified moral qualities. Ben hated romanticism, for whatever may have been his bodily habits, however infinite his capacity for drinking sack. He belonged intellectually to the party of sobriety, in all ages the drunks, and the sobers have confronted one another, each party loud in derision and condemnation of the defects which it observes in the other. The Tamerlanes and Tamercams of the late age accuse the sober Ben of being barren, dull, lean. A poor writer Ben retorts that they have nothing in them but the scenical strutting and furious vociferation to warrant them. To the ignorant gapers at another period, it is the Hernanis and the rollers who reproach that paragon of dryness, the almost fiendishly sober Stendhal, with his grocer's style. Stendhal, in his turn, remarks en Paris Saint Vers 1803, Le génie de Chateaubriand m'a semble ridicule. And today we have our sobers, and our drunks, our Hardy, and our Belloc, and Chesterton. The distinction is universally and eternally valid. Our personal sympathies may lie with one or the other, but it is obvious that we could dispense with neither. Ben, then, was one of the sobers, protesting with might and main against the extravagant behavior of the drunks, an intellectual insisting that there was no way of arriving at truth except by intellectual processes, an apotheosis of the plain man, determined to stand no nonsense about anything. Ben's poetical achievement, such as it is the achievement of one who relied on no mysterious inspiration, but on those solid qualities of sense, perseverance, and sound judgment, which any decent citizen of a decent country may be expected to possess, that he himself possessed hidden somewhere in the obscure crypts and recesses of his mind. Other rarer spiritual qualities is proved by the existence of his additions to the Spanish tragedy. Indeed, they are his, which there is no cogent reason to doubt. And his last fragment, masterpiece, The Sad Shepherd. But these qualities, as Professor Gregory Smith points out, he seems deliberately to have suppressed, locked them away at the bidding of his imperious theory, in the strange dark places from which at the beginning and the very end of his career they emerged. He might have been a great romantic, one of the sublime inebriates. He chose rather to be classical and sober, working solely with the logical intellect, and rejecting as dangerous the aid of those uncontrolled illogical elements of imagination. He produced work that is in its own way excellent. It is well-wrought, strong, heavy with learning, and what the Chaucerians would call high sentence, the emotional intensity and brevity. Accepted, it possesses all the qualities of the French classical drama, but the quality which characterizes the best Elizabethan, and indeed the best English poetry of all periods, the power of moving in two worlds at once, it lacks. Jonson, like the French dramatists of the 17th century, moves on a level, directly towards some logical goal. The road over which his great contemporaries take us is not level, it is as it were tilted and uneven, so that as we proceed along it, we are momently shot off at a tangent from the solid earth of logical meaning into superior regions, where the intellectual laws of gravity have no control. The mistake of Johnson, and the classicists in general, consists supposing that nothing is of value that is not susceptible of logical analysis, whereas the truth is that the greatest triumphs of art take place in a world that is not wholly of the intellect, but lies somewhere between it and the inenarrable, but to those who have penetrated it, supremely real world of the mystic. In his fear and dislike of nonsense, Johnson put away from himself not only the tamer cams and the fustian of the late age, but also most of the beauty it had created. With the romantic emotions of his predecessors and contemporaries, Johnson abandoned much of the characteristically Elizabethan form of their poetry, that extraordinary melodiousness which distinguishes the Elizabethan lyric is not to be found in any of Ben's writing the poems by which we remember him. Cynthia, drink to me only. It is not growing like a tree air, classically well made, though the Cavalier lyrists were to do better in the same style. But it is not for any musical qualities that we remember them. One can understand Ben's critical contempt for those purely formal devices for producing musical richness in which the Elizabethans delighted. Eyes, why did you bring unto me these graces? Grack to yield wonder out of her true measure. Measure of all joys, stay to fancy traces. Module of pleasure. The device is childish in its formality, the words in their obscurity almost devoid of significance. But what matter, since the stanza is a triumph of sonorous beauty? The Elizabethans devised many ingenuities of this sort. The minor poets exploited them until they became ridiculous. The major poets employed them with greater discretion, playing subtle variations, as in Shakespeare's sonnets on the crude theme. When writers had something to say, their thoughts poured into these copiously elaborate forms, were molded to the grandest poetical eloquence. A minor poet like Lord Brooke, from whose works we have just quoted a specimen of pure formalism, could produce, in his moments of inspiration, such magnificent lines as, "The mind of man is this world's true dimension, and knowledge is the measure of the mind," or these, "Of the nethermost hell, a place there is upon no center placed, deep under depths as far as is the sky, above the earth dark, infinitely spaced. Pluto the king, the kingdom misery." Even into comic poetry, the Elizabethans imported the grand manner, the anonymous author of "Tihi Tihi, O sweet delight, he tickles this age who can call Tullia's ape a marmoset, and Leda's goose a swan," knew the secret of that rich facile music which all those who wrote in the grand Elizabethan tradition could produce. Johnson, like Donne, reacted against the facility and fluidity of this technique. But in a different way, Donne's protest took the form of a conceited subtlety of thought, combined with a harshness of meter. Johnson's classical training inclined him towards clarity, solidity of sense, and economy of form. He stands as a lyrist halfway between the Elizabethans and the Cavalier songwriters. He has broken away from the old tradition, but has not yet made himself entirely at home in the new. At the best, he achieves a minor perfection of point and neatness. At the worst, he falls into that dryness and dullness with which he knew he could be reproached. We have seen from the passage concerning the true artificer that Johnson fully realized the risk he was running. He recurs more than once in Discoveries to the same theme. Some men, to avoid redundancy, run into that a thin, flagging, poor, starved style, and while they strive to have no ill blood or juice, they lose their good. The good that Johnson lost was a great one, and in the same way we see today how a fear of becoming sentimental or chocolate boxy drives many of the younger poets and artists to shrink from treating of the great emotions or the obvious lavish beauty of the earth. But to eschew a good because the corruption of it is very bad is surely a sign of weakness and of folly. Having lost the realm of romantic beauty, lost it deliberately, and of set purpose, Ben Jonson devoted the whole of his immense energy to portraying and reforming the ugly world of fact. But his reforming satiric intentions interfered, as we have already shown, with his realistic intentions, and instead of recreating in his art the actual world of men, he invented the wholly intellectual and therefore wholly unreal universe of humors. It is an odd new world amusing to look at from the safe distance that separates stage from stalls, but not a place one could ever wish to live in. One's neighbors, fools, knaves, hypocrites, and bears would make the most pleasing prospect intolerable, and over it all is diffused the atmosphere of Johnson's humor. It is a curious kind of humor, very different from anything that passes under that name today, from the humor of Punch or A Kiss for Cinderella. One has only to read Volpone, or better still go to see it, when it is acted this year by the PHNix Society for the revival of old plays, to realize that Ben's conception of a joke differed materially from ours. Humor has never been the same since Rousseau invented humanitarianism. Syphilis and broken legs were still a great deal more comic in Smollett's day than in our own. There is a cruelty, a heartlessness about much of the older humor which is sometimes shocking, sometimes in its less extreme forms, pleasantly astringent and stimulating after the orgies of quaint pathos and sentimental comedy in which we are nowadays forced to indulge. There is not a pathetic line in Volpone. All the characters are profoundly unpleasant, and the fun is almost as grim as fun can be. Its heartlessness is not the brilliant, cynical heartlessness of the later Restoration comedy, but something ponderous and vast. It reminds us of one of those enormous, painful jokes which fate sometimes plays on humanity. There is no alleviation, no purging by pity and terror. It requires a very hearty sense of humor to digest it. We have reason to admire our ancestors for their ability to enjoy this kind of comedy as it should be enjoyed. It would get very little appreciation from a London audience of today. In the other comedies, the fun is not so grim, but there is a certain hardness and brutality about them, all due, of course, ultimately to the fact that the characters are not human, but rather marionettes of wood and metal that collide and belabor one another like the ferocious puppets of the Punch and Judy show, without feeling the painfulness of the preceding. Shakespeare's comedy is not heartless, because the characters are human and sensitive. Our modern sentimentality is a corruption, a softening of genuine humanity. We need a few more Johnsons and Congreves, some more plays like Volpone, or that inimitable Marriage, a la mode of Dryden, in which the curtain goes up on a lady singing the outrageously cynical song that begins, "Why should a foolish marriage vow that long ago was made constrain us to each other now, when pleasure is decayed?" Too much heartlessness is intolerable. How soon one turns revolted from the literature of the Restoration, but a little of it now and then is bracing, a tonic for relaxed sensibilities. A little ruthless laughter clears the air, as nothing else can do. It is good for us every now and then to see our ideals laughed at, our conception of nobility caricatured. It is good for solemnity's nose to be tweaked. It is good for human pomposity to be made to look mean and ridiculous. This should be the great social function, as Morinti has pointed out. Off the music halls to provide this cruel and unsparing laughter, to make a buffoonery of all the solemnly accepted grandeurs and nobilities. A good dose of this mockery, administered twice a year at the equinoxes, should purge our minds of much waste matter, make nimble our spirits, and brighten the eye to look more clearly and truthfully on the world about us. Ben's reduction of human beings to a series of rather unpleasant humors is sound, and medicinal humors do not, of course, exist in actuality. They are true only as caricatures are true. There are times when we wonder whether a caricature is not after all truer than a photograph. There are others when it seems a stupid lie. But at all times, a caricature is disquieting, and it is very good for most of us to be made uncomfortable. Stephen Crane. A Note Without Dates, by Joseph Conrad. My acquaintance with Crane was brought about by Mr. S. Pauling, partner in the publishing firm of Mr. William Heinemann. One day Mr. Pauling said to me, "Stephen Crane has arrived in England." I asked him if there was anybody he wanted to meet, and he mentioned two names. One of them was yours. I had then just been reading, like the rest of the world, Crane's Red Badge of Courage. The subject of that story was war from the point of view of an individual soldier's emotions. That individual, he remains nameless throughout, was interesting enough in himself, but on turning over the pages of that little book, which had for the moment secured such a noisy recognition, I had been even more interested in the personality of the writer. The picture of a simple and untried youth becoming through the needs of his country part of a great fighting machine was presented with an earnestness of purpose, a sense of tragic issues, and an imaginative force of expression, which struck me as quite uncommon and altogether worthy of admiration. Apparently Stephen Crane had received a favorable impression from reading The Nigger of the Narcissus, a book of mine, which had also been published lately. I was truly pleased to hear this. On my next visit to town, we met at a lunch. I saw a young man of medium stature and slender build, with very steady, penetrating blue eyes, the eyes of a being who not only sees visions, but can brood over them to some purpose. He had indeed a wonderful power of vision, which he applied to the things of this earth, and of our mortal humanity with a penetrating force that seemed to reach within life's appearances and forms, the very spirit of their truth. His ignorance of the world at large had seen very little of it, did not stand in the way of his imaginative grasp of facts, events, and picturesque men. His manner was very quiet, his personality at first sight interesting, and he talked slowly with an intonation which on some people, mainly Americans, had, I believe, a jarring effect, but not on me. Whatever he said had a personal note, and he expressed himself with a graphic simplicity which was extremely engaging. He knew little of literature, either of his own country or of any other, but he was himself wonderful artist in words. Whenever he took a pen into his hand, then his gift came out, and it was seen to be much more than mere felicity of language. His impressionism of phrase went really deeper than the surface in his writing. He was very sure of his effects. I don't think he was ever in doubt about what he could do, yet it often seemed to me that he was but half aware of the exceptional quality of his achievement. This achievement was curtailed by his early death. It was a great loss to his friends, but perhaps not so much to literature. I think that he had given his measure fully in the few books he had the time to write. Let me not be misunderstood. The loss was great, but it was the loss of the delight his art could give, not the loss of any further possible revelation. As to himself, who can say how much he gained or lost by quitting so early this world of the living which he knew how to set before us in terms of his own artistic vision? Perhaps he did not lose a great deal. The recognition he was accorded was rather languid, and given him grudgingly. The worthiest welcome he secured for his tales in this country was from Mr. W. Henley in the New Review, and later, towards the end of his life, from the late Mr. William Blackwood in his magazine. For the rest, I must say that during his sojourn in England, he had the misfortune to be, as the French say, mal in tour. He was beset by people who understood not the quality of his genius, and were antagonistic to the deeper fineness of his nature. Some of them have died since, but dead or alive, they are not worth speaking about now. I don't think he had any illusions about them himself, yet there was a strain of good nature and perhaps of weakness in his character, which prevented him from shaking himself free from their worthless and patronizing attentions, which in those days caused me much secret irritation. Whenever I stayed with him in either of his English homes, my wife and I liked best to remember him riding to meet us at the gate of the park at Breed, born master of his sincere impressions. He was also a born horseman. He never appeared so happy or so much to advantage as on the back of a horse. He had formed the project of teaching my eldest boy to ride, and meantime, when the child was about 2 years old, presented him with his first dog. I saw Stephen Crane a few days after his first arrival in London. I saw him for the last time on his last day in England. It was in Dover, in a big hotel, in a bedroom, with a large window looking on to the sea. He had been very ill, and Mrs. Crane was taking him to some place in Germany, but one glance at that wasted face was enough to tell me that it was the most forlorn of all hopes. The last words he breathed out to me were, "I am tired. Give my love to your wife and child." When I stopped at the door for another look, I saw that he had turned his head on the pillow and was staring wistfully out of the window at the sails of a cutter yacht that glided slowly across the frame like a dim shadow against a gray sky. Those who have read his Little Tale Horses and the story The Open Boat in the volume of that name know with what fine understanding he loved horses, and the sea, and his passage on this earth was like that of a horseman riding swiftly in the dawn of a day, fated to be short and without sunshine. Bibliographical notes and news. Correspondence from readers on all subjects of bibliographical interest is invited. The editor will, to the best of his ability, answer all queries addressed to him. General notes. One of the great autobiographies, and a very important document for anyone who undertakes the most rudimentary study of the English Romantic movement, is the life of B.R. Haydon, drawn from his journals. He was the friend of Keats, Lamb, Wordsworth, Leigh Hunt. He moved in many different spheres, among dukes and politicians and artists, and the debtors in King's Bench prison. A man of boundless energy, an able writer capable of rendering his impressions vividly, and with force. He was indeed everything but what he believed himself, with passionate faith, to be what he even succeeded in persuading others, that he was a great painter. He was convinced, as firmly convinced, as of the fact that 2 and 2 are 4, that he was a genius, as overwhelmingly great as Michelangelo. He was, as a matter of fact, one of the second-rate romantic painters of the early 19th century, in some things a little better, in others a good deal worse, than his contemporaries in the same line of trade. The book is a fascinating study in psychology, as well as one of the most vivid pictures of an interesting society. It is therefore unfortunate that it should now be a matter of some difficulty to lay one's hand on a copy. The first edition of the book appeared in 1853, the second and last some 10 years later. More than half a century ago, we venture to express the pious hope that some beneficent publisher will reprint what is certainly one of the most peculiar human and historical documents of the 19th century. We learn from Mr. Leslie Chaundy of Oxford that he has purchased intact the whole library of the late Provost of Worcester. Dr. Daniel's collection comprises a great number of rare and interesting books, including, of course, all the volumes issued from the famous Daniel Press. A catalogue is, we understand, in course of preparation, and will be issued shortly. October 31st saw the publication of the first number of the Bookman's Journal and Print Collector, qualified in a subtitle as the Journal for the Trade for Collectors and for Libraries. Our aim, we read in the editorial, is to be useful, not ornamental. Booksellers, publishers, librarians, and collectors alike from all parts of the country have agreed with the need for such a journal as this, and have given us generous support. The magazine contains reviews, a library supplement of new publications and reprints of the week, miscellaneous articles and notes on books and booksellers' prints and engravings. A useful feature of the journal will be the series of complete bibliographies of modern authors, which it is proposed to publish. The first is devoted to the works of Hubert Krakenthorpe, who died in 1896, aged only 26. Similar bibliographies of Masefield, Galsworthy, Conrad Gissing, George Moore, and Merrick are in preparation. Those who wish to buy or sell books will be interested in the books wanted and books for sale columns of advertisements altogether. We think that this little paper will have no difficulty in substantiating its claims and will prove very valuable to all book lovers. Another interesting event in the world of books is the opening of the Chelsea Book Club at 65 Chain Walk. It is being founded, we are told, in the belief that in bookselling selection and specialization are essential. It will aim, therefore, at having a stock of those books, new and second-hand, English and foreign, dealing with belles letters and art, which appear to be most worthy of study and appreciation. A reading room for the use of members will be attached to the club, in which lectures and exhibitions of works of art will be held from time to time. Those who wish to have further particulars as to membership, country book service, lectures and exhibitions are asked to apply to the Secretary, 65 Chain Walk, London, SW. At the sale by Messrs. Sotheby of the late Mr. W. J. Leighton's stock, to which we referred last month, a copy of Walton's Complete Angler, 1655, fetched 21/10s. The Prick of Conscience, 15th century Roman 1000 s. 50 mirror, and Description of the World, printed by Lawrence Andrews circa 1530-72. Important auction sales in the month of November were Messrs. Sotheby's sale of the late Sir Frank Crisp's library and the sale of Mr. Christy Miller's library on the 28th of the month. We shall have gone to press before the results of the sale are known. What will be paid for lot 81? We wonder. Mr. William Shakespeare's Comedies, Histories, and Tragedies, the first edition, folio 1623. The Christy Miller Library contains many other books of extraordinary interest, among them 3 unique copies of works by Nicholas Breton, a small handful of fragrant flowers selected and gathered out of the lovely garden of sacred scripture, a flourish upon fancy, as gallant a gloss upon so trifling a text as ever was written, and the works of a young wit trussed up with a fardel. Of pretty fancies, Robert Greene is represented by 3 unique copies, one of Guidonius and another of Arbasto, the Anatomy of Fortune, and the third of the earliest edition of a quip for an upstart courtier, containing the passage, suppressed in all the later editions, in abuse of Gabriel Harvey and his brothers, which started the literary war between Greene and the pedant of Cambridge. Items from the booksellers' catalogues. It is possible with a bundle of booksellers' catalogues to waste more time more pleasantly than in any other way, as one idly turns the pages catching sight here and there of a strange title or a book on some impossibly queer subject. One realizes more fully than one could do in years of social intercourse with one's fellow men how fantastic a thing is the human Minder stable, full of prancing hobby horses. For crotchety horsemen to ride about the world, we can speculate pleasantly on the character of the practical parson who wrote the clergyman's Intelligencer, or a complete alphabetical list of all the patrons in England and Wales with the benefices in their gift, and their valuation annexed 1745, for which Mr. Mayhew asks 5s in the same catalogue, is offered that curiosity in the history of science P. H. Gosse's Creation Omphalos, an attempt to untie the geological knot, published in 1857, 2 years before The Origin of Species, the title Ode to the Duke of Wellington, and other poems written between the ages of 11 and 13 years, by Robert Charles Dallas, 1819, calls up visions of some tie-trousered infant prodigy, and we wish that the book were not an example of fine binding, and that Mr. Chaundy could part with it for less than 30s just above the infant alphabetically, and perhaps also in order of merit. We find the name of Dia Delsward, the author of a volume of poems of which in our ignorance we had never heard, entitled Les Cortéges. Puissant passes the volume, which was published in 1903, is bound in pink watered silk, and costs 4 guineas. We have a vision of something even more prodigious than the infant of 1819. Mr. Chaundy has a number of first editions of Disraeli's novels for sale. The very scarce Contarini Fleming 1832 is priced at 6, The Voyage of Captain Popanilla 1828 at 35s, Vivian Grey 1826 at 21s, Venetia 1837 at 20s, a first edition of Barrow's Wild Wales in 3 volumes 1862 is offered by Messrs. Heffer of Cambridge for 9s. It is almost worth paying that for the sake of the description at the beginning of the book of the Negro who sat on the walls of Chester spitting into the void. You can have George Eliot for a good deal less. Mr. James Miles of Leeds has a Silas Marner first edition 1861 for 25s. First editions of Robert Bridges are, we notice, priced a good deal higher than the later firsts of Robert Browning. Eros and Psyche costs 15s at Messrs. Heffer's and Prince Hohenstiel Schwengen, only 5s. The 4 volumes of the first edition of The Ring and the book 1868 cost 132s at the same booksellers. Similarly, Conrad firsts are more precious than Bennett's, if we may judge from the fact that Hilda Lesway's 1911 costs 7s at Mr. Chaundy's shop, while Chance and Victory novels of Mr. Conrad's corresponding period at Messrs. Heffer's are priced at 12s and 9s respectively, and the precious Olmere's Folly of 1895 costs 3s. Mr. P.J. Doble has already done good work in the field of bibliography. The catalogue published by him last year under the title The Literature of the Restoration was a useful guide for all students of the period. He has now issued a supplementary catalogue of works connected with the Popish plot. Most of the pamphlets which he offers for sale are unknown to us, but here and there we light on an old friend. We can remember laughing heartily over a modest vindication of the Earl of Shaftesbury in a letter to a friend concerning his being elected King of Poland. The ironical eulogy of Shaftesbury, with which the pamphlet begins, is an admirable piece of satire. The Earl is praised for his unshaken obedience to every government he has been concerned in, or lived under his steady adherence to every religion that had but hopes to be established. It is interesting to note that in this pamphlet, written after the production of the Spanish Friar, and before the publication of Absalom and Achitophel Dryden, is regarded as a Whig poet for the new king of Poland appoints Jean Dreidnoutsits to be our poet laureate for writing panegyrics upon Oliver Cromwell and libels against his present master King Charles Roman II of England. The deputy laureate is no less a person than Tom Shadwarisky, or Shadwell Dryden's most bitter enemy in the later years of the plot. Mr. Dobell's price for the pamphlet is 7.6d2 pamphlets in this collection refer to the fantastic rector of All Saints Colchester Edmund Hickeringill, one-time chaplain in the Scottish regiments of the Commonwealth, and the author of the first retort to the medal, The Mushroom, which was written and sent to press on the day following the publication of Dryden's poem A Feat of Composition, which he modestly suggests was due to divine inspiration. Great news from the Old Bailey. Mr. Gar's recantation, or the true Protestant renegade, the courtier turned Tony Sound's interesting Henry Kerr, had the distinction of being the first to reply to Absalom, and Achitophel his Tozer. The second was published 3 weeks after the appearance of the Tory satire, for Kerr was a true blue Protestant in those days. His breeding, says Anthony Wood, was in the nature of a petty fogger, a little despicable wretch, a poor snivelling fellow. He was a poor literary hack, and at James Roman II's accession for bread and money's sake, and nothing else, he went over to the side in power and turned his pen against the Protestants. 3 pamphlets deal with Roger L'Estrange, or Tozer, as he was nicknamed by his enemies, but there is one enchanting ballad, entitled A New Ballad on an Old Dog Tozer, that writes strangely, of which Mr. Dobell does not seem to have a copy. We could wish that we had space to quote it, but we have embarked on a subject which needs treating at length. The literary history of the Popish plot remains to be written, a volume of extracts joined together by explanatory notes, biographical, political, and critical, would be a thing of absorbing interest. We notice, by the way, in Mr. Dobell's catalogue that the London Mercury, or Moderate Intelligencer, from December 24th to 27th, 1688, may be purchased for 5s. It is to be hoped that the intelligence of its namesake of today will prove more than moderate. A Roman 50H. Correspondence. The teaching of English. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, all schoolmasters and schoolmistresses will be grateful to you for your services to a great cause in allowing Mr. J. Roman 100 Stobart to talk at length on the teaching of English. But I was surprised to find myself selected as his scapegoat and guillotined in distinguished company. That of the old regime. My colleagues will be amused at that. Unfortunately, Mr. Stobart is not a very skillful executioner. He tries to show that in my English course I have followed the traditional methods in thoroughly normal chapters, and yet he does allow that I am trying to shake off a yoke which is not entirely congenial to me. It is more than 10 years since I shook off the yoke, which he describes as uncongenial. The traditional method, he says, begins with the copybook and proceeds by way of dictation and formal exercises to its goal in the essay. I do not advocate the use of the copybook for the simple reason that copybooks insist on the Vere Foster type of handwriting, while I require from my pupils an artistic calligraphy which is opposed in every particular to the uniform ugliness of the old board school and present Army Council standard. Dictation I use most sparingly, though I certainly do prefer a boy to leave me with an elementary knowledge of punctuation and a slight acquaintance with the more normal forms of spelling, rather than with a contempt for or slavish adoration of stops, and a phonetic system of spelling, which is intelligible and phonetic to no one but himself. The reading that I advocate both in my book and in practice is not limited. Has Mr. Stobart himself read all the books that I recommended as useful for boys, and the text is never obscured with comment? Where did he get this false information from? To definite grammar, I assigned 4.5 pages out of 500, which exactly expresses my opinion of its importance, having misrepresented me in every detail. So far, Mr. Stobart proceeds to attack me on 2 sides at once. If you ask the schoolmaster why he makes his English the dullest subject in the syllabus, he will probably answer that he is preparing for the London matriculation. I am both a schoolmaster and the English examiner for the matric. I will pay Mr. Stobart's first-class return fare from his home to Tonbridge, and board him for a week if he will visit my English classes, and at the end of his stay retain that word dullest in all sincerity, I cannot believe that it is only I who enjoy these English hours so wholeheartedly. I certainly should find them dull if I were. Proceeding on traditional lines, either in my book or in the classroom, I'm next taken to task for daring to teach observation and originality, Mr. Stobart. Rather rudely, I wish he would practice gentleness and love himself, calls my methods here a generous diet of cold minced hash. It is up to him to prove it. The point is, do I or do I not achieve observation and originality? By my methods come down to Tonbridge, Mr. Stobart, and I will let you judge for yourself. When therefore you suggest that every boy should learn how to express himself freely and to read widely, I can only reply that every boy has been doing so with very great advantage for years. You cannot picture a public schoolmaster so zealous for the purity of his own tongue that he treats a misplaced and which or unrelated participle as a personal affront. You cannot have been inside a public school classroom for donkey's years. I can show you scores as devoted to our classics as Whitelaw was to Latin and Greek, yours, etc. S.P.B. Mise. Tonbridge. Macaronic Poetry. To the editor of the London Mercury. So the author of Specimens of Macaronic Poetry, published by J. Richard Beckley in 1831, is William Sandys, FSA 17,911,874. He was a barrister of Gray's Inn and a member of the law firm of Sandys, and not of Gray's Inn Square. He was born and died in London, and in addition to the book mentioned above was the author of A Short History of Freemasonry, 1829, Christmas Carols, 1833, and a few other books, a full bibliography of which will be found in Bibliotheca Cornubiensis. He was an enthusiastic musical amateur from youth, and further biographical particulars will be found in the Dictionary of National Biographers, etc. Winifred Spark. Bolton. To the editor of the London Mercury. So Specimens of Macaronic Poetry, to which reference is made on page 74 of your last issue, is chiefly remarkable for its interesting introduction to the subject, and to the fact that most of the specimens printed are or were at the date of publication rarely met with. The epic which you mention first is discussed on page 17 of the introduction, where it is said to be an imitation of Folengo. I have not been able to trace the author, but it bears many evidences of having been written by Folengo himself. The ode was written by Dr. Geddes, and the author of the Old Scottish Testament was W. M. Dunbar, whose name is printed at the end of the verses in my copy. Macaronic poetry creates but little interest in these days, though there are still students who appreciate some of its qualities. If a Roman 50H is interested, I am sure that an article on the subject would be read with very great appreciation, even if that quality be confined to very few in number, yours, etc. B. Bagnall. 43, Chancery Lane, London, W. Roman 100. To the editor of the London Mercury. So what does a Roman 50H mean? By no author's name is given the editors of the Booker, the authors of Mr. Andrew Kennedy. The latter is of course my compatriot William Dunbar, but neither of my editions of him mentions this poem's having been printed in that particular book. Also, your reviewer of Wilder on page 91 begins quite in error, saying that the book has no indication of how it came into existence, or who chose them for republication. The wrapper, cover, and title page, all three say, being extracts from reviews and miscellanies, one of those large white volumes on handmade paper that smelt so of bad paste, published by Methuen in 1912, while behind the title page is this selection has been made by Mr. E. Roman 5, Lucas. The best thing in it is, I think, the charming paragraph on Balzac. A steady course of Balzac reduces our living friends to shadows, and our acquaintances to the shadows of shades, yours, etc. Roman 100 K.S. Roman 1000, to the editor of the London Mercury. So with regard to your query, in no one as to who was the author of Specimens of Macaronic Poetry, I think I can supply the answer after reading your paragraph on the subject. I took down the book from its shelf and found that my father, the late Dr. Henry B. Wheatley, had penciled on the title page the name of Sandys. I then turned to Lowndes, and found the book under the name of William Sandys. The Dictionary of National Biography states that the author was born in 1792 and died in 1874, and that he is best remembered for his share in Sandys and Forster's history. Of the violin, 1864, the specimens published in 1830, one was his second venture in authorship. My father evidently bought the book when he was engaged in writing his own first book of anagrams, containing in the introduction, I quote from the title page, numerous specimens of macaronic poetry, punning, mottos, ropalic, shaped equivocal lion, and echo verses, alliteration, acrostics, lipograms, chronograms, logograms, palindromes, and bowels, rhymes to anyone interested in queer forms of verse. This book is full of entertainment. It was published in 1872 and is now out of print. In the first of your bibliographical notes, in which you notice Mr. Percy Simpson's edition of Every Man in His Humor, you say, a new edition of Ben Jonson's work is certainly needed. Gifford's, reedited by Cunningham, is sadly inadequate. I have not yet had the pleasure of reading Mr. Simpson's book, but I would point out that Gifford's edition was not the only predecessor. An edition of Ben Jonson's play was edited with an introduction and critical apparatus by my father in 1877 for the London series of English classics, edited by J. W. Hales, Roman 1000A, and J. S. Jerram, Roman 1000A, and published by Longmans Green Co. The excellent introduction contains, besides the facts of Jonson's life, a lucid explanation and examination of the comedy of humors, together with a critical comparison of the various editions. Notes are adequate and placed at the end of the book. It was a labor of love, and although doubtless scholarship has advanced since it was published, my filial partiality compels me to think that it still ranks as a worthy edition of this classic of our literatures, etc. Geo. H. Wheatley, 83 Salisbury Road, Harrow. Voltaire's Candide. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, a bibliographical note in your first number makes reference to a charming little first edition of Candide 1759, and the writer of the paragraph, commenting on the absence of the author's name and of any particulars concerning the publisher and place of publication, states that it was often Voltaire's custom not to acknowledge his publications till they were a success. There lies before me, as I write, however, a copy of an edition also published in 1759, but which contains the author's name and particulars as to publication, as it may interest some of your readers, as well as a Roman 50H. I venture to transcribe the title page, which is as follows. Candidus, or the Optimist, by Mr. de Voltaire, translated into English by W. Ryder, Roman 1000, a late scholar of Jesus College, Oxford, London, printed for J. Scott at the Black Swan in Paternoster Row, and J. Gretton in Old Bond Street, Roman 1759, price 1 shilling and 6pence, yours, etc. Lewis H. Grundy, Highgate. Particles. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, Mrs. Meynell has the support of a great master in the niceties of the English language, when she takes exception to the particle less being tacked on to a verb. Writing to Bernard Barton, February 7, 1826, in acknowledgement of his devotional verses, Charles Lamb says, one word I must object to in your little book, and it recurs more than answer. Fadeless is no genuine compound. Loveless is because love is a noun as well as a verb, but what is a fade, yours, etc. Mrs. G. A. Anderson. The Moorlands, Woldingham, Surrey. Books of the Month. Poetry. Georgian Poetry, 19,180,1919, edited by E. Roman 1000, The Poetry Bookshop 6's net. The new collection of Georgian poetry contains specimens of the work of 19 poets, 14 of whom have appeared in one or more of the previous volumes of the series, while 5 are represented for the first time. The 14 are Mr. Lascelles Abercrombie, Mr. Gordon Bottomley, Mr. W. H. Davies, Mr. Walter de la Mare, Mr. John Drinkwater, Mr. John Freeman, Mr. W. W. Gibson, Mr. Robert Graves, Mr. Roman 500 H. Lawrence, Mr. Harold Monroe, Mr. Robert Nichols, Mr. Siegfried Sassoon, Mr. J. Roman 100 Squire, and Mr. W. J. Turner the 5, are Mr. Francis Brett Young, Mr. Thomas Molt, Mr. J. Roman 500 Roman 100 Pello, Mr. Edward Shanks, and Mrs. Fredegonde Shove on account of their editorial connection with the London Mercury. The contributions of Mr. Squire and Mr. Shanks will not receive further mention in this notice. I hope, observes E. Roman 1000 in his preface, that the present volume may be thought to show that what for want of a better word is called peace has not interfered with the writing of good poetry. Certainly, many critics have supposed that war was the prime generator of what they admit to be a new movement in poetry, but the anthologist's hope is justified on a priori grounds, at least by the fact that the movement began, however tentatively, before the late war. The first collection of Georgian poetry appeared in 1912, when the title expressed an act of faith based on an act of divination, which has since been confirmed. A comparison of the 4 members of the series suggests that what for want of a better word has received this name is still in a state of slow development towards a certain community of spirit and attitude, which does not, however, connote any uniformity of style. In the 3rd volume, the nebula appeared to be taking shape, and in the 4th, the process has advanced a stage. E. Roman 1000 may be issuing the 14th before that shape can be accurately defined and described. The curve has not been drawn far enough for us to say what course it will trace, but there is already enough of it to look like a curve and not merely like a wavy line. That remote first volume, which was of course a symptom and a rallying point, or the new tendencies, not their origin, seems now to have been somewhat chaotic and lacking in direction. It included such older poets as Mr. G. K. Chesterton, Mr. Sturge Moore, and Sir Ronald Ross, and some of those who appear today the most characteristic had not then shown themselves at that time the most powerful. Tendency seemed to be leading towards the realism, sometimes informed with a conscious brutality, of Mr. Masefield, Mr. Gibson, and Mr. Abercrombie. In 1919, this sort is fully represented only by Mr. Abercrombie's Witchcraft New Style, a poem principally in dialogue, which is realistic in method, if its conception has a fairy-tale brutality about it. Such lines as the following are in a familiar style. A little brisk grey slattern of a woman, pattering along in her loosey-heeled clogs, pushed the brass-barred door of a public-house. The spring went hard against her hand and knee, shoved their weak best as the door poised ajar. Hullabaloo of talking men burst out, a pouring babble of inflamed palaver. In spite of their vividness and exactitude, they make us think of a good passage of prose, slightly spoiled. Mr. Gibson has not continued in the vein, and is confined here to a few momentary impressions, mostly in the sonnet form. But if we dismiss this tendency from those we imply when we speak of Georgian poetry, if we admit, too, that Mr. W. H. Davies is often not characteristic, but a poet who might have appeared at almost any time, as in another way, is Mr. John Drinkwater, what are we to take for our definition? If we are ever to devise one, we must somehow reconcile and bring under one heading a bundle of qualities which seem to have but little in common when they are separately described, yet that there is some common term, some central motive, is suggested by the fact that the pieces in this book, which may be thought to be on a lower level than the rest, those by Mr. Molt and Mrs. Shove, are yet not wholly out of place. These writers have been touched in some degree by the spirit of the time, which manifests itself with more power and originality in poets so diverse as Mr. de la Mare, Mr. Sassoon, and Mr. Turner. But it is likely that for some time we shall have to content ourselves with such vague recognitions of spirit, without attempting to be more precise in definition. We must at all events include Mr. Monroe's curious and good poem Man Carrying Bale, which by its title gives a faint suggestion of some sorts of modern painting, and is actuated by the same desire to flash suddenly a light on a familiar thing from an unfamiliar angle. The tough hand closes gently on the load. Out of the mind, a voice calls lift, and the arms, remembering well their work, lengthen and pause for help. Then a slow ripple flows from head to foot, while all the muscles call to one another. Lift, and the bulging bale floats like a butterfly in June. With this may be associated Mr. Davies' remarkable piece, A Child's Pet. When I sailed out of Baltimore, with twice 1,000 head of sheep, they would not eat, they would not drink, but bleated o'er the deep. Inside the pens we crawled each day, to sort the living from the dead. And when we reached the Mersey's mouth, had lost 500 head, yet every night and day one sheep, that had no fear of man or sea, stuck through the bars its pleading face, and it was stroked by me, and to the sheepman standing near. You see, I said, this one tame sheep, it seems a child has lost her pet, and cried herself to sleep. So every time we passed it by, sailing to England's slaughterhouse, 8 ragged sheepmen, tramps and thieves, would stroke that sheep's black nose. Yet of how different a quality is the whole admirable selection of 8 poems from Mr. de la Mare, to illustrate which we quote the exquisite farewell. When I lie where shades of darkness shall no more assail mine eyes, nor the rain make lamentation. When the wind sighs, how will fare the world whose wonder was the very proof of me? Memory fades, must the remembered perishing be? Oh, when this my dust surrenders, hand, foot, lip to dust again, may those loved and loving faces please other men. May the rusting harvest hedgerow still the traveller's joy entwine, and as happy children gather posies once mine. Look thy last on all things lovely. Every hour let no night seal thy sense in deathly slumber, till to delight thou have paid thy utmost blessing, since that all things thou wouldst praise, beauty took from those who loved them in other days. We come again upon another manner in the poems of Mr. Robert Nichols. Here an inadequate passage from a long and very lovely piece called The Sprig of Lime will serve to suggest his qualities. Sweet lime that often at the height of noon, diffusing dizzy fragrance from your boughs, tasseled with blossoms more innumerable than the black bees, the uproar of whose toil filled your green vaults, winning such metheglur as clouds their sappy cells distill as once ye used your sunniest emanations. Towards the window where a woman kneels, she who within that room in childish hours lay through the lasting murmur of blanched noon, behind the sultry blind, now full, now flat, drinking anew of every odorous breath, supremely happy in her ignorance of time that hastens hourly and of death, who need not haste. These poems are not realism, but passages of reality imaginatively seized and transfigured by passion, and the same description may be applied to a number of pieces in this book, as different from these as these are from one another. If we attempt to map out the whole achievement and promise which the book represents, we must refer to the originality and beauty of rhythm displayed by Mr. John Freeman in such a poem as The Alder, which begins, "How near I walked to love, how long I cannot tell. I was like the alder that flows quietly through green level lands, so quietly it knows their shape, their greenness, and their shadows well. And then undreamingly for miles it goes, and silently beside the sea." We must refer also to Mr. W. J. Turner's noble and largely conceived, if a little chaotic poem Death, and to Mr. Sassoon's extraordinarily economical and finished pictures of impressions at the front, and in England. There is moreover Mr. Brett Young's graceful and delicate talent. If we say that in all these it is possible to perceive reality imaginatively seized and transfigured by passion, even if we add a general curiosity to penetrate behind the appearances of things to their substance, we say no more than we ought to say of any poetry which we are disposed to praise. Perhaps, if we could say much more, we should distinguish the literature with which we are dealing as one which has forsaken the proper traditions of the art for qualities of merely temporary interest. It is not necessarily the business of new poets to discover new objects for poetry. It is their business to bring to bear on the old objects their own new personalities. And whatever has accrued both to the language and to general human experience, we are of opinion that the Georgian poets are doing this. And though to give them that title still requires something of an act of faith, it is one much easier to make than it was 7 years ago. The survival of the word as the name of a period is of course not yet assured. Many of these writers are still extremely young. Some of them will develop in ways which cannot yet be foreseen. Mr. Nichols and Mr. Turner, both of them capable of grandiose conceptions, and engaged in making a style to sustain them, will very likely attempt the drama where an empty throne is waiting. Mr. de la Mare, who is probably the oldest of the distinctively Georgian writers, grows every year deeper and solider, and it is impossible to say what will become of him. Mr. Robert Graves is producing a body of work, almost every line of which is as sweet and sound as a nut, and is an influence against the obscurity from which a good many of his contemporaries suffer. The author of a ballad of nursery rhyme which begins, "Strawberries that in gardens grow are plump and juicy fine, but sweeter far as wise men know, spring from the woodland vine. No need for bowl or silver spoon, sugar or spice or cream, has the wild berry plucked in June, beside the trickling stream." May perhaps have done a service by writing these lines at the same time as Mr. Turner was writing such a fine but involved stanza as this from Death. That sound rings down the years, I hear it yet. All earthly life's a winding funeral, and though I never wept, but into the dark coach stepped, dreaming by night to answer the blood's sweet call, she who stood there high-breasted with small wise lips, and gave me wine to drink and bread to eat, has not more steadfast feet, but fades from my arms as fade from mariners' eyes the sea's most beauteous ships. And others no doubt will appear who are now no more thought of than were Mr. Nichols or Mr. Graves or Mr. Turner in 1912. At least this movement, we do not use the word in the sense of organized movement or school, has had the luck of early recognition and careful fostering. There are faults to be found with this, as with the 3 earlier volumes of the series, but in a world which has produced no faultless anthology, we ought not to expect the first to be collection of contemporary verse. No one will be able to look through the book without objections rising to his lips. Every reader will want this, or that poet omitted this, or that included. There are few readers of anthologies who do not find on mature consideration that they could have done the work better themselves, and this would be just if in fact anthologists worked only for themselves. But to E. Roman 1000, we must assign the credit of having carried through an exceedingly difficult task with as few mistakes as could be thought possible. He has the extra distinction of having foreseen 7 years ago the beginning of a liveliness which has justified him by enduring until at this moment it shows no signs of recession. He would be no doubt the last person to claim the invention or even the discovery of the Georgian movement, but he might reasonably claim, and if he does not, the honor must be thrust upon him, to have provided it with a means of growing naturally and without undue extravagance. New Poems by Ilo Aneurin Williams, Methuen 3's 6D net. Mr. Williams' first book of poems, published 4 years ago, was a quite little book, noticeable for some polished little songs with a Caroline or Queen Anne air. His tastes have remained the same. His capacity for writing has developed. He paints miniatures, and his ingenuity expends itself on the elaboration and variation of the frames. The frontier between success and non-success is narrow in this kind of work. A slight flaw ruins all, and Mr. Williams does not always escape collapse, but Alice and Song are of a neatness and completeness which would do credit to the best of the Queen Anne practitioners. The Country Songs is a fragment of what may become a really excellent celebration of our folk songs and rocks and astronomy, though still with something of the song in them. Let delicate plummets into deeper waters, the image of the rock doomed to decay yet. The Lizard's Immortal Friend. and deathless to the flower. Is happy astronomy, we quote in full. Jupiter may be that or this, of stars that shine in heaven. Neptune a mere hypothesis, and Saturn one of 7. They will not make the dark less bright. For names I do not know. Nameless the stars across the night. In nameless beauty go. Over my head their vault is bent. A mirror and a screen. An ever-fresh prefigurement of glory past the scene. It is an unambitious and uneven, but very pleasant little book. The War Poems of Siegfried Sassoon Heinemann, 3's 6D net. This volume contains 52 poems selected from Mr. Sassoon's previous volumes, and 12 new ones. The former are far too well known to need description at this date. But we think that even in these, and still more in the new poems, there is ground for the conjecture that those who think of Mr. Sassoon primarily as a savage realist and satirist are likely in the future to be surprised. It was a genuine and profound sensibility, tenderness, and a cheated passion for beauty that produced his war poetry, not an innate predilection for violence, vituperation, or caricature. Now the storm has gone over, he seems to be becoming more and more a poet of nature. The transition is perhaps symbolized in the most beautiful of the new poems here. Printed it is called Everyone Sang, and concludes the book so full of blood, and corpses, rats, evil smells, and all the turmoil and debris of war. Everyone suddenly burst out singing, and I was filled with such delight, as prisoned birds must find in freedom, winging wildly across the white orchards and dark green fields on and out of sight. Everyone's voice was suddenly lifted, and beauty came like the setting sun. My heart was shaken with tears and horror. Drifted away, oh, but everyone was a bird, and the song was wordless, the singing will never be done. The book contains much that, however sincere, can only be described as journalism in excelsis, but it is all inextricably mixed with genuine poetry, and the collection as a whole, we suspect, will have a permanent interest and value better than from 100 histories. Posterity will get from these poems a picture of how men felt and looked in that world of sad smoking flat horizons, reeking woods, and foundered trench lines volleying doom for doom. Their merits are never more clearly displayed than when they are compared to the poems of the imitators who have sprung up like mushrooms. Since Mr. Sassoon began publishing, these have taken his brutal words, his more obvious attitudes, and the senile and complacent objects of his satire, but in the copies the life is lacking. Argonaut and Juggernaut by Osbert Sitwell Chatto Windows 5's net. At first sight, this book looks like a revolutionary manifesto. Its title is vehement and original, and its paper jacket is decorated with the photograph of a Negro head surmounted with a towering and tapering wickerwork structure. It has no bearing on the contents, and we can only assume that the author put it there because he liked it, or to arrest attention. Attention, having been arrested, expectation is disappointed. It is true that Mr. Sitwell often writes in vers libres, and that he opens with a challenge and hearty proclamation in the key of "Let us prune the tree of language of its dead fruit. Let us melt up the clichés into molten metal, fashion weapons that will scald and flay. Let us curb this eternal humor and become witty. Let us dig up the dragon's teeth from this fertile soil swiftly before they fructify." And that at a later stage he observes that the world itself dances to make us dance in cosmic frenzy. But his frenzies have a very calculated air. He has not got rid of those clichés, and that wit does not emerge. He cannot really play the revolutionary with gusto. So as Queen Victoria said, we are not amused. And when he lapses into more ordinary forms and more connected statements, he is revealed as an ordinary immature writer of verses. He has some gift of observation which he will waste unless he treats it more conscientiously, but observation will not make a poet. Carmina Rapta by Griffith Fairfax, Elkin Matthews 3's 6D and 2's 6D net. Mr. Fairfax's volume consists of verse translations from the French, Spanish, Italian, German, Greek, Latin, with a few Arabic, Japanese, and Armenian renderings from French prose versions. Mezzofanti and the monk Calipino in Another Sphere must be alarmed for their linguistic laurels. Some of Mr. Fairfax's translations are neat, but we hope those from the Armenian are Armenian, wants rubbing Uper nearer the spirit of the originals than are some of those from European languages. He is at his neatest in some brief poems from the Spanish. His versions of Heredia and Baudelaire are especially lifeless, and he inflicts an additional injury upon the latter by attributing the famous Don Juan in Hell to Heredia. The Clown of Paradise by Dormer Creston Heath Cranton 3's net. We notice this volume merely in order to record a neologism, which we commend to the notice of the editors of the Oxford Dictionary. It is found in this passage. My tearful soul did slip into those silver pools, and bathing in that stillness was woned with God. In the court of Sir Henry Duke, we may continue people are tooed. Novels. Cousin Philip by Mrs. Humphrey Ward Collins 6's net. Saints Progress by John Galsworthy Heinemann 7's 6D net. If All These Young Men by Roma Wilson Methuen 7's net. Madeline by Hope Merrills Collins 6's net. Legend by Clements Dane Heinemann 6's net. The Mask by John Curnows Methuen 6's net. It seems probable that a long time must elapse before the novel escapes altogether from the spell of the war, and the reasons why this should be so are fairly obvious. It is not only that the novelists, like all of us, have received in their minds an indelible impress of that great event. We must recognize that the last 5 years have made a gulf between us and preceding time only comparable to a long interval of history. The manners and habits of 1913 are not connected in an imperceptibly changing fabric with our own. They are already a matter of archaeological interest, and definitely to place the action of a novel in that year requires a course of archaeological research. Among old numbers of Punch in 1919, the war is still so vivid a thread in the web of our minds that we are constantly influenced by it, constantly referring to it in our actions, our conversations, and our thoughts. When we meet a character, whether in a novel or a drawing room, it is still our instinct to inquire where he has been, what he has been doing since August 1914. And the present moment, this is natural indeed, but its tendency in the novel is to produce ephemeral work. The tidal wave may have subsided, but it has left the mental waters exceedingly muddy. Mrs. Humphrey Ward's novel Cousin Philip is an excellent example of the work which this state of affairs elicits from even the most serious authors. It is a study, careful and detailed, of the sort of young woman who has emerged from the war. Helena Pitstone, aged 19, arrives at the house of her guardian, Lord Buntingford. She looks like Romney's Lady Hamilton, but the beautiful head was set off by a khaki close cap carrying a badge, and the khaki uniform, tunic, short skirt, and leggings might have been specially designed to show the health and symmetry of the girl's young form. All this, though she has been demobilized, she naturally begins her stay with Lord Buntingford by quarreling with him over one of her men friends, whom he refuses to allow her to invite to his house. This gentleman had run away with the wife of a friend, not for any base motive. He didn't mean anything horrid, says Helena, but for a lark, and to show her husband that she was not to be bullied in the end. Helena marries a politician who says to her, "Are you Minir you mine at last, you wild thing?" A remark which has been made by other lovers in other novels. In between these 2 points lies Mrs. Humphrey Ward's study of the girl of the period, in order to make which, it may be supposed, she wrote this novel. An idea of its quality and usefulness may be gained from the following specimen of Helena's conversation. The chauffeur here is a fractious idiot. He has done that Rolls-Royce car of Cousin Philip's balmy and cut up quite rough when I spoke to him about it. Done it, what, said Mrs. Friend faintly. Balmy, don't you know that expression? Helena, on the floor with her hands under her knees, watched her companion's looks with a grin. It's our language. Now, you know English, the language of us young people. The old ones have got to learn it as we speak it. Mrs. Ward would no doubt be shocked by a writer who delivered his or her views on the French people with an obvious ignorance of the French language. She would despise the affectation of an author who used Latin tags incorrectly. But it is only fair to say that her views on the younger generation are rendered slightly ridiculous by her obvious ignorance of its idioms. She would perhaps have been better employed in a detailed picture of the manners of 1913, a period to which she doubtless looks back as to a lost paradise of decorous behavior. Mr. Galsworthy's Saint's Progress suffers less from insufficient documentation. His heroine, Noelle, with her short hair, is the daughter of a clergyman, and follows the course gloomily foretold for so many young girls during the war period. To the predestined end of bearing a war baby, she and her sister Gratian are forced by the pressure of events to think and act for themselves. Gratian, safely married to a doctor, delivers herself as follows. "Dad," said Gratian suddenly, "we can only find out for ourselves, even if we do singe our wings in doing it. We've been reading James' Pragmatism. George says the only chapter that's important is missing one on ethics, to show that what we do is not wrong, till it's proved wrong by the result. I suppose he was afraid to deliver that lecture." But while Mr. Galsworthy is much superior to Mrs. Ward in the accuracy of his information, he can hardly be said to be superior to her in the justice and clearness of his presentation. The traits of his persons are correctly observed and generalized, but they are not shown through the medium of living individuals. We feel of Noelle that many girls of such a disposition found themselves in such circumstances and behaved thus, and so far regarded as a sociological study, the book is deserving of praise. But what we never feel is that the individual girl Noelle ever existed, and by the deficiency it is condemned as a novel. This book will be a serious disappointment to those who imagined from 5 Tales that Mr. Galsworthy had recovered the original freshness of his talent and was about to begin a new and a sincerer period. But perhaps the desire to depict and to comment on phenomena so fresh and living in the mind as these which has been fatal to experienced craftsmen of the order of Mrs. Ward and Mr. Galsworthy is one which will ruin any novel in which it is attempted. Miss Romer Wilson has not the experience of either, but as her first book Martin Schuler demonstrated, she has really extraordinary natural gifts. These gifts are still obvious in her second book, which is nevertheless disappointing and all but a complete failure. It describes a circle of non-combatants during the last year of the war, young people of whom Mrs. Ward has hardly heard, who sway between cynical disgust with the world around them and cynical disgust with their own natures. No man, it has been wisely said, is uninteresting, and these persons, regarded from a sane and tolerantly humorous point of view, might have been the theme for a good book. But since the thoughts or actions, the manners through which they manifest themselves, not being genuine or spontaneous, are important neither for good nor evil, the method of treating them seriously results in making them appear thin and tedious affectations, except in the rare event of their producing serious consequences, are a topic only for satire. And here the loves of Josephine and Sebastian, of James Blanchard and Susan and Amaryllis, are expressed purely by affectations which overlie and conceal whatever genuine feelings these persons may have possessed. This type has had in recent years a curious attraction for young novelists who have, as a result, produced many books which are not worthy of attention. But the author of Martin Schuler must sin deeply before we can refuse to read any book of hers, however unwillingly we may persevere in it, and even here her special qualities are altogether beyond mistake. She can still, even in this dreary and pointless tale of people we should prefer not to meet, astonish us with vivid and enchanting fragments of pictorial beauty. A couple of these passages, which are all that redeems the book from dullness, may be given as specimens. At the turn of the night it began to rain, and at daybreak the whole country was grey with driving rain, which spluttered against the bedroom window and beat upon the thatch. The noisy sparrows under the eaves shook themselves angrily, and fluttered up and down in the garden. After Worms, the tom-cat, who had been out all night, gathered himself up on the doorstep, and brooded there with one eye on the sparrows, waiting for the door to be opened. The draught under the door made his paws cold, so he blew himself out and crouched down with his paws folded up underneath him. He was angry and tired, and his fur was covered with minute drops of water that in places had penetrated to his skin, but he sat there patiently dosing and dreaming for 2 hours until 8:30. When the bolts were drawn at the sound of the bolts being shot back, he at once stood up and mewed, and the door was hardly opened before he ran into the kitchen, where a stick fire roared in the grate, and a frying pan gave out an odor of frying fat. The people came out of the house door mysterious in the fading light, like a procession of Boccaccio's women, and a clerk of the Decameron scene through the romantic distance of 700 years. They lit the candles in the dark garden room, and sat down, as if waiting for somebody to begin a story. Overhead, the blue sky gleamed through the gathering darkness, and in the west, a rosy glow spread up behind the delicate aspens and maples and acacias of the little plantation above the yew garden. Up in the mazy blue sky, the transparent half-moon and a few bright planets gleamed beneath the outermost heavens, where faint white constellations began to appear as the darkness quickly gathered upon the earth. We do not quote these descriptive passages as proving Miss Wilson's aptitude for the novelist's multifarious task. They represent only one of the many gifts of which she must dispose, and they are themselves, in several details, open to criticism. They do, moreover, represent almost everything. In this book, which can be distinguished for commendation, they suggest, however, that Miss Wilson possesses one of the most important gifts of the novelists, namely a sense of the scene, and it remains for time to show whether she can imagine persons and a situation worthy of her background. It is a relief to recede from the tangled epic, which has spoilt and hindered all these writers into the 17th century in France. Miss Merles has written not a wholly satisfactory or very agreeable, but a very strange book, one far removed from the historical romance of commerce. She has combined what appears to be a close knowledge of her period of the time of the Jansenists, the Perseus, and Mademoiselle de Scudéry, with a desire to study a curious case of mental pathology. Madeleine, her heroine, is a provincial girl who removes to Paris with her family and is consumed by an intense longing to enter that fantastic circle of elegance and galanterie which revolved round Mademoiselle de Scudéry and was depicted by her in Le Grand Cyrus. But her awkward shyness forbade that this longing should ever be satisfied, and when she sought to pacify it by the familiar device of the endless story, she exacerbated it into madness. This is a brief and inadequate account of a most unusual composition, but it will serve to show how Miss Merles has loaded the historical novel with a heavier freight than that ornamental craft is accustomed to carry, but she has not developed either the psychology or the descriptive detail at the expense of the other. She dissects Madeleine's mind with almost morbid closeness and makes of it a terrifying spectacle, but at the same time, she has contrived to make her setting in time and place convincing. Her picture of mind and manners may or may not be strictly accurate, but it is certainly not conventional. It is original, it bites. There are certain crudities apparent both in the style and in the construction of the book, as well as in the choice and development of subject, but it will be very interesting to see the next production of a mind so unusual. Miss Clemence Dane's legend touches Miss Merle's work fleetingly at one point. It, too, describes a literary circle dominated by women of the sort which draws weaker characters into it and causes them to deteriorate, but it interests not so much as a study of this particular phenomenon as in that it is an extraordinary attempt, the only one among these books to carry on the history of the novel, to give that form a new task, to enlarge its range and its adaptabilities. It consists of one long conversation, and the principal character, Madala Gray, makes no appearance unless the regrettable introduction of her ghost towards the end be counted. As such, Madala is a woman novelist who has contracted what seems to her friends an inexplicable marriage with a dull country doctor. She is in childbed, and her circle meets to await news, hears of her death, and discusses her. Their views, all mistaken, are reported by the one person present who had never seen her, and who deduces the true and simple explanation that she was actually in love with her husband. This is, it may be objected, merely jumping through a series of hoops, and in a sense the objection has its justification, for when the story should reach its climax, when Madala herself begins to emerge from the mists of misjudgment and misinterpretation, she is revealed as being only a lay figure. This does not mean that Miss Dane's singular device. In the end, misses its aim. On the contrary, she accomplishes what she set out to do with perfect precision. Nevertheless, the fact remains that she has locked in a very complicated cabinet, and thence extracted again, by very subtle means, not a living woman, but a doll. Hence her book is not the masterpiece it might have been, but we are almost brought to overlook this fact by the amazing skill with which she manages her invention, and her jumping through hoops, whether it be regarded as an unrelated exhibition of agility, or as an experiment in a new method of progress, deserves all attention, even though it leads only to disappointment at the end. Miss Dane's first novel, Regiment of Women, was much praised not long ago. Her second, First, The Blade, did not receive so much notice. This reveals in her originality, daring, and ingenuity, which could hardly have been predicted from her earlier work. And there is no doubt that it will be widely discussed, since it is in fact rare for any really remarkable display of these qualities to miss its reward. But Miss Dane has yet some distance to advance if she is to do more than win fame as a conjurer or open up paths for other novelists. For an artist capable of so distinguished a conception, her style is strangely flat and undistinguished, and the introduction of some very bad and banal passages from the works of Madala Gray is a curious lapse of tact. Mr. John Kernos' The Mask, which is perhaps the most satisfactory of all these books, though it is not so dazzling and exciting as Legend, is one which has very little to say to the development of the novel. We generally reckon it impertinent to see in any book, not avowed as such, the autobiography of the author, but in this story of a Jewish boy in Russia and America, without knowing anything of Mr. Kernos, we are forced to make the inference its tone and flavor are those of autobiography, and its softened reminiscences of things not always pleasant give it its peculiar charm. It reveals at all events more than most novels a temperament, and this temperament, whatever turn the story may take, is always agreeable and gracious. Vanya Gombarov, the little boy, was brought up in Russia by a stepfather who wasted all his money in mechanical researches, and was obliged to emigrate with his family to America. Here Vanya added to the family income by selling papers and in other ways, and saw many horrible things. The family experienced many misfortunes, and at the end, Mr. Kernos abruptly leaves it, moving from one house to another. We have here no pyrotechnics of construction, nor does such a book offer any opportunities for them to the author. But he is able to show himself an artist in the softening veil which his narrative throws over his incidents, without in any way distorting them. Belles Letters and Criticism. 7 Men, by Max Beerbohm. Heinemann, Seven's Net. It is a common ground of complaint against Mr. Max Beerbohm that he publishes too little, but the very fastidiousness which makes him, compared with the word fountains of our time, so notable an example of limitation of output, is what makes the work he does print so surpassingly good. Economy is a word freely used and much abused. It is sometimes applied to writers whose only claim to it is that they use short sentences or that they omit everything except in essentials. But Mr. Beerbohm deserves more than any artist of our time the epithet economical. Always, and increasingly so with the passage of time, he has taken pains to print no sentence and no word that does not help his effect. And the 5 stories in this book, even were their other merits less than they are, might serve as models of simple and exact expression, the cunning accumulation of telling detail, the complete avoidance of detail, which does not tell. Of the 5 stories, one, James Pethel, is a study of the gambling temperament localized in an attractive but terrifying man, and one, A Roman 5 Later, is an astonishingly clever fantasia on the theme of lying. The other and more ambitious 3 are studies, we might almost call them historical studies, of literature, literary men, and the literary life. They all relate to that remote period, now faded, and therefore a little charming, the 90s. They give us types of writers, 2nd or 3rd or 10th rate, whose reputations die, but who are interesting enough to be celebrated as types, if not as individuals. Savonarola Brown, the obscure man who spent his life on an unfinished tragedy, on the best blank verse Modelsis, the most slightly sketched of them, but here what the portrait lacks, perhaps that shadowy figure, offered no more lines for the pencil to seize, more than made up for by the best parody that even Mr. Beerbohm has written. Remove the burlesque, the comic stage, directions, the juxtapositions of Lucrezia Borgia, St. Francis Andrea del Sarto, and Pippa, who passes in her own inimitable way, and the more extravagant convolutions of the plot. And you will see that Mr. Beerbohm could quite easily have manufactured a play better than most modern poetic dramas and written in verse, at once so fluent and so reminiscent of the best masters as to command the respect of the reviewers, and possibly a production for a few nights by some manager ambitious to show that he desired to reunite literature and the stage. At times we forget that we are reading a burlesque. Pope of this anon stands over body of jailer. Our present business is general woe, no nobler course hath ever impressed the ground. Oh, let the trumpets speak it. Flourish of trumpets. This was the noblest of the Florentines. His character was flawless, and the world held not his parallel. Oh, bear him hence, with all such honors as our state can offer. He shall interred be with noise of cannon, as doth befit so militant a nature. Prepare these obsequies. Papal officers, lift body of jailer. Did Mr. Beerbohm write this, or was it brown fresh from the Duchess of Malfi or the Broken Heart? The two stories that remain are more elaborate. In Enoch Soames, we are given the picture of the kind of sepulchral, costive, dedicated fameletness minor poet who has haunted the byways of literature in all ages. We are given as well a realistic picture of what those byways were 20 years ago, and a plot which races between the future and the past, the intricacies of which are followed with equal ingenuity and imperturbability. But there can be little dispute that Maltby and Braxton is the great achievement of the volume. These two were rivals who had a brief vogue in the 90s. The very scent of the time comes back, with the titles of their masterpieces Ariel in Mayfair and A Faun in the Cotswolds. Maltby, in a weak moment, cheated Braxton out of a weekend at the Duchess of Hertfordshire's. And when the hapless Maltby got to Keeb-Hole, Braxton's ghost haunted him, driving him into perpetual solecisms and misadventures. There is the background, the gossiping coteries of London, the fleeting fashions of literature, the first vogue of the bicycle, the dabbling great dames, the house parties, soirees, dinners, church-goings. And in front of it, the most comic of tragedies, the most tragic of comedies, is played. The story is written with such skill that the cruelty is never quite cruel, the laughter never quite flippant, the extravagances always anchored to reality at the end, in spite not only of the caricature of the tallest fiction about a ghost that we remember. We feel that we have been reading a plain statement of fact. And this is what at bottom the story is. It is more realistic than any naturalist novel. It is the work of one who, for all his fantastic invention and wit, has a prodigiously keen pair of eyes and a profound understanding of human nature. We hope, by the way, that Mr. Beerbohm's passage about literary fawns will finally expel these overworked creatures from our midst. Don's Sermons, selected passages with an essay by Logan Pearsall Smith, Milford Sixes net. Don's reputation as a poet very high for some time after his death sank almost to nothingness. For 2 centuries in the last 30 years. He has, by virtue partly of his occasional splendors of passion imagery, and even music, partly of a modernity in him, which is attuned to the spirit of our own time, regained his old position. Much has been written of him. Mr. Gosse has written his life in 2 volumes. Professor Grierson has edited him in one of the most exhaustive and scholarly of the Oxford editions of poets. He has exercised a traceable influence on men now writing, but the revival has been confined to his poems. His prose, contained in 3 huge folios and several small pamphlets, has remained unread. And it is significant that until a few years ago, he who wished to possess, for none thought of perusing the Dean's sermons, was likelier to find them at a theological bookseller's than in one of those shops which cater for the collector of fine literature. The neglect was doubly explicable. Not only were Don's sermons sermons, and therefore liable to fall into the disregard into which the sermons of South and Tillotson and even those of Jeremy Taylor have fallen, but they were sermons so voluminous as to be terrifying to the most insatiable reader, and for the most part so involved, so stuffed with scholasticism, theological hair-splitting, debate about texts, and about commentaries on texts, that a first attempt at perusal might have made the bravest quail. But the few who have dared the darkness of the great mine have never been disappointed. All over it, sparkling magnificently to the explorer's touch, are great jewels of imagination cut with the craft of a master of language. Mr. Pearsall Smith, performing for his readers, the labor they would have shirked has gone through the whole of Don's sermons, and extracted 150 passages short and long illustrating his character, and his genius not quite the whole of the ground is covered. The editor has chosen nothing of which the principal claim to distinction was that it conveyed with great justice or great force a doctrine of the church or an edifying lesson. He has made his anthology as a poet. Student of character would make it, and the result is a volume of passages which exhibit that strange vehement man of genius more clearly than could any biography, and which substantiates his claim to be considered as being at his best a writer of English prose that has never been surpassed for music and richness. His greatest passage, and this holds good of all English prose, are those in which he is contemplating large elemental things. A role like the role of the prophetic books comes into his voice when he speaks of the majesty of God, the powers of death, and of evil, the passage of time, the justice that waits for sin, and the decay that will overtake beauty when he stands in the attitudes and assumes the voice of adoration, of accusation, or of grief. But even in his dialectics, the restless intellectual in him was continually striking out sparks of wit. The insatiable observer in him was noting small things, sticks, straws, and insects, puddles, and ponds. The insuppressible poet pouring out images copious enough to furnish out 100 minor men. This is a long-needed book, done with competence and exquisite taste. His greatest, loveliest things are as good as Sir Thomas Browne's. His grandest are grander than Jeremy Taylor's. There is probably no sentence in our language so long as that in which he depicted eternal damnation, yet it swells and swells, never breaking its back, always borne up by the mighty mind of his spirit. Hell is deprivation of God, that God begins this great passage. That God should let my soul fall out of his hand into a bottomless pit, and roll an unremovable stone upon it, and leave it to that which it finds there. And it shall find that there which it never imagined till it came thither, and never think more of that soul, never have more to do with it, that of that providence of God, that studies the life of every weed and worm and ant, and spider and toad and viper. There should never any beam flow out upon me, that God who looked upon me when I was nothing, and called me when I was not, as though I had been out of the womb and depth of darkness, will not look upon me now, when though a miserable and a banished and a damned creature, yet I am his creature still, and contribute something to his story, even in my damnation. So it proceeds in tremendous crescendo, describing or failing to describe what it must mean to fall out of the hands of the living God, a horror beyond our expression, beyond our imagination. And this is but the sublimest of many sublime utterances in these sermons of the greatest of the Church's poets. We commend Mr. Pearsall Smith's book, and shall return to it and its subject at length in an early number. South Sea Foam, by a Safroni Middleton Methuen 6's net. The subtitle of this book, The Romantic Adventures of a Modern Don Quixote in the Southern Seas, gives the clue to a quality in Mr. Safroni Middleton that might repel a fastidious reader. He is a little too effusive, a little too self-conscious in his adventurousness, but the reader who is repelled early will miss something, for with all its defects South Sea Foam is a full and exciting and often beautiful book. Mr. Middleton has not the technique of the artist. He does not write well, but he has the artist's sensibility, and his writing is at its most vivid when the greatest demands are made upon it. My greatest literary effort in the following pages, he says, has been to keep to the truth of the whole matter, even though such frankness should leave me at the end of this volume with a blackened name. He need not be anxious about his name, but if this book is all true, he has had adventures as wild and strange as any man alive. His book is a medley of Polynesian legends and the most extraordinary events on the ocean and among the islands. Storms, moonlight, dances, abductions of dusky maidens from chiefs' palaces, orgies in saloons, chases and shots, canoes, sharks, and love songs. A great flood of brightly colored reminiscence, tumbled out in language which is never quite right, but always picturesque. At any page one is liable to come across some passage that thrills or deeply touches, and occasionally there is an episode narrated so well that criticism is silent. Such an episode is that of the old dog Moses, which falls overboard on a murky night. He barks amid the waves to guide the boat, but there comes a scream that means a shark, and no more is heard. Next night, the old bearded sailormen sit on their chests in the forecastle, puffing out smoke, drinking rum, in silence brooding over the dog, and no scene could be more vividly painted. The last adventure in a castaway boat with a brown girl, which we should call incredible were it not for Mr. Middleton's assurance, is the loveliest and most terrible of all. We think that anyone who reads this book once will make a habit of reading it. Rupert Brooke and the Intellectual Imagination, a lecture by Walter de la Mare, Sidgwick Jackson, 2s 6d net. The lecture here printed was delivered before Rugby School on the occasion of the unveiling of a memorial there to Rupert Brooke. Mr. de la Mare, as he recalls, was chosen to go to America as Mrs. Brooke's representative to receive the first presentation of the Howland Memorial Prize, the posthumous award of which to Brooke was an act of international courtesy and generosity too little noticed in this country. At the time, it was fitting that Mr. de la Mare should be again associated with the dead poet, and in this short paper he outlines his character and his achievement with as much affection as discernment. Brooke, he is insistent to make plain, was a happy man, a vigorous, healthy creature, who found the world teeming with food for his multifarious appetites. It is with this fact in mind that all his poems, not omitting those which are disquieting to read at meals, must be judged. He desired truth at all costs, and if, unlike Methuselah, he did not live long enough to see life whole, he at least confronted it with a remarkably steady and disconcerting stare. The theme of his poetry, says Mr. de la Mare, is the life of the mind, the senses, the feelings. Life here and now, however impatient he may be with life's limitations, its longing is for a state of consciousness wherein this kind of life shall be possible without exhaustion, disillusionment, or reaction. This essay is short, but it is full both of wise judgments and beautiful sayings. It conveys a sense not only of the value of Brooke's poetry, but also of the charm of his personality. Much more will be written about him, and we shall have his character carefully examined and defined both by those who knew him and those who did not. But this brief study, at once an exposition and a ceremonial and moving eulogy, will retain its place in the literature collecting around his name. Some Soldier Poets by T. Sturge Moore, Grant Richards, 7s 6d net. This volume contains short essays on the poems of Julian Grenfell, Rupert Brooke, Robert Nichols, Robert Graves, Siegfried Sassoon, R. E. Verned, Charles Sorley, Francis Ledwidge, Edward Thomas, F. W. Harvey, Richard Aldington, and Alan Seeger, with a paper on the best poetry at the end. A casual student of the list of contents might make several hasty criticisms. He might suppose that he was going to find here a series of short lives manufactured because of an accidental connection between them. He might be fortified in this suspicion by the fact that one or two poets are in the list who have no claim to rank with the others. But he need only begin to read the book to remember that Mr. Sturge Moore is a poet, a sound critic, and a writer incapable of hackwork. There is one obvious defect: he has omitted a few poets. Edward Wyndham Tennant is an example who had better claim to admission than some in his list, but there is little else that can be urged against him. Mr. Sturge Moore wastes no space over biography. He takes seriatim the books of these young poets and confronts them in a generous but not an undiscriminating mood, asking himself what is their spirit, what their technical qualities and defects, and which are their best poems. These essays are not, even when their subjects are unworthy of effort, facile journalism. They are considered criticism, written in the prose of a poet, prose rich with novel and beautiful images, and embodying the results of profound reflection upon life and art. Mr. Sturge Moore's essay on Brooke is too brief to be a final estimate. The main fault of all his essays is that they are not long enough to include sufficient quotations, otherwise they would certainly be of permanent value. But it is a penetrating essay full of interesting obiter dicta, such as the statement that the fallacy of Impressionism has tainted modern aesthetic thought, and the more disputable statement that failure in love and war is much more inspiring to the poet than success. When the real world has rejected a man, he feels freer in the muse's house. He no longer has any interests that conflict with theirs. Julian Grenfell's Into Battle he describes, and we think he is right, as the best poem of the war of three poets commonly linked together. He says that those who shall gaze back a century hence may discern, rather in Nichols than in Sassoon or Graves, the poet's mind that is independent of time, and approaches all human circumstance with the kinsman's joy and pain, though he admits that the race has only just begun, and another runner may outstrip the others, he is admirable on sorely, whom many think the greatest loss to literature of all who fell in the war, and he has found no one before, as we believe so. Celebrated this poem in Mr. Harvey's The Bugler something like an isolated great poem. The one chapter which we find relatively inadequate is that which deals with Edward Thomas. Every time I read them, I liked them better, he says, and he quotes in full Thomas' superb Welcome to Death, but the reader misses. Here all the rest of the poet's most beautiful poems and passages. They are even yet not known, as they should be. We wait for a collected volume to reveal to most English readers how profuse in his last 2 years Thomas was of exquisite poems, crowded with characteristic English landscape, and often profoundly moving by their sincere expression of universal emotions. He died resigned and fulfilled at last. In Mr. Moore's words, our house was not well ordered. He should not have had to write hastily for his own and his children's bread. We have lost the chance of using him to the best advantage, yet he leaves us more than we deserved, something that will be treasured by posterity forever. As his body fell, its cloak melted off the soul, and we caught a glimpse which confounded our poor recollections of the man, and words of his still tolling round our ears make us aware that for him this dark casualty had a different meaning. A Book of R. Roman 50s by George Brown Methuen 7's 6d net. This work is really a Stevenson encyclopedia, reminiscent of that colossal Browning cyclopedia, which still goes into new editions. Mr. Brown arranges in alphabetical order the names of Stevenson's books, characters, friends, critics, dwelling places, etc. We have tested him with several questions, and not found him to fail. He gives more than the facts he might be expected to give. For example, when a book is under notice, he enters the latest prices paid for its first edition in the sale room. He also lightens his pages with compact but pungent comments. For instance, he describes Mr. Swinnerton's able but hostile study of Stevenson as the kind of study which it can be imagined Dr. Clifford would write of Ignatius Loyola, a good book of its kind, and one that should be bought by everyone who has a collected Stevenson. The illustrations do not greatly add to its charms. History and Biography. 50 Years of Europe, 18,701,919, by Roman 100 Roman 500, Hazen, Bell 14's net. Professor Hazen ends his survey of the last 50 years of European history with the words, "The evil that men do lives after them." The remark is not original, but it is nonetheless historically true and melancholy. Upon page 414 of this book, it refers to Wilhelm Hohenzollern, but as the final note struck in a textbook of European history, it has a wider significance after reading. Professor Hazen 1 is tempted to ponder the question whether the good men do is interred with the bones of history, and only the evil done by them lives after them, and their time here is the story of 50 years in 414 pages. And indisputably, the story is concerned far more with the evil that men have done than with the good. What is the reason of this? The question is extraordinarily difficult to answer, and though the reviewer ex cathedra is officially supposed not to admit anything but infallibility, we confess to be at a loss for a prompt and unhesitating answer. The cause may be subjective rather than objective. The historians may look at history from a wrong angle, so that the shadows are exaggerated or intensified. On the other hand, it may really be as Shakespeare seemed to think, that the effects of evil are actually more permanent than those of good. And there is a third alternative, which the philosophical historian and the historical philosopher cannot dismiss out of hand. History is the tale of men's communal actions, and it may be that man is so incompletely a political animal that his communal actions are more often evil than good. We cannot answer these questions, but they rise naturally from a consideration of Professor Hazen's volume. The first question which a reviewer has to put to himself is, what is the object of this book? The object of Professor Hazen's is obvious. It is a textbook, a rapid survey of a period of history, which, as he rightly says, possesses a unity that is quite exceptional among the so-called periods of history. As a textbook, it has great merits. It is accurate and brief. It runs with great rapidity through all the more important facts of its period, and the author's opinions and prejudices are severely repressed. It has some obvious faults. The author seems to us ill-advised to have added his last chapter in the form and size adopted by him. This chapter deals with the actual events of the World War, and occupies nearly a quarter of the entire book. This throws the whole of his book out of shape. The war in itself had of course enormous importance, but the details of its progress are of little importance in a survey like this. In the previous pages, we have been whirled from the Balkan question to the Irish, from the Irish question to the rise of Japan, from the rise of Japan to the Russian internal struggle, and many of these immense complicated problems have necessarily been dismissed in a few pages. There is no room in a book on this scale for a description of the campaigns of the war, and Professor Hazen's volume loses rather than gains by his attempt to deal with them. As a textbook, it has merits above the average. One great merit is inherent in it. It looks at history not from a national, but a European or world angle. We are inclined to believe that for use in schools, no histories of France, England, or other individual countries should be tolerated, that all history should be either of Europe, Asia, of some continent or era, or of the world. And then perhaps historians might be able to deal a little more with the good that men do communally than with the evil. The Tank Corps by Major Clough Williams Ellis, Roman 1000 Roman 100, and a Williams Ellis, with an introduction by Major General H.J. Ells, Roman 100 B Roman 500, SO Country Life 10s, 6D net. This is, if not an official, at least a semi-official history of the Tank Corps. And if the other arms of our fighting forces get histories as good, they will be fortunate. It contains the whole story of the machine and of those who manned it: invention, manufacture, organization, training. User from the nebulous beginnings in the minds of the various gentlemen whose claims to paternity are now being disputed to the last battle of 1918. The information has an air of final authority. Official reports are backed with copious personal narrative. There is no attempt at fine. Writing the book is a long series of short paragraphs containing essential facts, yet, when occasion demands, the author's terse sentences are far more vivid and more full of emotion than are the elaborate pages of the professional battle painters. This is never more noticeable than in their chapter on the Battle of Cambrai, where the fortunes of the whole tank experiment were at stake. Nothing is elaborated, yet we see very vividly the whole panorama of those days of intense, surreptitious preparation, and the final overwhelming advance against the enemy whose suspicions had been aroused too late. The authors finally dispose of the story that the general's last order to his tanks told them to do their damnedest. That spurious fosterling he hated the more he perceived its popularity. The authentic order is given a brief, restrained document. Ending 5, I propose leading the attack of the center division. This he did in the Hilda, which reached the outposts line in the van of the battle. General Ells, standing with his head through the hatch, picking up targets for the gunners. The Hilda's flag was several times hit, but not brought down. It was at this battle that 16 tanks were knocked out by one gun served single-handed by a German officer who died at his post. The story of the tanks that crossed a canal on the back of another does not seem to be verified. The author's conclusion is that in the phase at which military science has arrived, and at which it will probably remain for a generation, a superior force of tanks can always top the scales of the military balance of power. The illustrations are many and well chosen. We recommend the book both as a work of reference and as a book to read.